Chapter 1. You're not cut out for basketball. Perhaps you should find another team. Yu Fan sat at his desk, staring blankly at the stacks of cash before him. The words had come from Jiang Tong, the general manager of the Jinghua team. Jiang stood with his back to you, leisurely trimming his bonsai by the window. Mr. Jiang, I do not comprehend your meaning, Yu Fan replied. At that moment, Jiang slowly turned around, a complex expression in his eyes as he regarded him. Must I spell it out for you, young Yu? After today's match, you need not return. An ominous premonition gripped Yu Fan as he abruptly rose from his chair, cautiously inquiring, Mr. Jiang, are you implying that I am to be cut from the team? Noticing the pallor on Yu Fan's face, Jiang set down his scissors, approached the desk, and gestured for him to sit. Sometimes, straight talk can be rather harsh, but I must be forthright. You, my friend, are simply not suited for basketball. At that moment, Yu Fan's heart plummeted. In truth, he had already surmised the situation upon entering. Having joined the Jinghua team at the age of 18, 5 years had swiftly passed, yet he remained unable to secure a place, even in the rotation, relegated to the role of the water cooler guardian. 5 years can one fathom the weight of those years, and now, he was being let go. Yu Fan attempted to muster words of defense, but found himself devoid of any justification. His talent was mediocre. His skills lacking, he had merely relied on his height of 195 centimeters and a wingspan of 205 centimeters to linger on within the team for 5 years. At the age of 23, in accordance with the trajectory of basketball development, it was evident that any potential had long been exhausted, rendering the Jinghua team's decision to part ways with him entirely rational. Enough said. Here is 50,000 yuan. Take it as your salary for the upcoming season. Yu Fan's contract still had 1 year remaining, with a total salary of 100,000. Jiang's offer of 50,000 to dismiss him indicated his waning patience and a desire to spend no further funds. But, Mr. Jiang. Before Yu Fan could finish, Jiang's tone darkened, cutting him off. What? Do you find insufficient? This is the entirety. I had to secure special approval from the team for this amount, or else you would receive not a cent. Do you understand? You have been with us long enough. Should you not grasp these basic rules? Yu Fan's hesitance seemed to strike a nerve with Jiang, and by the end of his tirade, the latter's anger was palpable. Yet, to Yu Fan, these words were even more grating. That it was not merely the deduction of his wages that stung, but rather the fact that such simple phrases negated a decade's worth of effort. Yu Fan found himself momentarily lost in thought, sitting in silence, devoid of words. Pack your things after today's match. The team will have no time to attend to you. You are aware of the significance of today. Indeed, Yu Fan was acutely aware that today marked the 7th game of the Huaji basketball finals. Tonight, the Jinghua team was set to compete against the Yedong team in this very arena, vying for the championship title of Huaji basketball. If the Beijing team triumphs in this match, it will mark the first championship title in the team's history, undoubtedly a glorious moment etched into its annals. Yet in Yu Fan's eyes, all of this seemed irrelevant to him. Then let us bid farewell properly. Yu Fan rose to his feet, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he gazed at Jiang Tong, his voice slow and deliberate. Manager Jiang, about today's match. Can I still participate? Seeing Yu Fan's genuine emotions, Jiang Tong sighed. Shall you? Isn't this a bit superfluous? Since I can't play anyway, it will be better to return home early. I want to finish my last game. Yu Fan blurted out without hesitation, tears flowing uncontrollably, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade, resolute and unwavering. Very well then, just like before, go prepare for the match. Jiang Tong, no longer pressing the issue, acquiesced to his request. Yu Fan quietly exited the office and made his way back to the locker room. The locker room was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Approaching his locker, Yu Fan prepared to don his game attire. However, as he opened the door, he was taken aback by a can of cola, emanating a faint purple glow, suspended within the confines of the locker. Rubbing his eyes, he blinked and looked again, but the peculiar sight remained unchanged. Bewildered, he wondered what could be so strange. Driven by curiosity, he slowly extended his hand, inching closer. When his fingers brushed against the can, nothing unusual occurred, granting him a slight sense of relief. Growing bolder, he grasped the purple cola tightly in his hand. It felt surprisingly heavy. Who cares? He'll drink it and see. A soothing chill cascaded down his throat, flooding his lungs, and ultimately enveloping his entire being. After gulping it down in one breath, Yu Fan felt a warm glow enveloping him, as if his limbs were brimming with newfound vigor. Ah, how delightful! Instinctively, he picked up the basketball lying on the ground and sprinted towards the training court. As he ran, Yu Fan realized the speed had noticeably increased, his body in an extraordinarily buoyant state. Approaching the free throw line with the basketball in hand, He accelerated, taking 3 powerful strides before leaping into the air with all his might. In midair, Yu Fan clearly saw the hoop aligning perfectly with his gaze. With his right hand, his forearm soared above the height of the rim, and he forcefully slammed the ball into the basket. Awesome! Upon landing, Yu Fan exuberantly waved his arms, releasing the pent-up frustrations that had long been confined within him. His athletic prowess had remarkably surged. He recalled struggling to perform a dunk before. Yet now he could effortlessly execute a powerful slam, and his explosive strength felt swifter than ever. Just as he reveled in his excitement, a voice called out from behind. "Xiao Yu, hurry to the conference room. It's time for the meeting." Turning around, he found Wang Bin, the assistant coach, who had always been quite considerate towards him. "Got it, Brother Bin." Wang Bin waved his hand and turned to leave. As Wang Bin departed, Yu Fan suddenly sensed an unsettling discrepancy, though he could not articulate what it was. Without further contemplation, he hurried towards the conference room. Just as he reached the doorway and was about to enter, the door swung open, and a figure emerged, colliding directly with Yu Fan. The individual, holding a teacup, lost grip of it, and it was on the verge of shattering on the floor when, as if by magic, a hand appeared and firmly grasped it. Yu Fan stumbled, nearly losing his balance, and upon raising his eyes, he recognized the person he had bumped into was the head coach, Min Lulai, who was rubbing his head in discomfort. "Coach Min, my apologies. Your teacup." Yu Fan offered the teacup with great care, sincerely expressing his regret. "You reckless lad. Hurry inside," Min chided, his tone firm yet lighthearted. Yu Fan nodded and slipped into the conference room. Once seated, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Why did everything seem to be moving in slow motion? No, it wasn't the world that had slowed down, it was his vision. Chapter 2. The Impending Clash. Alright, that concludes our tactical discussion. The significance of tonight's match is clear to everyone. No need for elaboration. Without further ado, once you exit this door, give it your all. After outlining the team's strategy, Coach Min Lulai delivered an impassioned speech, igniting the players' spirits. Yet, in the corner, Yu Fan was preoccupied with his own thoughts. While the sudden acquisition of elite athletic ability and extraordinary dynamic vision was indeed thrilling, if the coach did not allow him to play tonight, he would be of no assistance to the team. Emotionally, Yu Fan was fervently hopeful for the Jinghua team to clinch the championship. After all, it was the culmination of his long-standing efforts. "Let's go! Let's go!" The players congregated, rallying under the leadership of their captain, Marbury. Following the conclusion of the meeting, it was time for free shooting practice. It was now 6 in the evening, with 2 hours remaining until the match commenced. "I must take action." As the players exited, only assistant coach Wang Bin remained in the conference room, organizing materials. Yu Fan approached Wang Bin and slowly spoke. "Brother Bin. Oh, it's little Yu. What brings you here?" Wang Bin greeted him amiably upon noticing his presence. "Brother Bin, I've been cut." The moment the words left his lips, Wang Bin abruptly halted his task, looking up with pursed lips and meeting Yu Fan's gaze. After a brief moment, a smile broke across his face as he gently patted Yu Fan's shoulder. "It's all right even if you can't play. It's not the end of the world. Don't be disheartened." Yu Fan nodded, warmth blossoming within him. "Brother Bin, I have a favor to ask. Speak freely if I can assist." "I shall." Wang Bin readily agreed. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Fan slowly articulated his request. "If possible, could you speak to Coach Min tonight and ask him to let me play for 2 minutes?" Ultimately, Yu Fan found this request somewhat burdensome. In such a crucial competition, Wang Bin, as merely an assistant coach, could not sway Min Lulai's decision. Wang Bin offered an awkward smile he longed to decline, but could not voice his refusal. "Xiao Yu, if the opportunity arises, I shall do my utmost," he stated. However, do not harbor excessive hopes. This was already the extent of what Wang Bin could achieve. Gratefully, Yu Fan exited the conference room, resolute in his belief that if given the chance to play, he would undoubtedly astonish them all. At 7 p.m. on April 6, 2012, in Jinghua, there remained just 1 hour until the match commenced. The arena was filled to capacity with fans, all adorned in the home team's blue shirts, transforming the venue into a vast ocean of blue. Reporters from various media outlets lined the sidelines, interviewing the star players from both teams. As the epic showdown loomed ever closer, in the VIP box, the chairman of the Jinghua team, Hu Weiguang, and the team's general manager, Jiang Tong, sat side by side, surveying the court below. "Xiao Jiang, do you believe we can secure victory in tonight's match?" Hu asked, his expression grave as he gazed downwards, anxiety etched on his face. "Chairman Hu, it's difficult to say," Jiang replied, his countenance serious. "Though the Guangdong team is without Yi Jianlian, their championship core remains intact, and their strength cannot be underestimated." This response seemingly failed to satisfy Hu Weiguang. He placed his teacup down, reclined on the sofa, closed his eyes, and spoke slowly. The group has long contemplated relinquishing this team. It is I who have insisted on its continuation. If we fail to secure the championship this year, I shall have no explanation for the board. Hu Weigang's words were delivered with remarkable calmness. Yet to Jiang Tong, they felt akin to 1,000-pound weight upon his heart. The league's dismal performance had resulted in financial losses for the team, which relied annually on the group's support. Should the group decide to abandon the team, his position would undoubtedly be at stake. Chairman Hu, just you wait. We will surely win tonight, Jiang exclaimed, though Hu Weiguang merely chuckled softly, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Yu Fan warmed up with his teammates inside the arena. He surveyed the vicinity and noticed several celebrities from the entertainment industry seated close to the court. Among those he recognized were Jay Chou, Wilbur Pan, Deng Chao, Sun Li, and Li Chun, all of whom were greeting players they knew well. Of course, Yu Fan was not among them. At 7:30 p.m., with only half an hour remaining before the match began, the commentary team from Jinghua Television was also prepared. Commentators Yang Yi and Yang Jian were conducting their pre-match analysis. Yang Yi, what are your thoughts on the matchup between today's two teams? Well, it's quite difficult to predict. I'm not trying to tease anyone here, he replied with a hint of levity. Look at Jinghua. They emerged as dark horses this season, with their foreign player, Marbury, being part of the legendary '96 Golden Generation. He was a #1 pick in the NBA. Jinghua relies on Marbury as a pivotal player to energize the entire team. It can be said that no player from Guangdong can match him. Does that mean you favor Jinghua to win? Not necessarily. Marbury is indeed formidable, but Guangdong is not to be underestimated either. Do not be deceived by the absence of a Lian from the team. The depth of the Guangdong East team's lineup is indeed unparalleled in the nation. Indeed, several players from the Guangdong East team have previously been selected for the national team, and tonight's match will surely not disappoint. With a resounding sound echoing through the arena, the match was about to commence, and the fans began to stir, filling the venue with vibrant noise. Coach Min Lulai gathered the players at the bench for final arrangements, while Yu Fan stood quietly at the periphery, listening intently. All right, everyone, 1, 2, 3, let's go. Go, go, go. With the final preparations complete, the starting players took to the court, and the match officially began. Welcome to Jinghua Television. Good evening, dear viewers. We are live at the scene of the 7th match of the Huaji Basketball Finals. I am commentator Yang Jian, alongside my co-commentator Yang Yi. All right, the match has commenced, and the Guangdong East team has secured the first possession. Teammates from the Jinghua team battled fiercely on the court, while Yu Fan sat on the sidelines, hearing the collision of muscles and the heavy breaths of the players. The deafening cheers of the fans resonated in Yu Fan's ears, yet he remained remarkably calm. He was merely a player forgotten in the shadows. Beep! The referee's whistle interrupted Yu Fan's thoughts, prompting the players to make their way to the bench for hydration and rest. The Jinghua team has called for a timeout. We're only halfway through the first quarter. The Jinghua team has already been overwhelmed, trailing 15-5. Yang Yi, what are your thoughts on their start? Well, I believe the issues lie primarily with their offense. As you can see, all 5 points were scored solely by Marbury. You can observe the strategy of the Guangdong East team. They aim to sever the connection between Marbury and his teammates. Chapter 3. Unfavorable Conditions. Gasping for breath, Marbury sat on the bench, beads of sweat cascading from his glistening head. His eyes were fixed ahead as he listened to Coach Min Lulai's timeout instructions. Do not rush. Do not rush. Let's take it one play at a time. Old Ma, focus on facilitating your teammates' scoring and conserve your energy for the second half. The ambient noise was deafening, and Coach Min Lulai strained his voice to convey the strategy, while Marbury's interpreter whispered beside him, and all present wore an expression of utmost seriousness. The timeout has concluded. Both teams, please return to the court. The technical staff urged the players back onto the field. All right, the timeout is over. The match resumes. Marbury holds the ball at the arc, double-teamed. The Guangdong East team is applying pressure. The Guangdong East team has suddenly altered their defensive strategy. Marbury passes to Zhai Xiaochuan at a 45-degree angle, then to Zhu Yinchi at the baseline, three-point attempt. Short, off the mark, wide. That shot was way off. The first quarter concluded with a score of 12-25, with the Jinghua team trailing. After a brief intermission, we shall return. As the first quarter drew to a close, the Jinghua team found themselves trailing by 13 points. Upon returning to the bench, the players appeared despondent, their spirits dampened, and the raucous cheers within the arena seemed to have diminished significantly. Marbury's expression was grim, his eyes glinting with an unsettling intensity. He summoned his teammates to his side, clenching his fists and brandishing them before his chest, fervently articulating his thoughts with a fierce determination. We've been thoroughly outplayed. We must strike back. We cannot retreat. Focus. Let us overwhelm them. 1, 2, 3, go. Marbury had transformed into the leader of a pack of wolves, baring his fangs and roaring to elevate his teammates' morale. Do not be anxious, relax, and play. We still have 3 quarters to go. Min Lulai also offered words of encouragement to his team. In the executive box, Jiang Tong gritted his teeth, his expression tense as he scrutinized the court below, his palms already slick with sweat. Meanwhile, Hu Weiguang beside him maintained a demeanor of calm composure it was hardly surprising, as the Jinghua team was merely the tip of the iceberg within the conglomerate, not warranting his concern. With a resounding whistle, the second quarter of the match commenced. As the game unfolds, one might ponder the performance of the Jinghua team in this segment. The initial setback is indeed daunting. However, it is crucial to remember that Jinghua is a team renowned for its explosive scoring capabilities, with a perimeter shooting prowess that is truly formidable. Once they find their rhythm, closing the gap in the score is well within their reach. The potency of Jinghua's outside shooting is indeed alarming, almost causing the hoop to bend. As the second quarter begins, the Guangdong East team continues to implement the strategies from the first quarter, persistently pressuring Marbury, who responds with timely and accurate passes. Yet, the sharpshooters of Jinghua struggle to find the net. Throughout the first half, they attempted 19 three-pointers, but only succeeded in making 2. As the first half concludes, the score stands at 33-54, with Jinghua trailing by 21 points. Yu Fan gazed at the glaring numbers on the timer, lost in contemplation. Could it be that I might have the opportunity to take the court? During halftime, the players trooped into the locker room, seeking a brief respite. The atmosphere within the locker room was as still as stagnant water. Each player appeared utterly soulless, seated in silence at their respective spots. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Marbury was the last to enter the locker room, kicking aside a chair that obstructed his path, cursing as he walked, venting his frustrations. What are we doing? Is this still basketball? No, this is nothing short of a pile of garbage. The players, witnessing Marbury's fury, lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak. In the executive box, Hu Weiguang had reclined fully on the sofa, thoroughly disappointed by the match. Jiang Tong, upon seeing the glaring score on the timer, could no longer suppress his inner fury. He abruptly rose from the sofa, biting his cheek, and headed toward the locker room below. In the blink of an eye, he reached the entrance of the locker room. His face stern and his gaze icy as he strode to the center, surveying the despondent players. Ahem. He cleared his throat. So, no one wishes to play anymore. Is that it? Well, let me be frank. If we lose this match, the team is finished. At this proclamation, the players lifted their heads, turning their eyes toward him. Jiang Tong, suppressing his anger, spoke calmly. Director Hu is up there, and he has made it clear, if we do not secure the championship this year, the group will abandon this team. Once the team disbands, do not expect to receive your full salaries. At this statement, the players stared at Jiang Tong, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. Damn, useless. Jiang Tong muttered a curse and, without pausing, turned to leave. Min Lulai, wishing to chase after him for clarification, soon realized he was unable to move. Thus, he returned to the center of the locker room, attempting to rally the players. You all heard that. We must win this match. Forget the score. Forget everything. Show your grit, and give it your all. Go, go, go. A fire ignited within the hearts of the players, and they strode back onto the court with renewed vigor. Ladies and gentlemen, the second half of the game is about to commence. In the first half, Jinghua team trailed by 21 points. Mr. Yang, how do you think Jinghua will adjust in the second half? There isn't much to adjust, but, dear viewers, the situation for Jinghua cannot possibly worsen. They missed so many three-point shots in the first half. Surely, they will improve in the second half. Now, let us return to the game. Zhai Xiaochuan takes a three-point shot. It's off. Zhu Yanxi, what is going on? The iron continues to be struck. How is Jizha faring? Alas, a significant misstep. Zhu Fangyu secures the rebound and initiates a counterattack. The ball is passed to Wang Shipong in the corner. Just 2 seconds left. A three-pointer is launched. The ball goes in. Beep, the score stands at 55-89, a staggering deficit of 34 points as the third quarter concludes. With the Jinghua team trailing by such a margin. Mr. Yang, did you foresee this outcome? There's nothing more to say. The Jinghua team simply cannot find the net. While they struggle, the Guangdong East team relentlessly capitalizes on rebounds to launch their counterattacks. How can one endure such a situation? Do you believe the Jinghua team still has a chance in this match? I feel that it may indeed be over. Chapter 4. An opportunity arises. After 3 quarters, The Jinghua team is behind by 34 points. The arena has fallen into a profound silence, as everyone understands that it is impossible to reclaim such a deficit in a mere quarter. Xiao Jiang, I must take my leave. Ensure that the report is ready for me tomorrow and prepare for the team's asset liquidation. Hu Weiguang, losing interest, stands from the sofa, issues a few instructions, and exits. This is hardly a balanced contest. It is a one-sided massacre. Even those with little knowledge of basketball can discern from the numbers on the timer that the Jinghua team is destined to lose. Jiang Tong wipes his face, retreats to the private box, and pours himself a glass of red wine, accepting the inevitable outcome. Min Lukai stands at the sidelines, massaging his temples in distress. Marbury and the players resemble deflated balloons, each draping towels over their heads to conceal this humiliating moment. Yet, Yufan sits at the far end of the bench, his face alight with excitement. At last, an opportunity to play. He casts his gaze toward Wang Bin, who understands the unspoken message and nods in acknowledgement. As the final quarter approaches, Wang Bin approaches Min Lukai, whispering a few words. Min Lukai glances back at Yufan but remains silent. Indeed, as the fourth quarter commences, Min Lukai sends Yufan and the other bench players onto the court. It is evident that, as the head coach, he has conceded this match. Some fans have already begun to depart prematurely. The arena is now enveloped in a profound silence. The fourth quarter begins, with Min Lukai fielding the substitutes, having surrendered the contest, while the Guangdong East team, in a gesture of respect, also sends in their reserves. Mr. Yang, with the outcome settled, please share your thoughts on today's match. As a true Jinghua native, it is indeed emotionally challenging to accept. Even the commentators on the television have disengaged from the match, indulging in casual banter. However, for Yufan, the competition has only just begun. Beep. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, Yufan received the baseline serve from his teammate and commenced his deliberate advance past the halfway line. As he approached the top of the arc, he intended to call for a play, but upon noticing the opposing team's substantial lead in their lax defense, he decided to take matters into his own hands. With a powerful push off his left foot, Yufan felt an exhilarating surge of strength beneath him. He accelerated, effortlessly leaving his defender, Lu Xiaoyu, in his wake. The substitute center for the Guangdong East team, Wang Zheng, galloped forward to intercept him, but without hesitation, Yufan executed a deft change of direction, slipping past another opponent on the left flank and charging towards the basket, where he scored with a smooth layup. 2 points secured. In that moment, the atmosphere on the court seemed to fade into insignificance. The fans, witnessing the Beijing Hua team score, remained utterly indifferent. The television commentators continued to engross themselves in the match's off-court gossip, deeming it far more riveting than the unfolding game. As the Guangdong East team prepared for their offensive, Lu Xiaoyu had just received the ball from a teammate when Yufan lashed onto him like an unyielding adhesive. Though everyone else had resigned to defeat, he refused to succumb. Lu Xiaoyu lifted his head, one hand controlling the ball while the other directed his teammates. Yet Yufan's gaze remained fiercely fixed on the basketball in his grasp. In Yufan's eyes, the movements appeared significantly slower than those of an ordinary person. He was in pursuit of an opportunity, just a mere sliver of an opening, and Yufan was confident he could swiftly intercept the ball. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu began to pivot, preparing to launch an attack, and in that fleeting moment of his turn, the ball in his right hand was laid bare before Yufan. Now is the moment. Without a moment's hesitation, Yufan extended his right hand, deftly tracing the trajectory of his gaze, and in an instant, the ball was firmly grasped in his palm. With a powerful push from both feet, he surged forward, resembling an arrow released from its bow, darting out with remarkable speed. Before him lay the vast and empty expanse of the sea. Yufan dashed towards the basket, exerting every ounce of strength, soaring into the air. With his right hand raised, he executed a thunderous axe dunk. Bravo! What a remarkable shot! Yang Jian was engaged in casual conversation with Yang Jian when he was unexpectedly struck by the ferocity of Yufan's powerful dunk, eliciting a momentary gasp of astonishment. Yet, that was the extent of it. One dunk could not salvage a devastating defeat. No matter how spectacular, it was futile. The surrounding fans also expressed a fleeting sense of wonder, which quickly dissipated. Is that not sufficient? Then let us press on, Yufan murmured to himself, gathering all his strength. After being intercepted, Lu Xiaoyu nonchalantly moved to the sidelines to receive the ball, exhibiting no emotion. He once again brought the ball to the arc's apex, controlling it in place, intent on stalling for time to hasten the conclusion of the match. With the confidence gained from his initial successful interception, Yu Fan's assurance grew. He could distinctly observe the trajectory of the ball as it moved within the opponent's grasp. This sensation was remarkably enchanting, reminiscent of watching a slow-motion replay, as though he could almost reach out and touch it with a mere extension of his hand. Yu Fan resolved to seize this adventure with determination. No longer waiting for opportunities, he took the initiative. Drawing a deep breath, he positioned himself in an optimal defensive stance. He observed the ball as it soared and descended, and just as it was about to bounce once more, he made his move. Yu Fan swiftly maneuvered his hand through the gap before Lu Xiaoyu. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged directly towards the ball. As anticipated, he encountered no obstacles and successfully intercepted the ball. Just like last time, Lu Xiaoyu was utterly unprepared for Yu Fan's audacious attempt to snatch the ball again. He had merely thought that he had been careless previously. Little did he expect to lose the ball once more. By the time he turned to pursue, Yu Fan had already dashed to the basket, striking like thunder from a clear sky. Yu Fan, with both hands gripping the ball, soared above the rim and forcefully slammed it down. Yang Jian, observed the court. The athletic prowess of the number 5 player from Jinghua is truly explosive. How come we've never seen him before? Indeed, Yang Li, I just glanced at the statistics, and this player is named Yu Fan. Strangely enough, despite such remarkable physical attributes, he hadn't stepped onto the court even for a second in the previous playoffs. It's not just him who is astonished. Min Lulai on the sidelines wears an expression of utter disbelief. Is this really the same Yu? Doubts swirled in his mind. He distinctly remembered Yu Fan's athletic ability being rather average. How has he become so extraordinarily impressive now? It almost seems excessive. That jumping height must exceed a meter. Moreover, how is he able to maneuver past opponents with such rapidity? As the game concluded, Min Lulai muttered to himself, perhaps a drug test is in order. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on Yu Fan, hoping to uncover the secret behind this transformation. Bang! Yu Fan executed yet another steal, followed by a thunderous slam dunk. Did I see that correctly? This marks his 5th consecutive theft. Good heavens! What enchantment resides in this lad's hands? Min Lulai, standing at the sidelines, squinted, resting his chin on one hand, utterly perplexed. The score now stands at 70-89. Oh my goodness. Chapter 5, entering with the starters. In a mere 3 minutes, Yu Fan, with his ferocious defense, single-handedly amassed 12 points, propelling his teammates to a stunning 15-0 run, swiftly narrowing the gap. Beep. The Guangdong East team has called for a timeout. The deficit has returned to 15 points, with 9 minutes remaining. There is still hope for victory. The fans in the arena erupted once more, fervently waving their cheer sticks. And in an instant, the atmosphere mirrored the raucous energy reminiscent of the game's opening moments. Yu Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead as he made his way towards the bench. Suddenly, he spotted someone in the stands waving at him, greeting him with enthusiasm. Are you Yu Fan? Quite impressive, indeed. Yu Fan glanced back and discovered that it was Jay Cho and Wang Lihong, both of whom were excitedly making funny faces and giving him thumbs up. Yu Fan offered a faint smile, acknowledging the moment, and continued his stride towards the bench. On the sidelines, Min Lulai stood with one hand pressed to his head. Incredulity etched across his face as he watched Yu Fan approach. He felt a wave of disorientation, scanning Yu Fan from head to toe, but failing to discern any notable change from before. Coach Min. The voice of his assistant, Wang Bin, snapped him back to reality. Wang pointed towards the scoreboard, and Min Lulai's understanding dawned upon him. A dilemma loomed. With the score tightening, should he keep Yu Fan on the court? If he did, what would the main players think? Yet, the thought of letting Yu Fan go tugged at his heartstrings. Just as he grappled with his indecision, Marbury strode towards him, standing firmly before Min Lulai. Hey coach, we need Yu Fan. We need his passion, his energy. He must stay on the court. With the team's leader, Marbury, voicing his support. Min Lulai had no choice but to acquiesce. He nodded at Marbury, repeatedly exclaiming, Okay. What just transpired? Was I mistaken? In a mere 3 minutes, the young talent Yu Fan had snatched the ball from the opponents 5 times, unleashing a stunning 15-0 run. Surely, I cannot be mistaken. Yang Jian clutched his head with both hands, his eyes wide in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment. Indeed, it was astonishing. Yang, in all my years in this profession, I have never witnessed such an unfathomable game. To be stripped of the ball 5 consecutive times by the opponent. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would hardly believe it. As the game resumed, the Guangdong East team prepared for a baseline throw-in, having substituted in their entire starting lineup with the point guard known as Asian Lightning, Chen Jianghua. Chen had famously dazzled Kobe Bryant during the 2008 Olympics, executing a breathtaking layup against the USA. This was the Kobe of 2008. The USA of 2008. His ball handling skills were nothing short of exceptional. The Guangdong East team dared not underestimate their opponents. Coach Li Xiaozheng was intent on avoiding any missteps in such a crucial match. Meanwhile, the Jinghua team reinstated their starting lineup, albeit with one alteration, Yufan. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded on the court. A contest that had seemingly been abandoned was revitalized by Yufan's fervent presence, capturing the attention of both teams once more. Yufan steadied his mind and began to walk onto the court. Unbeknownst to him, a chorus of cheers for his name had erupted within the arena. Yufan! Yufan! The fervor grew, swelling like the tide, a cacophony that was deafening. Meanwhile, Jiang Tong, who had been indulging in drink and had succumbed to a drowsy slumber at the VIP box, was jolted awake by the renewed chants. Rising to his feet, he leaned forward to gaze down, only to discover that the entire crowd was fervently calling out Yufan's name. A wave of confusion washed over him. What was this? Had Yufan incurred the wrath of the masses? Yet, he soon realized that the reality was far removed from his initial assumptions. Yufan was currently battling alongside the starting players of the team on the court. This situation was unmistakably clear to Jiang Tong. It was a commendation for outstanding performance. Observing the exhilarated fans around him and the significantly narrowed score on the timer, Jiang Tong suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Could this match still be salvaged? He gathered his spirits anew, his eyes fixated on the action unfolding before him. Hey, you, I'll take on number 6, Marbury declared, thumping his chest with confidence as he pointed towards Chen Jianghua, the player he was to defend. Though both were point guards, Yufan's considerable height of 195 centimeters allowed him to effectively occupy the shooting guard position. As Chen Jianghua received the inbounds pass, he maneuvered to the right side of the three-point line under Marbury's defense. Calling for a play, he executed a swift change of direction with the aid of a screen, effortlessly leaving Marbury behind. Following this, he executed a sudden stop and launched a mid-range jumper, which swished through the net. The score now stood at 70-91. Widening the gap once more. Such moments of pursuit can be demoralizing. Every shot made by the opponent delivered a staggering blow to morale. Marbury's expression turned somewhat awkward, as his earlier boast had been swiftly negated by the opponent, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. All right, it's your turn. Yufan nodded and stepped outside to serve. It was now the Jinghua team's turn to attack. Marbury had been resting on the sidelines for a considerable time, and his energy was abundant. As he crossed half court, he surged forward like a wild stallion, skillfully evading 2 defenders and sinking the ball into the hoop, while also drawing a foul from the opponent. And one. Following the successful free throw, Yufan quietly positioned himself beside Chen Jianghua. With the team trailing, it was imperative to minimize time wastage, so Yufan began to apply pressure from the backcourt. Although this took a toll on his stamina, there was no alternative. He had to give it his all. Upon noticing Yufan's sudden defensive maneuver, his teammates instinctively ramped up the pressure on their respective opponents, swiftly forming a tight defense. Oh, the Jinghua team is suddenly applying pressure from behind. Time is running short. They are truly putting everything on the line. Chen Jianghua, slippery as an eel, darted left and right in front of Yufan. Although he couldn't find a passing opportunity, his exceptional ball handling skills enabled him to swiftly carry the ball across half court. Yufan still had not found the opportunity to intercept the ball. Truly a national player. Humph, rookie, don't even think about stealing my ball. Chen Jianghua snorted, tauntingly. He then proceeded to execute the tactics methodically, his movements flowing with grace and remarkable finesse. After distributing the ball, he darted through the crowd like a nimble mouse, while Yufan closely trailed behind him, unwavering in his pursuit. Although Yufan was closely positioned next to Chen Jianghua, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the basketball, subtly tracking the trajectory of his opponent's pass with his peripheral vision. At last, as Chen Jianghua slipped to the corner, the forward Zhou Peng from the Guangdong East team swiftly distributed the ball to that very corner. The moment Chen Jianghua established his position, the ball surged towards him as if guided by an invisible navigation system. However, this pass was anticipated and deciphered by Yufan. Just as the ball was a mere meter away from Chen Jianghua, a large hand surged forth and seized it midair. It was none other than Yufan who thwarted this attempt at passing. Chapter 6. Counterattack. Counterattack. Without the slightest hesitation, Yu Fan swiftly initiated a counterattack upon obtaining the ball. He noticed Marbury beyond the three-point line, already advancing in a fast break, and had gained a step on his defender. With a sweeping motion, Yu Fan sent the basketball soaring through the air, tracing a graceful arc before landing perfectly in front of Marbury. The latter caught the ball and, with a couple of swift steps, executed a delicate layup. 2 points scored. A successful counterattack. The Jinghua team had once again capitalized on a defensive opportunity, narrowing the gap to just 16 points with 8 minutes remaining. Upon returning to the half-court, Marbury joyfully exchanged a high five with Yu Fan, a gesture of encouragement from his teammate. In Yu Fan's heart, an overwhelming surge of ambition arose, as if he possessed boundless energy. Just after the Guangdong East team returned from a timeout, the gap in the score had already begun to close. Coach Li Xiajiang wore a face full of fury, his lips moving incessantly, and it was evident what he was expressing. On the other side, Min Luolai of the Jinghua team appeared visibly tense, biting his lip and pacing back and forth along the sidelines, his eyes fixated on every movement on the court. With each score by the Jinghua team, he clenched his fists tightly, vigorously celebrating in front of his chest. A blunder. The Guangdong East team faltered. The Jinghua team launched a counterattack. Another mistake by the Guangdong East team. Yu Fan intercepted and struck. Scored. Yu Fan intercepted once more. A pass to the perimeter for Jizha, a three-pointer. It's in. Goodness. The Jinghua team has come back to life. 89-93. The Jinghua team is only trailing by 4 points now. Beep. The Guangdong East team has called for a timeout. Who would have thought it? In just 8 minutes, the Jinghua team has managed to close the gap to 4 points. Yang Yi, from a deficit of 34 points to now just 4. What are your thoughts on this remarkable comeback by the Jinghua team? Let me catch my breath first. To be honest, I didn't anticipate this either. However, it is evident that this resurgence from the Jinghua team has been driven predominantly by Yu Fan's defensive prowess. I glanced at the statistical data, and one particular figure stands out. Yu Fan has achieved an astonishing 10 steals. These 10 steals have collectively generated 24 points for the Jinghua team. Incredible, isn't it? Indeed. Yang Yi, the level of defense exhibited by Yu Fan is unprecedented. His pressure on the ball handler is simply formidable. Opponents become wary of Yu Fan's ability to steal, which forces them to be more cautious in their ball handling, making it increasingly challenging for the Guangdong East team to mount their offense. Furthermore, I noticed that the area surrounding Yu Fan, within a 2-meter radius, is impenetrable. Once the ball enters this zone, the opposing team's offense is essentially stalled. Now, let us observe how Coach Li Xiajiang will respond to this conundrum. At this moment, Li Xiajiang resembled an enraged lion, fervently gesticulating in front of his players, his words flowing rapidly and saliva flying. His eyes were wide, scanning each team member as if he intended to devour them. The players bowed their heads, resembling children who had committed a misdeed, silent and submissive, enduring the reprimands of head coach Li Xiajiang. It was clear that Li Xiajiang was deeply dissatisfied with the current situation. Victory had seemed almost within grasp, yet unexpectedly, Yu Fan emerged, and in a mere 8 minutes, he nearly erased the substantial deficit. Years of cultivation dissipated in an instant, and he unconsciously uttered a curse. A bunch of softies. How can you even play basketball when you can't even dribble properly? Who is that? Where's the little foreign player? Get him on the court. Let Brooks handle the ball. Let us keep it simple and avoid mistakes. In stark contrast to Li Xiajiang's frustration, Min Luolai radiated confidence at that moment. He meticulously outlined the strategies to be employed on the court, his face devoid of any trace of tension, replaced instead by exhilaration. The players mirrored his sentiments. Having narrowly escaped defeat, each one resembled a famished beast, sensing the scent of blood, eagerly poised to strike. Maintain our momentum. The score has been regained. Let's show them what we've got. Min Luolai bellowed, invigorating his team with fervent encouragement. His voice had grown hoarse, yet it resonated with even greater zeal. In the high-level box, Jiang Tong remained fixated on the score below, not daring to blink for fear that a moment's distraction might result in the score being equalized. However, as he watched the points steadily draw closer, the despair that had previously consumed him was rekindled with hope. We must take the lead. It is imperative that we surpass them. Jiang Tong leaned over the railing of the box, his body trembling slightly, though the gym's temperature was moderate. His shirt was already soaked with perspiration. All right, the timeout is over, and the game is about to commence. Let us observe the adjustments on the Jinghua team. Is Yu Fan still on the court? Ah, yes, he is. It seems Coach Min has placed considerable trust in him. with a 4-point deficit. Let us see whose prowess will prevail. With a long whistle, white smoke erupted from both ends of the court, and the fans rose to their feet, fervently waving their cheer sticks and chanting wildly, "Defense! Defense! Defense!" Excellent. The Guangdong East team has brought in their foreign player, Aaron Brooks. It appears that coach Li Xiaojiang harbors significant concerns regarding Yufan's defense. Aaron Brooks, short yet swift, presents a formidable challenge. It may not be easy for Yufan to intercept the ball. Marbury pointed at Brooks and inquired of Yufan, "Can you handle him?" Everyone is well aware of Brooks' capabilities, particularly his speed and dribbling skills, and Marbury too began to worry whether Yufan could manage. "I can do it. Rest assured." Yufan patted his chest and nodded emphatically in response. "Okay, let's go, let's go." Marbury rallied the team at the sidelines, shouting to boost morale. The game had commenced. Brooks, clearly aware of Yufan's presence on the court, deliberately quickened his dribbling pace, attempting to shake off Yufan's pursuit. "Hey, buddy, this is where it ends. I won't be foolish enough to toss the ball away like those other idiots." Brooks taunted as he dribbled, exuding absolute confidence in his skills. Even in the NBA, no one could easily snatch the ball from him. Is that so? Then let's see you try. Chapter 7. The Battle of the Elite. Aaron Brooks, true to his nickname Little Black Bean, was indeed small and fast. His diminutive stature zipped across the court, and Yufan struggled to keep up, nearly gasping for breath. To make matters worse, Brooks refused to relinquish the ball. He dribbled relentlessly, opting not to pass, and although his 2 attempts at scoring failed, he effectively consumed precious time. The score remained 89-93, but only 2 minutes and 14 seconds were left on the clock. "Hey, buddy, I told you, you won't steal the ball. Did I not?" Brooks maintained his composure while dribbling, not missing the opportunity to taunt Yufan. Meanwhile, Yufan, though panting heavily, maintained a confident demeanor. Undeterred by the pressure, the voice of commentator Yang Jian resonated on the television, noting, "Brooks is quite clever, with the score in his favor. He can afford to waste time, waiting until the last moment to shoot, denying his opponent any chance to steal the ball." Indeed, as the game progressed, it was evident that Yufan was growing fatigued. This relentless defensive effort was a considerable strain on his stamina. Time ticked away gradually, and Brooks continued to dribble in place, his movements laced with provocation. "Come on, let's go, buddy." Brooks extended his left hand, teasing Yufan, hoping to lure him into attempting a steal. If successful, he could draw a foul from Yufan, resetting the shot clock to 14 seconds, allowing him to prolong the game further. Yufan gazed at his arrogant demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips, unaware that his opponent had already revealed a flaw. Brooks swayed his body, controlling the ball with but one hand, leaving a vast expanse of space before him, precisely what Yufan had been waiting for. As the opportune moment presented itself, Yufan seized the chance with remarkable decisiveness, just as Brooks was reveling in his triumph. A formidable hand descended upon the ball he clutched. Upon sensing the unexpected touch, Yufan had already darted past him, racing towards the backcourt. Instinctively, Brooks gave chase. His speed remarkable. Within a mere breath, he had closed the distance behind Yufan. Yet, Yufan was already mere inches from the hoop. Realizing the urgency, Brooks quickly understood that he could not allow such an effortless layup. He extended his hand to intercept the ball, but to his astonishment, Yufan's reflexes were equally swift. Just as Brooks reached out, Yufan deftly switched the ball to his left hand. Brooks struck down with his hand, landing squarely on Yufan's right. Beep, beep. 2 sharp whistles pierced the air, signaling an unexpected turn of events. The referee decisively raised both hands, signaling a foul. An unsportsmanlike foul. The referee called Brooks of the Guangdong East team for an unsportsmanlike foul. Goodness, how could such an error occur at this critical moment? Let us review the game replay. Yufan cradled the ball, his expression serene as he observed Brooks beside him. In stark contrast, Brooks lingered near the referee, expressing his grievances with palpable frustration. Yet the referee paid him no heed, proceeding directly towards the scorer's table. On the sidelines, Li Xiaojiang could no longer contain himself. He dashed to the scorer's table, vociferously articulating his dissent towards the referee. His assistant coach exerted every ounce of strength to distance him from the referee. Such a pivotal match, such a critical moment. A foul could result in 2 free throws, potentially allowing them to reclaim the lead. This was undoubtedly a decision that could alter the outcome of the game entirely. The trio of referees congregated at the scorer's table, deliberating over the play for an extended period. Finally, They exchanged hushed whispers before arriving at their conclusive verdict. Number 0 from the Guangdong East team committed a flagrant foul. The Jinghua team was awarded 2 free throws. As the decision was announced, the arena erupted with jubilant cheers, the crowd's roars echoing through the venue. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Li Xiaozheng vented his frustrations towards the referee. Yet his voice was drowned out by the cacophony of exuberant fans. The first free throw swish. The second, also successful. 91-93. The Jinghua team prepared to inbound the ball to Marbury, who drove into the lane, distributing the ball to the perimeter for Zhu Yanqi, then back to Marbury, who executed a step-back three-pointer. What a shot. The ball sailed through the net. They've taken the lead. 94-93. The Jinghua team has surged ahead. Beep. The Guangdong East team called for a timeout. What a miraculous game this has been. Trailing by 34 points and within a single quarter turning the tide. Unbelievable. This match will surely be etched in the annals of history. However, the game was not yet concluded. Only 1 minute remained. The outcome remained uncertain. The arena roared like a tempest, yet the Guangdong East bench was shrouded in silence. Every player seemingly devoid of spirit, heads hanging low. A shared confusion lingered among them. Despite their earnest efforts, why did the team keep faltering and suffering counterattacks? This especially weighed on the three-point guards, Liu Xiaoyu, Chen Zhenghua, and Brooks. Frustrated, Li Xiaozheng wiped his face and summoned his resolve, approaching his players to devise a strategy. The game was still in progress. There was still time. Soon, all three-point guards would take to the court together, launching a full-throttle assault. Yet, this motivational speech from Li Xiaozheng failed to ignite any spark. The players merely responded weakly. It was evident to Li Xiaozheng that the team's confidence had waned. Listen up. No more mistakes. We must avoid errors at all costs. On the substitute bench of the Jinghua team, the players' eyes sparkled with bright anticipation. Although only 1 minute remained in the match and the score difference was a mere point, an air of confidence enveloped them all. Min Luxai crouched on the ground, gathering the players around him as he patiently laid out the final strategies. No longer anxious, his words flowed with a sense of tranquility. Do not underestimate the opponent. Remain vigilant. The pressure lies with them. We only need to focus on our performance. Lao Ma, be mindful of controlling the pace in a moment. He suddenly turned his head towards Yu Fan, imparting a special instruction. Little Yu, just hold on for 1 more minute. Yu Fan's jersey was soaked with sweat, and his breathing had grown somewhat erratic, yet he resolutely nodded. For Jiang Tong, each second of the timeout felt like an eternity. He was nearly beside himself with anxiety. His body trembling uncontrollably, his hands incessantly rubbing his face, muttering to himself, "We must win. We absolutely must win. Just hold on for 1 more minute." As the timeout concluded, the game resumed swiftly. The Guangdong East team deployed a lineup of 5 perimeter players, prominently featuring Liu Xiaoyu, Chen Zhenghua, and Brooks. It appeared that coach Li Xiaozheng intended to take an unconventional approach. While these 5 players boasted formidable scoring abilities, their lack of height was a potential liability. What if, oh no, there was a mistake? Chapter 8. Excuse me, please call me XX once again. The Guangdong East team faltered. It was Yu Fan once more. Under the immense pressure exerted by Yu Fan, Brooks returned the ball to the backcourt, committing a backcourt violation. Such a fundamental error at this critical juncture was simply inexcusable. Brooks, holding the ball, looked perplexedly at his heels and soon became despondent, angrily slamming the ball onto the floor. Defense. Defense. There's still a chance, shouted head coach Li Xiaozheng from the sidelines, urging his players. With only 41 seconds remaining, the score stood at 94-93. As the teams switched sides, the Jinghua team initiated a baseline play. Marbury received the ball, skillfully maneuvering past half-court while consuming precious time at the arc. At this moment, it was crucial to utilize as much of the 24-second shot clock as possible, taking the shot only at the last moment to minimize the opponent's time. Confronted with Marbury's delay, Brooks glanced at coach Li Xiaozheng, who signaled with both hands downwards, instructing his players to defend against this wave of offense. 5 seconds. Marbury began his attack. A double team. The Guangdong East team suddenly converged on Marbury. Pass the ball. To whom? To Yu Fan. Time is running out. Yu Fan launches a three-pointer. No. The rebound. Boom. A flash of white lightning descended from the heavens, snatching the rebound amidst the towering figures in the paint. And with a powerful motion, the ball was slammed into the basket. 96-93. A follow-up dunk. Yu Fan scores again. It's him once more. My goodness. This felt akin to plunging a dagger deep into the heart of the Guangdong East team. After Yufan's successful free throw, Li Xiaojiang immediately called for a timeout. A wave of astonishing cheers erupted within the home arena of the Jinghua team, as everyone was acutely aware that the championship was within their grasp. Yang Yi. Currently, the Guangdong East team trails by 3 points. Do you think they will opt for a three-pointer, or perhaps settle for a swift 2 points? Well, it is indeed a consideration. Rather than simply choosing between 2 or 3 points, I believe the paramount concern should be to avoid any errors. Particularly when facing off against Yufan, I think Coach Xiaojiang should contemplate directing the play to the side farthest from Yufan to initiate their offensive strategy. You may find my words somewhat alarmist, yet, dear audience, a glance at the technical statistics of the fourth quarter will affirm my assertions. In just this quarter alone, Yufan has executed over 10 successful steals. Remarkable, isn't it? Haha. Yang Yi, I must remind you, although you are a seasoned Jinghua supporter, we are here to provide commentary. And that must take precedence. Let us not indulge in sentiments. Go Jinghua. The timeout swiftly concluded, and the match drew closer to its end. With only 18 seconds remaining, the Guangdong East team still found themselves trailing by 3 points. No three-pointers. No three-pointers. A two-pointer can be permitted, but no fouls. Min Lulai gestured fervently while hoarsely urging his players to maintain their advantage. As long as they do not err, victory is assured. Defense. 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 The fans unitedly chanted their support, creating an electrifying atmosphere. The Guangdong East team inbound the ball, passing it to Brooks, who held it at the top of the arc but found no opportunity. A shot must be taken swiftly. Brooks, utilizing a screen, launched a three-pointer. It was blocked. By whom? Yufan. Yufan secured the ball and was fouled. The Guangdong East team had no choice but to commit a foul, with only 4 seconds remaining and the Guangdong team out of timeouts. If Yufan makes just one free throw, the game will likely be sealed. Yufan approached the free throw line, surrounded by a cacophony of deafening cheers. The gaze of the entire crowd, numbering 20,000, was fixated on a singular point, including Jiang Tong outside the VIP box, whose fist trembled against his chest as he silently offered his prayers. Just one, please, just one. If he makes even a single shot, the Jinghua team would essentially secure victory. No fouls. No fouls. Marbury stood beyond the three-point arc, vociferously urging his teammates. Yufan took a deep breath and confidently released the ball. The first free throw was successful. The fans erupted in a chorus of ecstatic cheers, while Jiang Tong vigorously waved his arms from above. The second free throw also found its mark. 98-93, with just 4 seconds remaining. The Yudong team inbound the ball. Brooks held it and shot. No. Beep, the Jinghua team has triumphed. They have secured their inaugural championship title in team history. Let us extend our congratulations to the Jinghua team. In that fleeting moment after the game concluded, the jubilant shouts of the fans reverberated through the air. Colorful streamers rained down from above the arena, as the players of Jinghua exuberantly waved their arms, racing across the court to express their uncontainable joy. Before long, the players encircled Yufan in the center. In an instant, someone unexpectedly embraced his waist, and the next moment, Yufan was lifted into the air. The team members roared and shouted with abandon, releasing decades of pent-up frustration in a single, exhilarating moment. Yufan, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of joy. These were tears of happiness, the essence of victory. Within the studio of Jinghua Television, the commentators Yang Yi and Yang Jian were concluding their analysis of the match. Yang Yi, what a miraculous game we witnessed today. Pray, share your feelings at this moment. Wiping away his tears and adjusting his glasses, Yang Yi, with reddened eyes, replied, "It was truly spectacular. Absolutely unbelievable. The Jinghua team trailed by as much as 34 points yet managed to stage a remarkable comeback. Frankly, I've never witnessed such a scene." Yang Yi, when discussing the pivotal factors of this victory, we must acknowledge a particular player, Yufan. How would you assess his performance tonight? Well, I believe no words of praise can adequately capture his brilliance. I must say, acquiring a player of Yufan's caliber is far more precious than merely winning the championship of the Huaji Basketball League. While the crowd on the court celebrated, Jiang Tong, outside the VIP box, had collapsed to the ground, sitting there unceremoniously, gasping for breath. Shortly thereafter, he tremblingly reached into his pocket and unsteadily dialed a number. His voice choked with tears. "Director Hu, we won. We have triumphed." The championship podium had been erected, and the team's cornerstone, Marbury, accepted the trophy symbolizing their victory. Min Luxai, surrounded by the jubilant players, beamed with a smile that had long been absent. Director Min, what is your perspective on Yufan's performance tonight? Well, tonight, it felt as if God donned the number 5 jersey and took to the court. Marbury, how do you evaluate Yufan's performance this evening? Ah, my brother. Tonight he was the true MVP. Yufan, are you satisfied with your performance tonight? Pardon me, please refer to me as God. Chapter 9. Jiang Tong arrives after a night of revelry. Yufan could scarcely recall how much he had drunk or what he had done. Upon awakening the next day, he found himself lying in a rather opulent room. Upon unlocking his phone, Yufan was inundated with a plethora of news reports regarding the Jinghua team's triumphant victory the previous night. The Jinghua team secured their inaugural championship title, with the prodigious player Yufan emerging from the bench to rescue the team. A staggering 34-point turnaround in the finals, a monumental gain for the Jinghua team. The Guangdong East team managed a mere 4 points in the final quarter, with Li Xiaojiang candidly admitting they were bested by a singular individual. A light laugh escaped Yufan as he noticed several missed calls and text messages. Son, Mom knows everything. Have fun. My son is the best. A faint smile graced Yufan's face. His mother had always been the one who cherished him the most. Yufan, I was wrong. Perhaps we should reconsider our breakup. This message arrived from his recently estranged girlfriend, prompting Yufan to curse under his breath and cast it aside. Yufan, I miss you. Can we meet? Yufan, I am single again, and I believe you are still the best choice for me. What nonsense. Yufan chose to disregard those vexatious ex-girlfriends and continued to scroll down, only to discover a message from Wang Bin. Xiao Fan, General Manager Jiang, will be visiting you shortly. Jiang Tong, what could he possibly want from me? Just as Yufan pondered this, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Yufan quickly got up, found a pajama to cover himself, and walked over to open the door. Little you must join my team. As soon as the door swung open, Yufan felt his hands firmly grasped by another person, shaking vigorously. He glanced over and saw it was Jiang Tong, the general manager of the Jinghua team. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? Yufan withdrew his hand, turned around, and reclined on the adjacent sofa, speaking in an impatient tone. Yufan soon realized that Jiang Tong's hasty arrival undoubtedly indicated a desire for him to rejoin the team. What other reason could there be? Having just been released, now they wished for his return. Did they truly consider him as malleable as clay? Jiang Tong, sensing Yufan's displeasure, had mentally prepared himself for this encounter. He forced a smile and approached Yufan, his face adorned with a sheepish grin. Oh, little you mustn't hold it against me. You've been so discreet. The entire team failed to notice your remarkable progress. If anyone is to blame, it can only be your own modesty, wouldn't you agree? Yufan rolled his eyes. The old man was indeed quite adept at flattery. General Jiang, your visit here surely encompasses more than just this matter, does it not? Yufan was too weary to engage in further banter. If such conversations continued, they would surely regurgitate last night's meal. Upon noticing Yufan's inquiry into his purpose, Jiang Tong's face lit up with delight. He took a step closer, edging towards the sofa, at which point Yufan noticed the suitcase he was carrying. Instead of responding verbally, Jiang Tong placed the suitcase on the adjacent table and cautiously began to open it. As Yufan gazed over, he was taken aback. The box was filled with pristine 100 yuan bills, neatly stacked within. Jiang Tong rested one hand on the box, displaying it to Yufan with a beaming smile, his expression brimming with pride. 1 million. As long as you renew your contract with our Jinghua team, you can take this million right away. Then, lowering his voice conspiratorially, he added, moreover, this sum need not be documented in the contract. Yufan gazed at the box before him, filled to the brim with brilliant red cash, and his heart skipped a beat. This amounted to a staggering 1 million in cash. Just the night before, his annual salary was merely 100,000. By that reckoning, it would take him a decade of relentless toil without sustenance to amass such a fortune. Yet now, it lay before him, readily within grasp. General Manager Jiang, what you are doing is, indeed, illegal. Yufan would never fall into his trap, although he lacks legal knowledge. He is acutely aware that such clandestine dealings harbor substantial legal risks. However, when Yufan's words reached Jiang Tong's ears, his excitement only intensified. There is potential. Rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic smile, Jiang Tong approached Yufan and slowly retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, presenting it to him. These are the properties our group has developed in Jinghua City, located within the 3rd Ring Road. You may choose from any floor or layout. These are all upscale communities. and the potential for appreciation is undoubtedly immense. Chairman who has stated that if you agree, we can sign the contract and hand over the property today. What do you think? Goodness. Realizing that cash incentives were ineffective, Jiang Tong unveiled his trump card, an opportunity to select any apartment within the third ring. This must be worth at least several million. Yu Fan felt a stir of excitement. He currently resided with his mother in a dilapidated old house on the outskirts of the city. How blissful it would be to possess an apartment within the third ring road. Yet, an unsettling thought quickly crossed his mind. Mr. Jiang, as far as I am aware, the Jinghua team no longer has any slots for maximum salary contracts. Surely, you must be cognizant of this? Similar to the NBA, the Chinese Basketball Association also enforces a salary cap and a structured pay system. The Jinghua team has long exhausted its allocation for maximum contracts. Hence, it is impossible for them to offer Yu Fan such a deal. No wonder they are resorting to offering a property. Noticing that Yu Fan had discerned the underlying issue, Jiang Tong awkwardly chuckled. He then presented cash and housing subsidies, aiming to compensate for the absence of a maximum salary contract. Young Yu, no, Mr. Yu. The team genuinely cannot provide a maximum salary contract, but rest assured, the supplementary benefits outside of the contract will undoubtedly rival those of any other team. Yu Fan did not cast a glance at him from beginning to end. He lifted the wine glass from the table, took a sip, and then spoke in a calm tone. That's enough. No need to say more. My connection with the Jinghua team ends here. Opportunities come but once. Once missed, they are lost forever. Jiang Tong attempted to say something further, but Yu Fan interrupted him. Mr. Jiang, some truths may be unpleasant to hear. Do you still wish for me to articulate them? Jiang Tong's face flushed with embarrassment as he nodded and dejectedly exited the room. After Jiang Tong departed, Yu Fan sank into deep contemplation on the sofa. This visit from Jiang Tong served as a reminder for Yu Fan. It was imperative to devise a plan for his future career. Just then, his phone rang. Wang Bin. Hello, Brother Bin, what's the matter? Xiaoyu, are you still at the hotel? I need to discuss something with you. Yes, I'm still here. All right, wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Before long, the doorbell rang again. Wang Bin entered the room, panting, with a serious expression as he inquired, You didn't agree to Jiang Tong, did you? Yu Fan shook his head in confusion, and only then did Wang Bin take a deep breath and sit down. Fortunately, you did not acquiesce to him. Otherwise, you might have faced legal repercussions. His clandestine dealings and dual contracts are currently under stringent investigation by the League office. Chapter 10, I need this guy. Yu Fan smiled. He was not foolish enough to commit such a rudimentary mistake. Brother Bin, thank you for coming all this way to remind me. Yu Fan genuinely called out to Wang Bin, who had always taken great care of him and the team and had never looked down upon him. He harbored an innate sense of trust towards Wang Bin. Alas, it is of little consequence. Furthermore, I have heard that director who seems poised to dismiss him. Apparently because of you. No wonder Jiang Tong sought me out early this morning to discuss contract renewal. It turns out this was the reason. Yu Fan murmured to himself. However, speaking of which, little Yu, I did not expect you to have made such remarkable progress. I can hardly recognize you now. Yu Fan's performance last night truly astonished him. However, he felt a sense of joy for Yu Fan as well. Yu Fan let out a wry smile, realizing that he had only made his progress the day before. Bin Gu, please refrain from mocking me. I owe you a great deal. Without your support, I would not have managed to survive in this team. Wang Bin waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor remarkably easygoing. Let us not dwell on pleasantries. That is all in the past. After exchanging casual banter, his tone suddenly shifted, becoming grave, and he spoke at a measured pace. However, Xiaoyu, have you ever contemplated your future? The notion of the future? It was a question that had never crossed Yu Fan's mind. His primary ambition had always been to establish himself in the Huaji Basketball League and strive for a spot in the rotation. At this moment, he had yet to consider it. Indeed, your future career planning. Given your current basketball prowess, you are more than capable of testing your mettle on a grander stage. A flicker of excitement crossed Yu Fan's gaze as he silently inquired, Brother Bin, are you referring to the NBA? Wang Bin nodded emphatically, a look of fervor illuminating his expression as he regarded Yu Fan. Indeed, if my memory serves me correctly, you are 23 years old this year, right? According to NBA regulations, one cannot enter the draft after the age of 22, but 23 is not too late. The path of a free agent is also worth exploring. Brother Bin, do you think I can do it? Yu Fan hesitated slightly. It was not that he was unwilling to go, but rather that he found it hard to believe. The NBA is the pinnacle of the basketball world, the dreamland of every basketball player. Each individual who steps into the NBA possesses extraordinary talent. In China, over the decades, only a handful have made it to the NBA, and they are all exceptionally gifted individuals. Yu Fan had not yet acclimated. His thoughts lingered in the past, instinctively inclined to dismiss his own potential. Of course, you absolutely can. Wang Bin exclaimed. I can assist you in connecting with several NBA scouts and arrange private tryouts. I am confident that there will be teams interested. Prior to this day, Yu Fan had never contemplated such possibilities. For a mere waterboy of the Huaji basketball team, the notion of entering the NBA seemed akin to a delusion. Yet now, circumstances had shifted. Yu Fan possessed the requisite talent to facilitate his ascent to this new horizon. A resolute glimmer flickered in Yu Fan's eyes as he gazed out the window, where sunlight bathed the earth in its golden embrace. The role of a head coach for a professional basketball team is undeniably a formidable endeavor. One must not only exert every effort for the team, but also navigate pressures from all directions. When issues arise within the team, it is the coach who stands to face the greatest peril. The national team coach bears an even heavier burden. Bob Dunhwade has been at the helm of the Chinese men's basketball team for over 2 years, and under his guidance, the team has achieved commendable success in Asia. However, this American, who journeyed from across the ocean, now faces an immense challenge: the 2012 London Olympics. In the previous 2008 Olympics, the Chinese men's basketball team garnered remarkable accolades, earning high praise from the entire nation. Yet, years have elapsed, and circumstances have dramatically transformed. The team's absolute core, the formidable Yao Ming, has retired due to injury, a devastating blow that significantly undermines the team's prowess. Furthermore, the squad grapples with aging players and a decline in skill levels. Overall, the current iteration of the men's basketball team is far less formidable than before. Nevertheless, the hopes of over 1 billion people remain fervently pinned on this ironclad squad, intensifying Dunhwade's mounting pressure. Su, this roster is satisfactory, but we must add one more name, Dunwade proclaimed as he rose from his chair, handing a list to his translator. Su Wentao. Coach, all the finest players in the country are already on this list. I do not comprehend who else you wish to include. Allow me to enlighten you. Dunwade pondered for a moment, twisting his head before articulating a name in his halting Chinese. Yu Fan. Indeed, it is he, the individual from the Jinghua team. I require this player. Su Wentao was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the name, and after mulling it over a few times, he comprehended. It was the number 5 from the Jinghua team, Yu Fan. He has now become a prominent figure in the domestic basketball scene, with his name splashed across newspapers, television, and social media. Ignorance of him was simply impossible. However, Su Wentao's understanding of Yu Fan was limited. He knew only that Yu Fan had played a crucial role as a bench player in securing the championship for Jinghua, but he had yet to view any game footage. Coach, you cannot be serious. He is merely a substitute player, and not even a notable one at that. Deng Huada was evidently dissatisfied with this response. Since assuming the role of head coach for the national team, he had never fully grasped control over the squad. Many matters required reporting to superiors before they could be executed smoothly. His authority as the head coach was, indeed, quite limited, and this frustrated him immensely. Suddenly, Deng Huada's expression changed. His previously amiable face darkened with an intense frown. Su, are you questioning my decision? Su Wentao panicked, recognizing the displeasure in Deng Huada's tone. Alarmed, he hastily clarified, No, coach, that is not what I meant. I merely suggested that this reasoning may not persuade the leadership. You know, Su Wentao's words had barely left his lips when Deng Huada's demeanor shifted dramatically. Clenching his fists, he struck the table forcefully several times and shouted, Damn it! I am the leader of this team. Leaning towards Su Wentao, he pointed towards the door with a fierce glare and commanded, Tell them that this guy must be on my roster, if I am still the coach. With that, Deng Huada stormed out of the office, slamming the door behind him. Su Wentao stood frozen in place, biting his lip, lamenting his predicament. What have I done to deserve this? Chapter 11. The Invitation from the National Team. Yu Fan gazed in astonishment at the invitation to the national team selection training camp held in his hands. Although it was merely an invitation to the training camp, the final outcome of making it onto the 12-member roster remained uncertain. As soon as Wang Bin received the notification, he promptly presented it before Yu Fan. Originally, this letter was to be delivered by Jiang Tong, but he declined the task. It was rumored that head coach Deng Huada specifically requested Yufan, indicating that fortune smiled upon him. Yufan was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat at a loss. In just 2 short days, a series of fortunate events had unfolded, leaving him a bit disoriented. "Should I go, Brother Ben?" "Of course you should," Wang Bin urged, pulling Yufan down onto a chair and earnestly advising him. "This is an exceptional opportunity for growth. Just imagine, if you make it onto the final roster and have the chance to participate in the Olympics in London. It would undoubtedly attract the attention of NBA teams, which would be immensely beneficial for your aspirations in the NBA." Wang Bin added emphatically. "Moreover, representing the national team is an unparalleled honor. Others would be eager for such an opportunity. Becoming a member of the national team is a privilege not to be missed." Thus, when Yufan arrived at the training camp, 3 days had already passed. "Coach, I am Yufan, here to report." Deng Huada, as always, greeted him warmly with a pat on the shoulder and a beaming smile. "Excellent, young man. Go collect your belongings. I have high hopes for you." Deng Huada winked at Yufan, who was left utterly bewildered. After gathering his personal items, Yufan followed the staff to the players' dormitory. After Yufan departed, assistant coach Jim cautiously spoke up beside Deng Huada. "Bob, is this truly advisable? They might end up fighting." Deng Huada merely rolled his eyes and shook his head. "Jim, I assure you, they will not. They are professional players." The moment Yufan opened the dormitory door, he grasped the gravity of the situation. The scene that unfolded before him would remain etched in his memory forever. In the 4-person dormitory, only one bed was unoccupied. The others were occupied by individuals lounging in a casual manner, bare-chested, engrossed in their phones. It was none other than the 3 national players from the Guangdong Eastern team, Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fangyu, and Wang Shipong. It was indeed a case of enemies drawn together. Just days prior, they had achieved a remarkable comeback against the Guangdong Eastern team in the finals, and now, unexpectedly, they found themselves in the same space. Upon noticing the doors opening, all 4 turned their gazes towards it. However, the moment they recognized Yufan, they all sat up defensively, their eyes glinting with an intense ferocity. Standing at the threshold, Yufan found himself equally paralyzed, as if turned to stone, unsure of how to proceed. "Come in. What are you doing standing at the door?" Yi Jianlian broke the silence, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Yufan understood that after De Yao's retirement, Yi Jianlian undoubtedly became the core of the national team, thus evoking his profound respect. He emerged from the Guangdong Eastern team and played in the NBA last season. Without returning to the Guangdong Eastern team, Yufan awkwardly nodded and made his way towards his bed. Although the distance from the entrance to his bed was merely a few steps, Yufan found the journey exceedingly arduous, for he sensed 2 piercing gazes fixated upon him. Those belonged to Zhu Fangyu and Wang Shipong. Yufan understood why the 2 regarded him in such a manner. It was undoubtedly due to the recent championship finals, where a remarkable comeback resulted in a victory by 34 points, a feat not easily digested in just a few days. "Do you still dare to come to the training camp? Do you believe we won't take you down?" Yufan turned his back, choosing not to respond. He preferred to endure rather than escalate the conflict. However, to his surprise, he was pushed from behind, stumbling precariously close to the bed. "What? Are you afraid to speak?" The fury within Yufan ignited instantaneously. He swiftly turned around, his gaze sharp as it swept over the 2 individuals, and spoke, unable to win the match. "Do you wish to resort to fighting?" "You." Zhu Fangyu clenched his fists, ready to unleash a blow upon Yufan, but was halted by Yi Jianlian's calm interjection. "Mind your own business." These few words, delivered in a serene tone, bore an undeniable weight of authority that left no room for dissent. "Humph, you better watch yourself. Don't provoke me." Zhu Fangyu retracted his fists, uttering a harsh remark before retreating to his own bunk. With Yi Jianlian having spoken, Yufan deemed it prudent to extend him face and chose not to further antagonize them, instead beginning to tidy his belongings. The night passed in silence, and by dawn, before the sun had fully risen, the alarm outside blared, rousing everyone from their slumber as they groggily made their way to the training ground. On the sidelines, Deng Huada and several assistant coaches were already in position. He called out names and commenced the day's training regimen. "Hey there, folks. Welcome back to the selection training camp. We are all old friends now, so without further ado, let us begin with some physical conditioning. Go, go, go." Half a day of training swiftly elapsed, comprising a series of straightforward individual drills. After lunch, all team members reconvened in the gymnasium. "Okay, everyone, let us engage in something special." The The participants were divided into two teams for a simple scrimmage. Before long, the red and blue teams were established. Whether by design or coincidence, Yu Fan found himself assigned to the blue team, while the red team included 4 players from the Guangdong Eastern team: Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fangyu, Wang Shipeng, and Chen Jianghua. Surely, this isn't an intentional setup against me, Yu Fan secretly speculated, murmuring a few words to himself. Even an unattractive daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws. There is no escape from this obligation. Yu Fan once again encountered Chen Jianghua, the familiar face he had met just days ago in the finals. However, Chen Jianghua surprised Yu Fan by not displaying any animosity. On the contrary, he took the initiative to greet Yu Fan. Yet, when Zhu Fangyu cleared his throat, Chen Jianghua promptly withdrew his hand. Yu Fan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As the match commenced, Chen Jianghua took possession of the ball at the arc, with Yu Fan assigned to defend him. Given that it was merely a practice game, Yu Fan adopted a rather relaxed approach, allowing his movements to be less stringent. Chen Jianghua called for a screen, and soon Yu Fan sensed someone encroaching upon him. More precisely, he was rather forcefully collided with. Indeed, Yu Fan felt the impact of the opponent's physique, as he was unceremoniously knocked down by the force of Zhu Fangyu's body. As he glanced up, he found Zhu Fangyu gazing down at him with an air of triumph, as if to taunt. "Well, what will you do now?" As fury surged within Yu Fan, he abruptly leaped to confront his opponent. Zhu Fangyu, refusing to yield, instantly engaged in a fierce struggle with Yu Fan. Team members rushed to intervene, gradually quelling the altercation. On the sidelines, Deng Huada wiped his face in exasperation and remarked, "This is indeed not a prudent idea." Chapter 12. This time, you'll regret it, coach. He must be expelled from the training camp. In the office of the training camp, Li Xiefeng stated emphatically to Deng Huada. As the person responsible for liaising with foreign coaches for the Chinese men's basketball team, he had brought Deng Huada over from the United States. Their relationship was relatively close, and upon hearing of the incident at the training camp early that morning, he hurried over without delay. After listening to Li's words, Deng Huada raised his hands in confusion and asked, "Why?" This was merely a commonplace altercation on the court. Such occurrences are unavoidable, as you are aware. But he will disrupt the unity within the team. His presence alone may bring discomfort to the entire squad, my friend. Li Xiefeng remained resolute in his stance. No, Li, trust me, matters on the court will be resolved on the court. They will not impact our work. Please have faith in me, Deng Huada insisted. Moreover, both individuals were involved in this scuffle. Why single out the young man? Deng Huada still seemed perplexed, as he believed this conflict was not an issue at all. Li Xiefeng shook his head and leaned in closer, speaking earnestly. You are well aware of their grievances. Deng Huada pursed his lips and nodded. Li Xiefeng continued. The Guangdong East team has 4 players here, and Zhu is a veteran on the team. We cannot allow this situation to deteriorate. Bob. Deng Huada gazed at Li Xiefeng. Noticing his serious demeanor, he quietly inquired, "Is this your opinion, or is it theirs?" "My own," Li replied, "but I believe they will soon share this view as well." Deng Huada leaned back, sighed, and appeared troubled. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. "We cannot let him leave just yet, Li. Furthermore, I consulted Yi, and he did not object." The Yi Deng Huada referred to was, of course, Yi Jianlian, and his mention of having consulted was merely casual. He had not offered any response. Is that so? Upon hearing that Yi Jianlian had not opposed the idea, Li Xiefeng's expression softened slightly. Of course, Yi is a nice person, as you know. Deng Huada smiled at him and continued his discourse. Noticing that Li Xiefeng remained steadfast, he added, "Naturally, if his selection results are poor, I shall not retain him." Finally swayed, Li Xiefeng gently nodded, proposing his final condition. If such an incident occurs again, he must leave immediately. Of course, Deng Huada readily agreed, then chuckled nervously. Gesturing upwards, Li Xiefeng, understanding the unspoken message, smiled and patted his shoulder. "I'll take care of it." After Li Xiefeng departed, Deng Huada resolved to have a conversation with Zhu Fangyu to resolve the discord among the players, as it is an integral part of a coach's responsibilities. A truth Deng Huada understood well. He made his way directly to Zhu Fangyu's dormitory and knocked on the door. "Come in." Upon entering, Deng Huada greeted everyone in the room warmly, then leaned slightly towards the door and called out to Zhu Fangyu, "Come on, Zhu." A look of confusion crossed Zhu Fangyu's face as he followed him to the stairwell. "Zhu, my old friend, you are a commendable player. However, we have encountered a problem." Zhu Fangyu gazed at him, perplexed. Deng Huada pressed his lips together, locking eyes with Zhu Fengyu as he began to explain. They want to remove Yu Fan because of your... He paused, seeking a term to soften the nature of the conflict. Disagreement? Yes, merely a disagreement. In an instant, Zhu Fengyu grasped the situation and recognized its gravity. Coach, that was not my intention. I know. Deng Huada nodded, speaking in a calm manner. What I wish to convey is that I would like to hear your thoughts regarding Yu Fan. Zhu Fengyu managed a wry smile and began to clarify. Coach, it was just a joke. I had a minor spat with him. It's no big deal. I assure you, it's all behind us. Deng Huada regarded him in silence for a moment before questioning. There won't be a next time? No, absolutely not. Zhu Fengyu emphatically nodded. Finally, a smile graced Deng Huada's face as he affectionately patted Zhu Fengyu on the shoulder before taking his leave. However, addressing this matter with just one individual was certainly insufficient, so he sought out Yu Fan, who had since been relocated to another room. After Deng Huada explained his purpose, Yu Fan also assured him that there would not be a recurrence. Yet, Deng Huada refrained from disclosing the entire truth, intentionally concealing the management's desire for Yu Fan's departure, instead solely encouraging him to train diligently. Coach, I will. Yu Fan promised, and Deng Huada departed. Satisfied with his response, once alone, Yu Fan sat on the edge of his bed, a surge of inexplicable emotions washing over him. This matter was far from over. He swiftly retrieved the training schedule and circled the date for the defensive rotation 3 days hence. 3 days passed swiftly, during which Zhu Fengyu did not seek any trouble, as if the prior conflict had never occurred. Nonetheless, when they crossed paths, neither made an effort to greet the other. All right, my friends. The next undertaking is a training session focused on defensive rotations. Upon hearing about the defensive drills, the players immediately erupted in discontent, their spirits visibly dampened. However, Deng Huada chuckled, well aware of the arduous nature of this task. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. All right, I've come up with a splendid idea. Let us transform this into a competition, making it far more engaging, shall we? Coach, what happens if we lose? A voice chimed in, met by a chorus of agreement among the players. Well then, the losing team will have to perform shuttle runs equivalent to their opponent's score. But we must first establish some ground rules. We will engage in 3-on-3 matchups, and shots may only be taken when an opening presents itself. A defensive player earns 1 point for merely touching the ball, 3 points for a steal, and 2 points for a successful shot. Each group will compete for 10 minutes. How does that sound, team? Deng Huada was quite pleased with this arrangement, a mysterious smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the group, who responded with enthusiastic cheers. All right, let us commence. In no time, the groupings were concluded, and, unsurprisingly, Yu Fan found himself once again matched against Zhu Fengyu. Yu Fang's teammates are Sun Yu and Guo Ailuan, while Zhu Fengyu is joined by his old companions from the Guangdong East team, Wang Shipeng and Chen Jianghua. This setup is as transparent as Sima Zhao's intentions, known to all. Upon seeing the groupings, both Yu Fan and Zhu Fengyu were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with determination, clearly intent on teaching each other a lesson. This time, they would show no mercy. Chapter 13. The tactical maneuver. The match had commenced. Yet Yu Fan paid little heed to the other games, fixating solely on Zhu Fengyu, who occasionally returned his gaze, each radiating a sense of rivalry. Soon, it was Yu Fan's turn to take the court, and upon their group's entry, the teammates on the sidelines erupted into a cacophony of excitement, reveling in the unfolding drama. A blind cat has stumbled upon a dead mouse. Last time you got lucky. Do you really think you're invincible now? Humph. As he stepped onto the court, the innate competitive spirit surged within him. Zhu Fengyu tilted his head, glaring defiantly at Yu Fan. In response, Yu Fan merely chuckled softly, ignoring him. This only intensified Zhu Fengyu's irritation, prompting him to scowl and declare, "Watch how I bring you down." Unable to bear the tension any longer, Sun Yu interjected, urging, "Old Zhu, enough with the chatter. Let's get started." With a sharp whistle from the assistant coach on the sidelines, the match officially began. Since this was a defensive rotation drill, there were no fixed defenders. Upon encountering a screen, the strategy was simple: infinite switches. Yu Fan and his companions each selected a defender and assumed their stances. At the outset, Yu Fan closely followed Zhu Fengyu, never straying far from his side. When he mentioned providing cover for Chen Jianghua, Yu Fan promptly trailed behind, poised to switch defense at a moment's notice. Just as Yu Fan arrived, Zhu Fengyu abruptly altered his trajectory, moving to the corner to shield Wang Shipeng. Seizing the opportunity, Wang dashed into an open space and, receiving the pass. Executed a flawless shot, scoring 2 points for the red team. Zhu Fengyu strutted over to Yu Fan, a contemptuous smirk gracing his face as he taunted. Is that all you've got? Caught off guard by such banter, Yu Fan found himself at a loss for words and chose to ignore it, instead positioning himself at the arc to receive the ball. As the ball came to him, Zhu Fengyu swiftly closed in, fixating intently on Yu Fan. With a burst of speed, Yu Fan attempted to maneuver past his defender and drive toward the basket. However, Zhu Fengyu had anticipated his move, having already positioned himself strategically. The two collided, and though Yu Fan managed to regain his balance without falling, he soon realized the ball had slipped from his grasp. Zhu Fengyu held the ball, a mischievous glint in his eyes, as if to mock, "Is this your idea of a steal?" The red team capitalized on the turnover, scoring yet another 3 points. Having conceded 5 points right from the start, the blue team's expressions darkened, yet Sun Yu and Guailuan remained silent, promptly resuming play. This straightforward defensive exercise starkly revealed Yu Fan's shortcomings in offensive initiative. Despite possessing commendable athletic prowess, he lacked the extensive practice necessary for adaptation, an area where he was currently deficient. Consequently, Yu Fan shifted his focus from individual ball handling to collaborating with his teammates to create openings. Although only 19, Guailuan exhibited the finest ball handling skills among the trio, stepping up to assume the crucial role of orchestrating the offense. As Yu Fan positioned himself to provide cover for Guailuan on the right side, Guailuan accelerated, darting a meter ahead, poised to charge towards the basket. However, Wang Shipeng's defensive switch was already in place. He swiftly scanned the court and noticed that Yu Fan had cut to the basket. Without a moment's hesitation, Guailuan launched the ball. The instant the ball left his hands, he sensed a miscalculation. It had been overthrown. Yet, to his astonishment, Yu Fan, who had just reached the basket, soared into the air as if propelled by rockets, leaping effortlessly to intercept the ball that was already ascending above the hoop, and forcefully dunked it into the net. By the time Zhu Fengyu, who was trailing behind, realized what had transpired, the basketball had already begun its descent through the net. A collective gasp escaped the onlooking teammates. The height of Yu Fan's leap was truly astonishing. Everyone witnessed that his head had surpassed the rim, and his motion to dunk resembled that of a person plucking fruit from a tree, within easy reach. The blue team scored, earning 2 points. Yu Fan turned away, striding toward the 3-point line with an expressionless demeanor, appearing utterly nonchalant. Sun Yu and Guailuan enthusiastically applauded and encouraged him. "Bob, this fellow's physical prowess is truly remarkable," Assistant Coach Jim whispered conspiratorially to Dunawade. Indeed, among all present, only he could be mentioned in the same breath as him. Dunawade cast his gaze toward Yi Jinlian, who stood with his hands clasped behind his head, a smile gracing his face. Yu Fan has come to a profound realization. The essence of this competition lies not in the accumulation of points, but rather in the ability to effectively thwart one's opponents. By maintaining control over the rounds, one secures an inherent position of invincibility. With this thought, he strides toward Zhu Fengyu, a faint smile gracing his lips. The red team resumes play, with Chun Jianghua, the point guard, skillfully dribbling the ball. He persistently seeks the screens set by Zhu Fengyu and Wang Shipeng, yet finds himself unable to discover any openings. Yu Fan soon realized that his earlier impatience had caused him to focus solely on the ball handler, neglecting Zhu Fengyu. Consequently, he now paid particular attention to intercepting the opponent's passing lanes, much to Chun Jianghua's frustration. Despite his repeated attempts to break through using screens, he found no viable passing options after the switches. As the shot clock approached its limit, he was left with no choice but to hurriedly take a shot, which, as expected, missed entirely, sailing out of bounds. A 24-second violation. Deng Huada nodded with an expression of admiration, addressing his assistant Jim. "What do you think, my friend? This player's defensive prowess is simply exceptional." "Indeed, Bob. His movements are swift, and his pressure is formidable. What is most astonishing is his remarkable control over fouls. It is nothing short of incredible." Deng Huada nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yu Fan has consistently devoted his energy to defense, assuming a supportive role during offensive plays, allowing Sun Yu and Guailuan to take their shots. The blue team scores, adding 2 points. Following Sun Yu's successful long-range shot, Yu Fan's side has reached a total of 8 points, while the red team, led by Zhu Fengyu, remains at 5. Zhu Fengyu, feeling a sense of urgency, abandoned his tactical positioning during this offensive drive and directly approached Chun Jianghua at the 3-point line, to request the ball. Zhu Fengyu muttered a few words, took possession of the ball, and prepared to challenge Yu Fan one-on-one. I cannot believe this. Wang Shipeng and Chun Jianghua exchanged glances, remaining silent as they moved to the far end to create space for him. Zhu Fengyu, an exceptional shooter, possessed somewhat weaker ball handling skills. And given his height of 2 meters, attempting to confront Yu Fan directly was evidently not a prudent offensive strategy. Yet, adhering to the natural inclination for spectacle, no one voiced their disapproval. Even head coach Deng Huada watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. As soon as Zhu Fengyu received the ball, Yu Fan closed in on him, marking a true face-off, with Yu Fan fully alert. Although Zhu Fengyu was impulsive, he retained his composure. Aware of Yu Fan's prowess in stealing the ball, he did not overestimate his abilities. He extended his left hand to protect the ball while repeatedly dribbling it with his right hand, seeking an opportunity to attack. After some time, instead of executing the anticipated change of direction to break through, he maintained his stance, leaning his body against Yu Fan, gradually inching toward the paint. Surely, he wouldn't attempt to back him down all the way to the basket? Chapter 14. The thought crossed everyone's mind. And Yu Fan quickly understood Zhu Fengyu's intention. This fellow was exploiting a loophole. Protecting the ball tightly with his back, no one could effectively challenge him. While it may not have been aesthetically pleasing, it was undeniably practical. Zhu Fengyu glanced at Yu Fan from the corner of his eye, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Yu Fan has been pushed from beyond the three-point line to the free-throw line. Zhu Fengyu's weight surpasses Yu Fan's considerably. With each collision of his hip, Yu Fan is forced to retreat further, leaving his situation perilously precarious. This stalemate cannot continue any longer. Yu Fan made up his mind and suddenly withdrew his body, positioning himself to the side of Zhu Fengyu. Unexpectedly, with this release of force, Zhu Fengyu did not lose her balance. Instead, she skillfully secured the ball and began to pivot for a layup. As Yu Fan beheld the ghostly grin that appeared upon his face, it seemed to whisper, "You've fallen for it. Haven to you?" Heh. However, Zhu Fengyu's delight was short-lived. Just as he turned to gather the balls, Yu Fan made his move. At the very moment Yu Fan received the ball, he swiftly extended his hand to his right side and deftly snatched the basketball from Zhu Fengyu, who had yet to clasp it with both hands. It was a clean and unblemished steal. It turned out there was a hidden intent behind it. The interception executed by Yu Fan was as fluid as flowing water, executed with precision and grace. To the onlookers, it appeared that Yu Fan had anticipated Zhu Fengyu's next move, allowing for such seamless execution. However, only Yu Fan understood that his reaction was prompted by keen observation of his opponent's changes. The trajectory of movement he perceived unfolded at a much slower pace than that of others, and coupled with his own remarkable speed, Yu Fan needed no predictions. He could effortlessly arrive before his adversary. The blue team claimed the ball, scoring 3 points. The teammates gathered on the sidelines erupted in laughter, finding nothing amiss. Yet Deng Huada furrowed his brow in concern. "Jim, have you noticed?" Jim remained composed as always, aware of Deng Huada's thoughts. "Oh, indeed, Bob. That lad's interception was truly magnificent." No, that's not it, Jim. Haven't you detected something unusual? Unusual? I believe you're referring to Zhu. His competitive spirit is fierce, employing such tactics from beyond the arc to the basket. Ha! Deng Huada shook his head, the furrows on his brow deepening. At this point, Yu Fan has already scored 11 points, while the red team, led by Zhu Fengyu, remains at a mere 5 points. Several minutes have elapsed, and they have yet to score a single point. Ever since Zhu Fengyu was intercepted after attempting a rear-end shot, her expression has soured to the utmost degree, and she has lost all inclination for jest. Yu Fan glanced at the timer. There were still 7 minutes remaining. The pace of the offensive and defensive transitions in the first half was remarkably swift. Although both teams had been engaged for quite some time, it felt as though only a fleeting moment had passed. The true spectacle was just beginning. With a light chuckle, Yu Fan immersed himself once more in the contest. The blue team made contact with the ball. 1 point. The blue team intercepted. 3 points. The blue team scored. 2 points. The red team went out of bounds. The blue team intercepted again. 3 points. The red team had only 24 seconds left. Another interception by the blue team. 3 points. The ensuing match had devolved into a one-sided massacre in favor of the blue team. It seemed that after Zhu Fengyu's unsuccessful post-play, the red team had succumbed to a state of stupor, repeatedly falling victim to Yu Fan's steals and errors. Meanwhile, Yu Fan's blue team continued to gain momentum. 28-7. Alian, Your teammates are in dire straits. This lad is relentless, chuckled Lu Wei, standing beside Yi Jianlian. It's nothing. We'll just practice more if we lose. Yi Jianlian replied nonchalantly. But honestly, Alian, it's no wonder your team was reversed by Jinghua. Yufan's defense is truly remarkable. Just a few minutes in, and he has already made 5 or 6 steals, hasn't he? Yi Jianlian, though silent, nodded in undeniable agreement. Not only Lu Wei and Yi Jianlian recognized Yufan's defensive prowess, but all other players were engaged in hushed discussions, murmuring among themselves. What is Zhu Ba doing? He looks as though he has woken up. If we lose to this newcomer, it would be utterly humiliating. Cough. Did you not see? Yufan's defense is impenetrable. They dare not even attempt any moves. It's truly a mystery how this newcomer, Yufan, can intercept so effectively. I've never heard of him before. Haven't you heard? The Guangdong team lost the finals because of him. He was specifically requested by Coach Deng Huada. On the sidelines, Coach Deng Huada seemed to have made another discovery, turning to his assistant Jim once more. Jim, do you think these 5 steals are mere coincidence? Certainly not, Bob. This fellow possesses rich experience. He always anticipates the opponent's next move and executes astonishing steals. I mean, he is exceptional. Jim exclaimed with excitement in praise of Yufan, while Howard beside him sighed, clearly dissatisfied with the answer. The match continued. With 2 minutes remaining, both teams were panting heavily. This rapid pace of offensive and defensive transitions posed a significant test of endurance. Yufan's jersey was thoroughly soaked, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Zhu Fengyu was in a similar predicament. The state of his red team had worsened. Not only was their stamina waning, but what was even more frustrating was their inability to break through. After 5 minutes, they had only managed to score 2 points, and the gap had widened considerably. We cannot concede defeat so easily. Zhu Fengyu clenched his teeth, the spirit of defiance surging within him. Yufan did not allow himself to become complacent due to the advantage in score. He remained earnest and dedicated, exerting every effort. This proved to be a considerable challenge for the red team. Beep as the timer emitted a prolonged sound. The match finally came to a close. Yufan exhaled deeply, crouching on the ground as he gasped for breath. The others were not faring much better. Most were in similar states. With Zhu Fengyu even lying flat on the floor, his chest rising and falling in rapid succession. Jim, what's the score? Deng Huada inquired. 41-11. 41-11. The lead had ballooned to a staggering 30 points. The onlooking players erupted with astonishment, although they had been present throughout the match and were aware of the events unfolding. The stark reality of the score left them all in disbelief. Yet, the ordeal was not over. A loss meant facing punishment. All eyes turned toward the prostrate Zhu Fengyu, their expressions betraying mischievous delight at his predicament. Deng Huada approached Zhu Fengyu with a serious demeanor. Zhu, did you hear that? 41 shuttle runs. Let's begin. Coach, please have mercy on me. Zhu Fengyu lay there, feeling utterly drained and achingly sore, reluctant to rise. At that moment, Yufan sauntered over, hands clasped behind his back, and smiled down at Zhu Fengyu. We're even now? Chapter 15. I trust my eyes, Zhu. This guy is truly relentless. Indeed, Jim, he ultimately fulfilled his punishment. That's what I admire about him. Deng Huada remarked to assistant coach Jim while focusing intently on the computer screen, reflecting on the events of yesterday's match. So, have they reconciled? Deng Huada turned to Jim, calmly responding, I believe so. He then redirected his attention to the screen, studying it meticulously. Jim nodded and leaned in closer. What are you looking at, Bob? Deng Huada pushed the screen toward Jim, adopting a grave tone. The video of that championship match, my friend. We need to scrutinize it thoroughly. Jim furrowed his brow, questioning, is that really necessary? Didn't we already witness it live? Absolutely. My assistant. It is essential that we reassess our understanding of it. Following the tumultuous events of the recent competition, the dynamics between Yufan and Zhu Fengyu, along with several members of the Guangdong East team, have undergone a profound transformation. Rather than continuing to impose difficulties upon Yufan, Zhu Fengyu seemed to foster a more harmonious relationship. As head coach Deng Huada aptly remarked, these were merely minor frictions on the court. All was behind them, and Yufan returned to his original dormitory, resuming his training regimen as usual. Over 2 months later, in mid-July, Li Xiefeng once again entered Deng Huada's office. Coach, I require your final roster, he stated. Deng Huada picked up a sheet of paper from his desk and handed it to him with a smile. Li, it has long been prepared. I was just about to deliver it to you. Li Xiefeng quickly scanned the list, his gaze lingering momentarily on one name. And his expression shifted. You plan to take him to London? Upon encountering Li Xiefeng's puzzled look, Deng Huada raised an eyebrow and nodded gently. Indeed, Li. I have no reason to dismiss him. His defensive prowess is precisely what I need. Are you out of your mind, coach? Li Xiefeng exclaimed. He is merely a player who cannot even secure a position in the rotation of the Huaji League. Just because of one explosive game. You intend to include him in the national team? This is the national team, coach. Deng Huada circled around his desk and approached Li Xiefeng, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, urging him to take a seat. Calm down, my friend. He is not what you portray. I trust my judgment. Deng Huada asserted with unwavering conviction. Li Xiefeng, unable to counter his resolve, sighed and spoke in a serious tone. I must remind you, you are treading on dangerous ground. If the results at this Olympic Games are unsatisfactory, you know the consequences. Deng Huada remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. Yes, I am aware. But this is my responsibility. And I have faith in my vision. Observing Deng Huada's steadfast demeanor, Li Xiefeng chose not to press further. With a deep breath, he took the roster and exited the office. While the selection training camp had concluded, Deng Huada's responsibilities were far from over. In the lead-up to the Olympics, numerous friendly matches awaited to refine the lineup. Most importantly, it was crucial to establish the team's playing style and identify the starting players. In the conference room, Deng Huada and the coaching staff sat in a circle, commencing the discussion of the team's specific affairs. All right, team, the warm-up matches are complete. And tomorrow we depart for London. Let us deliberate on the selection of the starting players. I wish to hear your thoughts. Deng Huada addressed the coaching team from the front of the room. Yi Jianlian, someone suggested. Deng Huada nodded in agreement. Precisely, he is our ace. Wang Zizhi, an experienced veteran. Deng Huada expressed no objections. Sun Yu, with his towering stature and exceptional scoring ability, I find this selection quite appealing. Deng Huada responded with a smile. Wang Shipong, indeed, a reliable shooter, quite commendable. Once Deng Huada concluded, no one else spoke. Hey, everyone, have you forgotten someone? The previous 4 starters were relatively easy to choose, as they are all seasoned members of the national team. However, it was the point guard position that posed a challenge for everyone. The reason is none other than Yu Fan. In recent months, Yu Fan's performance at the training camp has been evident to all. His exceptional one-on-one defensive skills and explosive physical prowess have not gone unnoticed. However, Yu Fan also has his shortcomings. His shooting ability leaves much to be desired, and as a point guard, his capacity to orchestrate the offense is somewhat limited. This presents a dilemma for everyone involved. To position Yu Fan in the starting lineup would inevitably disrupt the team's overall offensive flow. Conversely, relegating him to the bench would be an egregious waste of talent. Consequently, silence enveloped the room, and the decision-making power naturally reverted to the head coach, Deng Huada. Very well, since you have no viable option for the point guard position, allow me to decide. Deng Huada's gaze slowly swept across the assembled individuals before he spoke in his faltering Chinese. Lu Wei. This choice clearly took everyone by surprise. As all heads turned towards Deng Huada, they were well aware of his admiration for Yu Fan. He had praised him on numerous occasions in public, and his fondness was palpable. Yet, at this moment, Deng Huada did not grant the starting position to Yu Fan. The others awaited an explanation. Indeed, I recognize Yu Fan's exceptional talent. However, the timing is not yet right, Deng Huada asserted, shaking his head earnestly. Faced with this ambiguous response, the coaches in the conference room refrained from pursuing the matter further, acknowledging the authority of the head coach and recognizing that a flawless solution seemed elusive. Once the starting players were finalized, the news swiftly reached the ears of every member of the team. When Yu Fan heard the news in the dormitory, his movements momentarily faltered, and his claim of indifference rang hollow. Being named a starter signifies a recognition of a player's capabilities. It was evident that Yu Fan had yet to earn the absolute trust of Deng Huada. Moreover, Yu Fan believed that among the current guards in the team, his overall prowess surpassed theirs, yet he still found himself excluded from the starting lineup. What was he contemplating? Was he truly disheartened by his omission from the starters? Zhu Fengyu leaped down from the upper bunk opposite him and approached Yu Fan's bedside, inquiring. Their camaraderie had grown considerably, dispelling the previous awkwardness. No, whether I start or not is not of paramount importance. Yu Fan chuckled awkwardly, feigning nonchalance as he spoke. Yet, none of this escaped Zhu Fengyu's keen observation. With a hearty laugh, he patted Yu Fan on the shoulder and declared, Discontent is discontent. There is no need to conceal it. Let me tell you, not being selected for the starting lineup does not imply a lack of excellence. For instance, do you truly believe I am inferior to Sun Yu? Yu Fan gazed at him, suppressing a smile and nodding slightly. Hey, you rascal, teasing me. Chapter 16. The inability to choose opponents. Greetings to all our esteemed viewers. Welcome to the Frontline Basketball Program. I am Yu Jia. The Chinese men's basketball team has embarked on its journey to London to participate in the 2012 Olympic Games. To provide insightful commentary, we are joined by esteemed analysts Yang Yi and Su Kun, who will elucidate the national team's Olympic adventure. What are your thoughts regarding this Olympic journey for the men's basketball team? Su Kun, a seasoned commentator, was the first to speak. The upcoming matches for the men's basketball team may prove to be quite challenging. The retirement of Yao Ming has significantly impacted the team. And with the aging of Yi Jianlian and the fact that Zhou Qi has yet to bear the mantle of leadership, these factors collectively present a considerable test. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi adjusted his glasses and began to speak. What Su Kun has articulated essentially captures the current predicament of the men's basketball team. However, I would like to add a point. I have noticed that this year's roster includes a fresh face, Yu Fan from the Jinghua team, who has surprisingly made the national squad. This player possesses distinct attributes. His defensive prowess is exceptional, and his physical attributes are remarkably explosive. Coach Duan Huada's decision to include him may indeed provide some assistance to the team. I concur with Yang Yi's perspective, but placing our hopes on a newcomer might be somewhat unrealistic. I believe the most crucial aspect lies in the grouping situation, Su Kun interjected. With a swift motion, Duan Huada seized the remote control and turned off the television in the meeting room. The group draw results have been announced. Let us discuss, gentlemen. After the Chinese men's basketball team arrived in London and settled into the Olympic Village, Duan Huada promptly organized a meeting with the players and coaching staff to deliberate on the pertinent matters concerning the upcoming Olympics. Undoubtedly, the group stage is of utmost importance. In this draw, the Chinese team has been placed in Group B, alongside Spain, Russia, Brazil, Australia, and the host nation, Great Britain. Li Nan, representing the domestic coaching staff, immediately formulated a plan upon receiving the list, standing up first to speak. I believe our primary objective must be to secure advancement. This is the most crucial and realistic goal. As Li Nan concluded his statement, all present nodded in agreement, recognizing that his sentiment echoed their collective thoughts. In 2008, the men's basketball team reached the quarterfinals. However, the current strength of the team pales in comparison. Setting overly ambitious targets would be unrealistic, a notion that even Duan Huada did not contest. Given that we must first ensure our progression, the optimal scenario would involve winning 2 matches in the group stage. Thus, our discussion should focus on identifying which 2 teams we are most likely to defeat, Li Nan stated. Following his words, all eyes turned to the papers in their hands, which listed the opponents they would face in the group stage, as they sought to identify the most likely teams to conquer. Yu Fan gazed at the names inscribed on the paper, lost in contemplation. Spain. This name was swiftly dismissed. The formidable prowess of the Spanish national basketball team required no deliberation, with the likes of the Gasol brothers and Serge Ibaka among their ranks. Not to mention the elite players from their domestic league, this team of matadors was basking in a glorious era. Prior to the onset of the Olympics, the Spanish squad was widely regarded as second only to the United States, even deemed capable of challenging the Americans in a contest of strength. Yu Fan continued to read on. Russia boasts a plethora of NBA players, including the renowned AK-47, Andrei Kirilenko, along with the likes of Mozgov and SHVD. Moreover, the Russian team is characterized by a fiercely competitive playing style, making it quite unrealistic to expect an easy victory against them. Next up is the Brazilian team, a formidable force in their own right, featuring 4 NBA talents, Nene, Varejão, Splitter, and the Brazilian Lightning, Barbosa. Challenging Brazil would not be a wise decision. Yu Fan's gaze swept over to the remaining 2 teams on the list, Australia and Great Britain. The Australian team, with their formidable prowess, should not be underestimated. Besides Mills, who is currently playing for the NBA's Spurs, several other players on the team also possess the potential to enter the NBA, including Ingles, Dellavedova, Baines, and David Anderson. In contrast, the British team appears somewhat weaker than the others, with only Luol Deng being an active NBA player. Undoubtedly, Great Britain is an opponent that the Chinese men's basketball team must conquer, while the other adversary poses a challenge that leaves everyone present in a quandary. Deep down, they all share a common anticipation. Defeat seems inevitable. Observing the silence among the crowd, Deng Huada slowly rose from his seat, circling the massive conference table as he spoke. Indeed, we must secure victory against the British team. However, as for the other opponent, his gaze swept across the audience, noting the silence that prevailed. He continued, I believe we lack the privilege of choosing our adversaries. Yes, whether it be Spain, Russia, Brazil, or Australia, these teams are all formidable. We cannot guarantee a win. Thus, we must approach every opponent with utmost seriousness. What do you say, gentlemen? Deng Huada leaned on the table, his eyes fixed intently on the group. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, initiated by an unknown individual, followed by everyone extending their hands and clapping vigorously. The sound reverberated, clap, clap, clap. Faced with this Eastern form of approval, Deng Huada felt somewhat out of place. He chuckled awkwardly, signaling for silence. In a moment, my colleague Jim will share the information on the Spanish team with you all. In just a few days, they will be our first adversary. So let us prepare diligently. Gentlemen, meanwhile, in the locker room of the Spanish team within the same Olympic village, the atmosphere was entirely different. The players busily organized their belongings while engaging in casual banter, their carefree smiles indicating that they were far from discussing the upcoming match. Hey, Paul, how does it feel to have an early vacation? I mean, did Kobe make you practice your shooting? Sergio Ibaka, bare-chested, swayed his oiled body and approached Pau Gasol, proudly shaking his hips. Sergio, I must say, that is quite rude. Cover up your big brother. Calder N, who was tidying up his clothes nearby, teased Ibaka. Don't be so uptight, buddy. I'm just saying hello. Pau Gasol set down his sneakers, turned around, and rolled his eyes, responding nonchalantly, Sergio, I haven't provoked you at all. If you wish to inquire, simply ask LeBron, for he is also present in the arena. Ha ha ha, Serge, you've hit a brick wall. The smile vanished from Ibaka's face, leaving him despondent. As he turned around, he beheld a man with slicked-back hair entering the room. Gentlemen, we have work to do. Chapter 17. Show me your skills. The man with the slicked-back hair was none other than Sergio Scariolo, the coach of the Spanish national team. The game is upon us. Gentlemen, our first opponent is the Chinese team. As soon as Scariolo uttered these words, the tension that had enveloped the locker room dissipated, allowing everyone to exhale. Ibaka approached Scariolo, kneading his shoulders with his large hands, playfully remarking, Relax, coach. They are no match for us. You know that Yao Ming has retired. And they are finished. Ibaka turned his face towards his teammates, pulling a funny face. Ha ha ha, coach, Serge is right. Yes, coach. At last, this guy has spoken some sense. Scariolo gently shook his head and called upon Pau Gasol, hoping he would share a few words. Pau turned around, chuckling softly, Coach, I assure you I will win the game, but for now, I must indulge in some coffee time. How about you join me for a cup? Scariolo waved his hand in resignation and exited the locker room. Pau, make me a cup too. Hee hee. Keep your distance, Serge. On the evening of July 29, 2012, at 11:30 p.m. Beijing time, the match between the Chinese team and the Spanish team commenced. Dear viewers, the men's basketball team's first opponent is none other than Spain, a team you are all undoubtedly familiar with, featuring the golden generation of Spanish players. Aside from the injured prodigy Rubio, Spain has welcomed a formidable player, Serge Ibaka, who plays for the NBA's Oklahoma City Thunder. What are your thoughts on this match? Well, it's hard to say. To be frank, there is a significant disparity in strength. Considering the group stage's advancement, I believe this match is more about honing the lineup and accumulating experience in preparation for the subsequent games. In the arena, which holds 12,000 spectators, less than half were filled, and many were Spanish fans. Among the few Chinese supporters, proudly holding red flags. They were all spirited and filled with excitement. After the shooting warm-up concluded, the game was about to begin. Deng Huada gathered the players for the final pre-game briefing. We have no choice in our opponents. There is no retreat. We must believe in one another. We must exert ourselves to the utmost. Fight! The team members shouted in unison. Fight! 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 Okay, go, go, go. Following a surge of encouragement, a long whistle resonated throughout the arena, signaling the starting players to take the stage. Yufan quietly returned to the bench, observing everything within the arena. Strange faces, unfamiliar banners, and foreign inscriptions surrounded him. He even sensed that the very air bore a different essence from that of Jinghua. A wave of deep nostalgia surged within him. Yet upon seeing the vibrant red flag on his chest, a warm feeling blossomed in his heart. Don't be anxious. It's like this the first time, but you'll get used to it, Zhu Fengyu reassured him, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. As the match commenced, unlike the Huaji Basketball League and the NBA, the FBA international competition allowed towering interior players to remain in the paint without the 3-second defensive rule, granting them free rein. This was precisely where the Spanish team excelled. The Gasol brothers, with their formidable one-on-one capabilities in the post, leveraged their towering physiques to dominate both offensively and defensively. Notably, both brothers possessed exceptional playmaking skills, fostering tighter connections with their teammates and facilitating a more fluid offense. As the first quarter approached its midpoint, Spain, driven by the prowess of the Gasols, embarked on a 15-5 scoring surge, compelling coach Deng Huada to call a timeout. We cannot persist in attacking the basket. We must incorporate more mid-range and long-range shots. Understood? Rebound. Focus on securing our boards. Zhu Zhopeng, you're up. Replace Sun Yu and Wang Shipeng. Deng then retrieved a tactical board, sketching out a strategy before the game resumed. With a challenging start, the men's basketball team faced an uphill battle. What viable solutions were at hand? It was indeed a daunting task, particularly for the FBA squad confronting a team led by the Gasol brothers. I suspect even the American team would find such a lineup troublesome. Following the timeout, the Huawa men's basketball team frequently attempted shots from beyond the arc. Yet Spain's swift defensive rotations rendered their efforts largely ineffective. Conversely, Spain grew increasingly emboldened, repeatedly scoring in the paint and gradually widening the point gap. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 27-15, with Spain leading by 12 points. During the break, Deng Huada tirelessly rallied the team's spirits. Yet the players seemed dazed by the unexpected blow, appearing somewhat bewildered. As the intermission drew to a close, Deng Huada turned and beckoned to Yu Fan. Yu Fan promptly rose to his feet and dashed to the sidelines, where Coach Deng Huada patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You, it's your turn to take the court. Show me your skills." As the second quarter commenced, Coach Deng not only substituted in Yu Fan, but also replaced Wang Zitza with Sun Yu. Consequently, apart from Yu Fan, the remaining 4 players possessed commendable three-point shooting abilities. While this adjustment diminished the height advantage in the paint, it rendered the perimeter defense significantly more agile. Substitution. Coach Deng announced, bringing Yu Fan into the game. The audience outside the court could only speculate whether this remarkable young talent would introduce an element of unpredictability to the match. Meanwhile, Yu Fan remained oblivious to the commentary. His focus solely on the Spanish point guard he was matched against, Rodriguez. Rodriguez was an exceptionally versatile point guard, having traversed multiple NBA teams. He excelled in ball handling, penetrating drives, mid-range shooting, and orchestrating offensive plays. If one were to pinpoint a flaw, it might be his somewhat slender physique, standing at 191 centimeters and weighing merely 80 kilograms. However, in a towering Spanish lineup, this shortcoming seemed rather inconsequential. At that moment, he held the ball at the top of the arc, keenly observing his teammates' positioning while searching for an offensive opportunity. Yu Fan fixated on the leather ball rolling back and forth in his hand, silently counting in his mind, preparing to make his move to intercept. 3. Now is the moment. As Yu Fan followed the slow trajectory conveyed through his eyes, he suddenly extended his right hand, reaching towards the side of Rodriguez. The progression unfolded seamlessly, and Yu Fan's fingers had already felt the texture of the ball. However, in the next instant, he sensed a collision, his body swaying as the force transmitted to his arm, causing the ball he was about to secure to slip away from his fingertips. A steal by Yu Fan. Oh, no, there was contact between the players. The referee did not blow the whistle. The ball was lost. A floor ball. The referee remained silent. Possession. Chapter 18. Let's amp up the intensity. A floor ball. Possession. Secured. Yu Fan fell to the ground to regain possession. He passed to his teammate Wang Shipeng. A fast break. The ball was given to Sun Yu, and Sun Yu dunked. The ball is in. 27-17. A splendid defensive counterattack. It's Yu Fan. Indeed. It was he who stole the opponent's ball, and it was he who dove to seize the opportunity for this counterattack. Overflowing with admiration, I must applaud him. Yu Fan collapsed onto the floor, hearing the jubilant cheers of the Chinese fans from the sidelines. He realized that the team had scored. Excellent play. Excellent play. The players on the bench also stood up, fervently raising their fists to rally and encourage themselves. Yu Fan did not linger in hesitation. He promptly rose from the ground and re-engaged in the fray. On the Spanish side, there was no blame directed at Rodriguez for the recent misstep. They continued to execute their tactics with unwavering focus, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. Rodriguez himself maintained an air of composure, displaying no discernible emotion. Yu Fan remained vigilant, closely adhering to his side. Through the previous round's interception, he keenly observed the referee's standards of officiating. Just moments ago, he was on the verge of successfully stealing the ball, only for Rodriguez to collide directly into him. This confrontation nearly cost him possession. This impact clarified for Yu Fan that the FBA referees possess a remarkably lenient approach towards fouls. Very well, then, let us elevate the intensity. Yu Fan had made up his mind. Since the referee would not easily blow the whistle, the situation became much more manageable. As Rodriguez received the pass, he leisurely traversed the half-field, while Yu Fan cautiously shadowed him closely. Rodriguez skillfully extended his auxiliary arm, deftly brushing aside Yu Fan's outstretched hand, executing the maneuver with such finesse that he neither attracted a foul nor compromised his control of the ball. Just as Rodriguez aimed to shift the ball to the left once more, he suddenly noticed his opponent darting behind him. In that instant, he sensed a peculiar change in the feel of the ball in his controlling hand. Lowering his gaze, he was startled to discover that the ball had vanished. As he turned to pursue it, he realized it was far too late to catch up. Yu Fan had long since seized the ball, effortlessly creating a two-step distance between himself and the defender. With great strides, he charged towards the unoccupied hoop, soaring through the air to execute a thunderous axe dunk. 27-19. Yu Fan has snatched the ball again. The steal was executed with remarkable precision, devoid of any hesitation or sloppiness. Well done, my friend. As Yu Fan retreated to the half-court, he caught a glimpse of Deng Huada on the sidelines, applauding him and offering words of encouragement. Rodriguez awkwardly returned to the backcourt to inbound the ball, and in a brief span of just over 30 seconds, he made 2 blunders. However, his teammates refrained from criticism. Pau Gasol merely blew on his hands and gently clapped, murmuring in Spanish, "Keep going, keep going." His words lacked a specific target and were devoid of harsh reproach, clearly indicating that they deemed the 2 minor errors inconsequential to the outcome of the game. Rodriguez dribbled past half-court, this time opting not to overhandle the ball. Upon crossing the midline, he swiftly passed it to his teammate, Fernandez. Despite the bizarre nature of his earlier mistakes, Rodriguez believed it prudent to minimize his ball handling. Fernandez received the ball and decisively lofted it into the paint to the well-positioned Pau Gasol. Gasol caught the ball and began to back down his defender, exhibiting the refined footwork he had honed over more than a decade. Each touch of the ball and every impact of his body was executed with precision, showcasing a masterful display of post-play. With sudden force, he drove his left shoulder against the defending Yi Jianlian, who instinctively staggered back, creating a slight opening behind Gasol. In his muscle memory, that mere gap was sufficient for him to effortlessly deposit the ball into the hoop. All he needed to do was gather the ball and execute a quick spin to score with ease. Following the commands of his mind, he initiated the motion, bringing his right hand to gather the ball. Just as his ample right hand positioned the ball against his chest, with his left hand poised to cover it, he suddenly felt the ball slipping. A tremendous force surged through his right hand, pulling the ball away as if it were about to escape. He hastily extended his left hand, attempting to prevent this calamity, but it was too late. In an instant, the ball broke free from Pau Gasol's grasp. Veering off in the opposite direction, Gasol turned to see a flash of red racing towards him. In mere moments, the defenders from the national team reacted, collectively shifting their focus and transforming into a swift, wind-like cheetah, sprinting with all their might back towards their own half. With remarkable agility and quick reflexes, Yu Fan observed that Sun Yu and Wang Shipong were swiftly descending. Without a moment's hesitation, he passed the ball to the better-positioned Sun Yu. Upon receiving the pass, Sun Yu dashed forward with unrelenting speed, while behind him, Fernandez trailed closely, perpetually half a step behind. As Sun Yu neared the basket, Fernandez, fueled by a surge of anger, resolved to thwart the impending counterattack and collided forcefully into Sun Yu. However, Sun Yu had anticipated this move. He leaned back just in time, utilizing Fernandez's forward momentum to maintain his shooting posture in midair, successfully scoring the basket. 27-21. Just as Sun Yu made the shot, a loud whistle resonated from the sidelines. Yu Fan turned his head to observe as the referee raised both hands, one forming a clenched fist while the other grasped the wrist. A foul was called. The referee signaled for a foul, granting the Huagua team the possibility of an additional free throw, followed by another offensive opportunity. After making the gesture, Spain's coach, Scariolo, approached the referee with an expression of disbelief, gesturing with open hands and muttering to himself. The referee gestured for him to maintain his distance before turning towards the technical area to review the game footage. After approximately 5 minutes, the three referees concluded their review, gathering to exchange serious words. Ultimately, the head referee approached the bench, once again signaling the foul. Spain's number 5 was charged with a foul, allowing Huagua a free throw. Upon hearing the announcement, the crowd erupted into a chorus of boos, interspersed with a few jubilant cheers. What a fine call. The referee did not overturn the decision. Our men's basketball team had the chance to further narrow the gap. First, let us observe Sun Yu's free throw. No issues here. He scored 27-22. The Huagua bench erupted in celebration, a cacophony of cheers filling the air. Zhu Fengyu initiated the sideline throw-in, delivering the ball to the awaiting Yu fan. Unlike his usual approach of distributing the ball, Yu fan, upon receiving it, accelerated directly. He noticed that his defender, Rodriguez, appeared slightly complacent, prompting him to act without hesitation, ready to catch him off guard. This time, Yu fan executed a remarkable breakthrough with exceptional decisiveness, catching Rodriguez completely off guard as he initiated an offensive play with the ball. Rodriguez attempted to pursue, but Yu fan had already maneuvered past him and penetrated the lane. In Chapter 19, the confrontation with Marc Gasol unfolded. Gasol, stationed in the paint, was evidently unprepared for his opponent's sudden incursion. By the time he registered what was happening, Yu fan was already charging towards him, basketball in hand. Understanding that Yu fan's next move would be a leap for a layup, Gasol acted without hesitation, leaping to contest the shot. However, as he reached a height reminiscent of a matchbox, Yu fan soared like a rocket, effortlessly surpassing Gasol's outstretched arms, leaving only a gust of wind in his wake. Yu fan's arms bulged with prominent veins as he hung above the rim, his sturdy legs straddling Marc Gasol's shoulders, resembling a ferocious beast, captivating all onlookers. The score stood at 27-24. This moment unfolded with breathtaking swiftness as Yu fan soared to great heights. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. Yet, when he emphatically dunked the ball, an eruption of awe filled the arena, all utterly astonished by his audacious act. My goodness! An emphatic dunk over Marc Gasol. The ferocity of Yu fan's play left the opponents utterly subdued. The astonishment was not limited to Scariolo. Even Dwight Howard was taken aback by this spectacular display. As the scene unfolded before him, his pupils dilated dramatically, an indescribable thrill surged from within, prompting him to instinctively raise his fists in celebration. Well done. V.S. The bench of the Chinese national basketball team erupted with fervor, players leaping from their seats, fervently waving anything at hand, reveling in the moment. Zhu Fengyu covered his head with both hands, glancing from side to side, making playful faces. Even the usually stoic Yi Jianlian sprinted from beyond the three-point line, eager to find Yu fan for a celebratory high-five. However, as he approached, chaos ensued. Oh no! Trouble erupted. Gasol, incensed, shoved Yu fan, prompting the referee's whistle. Let us see how this is adjudicated. As Marc Gasol and Yu fan engaged in a shoving match, players from both sides joined in, leading to utter pandemonium. Several referees hurriedly intervened to separate the fray, eventually issuing a ruling. Marc Gasol was assessed a technical foul. This decision was monumental. Gasol, who had just been separated from the skirmish, was infuriated upon hearing the referee's call. He stormed towards the official, vociferously articulating his grievances, his words spewing forth like a torrent. Yet the referee remained unperturbed, sighing and shaking his head before mimicking a gesture of counting money. This provocation irked the referee, who, once calm, now displayed a stern countenance, promptly blowing his whistle and angrily pointing towards the exit. Gasol was ejected from the game. The Spanish team had lost a key player, which was undoubtedly fortuitous for the Chinese national team. Despite the tumult on the court, the morale of the Chinese squad soared, emboldened by Yu fan's leadership, growing increasingly resolute. Conversely, the Spanish team became unsettled following Gasol's ejection, trailing significantly by halftime. The score read 35-36, with the Chinese team having surpassed their opponents. Truly remarkable. What an extraordinary second quarter. Yang Yi, how would you assess this first half? The remarkable turnaround of the men's basketball team can be attributed to two key factors. First and foremost, we must acknowledge the undeniable impact of Yu fan. His defensive prowess is simply irrefutable. Secondly, we must address the apparent attitude of the Spanish team during today's match, which was marked by a palpable sense of disarray and impatience. The men's team should contemplate their strategy for securing victory in this match. In the locker room of the Chinese team, an atmosphere of jubilant celebration permeates the air. Leading at halftime against Spain is a scenario previously unimagined. Were someone to have informed Deng Huada before the match that his team would surrender at halftime, he would have found it utterly perplexing. Yet here they are, having rallied from a deficit of over 10 points to not only equalize, but also take the lead, with their opponents having lost a key player. The momentum now favors them. Deng Huada, brimming with excitement, gazes at his team, extending his arms and applauding vigorously. Well done, gentlemen. This first half was remarkable. We secured the rebounds and executed our defense excellently. Simply outstanding. Cheers erupt in the locker room, but Deng Huada raises his hand for silence. However, I must emphasize that the game is far from over. Our elation may be premature. Let us not relax in the second half. We must continue our efforts, understood? The encouragement intermingles with cheers, and the players appear invigorated and spirited. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in the Spanish locker room tells a different story. As Ibaka storms in, he violently kicks a chair that obstructed the entrance, sending it flying several meters. The chair lands near Calder N, the starting point guard, who recognizes Ibaka's fury. Calm down. Serge, we're merely 1 point behind, with 2 quarters left to seize victory, right? Ibaka, nostrils flaring in rage, turns to Calder N with fervor. Carl, we've been utterly dismantled. Do you understand? That player is brazenly disrupting our offense. We cannot remain passive. Suddenly, an idea strikes Ibaka, and he pivots to address head coach Scariolo. Coach, who is that player? Scariolo, standing at the entrance with his head bent over a piece of paper, does not respond. His brow is deeply furrowed as he studies the document for an extended period. Finding no insight, he shakes his head, crumples the paper into a ball, and hurls it to the ground in frustration. He strides to the center of the locker room, claps his hands twice, and places his hands on his hips. All right, team. It seems we have encountered a significant challenge. The Chinese national team is not as straightforward as we might have imagined. An eerie silence enveloped the locker room, as if no one was willing to engage in the conversation. Soon, Pau Gasol turned his chair, shook his head, and with a disdainful expression remarked, Coach, I believe you are worrying excessively. We played brilliantly in the first quarter. The second quarter merely presented a few minor hiccups, nothing more. Pau, I do not mean to cast blame on Mark, Scariolo quickly clarified, fearing that he might offend the 2 core players of the team. No, Coach. I understand your point. You are implying that we are not the adversaries of the Chinese national team, correct? That is not my intention, Scariolo lamented inwardly, realizing his words had struck a nerve with these elite players. Leave it to me, Coach. I shall reclaim the lead, Pau Gasol asserted confidently, his formerly melancholic eyes now glinting with a hint of fierce determination. And me, Coach, I will make that kid pay. Calder N chimed in, pledging his support to Scariolo. And me, don't forget about me, buddy. Ibaka stood up, his face brimming with excitement. Serge, you should reconsider. Keep an eye on your defensive assignment. He has already made quite a few 3-pointers. Observing the relaxed demeanor of his teammates in the locker room, Rodriguez, who was matched up against Ufan, suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Chapter 20. Mind your eggs, Carl. Be cautious of that guy. As the second half was about to commence, Calder N was warming up on the sidelines when Rodriguez abruptly approached him, uttering an unexpected warning. What? Sergio, what are you talking about? I mean, be wary of that number 25 from the Chinese national team. His ability to steal the ball. Calder N shook his head dismissively and waved his hand. Hey, buddy, don't get overly anxious. I've got this, trust me. But I have to hit the court. Don't worry, Sergio. Before Rodriguez could finish his sentence, the opening whistle blew, and Calder N, with a casual remark, stepped onto the court. Watching Calder N's confident retreat, Rodriguez's uneasy feeling intensified. As Ufan completed his warm-up, poised to return to the bench, head coach Deng Huada unexpectedly appeared beside him. You. Prepare to take the court. Ufan was somewhat taken aback. Originally, Lu Wei was to take the court in the third quarter, but unexpectedly, Deng Huada altered the rotation. Without hesitation, Ufan nodded emphatically. As the second half commenced, Spain fielded its starting lineup, with Pau Gasol and Ibaka partnering in the paint, while Fernandez assumed the role of small forward, and the backcourt was manned by the explosive Navarro and Calder N, who played for the Raptors. This starting five was nothing short of luxurious, featuring 3 core players from the NBA, while the other 2 were formidable figures in the Spanish league. Yet, despite this, head coach Scariolo was deeply troubled. At the onset of the third quarter, the Spanish team appeared exceedingly lackadaisical, retreating slowly, taking haphazard shots, and, most critically, committing frequent turnovers. Even though Coach Scariolo repeatedly called for timeouts, he was unable to halt the downward spiral. As the third quarter concluded, the Chinese men's basketball team led Spain by 11 points, 60-49. One wondered if Yang Yi was surprised by this outcome. With a chuckle, Yang Yi remarked, "To be honest, I truly did not expect this. What do you think is the issue with Spain?" "I believe the primary problem lies in Spain's attitude towards the game. The statistics reveal that they committed a staggering 6 turnovers in the third quarter alone, directly allowing the Chinese team to capitalize with 14 points. Moreover, their rebounding and defensive transitions exhibited significant flaws. I imagine Coach Scariolo must be quite troubled." The troubles were not solely Scariolo's. Calderon was affected as well. Of the 6 turnovers in the third quarter, he alone accounted for 4, and by the time he reached the bench, his expression was as dark as a stormy sea. "Hey, Carl, what on earth are you doing?" Calderon looked up to find Ibaka approaching him, visibly irate. What do you want to say?" Calderon responded, bewildered. Ibaka stood before him, pouting as he declared, "Dude, you've been annihilated. That guy has completely overwhelmed you. Look at your hands. Did you smear them with butter and not wash them properly?" It seemed that Ibaka's words ignited a fire within Calderon, who sprang to his feet and confronted Ibaka. "Serge, you better take back what you just said. Did I say something wrong? That guy was just a breath away from taking your manhood." Calderon could no longer contain himself and was about to throw a punch when teammate Rodriguez hurriedly restrained him, prompting Calderon to sulk back into his seat. Scariolo suddenly felt utterly drained. He had never encountered such a bizarre situation before, not even 4 years prior against the formidable USA Dream Team. He cast his gaze upon the undeniable linchpin of the team, Pau Gasol, who also appeared somewhat disheartened. Having said all that needed to be said, as a coach, he found himself at a loss for further strategies. "Come on, guys, let us unleash our energy. We can triumph in this match, can we not?" The members of the Spanish team weakly clapped their hands in response. The situation on the bench of the Chinese men's basketball team was one of increasing caution as they held an 11-point lead. At this moment, Coach Deng Huada was more meticulous than ever before. He incessantly communicated the essential details that required attention on the court, leaving no stone unturned. The current scenario was one he had never anticipated. His pre-match mantra of fighting for every game had merely been a slogan, as everyone was acutely aware that winning against Spain was a formidable challenge. With only 10 minutes remaining in the match, if they could endure this final stretch, the elusive victory would be theirs. Not only Coach Deng, but everyone appeared to be brimming with excitement. You have only 5 minutes to rest. Prepare for the latter half." Deng Huada approached Yu Fan with a serious expression, imparting his instructions. "No problem, coach," Yu Fan replied eagerly. Deng Huada gently patted Yu Fan's shoulder in approval. "All right, dear audience, the fourth quarter is about to commence. How do you think the Spanish team will perform in this final segment?" "Well, I believe Spain will not underestimate us again. They will undoubtedly sound the horn for a counterattack. This is the most challenging moment for the men's basketball team." Indeed, Spain was still Spain. As soon as the fourth quarter began, they repeatedly scored under the basket, with Pau Gasol dominating the paint, unstoppable by any defender. Fortunately, the Chinese men's basketball team was fueled by fervor, maintaining their grip on the score with soaring morale. Beep. After Gasol's hook shot found the net, he exuberantly raised his fist in triumph. Coach Deng glanced at the clock and called for a timeout. Excellent. We are performing admirably. Our rebounding has been solid, and our defense timely. With 4 minutes left, we still hold a 5-point lead. The momentum is on our side, team." Deng Huada clapped his hands, rallying his players with enthusiasm. The team, panting heavily, nodded in agreement. On the bench, Yu Fan had already rested for a significant portion of the quarter and had been intently watching Coach Deng, hoping for the opportunity to step onto the court. As anticipated, once Deng concluded his instructions, his gaze shifted towards Yu Fan, and their eyes met, creating an inexplicable synergy. Coach Deng waved him over, and Yu Fan immediately rose, ready to enter the game. As the timeout concluded, Coach Deng substituted Yu Fan into the game. The current score stood at 67-62, with Spain trailing by 5 points. Let us witness the climax of this battle. Yu Fan gradually stepped onto the arena, where the audience was sparse, and the supporters of the Huagua team were even fewer. However, he was acutely aware that countless eyes were fixed upon him from miles away. A fierce determination surged within him as he slowly approached Calderon and greeted him in English. "Carl, I have returned." Chapter 21. The final showdown. Calderon paid no heed to Yufan, merely shadowing him closely, adopting a stance of unwavering defense. Yufan deftly maneuvered around the defense, receiving a sideline throw-in from his teammate without a moment's hesitation. Adhering meticulously to Coach Deng Huada's strategy, he lofted the ball into the paint before initiating his movement. His teammates spread out beyond the three-point line, clearing the interior for Yi Jianlian. As he caught the pass, he began to back down against Pau Gasol. Gasol, towering and seasoned in defensive tactics, did not easily succumb to fakes, remaining unmoved despite Yi Jianlian's multiple deceptive maneuvers. Realizing that subtlety would not prevail, Yi Jianlian opted to escalate the physical confrontation, unleashing the formidable strength hidden within his sinewy frame. It has been said that Yi is an athlete of remarkable prowess, possessing immense energy beneath his yellow skin, a testament to his impressive physical attributes. Indeed, as Yi Jianlian exerted his force, Gasol found himself straining under the impact, using all his might to withstand Yi's backing, yet his body involuntarily began to retreat. "Surge, help! Help!" Gasol called out without hesitation, summoning his teammate. Ibaka, positioned just within the three-point arc and only a step away from Yi Jianlian, immediately sprang into action upon hearing the call, charging towards Yi. This strategic adjustment was made by Coach Scariolo during halftime in the locker room. He stated unequivocally that the sole threat from the Chinese national team was the towering figure in jersey number 11. Thus, he devised a strategy of double-teaming, first assigning Gasol to guard Yi alone, followed by Ibaka, whose swift footwork would provide support. Such a defensive approach was astute, should Yi Jianlian be contained. The scoring capabilities of the rest of the Chinese players would be called into question. However, the Yi Jianlian backing down was no novice. While engaging in the post-up, he attentively observed the shifting dynamics of the defense, an expectation instilled in him by his youth coaches since his teenage years. Countless hours of practice had ingrained this instinct into his muscle memory. Just as Ibaka was closing in, Yi Jianlian deftly passed the ball to Wang Zhizhi, stationed beyond the three-point line. At that moment, a significant gap appeared before Wang, who was preparing to shoot. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he noticed another figure rushing towards him. It was Calderon. The dynamics on the basketball court are such that a single action can trigger a cascade of consequences. Ibaka's decision to abandon his defensive assignment to double-team Yi Jianlian inevitably created a vulnerability. This left Wang Zhizhi exposed, with Calderon being the nearest defender. Having spent several years in the NBA, Wang was aware of Calderon's capabilities and quickly recognized the threat posed by the opponent's three-point shooting ability. He immediately leaped towards Wang Zhizhi, managing to maintain his stability during the jump. Just as he arrived, he noticed that the opponent had halted his shooting motion. What a close call! Calderon marveled inwardly, relieved that he had positioned himself just in time. Otherwise, this former NBA player would undoubtedly have sunk that open three-pointer. However, just as he felt a sense of relief, he realized that Wang Zhizhi had not ceased his actions. With the ball cradled to his chest, he swiftly propelled it forward. Following the trajectory of the ball, Calderon watched in astonishment as it soared through the air, and upon reaching the apex above the hoop, he caught sight of a figure. This individual resembled a magnificent golden eagle in flight, seemingly defying gravity as he hovered in midair, one arm outstretched, reaching for the basketball. The ball appeared to respond to an invisible force, being irresistibly drawn to that outstretched hand. In the next instant, this aerial sprite forcefully slammed the ball into the basket. An aerial relay. Yufan and Deji executed a flawless alley-oop. 69-62. What a stunning play. Through intricate passing inside and out, they finally exploited the opponent's defensive weakness. A 7-point gap. In contrast to Yufan's explosive alley-oop, Calderon was more troubled by the widening score. He wiped his nose and shouted an unknown phrase in Spanish, urging his teammates onward. After Yufan scored the goal, Yi Jianlian enthusiastically approached him for a high five. Yufan felt a tingling sensation from the strength of his large, sturdy hand, yet his heart was filled with immense joy. Let us do this. Just like that. Let us get it done. Yufan cast a glance towards the bench, where his teammates were all standing, their expressions filled with excitement. There was no time for reflection. He hurried to position himself beside Calderon for defense. With ample energy at his disposal, he began to closely shadow his opponent in the backcourt. Calder N, a seasoned player firmly established in the NBA, displayed a solid foundation in his fundamental skills. Dribbling, passing, and shooting were executed with remarkable steadiness. Previously caught off guard by Yufan, he had committed 4 turnovers in a single quarter, which was particularly infuriating for a point guard renowned for his reliability. Although he maintained a calm exterior, his mind was resolutely prepared. He vowed not to let another steal slip by. Undeterred by Yufan's close defense, Calder N deftly maneuvered side to side, the basketball dancing in his hands like a toy under his command. Advancing past half court, he executed the technical movements of a point guard with unparalleled finesse, mastering how to shift the defender's center of gravity with his footwork while simultaneously protecting the ball. Each step, each dribble, and even the exertion of his muscles were distinctly audible to him. However, after just 2 dribbles, he was astonished to find that his opponent always seemed to anticipate his next move, arriving at his intended position a step ahead. As he shifted his right foot forward, Yufan's presence was already established to his right, forcing him to change direction. Yet, as he surged left, Yufan instantly blocked his path there as well. A looming threat of an 8-second violation loomed in Calder N's mind, triggering a surge of urgency. He quickly retreated with the ball, attempting a wider change of direction to evade Yufan's relentless pressure. To his dismay, Yufan mirrored him like a shadow, maintaining an identical rhythm and presence. Time was running out. Calder N had yet to cross half court. The commentator, Yu Jia, fixated on the timer with palpable excitement. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, and a smile broke across Yu Jia's face as he bellowed with conviction. Calder N has committed a turnover. He failed to advance the ball past half court in 8 seconds. Yufan's defense proved triumphant. Chapter 22, Destiny? What an exceptional defensive play, especially in such a crucial moment. It must be said that Coach Deng Huada's insistence on bringing Yufan to London was a remarkably astute decision. Thousands of miles away, the players of the Chinese men's basketball team could not hear the broadcast, yet it did not hinder their admiration for this successful defensive effort, applauding in appreciation. The bench erupted in excitement, with 4 teammates behind Yufan continuously applauding. Well done. What a remarkable defense. Yufan suppressed the exhilaration within him and quietly returned to the front court to serve. After several passes, the ball found its way to Zhu Fengyu beyond the 3-point line, a sharpshooter renowned for his prowess, often affectionately dubbed 3-point ring. Without hesitation, Zhu seized the opportunity, spotting an open space, and swiftly launched the ball. It sailed through the net with precision, 3 points secured. Zhu Fengyu. The score now stands at 72-62. With the men's basketball team leading by 10 points. Yu Jia's voice was nearly hoarse from shouting, but he paid no mind. He could already taste the sweet victory of the match, with less than 3 minutes remaining. At that moment, Spain's head coach Scariolo could no longer endure the mounting pressure and called for his final timeout. This timeout was invaluable. He had initially intended to reserve it for the closing moments of the game, but it was clear that any further delay would cost them dearly. The last timeout had seen the team trailing by just 5 points, yet within a mere minute, the gap had widened to 10, completely surpassing Scariolo's and the players' expectations. Listen up, team. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to waste a moment. We must retaliate immediately. His gaze swept across each player, but he found the desired response lacking. He then turned his attention to Calder N and said earnestly, "Carl, we cannot afford any more mistakes, understood?" Calder N wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded seriously. "All right, everyone, raise your hands. Let's rally together." Scariolo clapped his hands, urging the team to unite in encouragement. Following the timeout, Calder N displayed newfound wisdom, no longer fixated on individual bravado. He received the ball and decisively passed it out. Spain, a storied powerhouse, orchestrated several passes before the ball landed in Navarro's hands. His nickname, the Bomb, aptly reflects his explosive style of play. He never shies away from taking crucial shots, and the ball in his hands rarely disappoints. A player with nerves of steel, Navarro received the pass, disregarding the defender beside him, and launched a shot that pierced the basket like a sharp spear. 72-65. Navarro's 3-pointer finds its mark. What a pity. Sun Yu's defense was impeccable. Yet the opponent still scored. Following the successful 3-pointer, Spain's offensive surge continued. After Eugenion's mid-range attempt fell short, Spain swiftly secured the rebound and initiated a new wave of attack. Navarro struck again with another 3-pointer. 72-68. Pau Gasol scored under the basket. 72-70. The gap has narrowed to just 2 points. Wang Zhizhi gazed at the scoreboard suspended above the rim, an inexplicable surge of emotion welling up within him. The scene before him bore an uncanny resemblance to that fateful day 4 years prior. In the semifinals of the 2008 Olympics, the Chinese men's basketball team had similarly found themselves in the lead, only to be caught up at the last moment, ultimately succumbing in overtime. That match left an indelible mark of regret on countless hearts. Yao Ming once proclaimed that if he could return to that day, he would have done anything, even break Pau Gasol's legs, to prevent the final shot from landing. Wang Zhizhi himself had lamented that had his last-minute three-pointer not grazed the line, victory might have been theirs. Perhaps only those who had experienced that game could fathom the significance of this moment. Now, history seemed poised to repeat itself. Spain's point guard, Calder N, was advancing the ball with measured determination, and as Wang observed his gradual approach, a sense of fate enveloped him. 26 seconds. Just withstand one more offensive surge. Shaking his head, he steeled himself for the impending challenge. The timer ticked away relentlessly, with every spectator in the arena fixated on the court, holding their breath in anticipation. 15 seconds. 14 seconds. 13 seconds. As the clock dwindled to 13, Calder N initiated his offensive play, cautiously dribbling towards the right arc. He was acutely aware of Yufan's capacity for steals, thus he kept his non-dominant hand closely guarding the ball, minimizing its height as he dribbled. At last, he successfully maneuvered the ball to its intended destination, the tactical launch point designated by Coach Scariolo. All he needed to do was loft the ball to Pau Gasol, who had established position in the paint, and his mission would be nearly complete. Calder North scanned the court. Gasol had extended his arms, firmly establishing his position against his defender. With no other defenders in sight, the moment had arrived. Facing Yufan's defense, Calder N suddenly lofted the ball over Yu's head, sending it directly toward the waiting Gasol. His pass was executed with remarkable precision. He even anticipated the ball's landing spot, deliberately angling it slightly to the right, knowing Gasol favored receiving the ball with his right hand. Yet, in that fleeting instant as the ball soared through the air, regret washed over him. He suddenly noticed a flash of red darting into his line of sight, a figure moving with astonishing speed. At the very apex of the ball's trajectory, that silhouette's hand reached out. There was no error. The ball was seized firmly in that person's grasp. Wang Zhizhi's eyes widened in disbelief. It was Yufan. Indeed, it was Yufan. Yufan had long discerned Calderon's intentions. At this pivotal moment, he undoubtedly aimed to deliver the ball to the team's cornerstone. Thus, Yufan refrained from impulsively intervening, choosing instead to observe attentively until the opportune moment arrived. When Calderon lofted the ball towards the interior, Yufan's keen eyes captured the motion, albeit with a unique perception. The trajectory of the basketball appeared to him to unfold in a languid manner, affording him the swiftness to react. Consequently, he moved in unison with the ball, leveraging his formidable physical explosiveness to intercept it mid-air. Yufan had successfully snatched the ball. Chapter 23, Victory. Victory. As Yufan seized the basketball from the air and landed, Calder N immediately sprang into action, rushing to snatch the ball from Yufan's grasp. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. A defensive foul. Calder N, with no choice, resorted to foul play. This sequence unfolded with astonishing speed. From Yufan's interception to Calder N's foul, scarcely a couple of seconds elapsed. Yet, in Wang Zhizhi's eyes, that fleeting moment felt as if he had transcended from hell to heaven. Just a second ago, he was consumed by anxiety, fearing the team might repeat past mistakes. But in the next instant, the tide had turned. He felt a wave of emotion wash over him, a long-burdened weight lifting from his heart. Wang Zhizhi wiped his face with both hands and sighed softly, casting his gaze upon each of his teammates from the 2008 battle against the Spanish team, who now radiated sheer excitement. Yi Jianlian approached from the crowd, standing before Wang Zhizhi, extending his fist with a gentle smile. Without uttering a word, Yi Jianlian conveyed his sentiments, prompting Wang Zhizhi to return a faint smile and bump fists in camaraderie. The bench of the Chinese team erupted in jubilant cheers. Even head coach Deng Hua's countenance softened considerably. Now, let us observe Yufan's free throws. Should he score both, the victory would be nearly secured. First shot. Swish. 73-70. Spain's head coach Scariolo watched intently as Yufan prepared for his free throws, repeatedly rubbing his chin as if attempting to dispel his mounting frustration. Alas, the outcome proved disheartening. Yufan stood resolutely at the free throw line, his hands repeatedly caressing the basketball as he took a deep breath to quell the excitement surging within him. The second shot, it's in, 74-70. Spain has not called a timeout. They must swiftly inbound the ball to execute their final offensive play. At this moment, the defense can refrain from fouling to avoid granting a potential three-point play. Spain inbounds the ball. Calder receives it and advances. He passes to Fernandez. Time is running out. Fernandez takes a strong three-point shot. It misses. Jianlian secures the rebound. Beep. It's over. The game has concluded. The Chinese men's basketball team has triumphed. They have defeated the formidable Spanish team in this Olympic competition. They have created a miracle. They have redeemed the regret from 2008 in the capital. Yu Jia, with his voice hoarse from shouting, has tears welling in his eyes. And he is not alone in his emotional display. As the final whistle blows, the players of the Chinese team rush onto the court, exuberantly waving their arms and laughing heartily, embracing each teammate in celebration. Jianlian forcefully tosses the basketball skyward, raising his hands in triumph as he roars in exhilaration. Wang Zhizhi approaches him, and without hesitation, they embrace, both moved to tears. Yu Fan dashed to the side of Zhu Fengyu, and the two leapt high into the air, their radiant smiles expressing the exuberance of their emotions. Deng Huada approached the sidelines with courtesy, extending his hand in greeting to Spain's coach, Scariolo, who merely gestured in acknowledgement without making eye contact, promptly turning away toward the locker room. As the Chinese men's basketball team celebrated their victory, an inconspicuous seat in the northwest corner of the venue housed a middle-aged Caucasian man with brown curly hair. He quietly retrieved a notebook from his coat pocket, tilted his head, and swiftly scribbled a few lines. Satisfied with his notes, he smiled faintly before quietly departing. Scariolo, visibly agitated, stormed to the locker room entrance and immediately bellowed at his assistant. "Bring me that damned technical report." The assistant, not daring to delay, promptly handed it over. Scariolo's gaze swept across the names until he finally located Yu Fan's number, his eyes gradually shifting to the right. 25 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 assists. As he glanced at the subsequent statistic, his eyelid twitched noticeably. 12 steals. He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the figures before him. The numbers remained unchanged, and his brow furrowed deeply. How could this be? He muttered, though the reality of the situation dawned on him as he witnessed Yu Fan relentlessly snatching the basketball from his players. After perusing the technical report, Scariolo appeared even more infuriated, gripping the paper with increasing force. He sternly instructed his assistant, immediately investigate this player's background. I refuse to be confronted with mere lines of cold text any longer. With that, he stormed into the locker room, clutching the crumpled technical report. The unexpected victory over Spain warranted a celebration of epic proportions, yet as it was the Olympic season and they were representing their nation, the players merely gathered briefly before returning to their dormitories. Deng Huada, slightly tipsy, made his way back to his room. Just as he settled onto the bed, the phone rang. "Coach, congratulations. That was a magnificent victory." It was his old friend, Li Xiefeng. "Hi, Li. I knew you would call. What do you think? Are you satisfied?" "More than satisfied. It was a delightful surprise." The higher-ups were extremely pleased with the match. Deng Huada chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Li, I told you long ago, Yu Fan is exactly the player I needed." There was a brief pause on the other end before Li's tone grew hesitant. "Coach, I heard that Yu Fan did not make your starting lineup. Is that correct?" In his mildly intoxicated state, Deng Huada failed to detect the underlying reproach, responding earnestly, "Yes." "Li, why?" "His excellence is undeniable, yet you interrupted him, explaining, basketball is not mathematics, my friend. I cannot manage the team solely based on mathematical logic. There are myriad considerations at play. In short, I have my own deliberations, all right?" Li Xiefeng, seemingly unwilling to let the matter rest, persisted with his inquiries. Bob, hear me out. I believe Yu Fan should be in the starting lineup, don't you think?" It was rare for Li Xiefeng to address Deng Huada by name. He was typically a man of strict principles, unwavering in his professional conduct. Yet now, he seemed to be attempting to forge a closer rapport. Even Deng Huada was taken aback, but this was not the moment for such thoughts. They were engaged in a discussion about the team, specifically concerning Yu Fan. "Li, my friend, let me handle the team matters, shall we? I will manage it effectively." In Deng Huada's mind, player placement on the court was an inviolable boundary, a fundamental tenet of his role as head coach. "Bob, Yu Fan must start. He requires more time." Li Xiefeng remained obstinate. Sensing the tension, Deng Huada quickly inquired, "Is this your stance, or?" Li Xiefeng refrained from addressing him directly, instead shifting the conversation. "Bob, I must inform you that this is not merely my perspective. Presently, in Huagua, this individual has garnered countless supporters. You cannot focus solely on the game." Deng Huada fell silent. Chapter 24. Resolve this matter for me. Yu Fan returned to his dormitory and lay down, opening his phone, which was already inundated with messages. "Our son is truly remarkable. He has brought great honor to the Yu family. Mom, I've made up my mind. Let's start anew. I will be waiting for your return in Jinghua, sending my love. A message from a stranger. Shall I come to accompany you? However, I don't have a plane ticket." Another message from the stranger. "Can I come to find you now? I would love to visit London as well." Yu Fan glanced over these messages and noticed two below. "Xiao Yu, congratulations. You played exceptionally well. NBA scouts have already inquired about you." The letter from Wang Bin left Yu Fan astonished. Having just completed a match, he was already being sought after by NBA scouts. Indeed, as Brother Bin said, the Olympic stage is truly vast. Yu Fan felt a surge of delight within, yet he was soon confronted with a piece of news that astonished him. "Yu Fan, prepare yourself for the next starting lineup. Coach Deng Huada has surprisingly chosen to place you in the starting position. This is undoubtedly splendid news." Yet Yu Fan finds himself perplexed. Just before their departure to London, Coach Deng had explicitly excluded him from the starting roster. How could such a decision have changed so swiftly after merely one game? Could it be that his performance has indeed won over the coach? Yu Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He turned off his phone and lay on the bed, savoring the moment until he gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, in a dimly lit, enclosed room, several middle-aged men clad in sports uniforms gathered around a projection screen, attentively watching. The footage displayed the match between the Chinese national basketball team and Spain, but unlike typical game recordings, this particular video had been meticulously edited, with each segment featuring a singular individual. Yu Fan. Not long after, the video came to a conclusion. A middle-aged man slowly rose from his seat and turned to face the audience. The glow from the screen illuminated his face, revealing a serious expression. "It is this individual. My esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts?" The crowd pondered for a moment before one person spoke up. "Such defense is terrifying. I have never witnessed anything like it. His defensive skills, in my opinion, surpass even those of Kirilenko. Kirilenko, known as AK-47, is an exceptionally versatile player, renowned for his outstanding defensive abilities. Standing at 206 centimeters tall with a wingspan of 228 centimeters, coupled with remarkable athleticism, his physical attributes allow him to cover a vast area on the basketball court. One could liken his defense to a grand net, always capable of interfering when least expected. Indeed, Maxim, but this individual is markedly different from Kirilenko. If Kirilenko's defense resembles a net, then this player wields the precision of a blade." The crowd turned their attention to the speaker, Petrov, eager for clarification. Petrov smacked his lips and gently shook his head as he spoke. "What I mean is, this player's defense is not passive, waiting for you to make a mistake. Rather, he proactively strikes." "You are absolutely right, Petrov. That is precisely my point. From the footage, it is evident that the Spanish guards made no errors. Yet the ball was still seized by this player." Maxim, the first to speak, found Petrov's explanation to resonate with his own thoughts. Their sentiments echoed those of the others present, who nodded frequently and whispered amongst themselves. "Now, gentlemen, we are here to discuss how to win this match, not to extol the virtues of our adversaries." The middle-aged man at the front removed his hand from his chin and admonished the group. The room fell silent immediately. "David, this is a daunting challenge. I mean no disrespect. Our point guard is exceptional, but I fear he may be overwhelmed by this player." At the pinnacle of the hierarchy stands David Blatt, the esteemed head coach of the Russian team, a seasoned tactician of European basketball, who is diligently preparing for the impending match against the Chinese national basketball team tomorrow evening. Just yesterday, he learned of Spain's unexpected defeat, and having coached extensively in Europe, he is acutely aware of Spain's formidable prowess. Thus, he is taken aback that such a strong lineup could falter against an Asian nation. With curiosity piqued, he decides to review the game footage of the Chinese team facing Spain. Before long, his attention is captured by the number 25 player from the Chinese squad. This individual exhibits an uncanny ability. The ball handler opposing him frequently finds the ball mysteriously stripped away, and the risk of turnovers escalates significantly when he is present in the passing lanes. David Blatt quickly realizes that this player represents a grave threat, necessitating an urgent meeting to devise a strategy. However, the comments from his assistant coaches leave him quite displeased. I did not summon you here to extol his strengths. I require solutions to counter him, Blatt exclaims, slamming his hand on the table in frustration. The atmosphere shifts immediately as the gravity of his displeasure silences the room. Perhaps we could consider some alterations? One voice ventures cautiously. All eyes turn toward the speaker. His defensive pressure on the ball handler is formidable. We might attempt to reduce our reliance on ball penetration and increase passing and cutting, especially when facing him. While this approach may not yield extraordinary results, it is certainly preferable to the calamity experienced by Spain. Ivanov, please continue. Blatt gestures for him to elaborate. Moreover, upon meticulous observation, I discern that his offensive repertoire is rather ordinary, Ivanov states, provoking puzzled expressions among the others. Their faces seem to convey disbelief, as if to say, what jest is this? Ivanov clarifies, what I mean is, in comparison, his ball handling and penetration skills are still developing. He predominantly scores through cuts to the basket. Most critically, his long-range shooting leaves much to be desired. With Ivanov as final remark, the seasoned coaches, including Blatt, suddenly grasp the underlying strategy. They recall that, despite his defensive prowess, this player had not attempted a single long-range shot throughout the game, repeatedly attacking the rim instead. Let us concede his shots and focus on double-teaming his teammates. Someone exclaims with fervor. Precisely, Maxim. That is exactly my intention. David Blatt wiped his chin, and after a moment, a hint of a smile appeared on his face as he nodded in satisfaction. Let us convene a players' meeting immediately. Chapter 25. The Trial of David Blatt. This is Huawei Television, bringing you live coverage of the men's basketball event at the 2012 London Olympics. I am the commentator Yu Jia, and in the broadcast studio, we have the esteemed guests Yang Yi and Su Kun to provide insights on tonight's match between the men's basketball team and the Russian team. Previously, the men's team pulled off a stunning upset against Spain in the first match. According to the group stage rules, the team must secure at least one more victory to advance to the next round. Do either of you have thoughts on this? Yang Yi nodded and took the floor. I believe that since the men's team has already achieved one victory, it is imperative to adjust our overall game strategy. Oh, Yang Yi, are you suggesting that? I contend that the team we should truly focus on defeating next is the British team. The Russian, Brazilian, and Australian teams all possess formidable strength, and we should avoid their direct confrontation. Ah, do you agree with Yang Yi's perspective, Professor Su? Su Kun slowly responded. I do not entirely concur. For China to advance, it must surpass either Spain, Australia, Russia, or Brazil, which is quite a formidable challenge. We have just secured one victory. If we only set our sights on the final match against the British team, even if we achieve 2 wins, we must rely on our opponents to falter, thus relinquishing our control. Furthermore, once the competitive attitude relaxes, it is not so simple to regain that intensity. The same arena, the same venue. The second match against Russia is finally about to commence. Yu Fan was stretching on the sidelines when Deng Huada approached him with a smile. Are you ready? Absolutely. Coach, Yu Fan replied without hesitation. You will play for 30 minutes tonight. Good luck. Yu Fan nodded slightly. Deng Huada gently patted Yu Fan on the back and departed with satisfaction. The match commenced shortly thereafter, with Yu Fan officially taking to the court as a starter. Deng Huada retained the same lineup from the fourth quarter of the previous game against Spain. Yi Jianlian and Wang Zhizhi partnered in the paint, while Zhu Fanyu occupied the small forward position. Sun Yu took on the role of shooting guard, and the point guard was none other than Yu Fan himself. On the Russian side, during the pre-match preparations, Deng Huada specifically highlighted 3 individuals, center Mozgov, point guard SHVD, and the versatile Andrei Kirilenko, known as AK-47. Yu Fan was only acquainted with these 3 individuals, as they were all active NBA players. The player he was matched against was the Timberwolves guard, SHVD, and Yu Fan had fixated his gaze upon him for quite some time. With a whistle, the game officially commenced. Yi Jianlian leaped to tip the ball to the backcourt, and Yu Fan effortlessly received it, steadily advancing past the half-court line. Following the strategic plan laid out by Deng Huada, he initiated the play. After passing the ball to Sun Yu on the left flank, he retreated beyond the 3-point line. At that moment, Yu Fan suddenly realized that his opponent, SHVD, had vanished. In the next instant, he discovered that SHVD had darted into the paint to double-team Yi Jianlian. Was it a deliberate maneuver, or merely an unfortunate oversight? Fan felt a bit bewildered. Could it be that he was intentionally set free? Without hesitation, Fan raised both hands to signal his teammates for the ball. Simultaneously, Jianlian in the paint sensed the double team closing in on him and promptly passed the ball to the perimeter, finding Fan. Upon receiving the pass, Fan noticed that Scheid merely took a half step outward, rather than closing in as Fan had anticipated. Before Fan, there remained a vast expanse of open space. Scheid had overlooked Fan. Oh, no, that is incorrect. It was intentional. As Fan observed, Scheid had effectively blocked the pathway into the paint. He stood merely 2 meters away, silently scrutinizing Fan. His amber eyes seemed to challenge him, tauntingly whispering, "If you have the skill, then shoot." In that fleeting moment, all eyes were fixed upon Fan, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Yet, the timer continued its relentless countdown. The offensive clock would soon dwindle to nothing if he did not take action. This was a test posed by his opponent, and a response was imperative. The arrow was drawn, and it must be released. Fan hesitated for a brief moment before swiftly raising his hand to launch a three-point shot. The ball soared towards the hoop, grazing the rim delicately before cascading into the net. The three-pointer was successful. Fan exhaled softly, feeling a slight sense of relief. It remained uncertain whether coach David Blatt would persist with his previous defensive strategy after this shot went in. As Fan retreated to the halfway line, he kept a vigilant eye on Scheid and the coach David Blatt on the sideline. When Scheid received the pass and advanced towards the front court, he deliberately glanced at the coach on the sidelines. Fan understood that he was inquiring of David Blatt whether to continue, leaving him unguarded on the perimeter. David Blatt exhibited no expression or movement. He merely folded his arms and observed the game in silence. Scheid, noticing his coach's lack of response, deduced the answer was evident. Following the change of possession, Scheid advanced the ball across half-court and promptly distributed it, as the Russian players incessantly interspersed and moved across the court. Soon, Kirilenko maneuvered around Zhu Fangyu's defense, received the ball, and launched a three-pointer. Kirilenko's shot found its mark. "Yang, have you noticed that the Russian team seems to exhibit some alterations in their offensive strategy?" "Indeed, I am aware of what you wish to convey." Historically, the Russian team relied heavily on penetration and passing. However, today, several plays have involved constant ball movement and cutting, particularly when facing Fan's defense. It appears that Coach Blatt conducted some analysis of Fan following the previous match. As the possession shifted once more, Scheid, as before, retreated a considerable distance to grant Fan space. Yet, this time, the shot did not succeed. Fan's open attempt from beyond the arc was unsuccessful. The Russian team countered swiftly. The ball was passed to the fast-breaking Kirilenko. He scored 2-1. David Blatt continues to uphold the strategy of leaving Fan unguarded. And this time, it has yielded results. It remains uncertain how Deng Huada will respond with adjustments. Evidently, Deng Huada is unwilling to make any alterations. He has not even called a timeout, sitting on the bench with an unsettling calmness. A wave of despondency surged within Fan as his opponent brazenly laid bare their vulnerability, audaciously wagering that he would fail to score. It was both a gamble and a derision, a blatant slap to his own visage. Observing the smiles adorning the faces of the Russian players ignited a sudden blaze of fury within Fan. "Very well, let the contest begin." Fan let out a cold snort and retreated to half-court to continue the offensive. The Russian team maintained their original defensive strategy, making it exceedingly difficult for the Chinese men's basketball team to mount an attack. However, during the defensive phase, Fan had already discerned the opponent's tactics. So, no breakthroughs. Is it? Very well, just wait. When Shved passed the ball once more, he was astonished to discover that Fan had taken a shot. Fan intercepted the ball. A swift counterattack ensued. A thunderous dunk. 2 points scored. The frustration of the offense was all unleashed upon the defense. After landing, he deliberately brushed past Shved, wearing a provocative expression. "Is that all?" Chapter 26. This is part of the plan 33-29 halftime concluded, with the Russian team momentarily leading by 4 points. Yang, how would you assess the performances of both teams in the first half? We can observe that the Russian team has consistently implemented head coach David Blatt's offensive and defensive strategy, and objectively speaking, it has yielded certain results. As for our men's basketball team, despite facing challenges in offense, they have managed to deliver a response, thanks to Fan's remarkable defensive prowess. However, one concerning point for the Chinese men's basketball team is, how long can Fan's stamina hold out? Upon returning to the locker room, Yu Fan felt a bit breathless. Sitting on a chair and gasping for air, his mind still replaying the scenes from the game. Coach Deng Huada did not deliver an impassioned speech like in the previous match. Instead, he provided a brief arrangement and then ceased further commentary. Are you all right? Suddenly, Yu Fan felt a hand patting his shoulder. He looked up and realized it was Coach Deng Huada. I can still do it. Yu Fan endeavored to present himself as less fatigued, yet his body betrayed the truth, revealing a slight tremor in his speech. Deng Huada settled beside him, leaning forward to bring his head closer to Yu Fan. Listen to me, Yu. He began. Your performance in the first half was commendable, 12 points and 7 steals. You bolstered our defense admirably. However, Deng hesitated, grappling with his thoughts before continuing. I understand that the Russian team has targeted your defense, which has understandably frustrated you, leading you to intensify your efforts on that front. He paused, clearly embarrassed, before finally expressing his true concern. You must conserve your energy for the games ahead. Yu Fan took a deep breath, his clear eyes fixed on Deng Huada, caught between words. Noticing Yu Fan's apparent reluctance, Deng Huada quickly added, listen to me. You are an exceptional player. I understand your desire to prove yourself before our adversaries, but now is not the appropriate moment. With both hands resting firmly on Yu Fan's shoulders, Deng Huada gazed intently into his eyes, lowering his voice to convey the gravity of the situation. Our true enemy is the England team, so you grasp my meaning. Deng Huada created an air of suspense, yet Yu Fan comprehended his implication. The underlying message was clear: conserve your energy for the future, and as for this match, consider relinquishing it. Yu Fan closed his eyes and nodded slightly. Upon seeing Yu Fan's acquiescence, Deng Huada immediately broke into a joyful smile and raised his voice in reassurance. Do not overthink it. This is merely a part of the plan. As the second half commenced, Deng Huada promptly relegated Yu Fan to the bench. Initially, he had intended to let Yu Fan play a bit longer, but upon observing Yu Fan's evident despondency, he swiftly made his decision. It's best to take a break. My friend, with Yu Fan absent from the defense, the Russian team's offense sprang to life, relentlessly assaulting the formation of the Chinese men's basketball team with aggressive drives to the basket and proficient three-point shots. In stark contrast, the Chinese team fell into a state of silence. Both offense and defense were dominated by their opponents, and most crucially, the players seemed devoid of fighting spirit, leading to a widening score gap, 61-42. The Russian team held a 19-point lead. Yang Yi remarked at the end of the third quarter. The men's basketball team trails by 19 points. What are your thoughts? Well, I believe Coach Deng Huada has strategically conceded this match. We can observe that throughout the entire third quarter, Deng Huada did not allow Yu Fan to step onto the court and among the starting players. Only Yi Jianlian was permitted to play. Reflect on this arrangement. The underlying significance should be apparent, shouldn't it? Deng Huada paced along the sidelines, gently applauding and encouraging the players being substituted out. The starting lineup was gradually replaced, each sitting silently on the bench. Yu Fan understood that he would not take the field again in this match, so he simply covered his head with a towel, retreating from the world. A long whistle shattered the silence of the Chinese team's bench. The game had concluded, and Yu Fan lifted his gaze to the scoreboard. 85-59. Given such a result, it was evident what had transpired. He glanced at his teammates. Their expressions were void of joy or sorrow, as if they had already come to terms with the outcome. Let it be. Do not dwell on it. This is part of the plan. Zhu Fengyu approached, placing a hand on Yu Fan's shoulder. Did the coach speak with you? Zhu Fengyu smiled gently and patted Yu Fan. Such matters are not easily articulated. However, do not overthink it. Are you familiar with the strategy of Tianji's horse racing? This is quite common in the realm of sports. Yu Fan responded and followed Zhu Fengyu out of the gymnasium. The Chinese men's basketball team suffered a defeat against Russia, with a score of 59-85, marking their first loss in the Olympics. Subsequently, they faced Australia and fell again, this time 62-89, with Yu Fan achieving an impressive 12 steals. The team faced a third consecutive defeat, losing 65-95 to Brazil, and now they require a victory to secure advancement. Australia, having won only once in 4 matches, will compete with the Chinese team and the British team for the final qualifying spot. In the recent matches against Australia and Brazil, Coach Deng Huada maintained his strategy, with Yu Fan consistently playing around 20 minutes before being substituted alongside the starters, leading to predictable losses for the team. Presently, the Chinese, British, and Australian teams all share a record of 1 win and 3 losses. The final match day tomorrow will determine the last qualification spot. On August 5, 2012, in the conference room of the Chinese men's basketball team, Coach Deng Huada gathered all the players around a large round table, each with a report in front of them. Yufan glanced over and noticed the bold letters spelling British team. All right, gentlemen, the real showdown is about to commence. As you all know, for us to advance to the next round, Australia must lose, and we must triumph over the British team. We cannot ensure Australia's defeat. We can only focus on our own performance and leave the rest to fate. Therefore, the British team is our essential opponent to conquer. Deng Huada leaned on the table, scanning the faces before him. After a moment, he withdrew his hands, began pacing around the table, and spoke slowly. Before you lies detailed information on the British team. I expect you to familiarize yourselves with it before tomorrow's match. Now, if anyone has thoughts to share, please feel free to voice them. Deng Huada returned to his seat at the head of the table and sat down. Yufan opened the documents before him, which were densely packed with numerous details. Each player's biography from the England team was meticulously recorded, including even the intricate statistics of their matches. Yufan glanced through the pages hastily, his gaze lingering on one particular page. Luol Deng. Indeed, he is the sole NBA player within the ranks of the British team, undoubtedly the cornerstone upon which they rely. The reputation of Luol Deng is well known throughout the entirety of the Chinese men's basketball community. This all-star forward from the Chicago Bulls, a teammate of Derrick Rose, frequently graces the public eye. Not only is he an all-star player, but he is also a member of the NBA's all-defensive team, showcasing his prowess on both ends of the court. To overcome the British team, Luol Deng presents an insurmountable challenge that cannot be overlooked. If anyone has thoughts to share, please do so, gentlemen. Dunawade reiterated. In the ensuing silence, no one responded. Just as Dunawade was about to speak again, he noticed a hand raised. You please, go ahead. Yufan rose to his feet, steadying himself, and resolutely declared, I will guard Luol Deng. Chapter 27. Bring it on. On the night of August 6th, at 11:10 p.m., we are broadcasting live from the 2012 London Olympics, featuring the final group match of the men's basketball tournament. In the commentary booth, we have invited the familiar voices of Yang Yi and Su Kun. Tonight's match is crucial for the men's basketball team's chances of advancing. Could you both provide your insights? Yang Yi was the first to speak. The situation is as follows. Our sole objective tonight is to secure a victory against the British team. Only by doing so can we qualify for the next round. If we lose, with a record of 1 win and 4 losses, even if Australia were to lose as well, we would still be at a disadvantage in head-to-head matchups and thus unable to advance. Indeed, I concur with Yang Yi's assessment. Su Kun added. However, let us not forget that the British team is the host nation for this Olympics. As of now, they hold a record of 1 win and 3 losses. Should they triumph against us tonight, they would leverage their head-to-head advantage over Australia and secure their advancement. Absolutely. The British team will undoubtedly give their all tonight. Have you heard that Yufan has volunteered to guard Luol Deng? What are your thoughts on this? Yang Yi glanced at the notes before him, which detailed his pre-match preparations. Regarding the matchup between Yufan and Luol Deng, I am not particularly optimistic. Oh, Yang Yi, are you not usually supportive of Yufan? Indeed, while Yufan's defense is commendable, he typically faces guards of comparable size and stature. But Luol Deng is a different matter altogether. He stands at 2.04 meters and plays the 3 or 4 positions. At 1.95 meters, Yufan is at a distinct disadvantage in terms of height, weight, and strength. Thus, I find it challenging to endorse Yufan in this scenario. However, according to reports from the front, Coach Deng Huada has already given his approval. It is true that Coach Deng Huada consented to Yufan's request. He had no choice but to agree. Yufan's performance in these recent group matches has been nothing short of spectacular. Averaging 17 points per game, he stands as the team's second leading scorer, while his astonishing average of 11.5 steals is truly remarkable. Furthermore, the impact of Yufan's defense on the game is visibly evident. Such an outstanding display is more than enough to captivate any coach. In fact, Yufan's strategy is undeniably sound. The English team possesses only one formidable player, Ronald Deng. By effectively neutralizing him, one can be assured of a wise choice. Deng Huada reluctantly agreed, yet he remained somewhat apprehensive. Thus, he approached Yufan, who was engaged in pre-game warm-ups along the sidelines. How are you feeling? He inquired. Yufan raised his gaze to Deng Huada and discerned a hint of unease etched upon his countenance, leading him to an understanding. I am perfectly fine, coach. I shall handle him. Deng Huada managed a faint smile before responding in a notably cautious tone. I have faith in your defensive prowess. Yet I must remind you that this is London. This is the home ground of the English team. Oh. What I mean to convey is that the challenges of tonight's match will far exceed your expectations. As he spoke, Deng Huada's hands gesticulated animatedly in front of his chest. Do you comprehend my meaning? Yu Fan smiled gently, stood up to stretch a bit, and casually draped his arm over Deng Huada's shoulder. Coach, he remarked. There is an old Chinese saying, 2 shoulders bear 1 head. None of us possess extraordinary abilities, so who is afraid of whom? After speaking, Yu Fan placed both hands on Deng Huada's shoulders and began to knead them playfully. Deng Huada reflected on Yu Fan's words and gradually broke into a smile. Before long, the clock struck 11:30 p.m. and the match was about to commence. Yu Fan had indeed underestimated the situation. Surrounded by the densely packed audience and the cacophony of noise, an unsettling sensation washed over him. The arena had reached its zenith tonight. In previous matches, the attendance had barely exceeded 30%, comprised of supporters from various teams. Yet this evening, the crowd of over 10,000 was predominantly composed of supporters for the English team. This is London. This is the home ground of England. The fans unabashedly displayed their fervor for the home team, adorning themselves with the Union Jack on their clothing, hands, and even painted on their cheeks and foreheads. They reveled in their exuberance, mockingly taunting their opponents with their authentic London accents, expressing their unwavering passion. Take your luggage and roll back home. Tonight's victory belongs to Great Britain. Yes, you little one. You are utter nonsense. F off, squid. Chinese people. F off, squid. As Yu Fan listened to the jeers and raised middle fingers from the fans on the sidelines, along with the palpable unrest within the arena, he found himself somewhat taken aback. Previously, he had been competing in domestic leagues where, although the matches could be intense and fans would occasionally hurl insults, it was nothing compared to the unabashed hostility directed squarely at him today. Quite intriguing, wouldn't you agree? Wang Zhizhi approached Yu Fan with a teasing expression, inquiring playfully. Yu Fan smiled awkwardly and nodded. In the past, back in his homeland, things were not like this. Wang Zhizhi, clearly more seasoned, showed no surprise and continued to smile, saying, "No worries, you'll get used to it." Just as he finished speaking, a long whistle echoed, signaling the start of the match. The referee took the ball to the center circle, and according to the predetermined arrangement, Yu Fan moved to find his assigned opponent, Luol Deng. As the British team gained possession, Yu Fan swiftly approached Luol Deng, who, upon seeing that his defender was a short and slender individual, could not help but exclaim, "Oh, come on, are you kidding me?" Yu Fan remained oblivious, offering no response, while Roldan continued to chatter incessantly. "I know you, young lad. They all warned me to be cautious, but this time, you have chosen the wrong opponent." As the ball crossed half-court, Roldan dashed to the vicinity of the free-throw line, where his teammates promptly delivered the ball into his hands, creating space around him. Roldan's intentions were unmistakable. He aimed to take on Yu Fan single-handedly. Upon receiving the ball, he seamlessly executed a feint to the right, followed by a burst of speed that left Yu Fan behind. Just as Yu Fan caught up, Roldan slowed down to engage in a confrontation. Yu Fan collided with his imposing figure, faintly sensing a tremor in his chest. Utilizing this force of confrontation, Luol Deng effortlessly leaped and deftly placed the ball into the basket. 2-0. The British team scored first, clearly indicating their thorough preparation prior to the match. Luol Deng astutely perceived the defensive strategy of the Chinese team. He deliberately exploited his physical advantage, overpowering Yu Fan, leaving one to wonder if Yu Fan could withstand it. After the change of possession, Yu Fan dribbled past the half-court, meticulously executing the strategy, passing the ball to the interior player Yi Jianlian. Following several exchanges, Yu Fan accelerated, shaking off his defender and charging directly toward the basket. A splendid alley-oop. The arena fell into an instant hush as Yu Fan, expressionless, retreated to the front court. Casting a glance at Luol Deng. "Bring it on." Chapter 28, I'm revealing my hand. After Yu Fan scored, Roldan followed suit, positioning himself near the free-throw line, preparing to face Yu Fan one-on-one. Everyone instinctively created space for him. Yu Fan noticed a subtle smile curling at the corners of Roldang's mouth. Would he attempt it once more? Yu Fan feigned ignorance, lowering his center of gravity as he prepared to make his move. Although he prided himself on his exceptional reflexes, he had meticulously studied Luol Deng's playing style. Deng primarily relied on attacks around the basket, and operating in the low post was not his forte. The reason he had refrained from taking action earlier was merely to gauge his opponent. Now, witnessing Luol Deng poised to employ the same tactic against him, Yu Fan resolved to abandon his pretense and confront the situation directly. As Deng prepared to dribble past him with the intent to break through, Yu Fan suddenly felt an object collide against his shoulder. Glancing up, he realized it was Yu Fan positioning himself directly in Deng's path. Their bodies collided. A routine physical encounter that the referee chose to overlook. This was precisely what Deng had anticipated. He merely swayed slightly before regaining his balance. However, this minor disruption triggered an alarming realization in Deng. What was happening? He abruptly perceived that the ball was slipping from his grasp, and instinctively, he reached out with his free hand to protect it. Yet it was too late. Just as his hands were about to secure the ball, Yu Fan's right hand shot forth like a bolt of lightning, darting past Deng's line of sight. Bang! Yu Fan intercepted the basketball and dribbled it towards the floor, transforming his body into a nimble leopard as he surged forward. He had successfully stolen the ball. Yu Fan was beginning to showcase his prowess. Sun Yu was already on the fast break. His teammate quickly responded. Sun Yu, positioned beyond the three-point line, had anticipated the play. As he raced towards the basket, he received the ball tossed by Yu Fan and executed a flawless dunk. Sun Yu scores with a magnificent slam. What a splendid counterattack. It was Yu Fan who stole the ball from Luol Deng. Just as Luol Deng attempted to pursue, he witnessed his opponent soaring for the dunk. And with a mix of frustration and disbelief, he muttered an expletive before retreating to the half-court. Yu Fan approached Luol Deng, who still wore an expression of disdain. My friend, you would do well not to celebrate prematurely. The match lasts a full 40 minutes. Joel, position yourself. Position yourself, my friend. Yu Fan chuckled softly, shifting his gaze to the others. The previous blunder had not weighed heavily on Luol Deng. He continued to play according to his own strategy. Luol Deng made a strong move under the basket, but the ball was intercepted. A floor ball. Wang Zhizhi seized it. A counterattack. He passed to Zhu Fangyu. The layup is successful. Luol Deng faltered once more. Yu Fan executed another steal. Beep. The first quarter concludes with a score of 22-15. The Chinese team temporarily leads. Yang Yi, have you noticed that Luol Deng seems to be trapped in a vicious cycle? The more mistakes he makes, the more he feels compelled to prove himself, ultimately leading to frequent counterattacks from the opponents. Indeed, this highlights Yu Fan's defensive prowess. Prior to the match, we suggested that Yu Fan might not hold an advantage against Luol Deng, yet in just one quarter, he has stolen the ball from Luol Deng 5 times. It appears that Yu Fan was already confident in his abilities. We misjudged him. Yang Yi, that was your assertion. I certainly did not misjudge. Can we continue to commentate with such enthusiasm? Luol Deng took a seat on the bench, gasping for breath, his eyes reflecting a fierce intensity. No one dared approach him. Even head coach Chris Finch simply patted his shoulder before retreating. Finch is a composed coach who seldom alters a predetermined strategy, even when the situation appears dire. Luol Deng mirrored this sentiment. He did not subscribe to the notion of overnight fame. The coaching staff had long cautioned him to be wary of the Chinese team's number 25. Yet, Luol Deng dismissed this advice, not taking it to heart. Even after a dismal first quarter marked by 5 turnovers, he insisted that he had merely been careless. Beep. The score is now 31-24. With 4 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in the second quarter, Finch called a timeout, intending to substitute Luol Deng back into the game. Luol Deng removed the towel from around his neck, furiously tossing it onto the bench, and stormed onto the court. Finch smiled with satisfaction. On the other side, when Duan Huata saw Luol Deng preparing to re-enter, his gaze immediately shifted to Yu Fan, who was resting on the sidelines. The two exchanged a knowing look. No words were necessary, as Yu Fan understood his intent. After a brief moment of preparation, he returned to the game. How are you feeling? Did you rest well? Yu Fan smiled faintly and playfully teased the furious Roland Deng. Clearly taken aback by Yu Fan's unexpected engagement, Roland had previously attempted to provoke him several times, only to be met with indifference. He had assumed that Yu Fan was unable to comprehend English. However, faced with the current unfavorable circumstances, Roland had lost his sense of humor. You'd best keep quiet, he retorted brusquely before moving to receive the ball. After a brief respite, Roland appeared to have regained considerable stamina, immediately seeking to overpower Yu Fan upon his return. With the ball in hand beyond the arc, what was his intention? A one-on-one confrontation? Indeed, he sought to challenge Yu Fan directly. Alas, the ball was lost. Yu Fan executed another steal and surged forward. A thunderous dunk followed. 33-24. Clearly, Roland was harboring some pent-up frustration, yet Yufan managed to suppress it once more. Unwilling to back down, Roland continuously provoked Yufan physically, but the outcome was disappointing for him. The Huagua team capitalized on Roland's frequent errors, consistently launching counterattacks. By the end of the half, they had established a 15-point lead over the British team. Beep 43-28. The first half concluded. As the Huagua men's basketball team scored repeatedly, the atmosphere in the arena gradually grew silent. The excitement that once adorned the faces of the fans was now replaced by a hint of concern. In stark contrast, the Huagua locker room buzzed with energy. Hey, listen to me. We're on a great roll right now. Let's keep it going, shall we? The Australians are trailing their opponents by 8 points. If we secure this victory, we will advance to the next round. Maintain our rhythm. Keep our energy up. Go, 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 go. There was no need for excessive strategy or superfluous dialogue, with the situation so favorable. Coach Deng Huada simply needed to uplift their spirits to ensure a smooth passage. Meanwhile, British coach Finch found himself engulfed in doubt. He paced near the entrance several times, unable to reach a decision. Casting a glance at the spectators, he sighed and retreated into the locker room. Roland, we need to talk. Chapter 29. Just watch. Listen, Roland. Our situation is quite dire. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, as he met Roland's piercing gaze, Finch struggled to articulate his thoughts. Coach, do you think this is my fault? Oh, no. No. You are an exceptional player, an NBA All-Star, my friend. It's not your fault. But Finch hesitated once more, shaking his head and raising his hands in exasperation. Suddenly, he grew serious. You need to remain calm, Roland. What? Roland Deng wore a perplexed expression, his face a canvas of confusion. Finch pointed towards the corridor outside the locker room, where enthusiastic fans continued to cheer for the home team, and patiently elucidated, listen, Roll, we cannot afford to lose this match. Suddenly, Finch crouched down, placing both hands firmly on Roland Deng's shoulders, his demeanor grave. You've been led astray by that young man. You need to regain your composure, Roland. Roland Deng remained silent for 2 seconds, exhaling deeply before gently nodding in acknowledgement. As the third quarter commenced punctually, Yufan noticed that Roland Deng had not taken to the court. He glanced towards the British team's bench, where Roland Deng sat, motionless. What on earth was he thinking? As Yufan was about to take the court, Coach Deng Huada intercepted him, pointing towards Roland Deng. Yufan immediately comprehended the coach's intent and obediently returned to his seat. With the commencement of the second half, the British team did not field Roland Deng, indicating that Coach Finch had alternative strategies in mind. Likewise, our men's basketball team opted to let Yufan rest on the sidelines, seemingly preparing for a fierce confrontation with Roland Deng, a tactical arrangement by Coach Deng Huada. Surprisingly, following Roland Deng's absence, the British team performed even better. They played as if freed from shackles, executing both inside and outside shots with remarkable flair. Eric scored with a layup, 56-49. As the third quarter concluded, the British team narrowed the gap to 7 points. Observing the home team closing in on the score, the British fans began to stir restlessly, as if it were not they who were trailing. Harsh jeers echoed through the arena, clear even from the bench. You scoundrel, get back to your country. Victory belongs to us. Coach Deng Huada gathered the players at the sidelines, striving to shield them from the fans' distractions. Listen, gentlemen, we still hold the advantage. They should be the ones feeling apprehensive. Look into my eyes. Deng Huada's gaze swept across the team, revealing a fierce determination. Go out there and give it your all. Show them our spirit. Send these Brits packing. Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go. After a few resounding chants, the players prepared to return to the court. Coach Deng glanced over at the British side and noticed Roland Deng warming up, indicating his imminent entry. He called Yufan over. Your time has come. Show me what you've got. Deng Huada smiled enigmatically. With a long whistle, the fourth quarter officially commenced. Roland Deng indeed took to the court in the fourth quarter, and Yufan followed suit, approaching Roland Deng and softly remarking, sitting on the sidelines isn't a pleasant experience, is it? Roland Deng shot Yufan a glance, surprisingly offering no response. It seemed that after spending a quarter on the bench, he had calmed considerably. Indeed, once Roland Deng entered the game, he no longer fixated on competing with Yufan. He began to assert his presence on both ends of the court. Roland Deng passed to Andrew Lawrence, who scored with a layup. Roland Deng secured a rebound and initiated a fast break, scoring with a 2-1. Roland Deng blocked Sun Yu. Coach Deng Huada called a timeout. With 5 minutes and 38 seconds remaining, the score stood at 61-60. The British team trailed by only 1 point. The fans at the venue have succumbed to a frenzy, exerting every ounce of energy to create a cacophony, a means of expressing their unrestrained joy. However, Deng Huada can no longer afford a smile. The score has been equalized, and the momentum has shifted to their adversaries. If adjustments are not made promptly, dire consequences may ensue. Listen up, comrades. The Australian team next door is trailing by 11 points. They are destined to lose tonight, he declared with fervor. Now it is our turn. If we secure this victory, we shall advance to the quarterfinals. Deng Huada extended his 5 fingers and roared with intensity. There are 5 minutes left. Hold on. Can we do it? Okay, let us go. With a few firm claps of his hands, he noted that the timeout was about to conclude and the players were returning to the court. Approaching Yu Fan with a fierce countenance, Deng Huada urged, I want to witness your retaliation. Unleash your fangs. Yu Fan bit his cheek and uttered a phrase in Beijing dialect. Just you wait. As the pause concluded, possession returned to the Chinese men's basketball team. Yu Fan advanced the ball past the halfway line, delivering it to the interior where Yi Jianlian was stationed. With determination akin to a lumberjack felling trees, he executed several forceful maneuvers before decisively scoring beneath the basket. 63-60. As the British team transitioned to the offensive end, Luol Deng began orchestrating their attack. Yu Fan, aware that Deng would no longer act impulsively, redirected his focus across the court. Just as Deng attempted to pass to the left beyond the three-point arc, Yu Fan sprang into action. He leaped forward, deftly deflecting the ball with his fingertips, altering its trajectory as it careened towards the arc's apex, where Sun Yu awaited. A steal. It was Yu Fan. Sun Yu, quick-witted and nimble, seized the ball and immediately launched a counterattack, driving towards the basket while fending off a defender. Sun Yu. He attempted a layup and drew a foul. First free throw. It's good. 64-60. Second free throw. It's missed. The British team secured the defensive rebound. Yu Fan incessantly prowled along the passing lanes of the British team, which rendered Luol Deng's passes increasingly cautious. He hesitated for 4 to 5 seconds near the free throw line, struggling to locate an open man. With only 4 seconds left on the shot clock, Luol Deng found himself without a viable receiving option. 3, 2. He forced a shot. What did I just witness? As the clock ticked down to 2 seconds, Luol Deng, under immense pressure, released the ball, only to find a figure springing up before him. In an instant, a massive hand snatched the ball from its ascent. Yu Fan had blocked the shot. My goodness! What incredible elevation! Yu Fan swiftly passed to the fast-breaking Zhu Fengyu, who then distributed it to Yi Jianlian. Bam! The towering presence of Yi leaped high, emphatically slamming the basketball into the hoop. 66-60. Coach Deng Huada on the sidelines clenched his fist in defiance. The Chinese men's basketball team had widened their lead once more. Would Coach Finch call a timeout? No. The game continues. Chapter 30. He grew anxious upon resuming play. The British team experienced a swift 5-0 run against them, creating a 6-point deficit with just 4 minutes remaining in the match, a considerable disadvantage. However, the composed Coach Finch refrained from calling a timeout to make adjustments. He stood on the sidelines, arms crossed, pacing slowly, his demeanor heavy with concern. It was not that he was unwilling to call a timeout. Rather, he felt powerless. What difference would it make? Should he bench Luol Deng? He immediately dismissed that notion. The backlash for substituting the only NBA star on his team would be unthinkable. Furthermore, though the ball had slipped from Luol Deng's hands, Finch understood that Deng had performed admirably, and he could not demand too much. Even if he replaced Deng, would that infernal number 25, the player with yellow skin, cease his defense? Finch's answer was a resolute no. He would not. All he could do was allow his players to adjust on their own. It was the only course of action available. The game pressed on. With 3 minutes and 48 seconds remaining, Luol Deng continued orchestrating the offense. This seasoned veteran knew that in such a predicament, they should aim for the basket. Even if they couldn't score, drawing a foul would lead to free throws. They simply could not afford to waste opportunities beyond the arc. Thus, after several ball movements, he positioned himself at the right side of the basket, leaning against Yu Fan, arms outstretched, requesting the ball. Was he intending to back me down? Yu Fan immediately realized the situation. Luol Deng intended to leverage his physical advantage to dominate in the post, backing him down near the rim. Throughout the entire match, he had refrained from employing this tactic, but now, at this crucial moment, he finally unveiled it. Although Yu Fan was aware that Luol Deng did not primarily rely on post-up plays in the NBA, he could not overlook the significant advantage of experience that Deng possessed. Being a full circle older than him, it was undeniable that Deng had a certain proficiency in post techniques. Much like Shaquille O'Neal, despite being a cumbersome center, managed to impressively execute guard-like maneuvers during warm-ups before the All-Star game, leaving the venerable Joe with no choice but to concede. This exemplifies the prowess of NBA players. Even in areas where they may not excel, they surpass the average individual by a considerable margin. The British team cleared one side of the court, intending to allow Luol Deng to go one-on-one against Yu Fan in the low post. This strategy had not been employed by the British team before. It appeared they had reached a critical juncture and were prepared to fight with all their might. Yu Fan, cautious not to overestimate his abilities, exerted all his strength to firmly brace against Roldeng's waist. As Roldeng received the pass, he dribbled with his back turned, keenly observing the shifts in defense. Noticing that his opponent had no intention of double-teaming him, he summoned his full strength. Channeling all his power to his core, he abruptly thrust backward, dislodging Yu Fan, and swiftly pivoted to execute a layup. Yu Fan was struck heavily by this blow, causing him to stagger backward. As he attempted to leap and block the shot, Ral Deng had already released the basketball towards the hoop. Ral Deng scores. The ball goes in. 66-62. The British team has closed the gap. Yu Fan did not succumb to despair after being successfully singled out by Roll. On the contrary, his gaze was even more resolute than before. Deng Huada, on the sidelines, was drenched in perspiration, frequently crouching down and rising again, his unease clearly etched on his face. Should they lose this match and fail to advance from the group stage, such a result would undoubtedly be unsatisfactory. He could not return home to face the music, as Deng Huada could already envision the expression on Li Xiefeng's face upon their defeat. The ball was passed to Yi Jianlian. Yi Jianlian took a mid-range shot. The ball did not go in. Rebound. Yu Fan with the putback dunk. 68-62. The Chinese team still held a 6-point lead, with 3 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. Fincher appeared as if he were in a stupor, making no adjustments, sitting silently on the sidelines like a well-behaved child. Roldeng did not alter his strategy despite Yu Fan's score. He continued to move toward the right side of the basket, preparing to isolate Yu Fan once more. Zhu Ba, be alert for double-team support. As soon as he receives the ball, go for the trap. Nearby, Yi Jianlian sensed that Yu Fan might struggle to hold his ground and began to call for Zhu Fengyu to assist in the double team. Upon hearing this, Yu Fan exclaimed loudly, "No need. No need. I can handle it." Although Roldeng could not comprehend the words exchanged, his years of competitive experience indicated that they were likely discussing defensive strategies. A sense of satisfaction welled up within him, and a smile gradually spread across his iron-black face. To Roldeng, whether it was man-to-man defense or double-teaming, it was merely a poison to be countered. He took possession of the ball and began to assess the situation, testing the opponent's defense with a few dribbles. Just as he had anticipated, the double team did not materialize. Feeling reassured, he prepared to launch a formal attack. With all his might, he concentrated his strength in his waist and back, charging heavily towards Yu Fan. Yet, at the moment of impact, he unexpectedly found himself stumbling backward. Yu Fan had pulled the chair away. Roldeng lost his balance. What a blunder. Yu Fan seized the opportunity, launching the ball forward. Zhu Fengyu. He executed a fast break layup, scoring 70-62. Yu Jia roared with fervor, expressing his love for the men's basketball team, his powerful voice echoing in the studio, refusing to settle. Meanwhile, the fans in the arena were drenched in a cold wave of realization, falling into silence. Their faces had lost all signs of excitement, replaced instead by worry and anxiety. Some fans clasped their hands to their mouths, their eyes brimming with tears. With this counterattack successfully executed, Deng Huada finally felt a modicum of calm. He glanced at the timer, watching the seconds slip away, now with only 2 minutes remaining. It should be secure. 2 minutes. An 8-point deficit. As long as no major mishap occurred, victory was within reach. Roldeng pounded the floor in frustration, his teammates momentarily stunned by the critical error. Forgetting to help him up, Roldeng rose from the floor on his own, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The ball returned to the British team, and Roldeng sprinted to the 3-point line to receive the pass. Yu Fan noticed a significant change in him, as if a blaze of fury was ignited within. Yu Fan cautiously positioned himself beside Roldeng, not daring to show the slightest negligence. As Rold received the ball, he immediately accelerated, attempting to outpace you with sheer speed. However, in terms of velocity, Rold was no match for Yufan. Time and again, he changed direction in a feigned effort, yet you steadfastly remained in front of him, leaving no openings. Gritting his teeth, Rold attempted to break through to the right once more, but you sensed his urgency. Chapter 31. The Unexpected. Regardless of his opponent's actions, Yufan only needed to defend at his own rhythm. He positioned himself precisely in Rold's path, as Rold lowered his body to slip past on the right. Alas, he was too closely attached, and in a moment of desperation, Rold involuntarily swung his left hand. This caused an unintentional strike to Yu's chin, resulting in pain that made him stagger backward. Beep, beep. Two sharp whistles sounded, and the referee promptly signaled. Offensive foul. Rold Deng commits an offensive foul. Yufan had once again made a significant contribution. This error was nearly catastrophic for the English team. Upon seeing the referee's gesture, Yufan excitedly rose from the ground and began to applaud. Meanwhile, Rold, holding the ball, rushed towards the referee with an expression of agitation. His impulsive action was quickly intercepted by his teammates, who rushed to restrain him, yet Rold continued to mutter in protest. The possession returned to the Chinese team, and Yufan brought the ball across half-court, while Deng Huada shouted from the sidelines. Slow down the tempo. Control the time. Yufan, understanding the situation, began to pass the ball among the team members, showing no signs of offense. Time ticked away relentlessly, and Luo Erdong, glancing at the timer, felt an urgent sense of anxiety. Only a minute and a half remained. There was no time to wait any longer. Luo Erdong resolved to strike decisively. He suddenly dashed towards Zhu Fengyu, initiating a collaborative attack with his teammate. Zhu Fengyu immediately sensed the opponent's intention and swiftly passed the ball to Wang Zhizhi, positioned near the free throw line. Upon receiving the ball, Wang Zhizhi was promptly besieged by two British players, but he adeptly distributed the ball again. The tactic of double teaming is a double-edged sword. When executed well, it can yield surprising results, yet if misapplied, the unguarded player can exact a severe penalty. At that moment, Yufan was the one poised to punish the British team. He received Wang Zhizhi's pass, with no defenders in front of him, and was merely 2 steps away from the hoop. Without a moment's hesitation, Yufan received the pass and charged towards the basket. Upon reaching the rim, he ascended without a trace of pause. Nearby, Luo Deng watched as Yufan soared beside him, aiming for a slam dunk. At this juncture, it was too late for him to intervene. However, an inexplicable fury surged within Luo Deng, prompting him to leap into the air with all his might. Yet, he was a beat slower than Yufan. By the time he jumped, Yufan had already driven the basketball forcefully through the hoop. Yufan had successfully completed the dunk. Luo Deng rushed to provide defense, but it was too late. The two collided midair, and it seemed Luo Deng had anticipated the impossibility of thwarting Yufan's score. In the air, he unleashed his movements without restraint, fiercely swinging his arms. And all Yufan could see was a dark, iron-like elbow barreling toward his head. Yufan only saw the iron elbow hurtling towards him, yet in the air, he was powerless to exert any force, helplessly watching as his head was brutally struck. Bang! Yufan fell heavily to the ground, clutching his head and letting out a muffled groan. The referee's whistle pierced the air once more, signaling a foul. A defensive foul was called against Roldan. It was evident that he had executed a reckless elbow maneuver in midair, prompting the referee to review the footage. Yujia watched the broadcast in horror, her complexion paling. This was not a basketball move. It was an act of aggression. Roldan's intent was clearly aimed at Yufan's head. Oh, how Yufan must not be injured. Roldan, with a defiant expression, stood on the bench, separated from his teammates, showing no concern for Yufan's condition. Everyone understood that his actions were deliberate. On the side of the Chinese men's basketball team, all players crowded around Yufan, who remained in agony on the floor, his body contorted in pain, groans escaping his lips. The team doctor rushed over, leaning close to Yufan's ear, repeatedly inquiring about his condition while applying pressure to his head. Deng Huada and the other players anxiously awaited at the sidelines. After a brief moment, the doctor stood up and approached Deng Huada. Coach, he cannot continue to play. He must be taken to the hospital for examination immediately. Without hesitation, Deng Huada nodded decisively, signaling 2 players to assist Yufan and help him back to the locker room. At this moment, Yufan felt as though the world was spinning around him. Upon opening his eyes, the scene before him appeared somewhat blurred. When Yufan regained his clarity and opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying in a pristine white room. In this room, there was another individual, Zhu Fangyu. Yu Fan let out a sigh, shifting his body slightly. Zhu Fangyu, standing by the bedside, sensed Yu Fan's movement and immediately leaned down to inquire, "How are you feeling? Do you feel any better?" At this moment, Yu Fan still felt somewhat dizzy and had a headache. He blinked his eyes and propped himself up to sit. Did we win the match? Have we advanced? This was the matter that weighed most heavily on Yu Fan's mind. He distinctly remembered that when he left the court, there was still 1 minute remaining. Zhu Fangyu seemed to have anticipated Yu Fan's inquiry as he smiled and promptly took out his phone. After a few taps, he presented it to Yu Fan. The Chinese men's basketball team triumphed with a score of 74-64, advancing to the next round, while the young player Yu Fan exited the game due to injury. After reading, Yu Fan smiled and nodded in satisfaction. "That's good." Zhu Fangyu took the phone and began dialing. Shortly thereafter, Deng Huada and his teammates flooded into the hospital room. "Yu, how are you feeling?" "I have wonderful news to share. We dealt with those British fellows." Deng Huada beamed with joy, but then nervously glanced out the window, realizing that they were in London, England. "Ha." The teammates were all amused by his reaction, and Yu Fan joined in the laughter. "Coach, who is our opponent in the next round?" The joy of victory was fleeting, and as Yu Fan posed this question, the laughter in the room gradually subsided. Yu Fan suddenly realized that if he advanced, he would secure the 4th position in Group B, meaning his next opponent would be the first team from Group A, the American team. At a moment when everyone was reluctant to broach the subject, Yi Jianlian spoke up, not with despondence, but with a smile, exuding calm confidence. "Rest assured, focus on your recovery. We shall take care of the competition." After Yi Jianlian's encouraging words, Wang Zhizhi also offered some consolation. The prowess of the American team is well known. Each player is an elite among elites, a star among stars. Especially after the disappointment in 2004, the American side has placed immense emphasis on Olympic events, always sending their finest. Achieving victory seemed a daunting task. Deng Huada and his teammates exchanged a few more pleasantries before departing the hospital room, as they needed to prepare for the upcoming match. Even if victory was not attainable, it would serve as a valuable learning opportunity. At that moment, a notification pinged from a nearby phone. Chapter 32, Returning Home. "Nate, this is what you wanted." A staff member handed a stack of documents to Nate McMillan. McMillan swiftly flipped through the pages as if searching for something specific. Soon, his gaze lingered on a particular sheet. He traced his finger along the text, his eyes following the lines of small print, finally coming to a stop. Leaning in closer, he began to read intently, murmuring to himself after a moment. "Concussion? Oh, what a pity." Suddenly, the door swung open, and a man with gray hair and beard entered. McMillan glanced up to find it was Mike D'Antoni. "Nate, what are you busy with? The weather outside is splendid. Everyone is on the cruise. Why not join them for a bit?" McMillan, clearly uninterested in D'Antoni's suggestion, shook his head. "Forget it, Mike. I need to prepare for tomorrow's game." D'Antoni poured himself a glass of water and casually approached McMillan. "Come on, buddy. That match doesn't require preparation. Without Yao Ming, they are simply no match for us." McMillan refrained from arguing. The strength of the American team was indisputable, yet he found D'Antoni's arrogance rather off-putting. "Mike, haven't you heard? The Chinese team has a formidable guard. What's his name again?" McMillan picked up the documents from the table and began to search. "Oh, Nate, I believe you are referring to Yu Fan. Am I right?" D'Antoni pronounced Yu Fan's name in his halting Chinese. McMillan paused his actions, nodding in affirmation. "Regrettably, Mike. He is injured, a concussion. He won't be playing in the next match." D'Antoni, glass in hand, settled down in front of McMillan, speaking leisurely. "Nate, what are you worried about? Surely, you do not believe that young player from Huagua could possibly defeat us?" After saying this, he took a sip of water and erupted into laughter. "Mike, not at all. However, I must say he is an exceptional player, and I believe we shall see him in the NBA next season." D'Antoni waved his hand dismissively, unconvinced. "Oh, come now, I know him. That fellow is merely a defensive player and hardly qualifies as exceptional." "Oh, Mike, within your 7-second offense, he indeed stands out." With that, D'Antoni rose to leave. But McMillan intercepted him. "Mike, should we still forward his profile to Coach K?" "I think not. He has no time to concern himself with a player who does not take the court." McMillan clicked his tongue, non-committal. The quarterfinals proceeded as scheduled, and the Huagua team suffered a predictable defeat, marking the end of Yu Fan's national team journey. After a brief respite, the entire team boarded a private jet back to their homeland, unfazed by their elimination at the hands of the American team. In fact, the players felt a sense of pride. Reaching the top 8 in the Olympics stands as the finest achievement in the history of this national team. The last time they reached the top 8, the team boasted an NBA All-Star Center. While this accomplishment may not be outstanding, it at least meets the expectations of the fans. As Yufan descended the aircraft staircase, he deliberately cast a glance at Deng Huada, who exhibited no trace of joy upon his visage. Yufan surmised that he might have been dismissed. At their parting, he approached Deng Huada and softly uttered, "I'm sorry, coach, for not being able to assist you." Deng Huada, slightly taken aback, responded with a warm smile, enveloping Yufan in an embrace, and then patting him on the shoulder, remarked, You have already done enough. You owe me nothing. Thank you, coach. It was you who selected me for the national team, and I am truly grateful." Deng Huada burst into hearty laughter, waving his hand dismissively. No, you. It is your talent, not mine." As they reached the awaiting vehicle, Deng Huada paused to extend his hand, shaking Yufan's earnestly and stating, I will undoubtedly see you in the NBA. Trust me." Yufan was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent. Deng Huada patted Yufan's arm before turning and stepping into the vehicle, driving away with a flourish. With Deng Huada gone, the team members dispersed, and naturally, Yufan too would return home. However, before doing so, there was an urgent matter to attend to, for Yufan noticed Wang Bin already seated in the car, beckoning him. "Xiaoyu, hurry and get in." Yufan waved his hand and, with a smile, took a seat in the passenger's side, eagerly inquiring, "Brother Bin, have there been any developments on the matter you mentioned a couple of days ago?" Wang Bin, while driving, responded to Yufan, "Indeed. When I last spoke to you, I had merely received a few trial invitations from various teams. Now, however, 2 teams are ready to sign a contract immediately. The Spurs and the Bulls. Which one would you like to join?" Yufan understood that the 2 teams Wang Bin referred to were the Spurs and the Bulls. He was well acquainted with both. The Spurs were renowned for their teamwork and strict discipline, boasting the formidable trio of Duncan, Jin Billy, and Parker, all under the astute guidance of Coach Popovich, consistently maintaining a position among the Western Conference's elite. As for the Bulls, Yufan had an even deeper familiarity, not solely due to the legendary Chicago Phantom, but also because of the rising star, the Rose of Chicago, Derrick Rose. This formidable team under Tom Thibodeau's leadership had been ascending in recent years, and it was worth noting that Luol Deng played for the Bulls. Both teams were exceptional, yet they failed to ignite Yufan's enthusiasm. Observing the slight furrow in Yufan's brow, Wang Bin spoke up, "Perhaps you should choose the Spurs. Although San Antonio may be a tad smaller, this team seems to align well with your aspirations." Yufan chuckled softly, realizing that Wang Bin mistakenly believed his discontent was due to an unpleasant altercation with Luol Deng. "Brother Bin, which 3 teams have extended training invitations?" "Oh, the Lakers, the Rockets, and the Mavericks." Upon hearing these names, Yufan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. The Rockets and the Mavericks, naturally, required no elaboration. As both teams had previously been associated with players from Huagua, Yufan surmised that their willingness to extend training invitations was partly motivated by the lucrative Huagua market. However, what truly piqued Yufan's curiosity was the Los Angeles Lakers. A few days ago, Yufan stumbled upon a sensational piece of news on his mobile device. The Los Angeles Lakers had acquired the formidable Dwight Howard and the illustrious Steve Nash, forming a star-studded quartet alongside Kobe Bryant and Pau Gasol. This revelation was nothing short of explosive. It is essential to recognize that both Kobe and Howard are MVP-caliber superstars. Their partnership could easily be likened to the legendary duo of the second generation. Not to mention the presence of Steve Nash and Pau Gasol. Such a lineup is simply unparalleled in strength. Wang Bin glanced at Yufan, observing his deep contemplation, still unable to reach a decision. "Enough of that for now. Let me treat you to a welcome dinner." Chapter 33. Dinner with Popovich. Yufan had not anticipated the sweltering heat of summer in San Antonio. After the conclusion of his trial with the Spurs, he found himself completely drenched in sweat. Wang Bin emerged from the gym's office and approached Yufan directly. "It's done. The Spurs have agreed to sign you. However, the specific details still need to be discussed with General Manager Buford." He handed Yufan a black piece of paper, pressing it into his hand. "Brother Bin, what is this?" Wang Bin beamed, his uncontainable joy evident on his face. "You certainly have a significant standing. Just now, the general manager informed me that Coach Popovich wishes to invite you to dinner this evening." Wang Bin raised an eyebrow, indicating the paper in Yufan's hand. "That card contains the address of the restaurant. Yufan glanced at the item in his hand, a surge of pride swelling within him. Who is Greg Popovich? He is none other than the soul of the San Antonio Spurs, a coach of remarkable achievements. To be invited to dinner by such a distinguished figure, especially as a novice who has never played a single NBA game, is indeed a tremendous honor. It appears that Coach Popovich holds you in high regard. If he is pleased with you, there should be no issues with General Manager R.C. Buford. Seize this opportunity with all your might. Yufan nodded slightly, gripping the piece of paper even tighter. As night fell, the allure of San Antonio began to reveal itself. Yufan followed Wang Bin, meandering through the tranquil alleyways, and soon discovered the restaurant. Nestled beside a gentle stream, the establishment was graced by the soft glow of evening lights reflecting off the flowing waters, imbuing the surroundings with an exquisite charm. Wang Bin settled into a seat at the entrance, while Yufan, guided by the number on a slip of paper, continued his search for Popovich. Hey, Yufan. A clumsy rendition of American-accented Mandarin caught Yufan's attention. He turned to see an elderly man with graying hair and beard waving at him from across the way. Yufan tucked away the piece of paper and hurried over. Popovich rose from his seat, warmly extending his arms to embrace Yufan. Hello, my child. It must have been quite a challenge to find this place, right? Popovich settled back into his chair, engaging Yufan in light-hearted conversation. Oh, that's quite all right, he exclaimed, bursting into a childlike laughter, devoid of any sense of restraint. Oh, don't be nervous, my friend. Look at you. You bear such a resemblance to Kawhi. When he first arrived, he was just like you. Huh? Yufan smiled shyly, still unaccustomed to the exuberance of Popovich. Undeterred by Yufan's reticence, Popovich continued to speak. San Antonio may appear quite ordinary at first glance, yet the longer you linger, the more you will find yourself enamored with it. I assure you. Yufan politely nodded without responding. At that moment, the waiter presented the prepared dishes, accompanied by a bottle of red wine. Before Yufan lay a meticulously crafted steak, which, judging by its appearance, boasted exquisite color and aroma, causing Yufan's mouth to water in anticipation. However, Popovich, instead, first seized the bottle of red wine. He poured a glass for Yufan before filling his own, gently swirling it and inhaling its bouquet with evident delight. Ah, what a splendid wine. He raised his glass in a toast to Yufan, who took a sip, unable to discern its quality. Yufan could sense Popovich's warm hospitality, yet his purpose for being there was not merely to indulge in food and drink. He needed to voice his true thoughts. Coach, thank you. Before Yufan could finish, Popovich interrupted him, his aged face still adorned with a smile. Oh, wait. Let me introduce this wine to you, Popovich said, positioning the bottle before Yufan and elaborating. This is a red wine produced in the United States. Surprising, isn't it? The U.S. also produces wine. Yufan wished to mention that there is indeed a counterpart in Huagua, yet he found himself unable to interject, ultimately deciding to remain silent. The name of this exquisite wine is Work Number 1. What do you think? The name is rather distinctive, is it not? Yufan nodded, bewildered by his words. Popovich appeared to be slightly inebriated. He chuckled like a child before settling into his seat, his tone suddenly becoming languid. Do you know who my number 1 work is? Popovich inquired abruptly, posing an exceedingly peculiar question. Yufan was also taken aback by this question. According to his own speculation, Popovich was likely not referring to red wine. David Robinson? Yufan blurted out the name of Admiral David Robinson, one of the 4 great centers in the NBA, who, under the guidance of Greg Popovich, had clinched 2 NBA championships. Yufan mused that he must surely be Popovich's proudest prodigy. But to his surprise, Popovich swiftly shook his head, dismissing that answer. Tim Duncan? This response seemed undeniably correct, as Tim Duncan had maintained a close collaboration with Popovich since the draft, earning the title of Popovich's most esteemed disciple. Yet, once again, Popovich refuted this answer. Yufan could no longer fathom the answer. Surely it could not be Parker and Ginobili. Yufan immediately dismissed this notion. Popovich poured another glass of wine, took a sip, and continued, until today, I believed it was Kawhi. His physical attributes are simply remarkable. His robust muscles, broad hands, and agile reflexes are truly impressive. However, after witnessing your performance on the training ground today, I am convinced that you are my masterpiece number 1. Popovich suddenly fixed his gaze on Yufan, admiring him as one would a work of art, filled with profound reverence. Yufan was taken aback by this response. He could scarcely have imagined that Popovich would utter such words. It was almost a blatant expression of affection. As Yu Fan gazed into the fiery eyes of Popovich, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Coach," before Yu Fan could voice his thoughts, Popovich interrupted him. "Listen, young man. I can see the latent talent within you. I will provide you with the finest environment and the best teammates. I will sculpt you into an all-star, perhaps even an MVP. What do you say? Welcome to my team." The more Popovich spoke, the more his excitement grew, and by the end, he spread his arms wide, eager to celebrate with Yu Fan. However, it was evident that Yu Fan did not share this enthusiasm. He rose to his feet, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately spoke up. "I'm sorry, coach. I cannot sign with the Spurs." The smile vanished from Popovich's face in an instant, his brow furrowing as he looked at Yu Fan, awaiting an explanation. "I have decided to try out for the Lakers." Yu Fan responded with unwavering certainty. Popovich, increasingly perplexed, forcefully spread his hands and inquired with confusion, "Why?" Yu Fan merely responded with a single name, K0B. Chapter 34, Trial with the Lakers. "Have you lost your mind?" Wang Bin, incensed upon learning that Yu Fan had declined Popovich's offer, demanded to know, "Do you realize what a precious opportunity this is? Countless players would yearn for such a chance, and you simply turned it down?" Frustrated, Wang Bin raked his fingers through his hair and let out a deep sigh. "Little Yu, having appointed me as your agent and assistant, I feel compelled to remind you that the Spurs are an exceptionally suitable team for you. They have always prioritized defense, and your integration would be seamless. Moreover, Coach Popovich holds you in such high regard. How could you?" Yu Fan did not express anger. Instead, he shifted to offer comfort. "Brother Ben, I once promised myself that if a chance arose, I would certainly play basketball in Los Angeles alongside Kobe. Now that the opportunity has presented itself, I have no reason to decline." Wang Bin gazed at the Na'vi Yu Fan, feeling a sense of helplessness. But Los Angeles might not necessarily need you. Jesse Buss is the youngest son of Dr. Buss, the owner of the Lakers. Unlike his brothers, he manages the team with a hands-on approach, engaging directly in various affairs. Currently, he oversees the scouting department for the Lakers. To be precise, he is a scout. It was early September 2012 when Jesse Buss had just returned to Los Angeles from London, where he had attended the Olympic Games. His experience proved fruitful. But the most surprising discovery was number 25 of the Chinese team, Yu Fan. Witnessing Yu Fan's performance on the Olympic stage left him in awe, prompting him to immediately contact Yu Fan's former team, Jinghua, to express his interest. In a bid to ensure a swift connection with Yu Fan, Jesse felt compelled to overstep his authority and extend a trial invitation to him, while his role was solely to scout. The ultimate decision of whether to integrate Yu Fan into the team was beyond his jurisdiction. Nevertheless, he could not afford to delay. Such a talented player might slip through his fingers if he hesitated. However, upon returning to Los Angeles and informing General Manager Kupchak of the situation, Jesse was taken aback when Kupchak showed little interest, bluntly stating that he had more pressing matters to attend to and suggesting they put it on hold. As time dragged on, Yu Fan, now ready for his trial, had arrived at the Lakers facility. With no other options, Jesse mustered the courage to approach the team's current leader, his brother Jim Buss. Upon entering the office, Jesse found head coach Mike Brown present as well. "Hey Mike, how are you?" "I'm well, Jesse." Mike Brown greeted him warmly. Jim Buss, seated at his desk, was slightly surprised to see his brother enter. "Jesse, what brings you here?" "I'm discussing player acquisitions with Mike. If you're not in a rush, perhaps you could wait?" Jesse felt a pang of awkwardness, fully aware that his abrupt entrance was rather impolite, yet he had no retreat. "Yes, I have something of great importance." "Very important." Jim Buss and Mike Brown exchanged amused glances at Jesse's hesitance. The entire world was aware that the Lakers had acquired Dwight Howard and Steve Nash. What could possibly be more significant than that? Yet, as an elder brother, Jim Buss refrained from ridiculing his sibling. "Jesse, if you've identified any intriguing players, feel free to reach out to Kupchak. He will handle it." Jesse Buss curled his lip, refraining from uttering a curse. If seeking Kupchak were of any use, why would he have come here? "Jim, I must say, this player is exceedingly." He sought a particular word to capture his brother's attention, yet after much contemplation, he could not conjure a satisfactory term. "Utterly exceptional. We cannot afford to overlook him." Upon hearing this, Jim Buss and Mike Brown erupted into further laughter. Clutching his stomach and stifling his mirth, Jim remarked to his brother, "Jesse, each time you enter this room, you proclaim this very statement. Are you not aware? Besides, which player here is not exceptional?" "Ha ha." Observing the mocking expression on his brother's face, Jesse realized that if he did not employ his secret weapon soon, he might be at a loss. Jim, do you know why Dad favors you not, but rather dotes on Jeannie? This remark seemed to strike a nerve with Jim Buss, for as soon as the words left Jesse's mouth, the smile vanished from Jim's face. Do not speak to me of that wretched girl. Jim's countenance darkened, and he hoarsely gestured towards Jesse. Mike Brown, standing nearby, abruptly ceased his laughter, quickly comprehending the gravity of the situation and hastily excusing himself. Jesse understood that Jim's ire was not directed at him, but rather at their sister, Jeannie Buss. Long ago, Jeannie had taken it upon herself to assist their father in managing the team, excelling in her role and earning their father's admiration. In contrast, Jim and his siblings had perpetually been labeled as the wayward sons in their father's eyes. This stark comparison ignited Jim's fury and resentment towards Jeannie. Therefore, Jesse had long realized that praising Jeannie in Jim's presence would invariably provoke a tempest of rage. By positioning Jeannie as a benchmark, Jim would be effortlessly led by the nose. This was Jesse's secret strategy. If it were Jeannie occupying your position, I would not need to exert myself so. Anything beneficial for the team, she would never refuse. Upon uttering this, it seemed Jim Buss was ignited with determination. He swiftly circled the table and seized Jesse, demanding, immediately, take me to see that player. What Jeannie can accomplish, so can I. Jesse felt a surge of triumph within, for he had succeeded. Just as the two were about to push open the door, a figure materialized before them. Jeannie? Both Jesse and Jim exclaimed in astonishment. Jeannie Buss, adorned in a flowing lavender gown, her golden locks cascading gracefully, exuded an air of regal elegance. Yet at that moment, she stood with hands on hips, indignantly blocking the office doorway. Jim, you had better come out and see. Who is that Asian man below? Jesse and Jim had long heard the thumping sound of a basketball from downstairs, but since this was a gym where people trained daily, they paid it little mind. However, as they approached the railing and peered down, they discovered a young boy with yellow skin engaged in a one-on-one match against Jamal Crawford. Jesse Bass was taken aback and hurriedly followed his brother and sister downstairs to the court's edge. Jamal Crawford had recently signed a 4-year contract worth $21.7 million with the Los Angeles Clippers 2 months prior. While Crawford's skills might not be deemed exceptional, his playing style was undoubtedly unique within the NBA. His smooth and graceful ball-handling techniques were nothing short of sensational in the streetball realm. At that moment, he faced the defensive Fan, drenched in sweat, with his ball-handling hand trembling incessantly, yet he feigned calmness. Asian kid, I must take this seriously. Chapter 35. Jim Bass's bet true to his reputation as the epitome of fluid dribbling. The basketball danced in Crawford's hands like a feather, enhanced by his slender physique and sweeping movements, resembling a graceful ballet. Yet, danger often lurks behind beauty. Crawford's dribbling was more than just aesthetically pleasing. His adept maneuvers and shifting rhythms left defenders utterly bewildered about his next move, making it nearly impossible to steal the ball. However, it was not the defenders who were panicking, but rather Crawford himself. After a few exchanges with Fan, he realized that with every attempt to drive past, the ball inexplicably slipped from his grasp, landing in the possession of that guy on the opposite side. Strangely, he felt no contact whatsoever. Was it possible he had overindulged the night before? Initially, Crawford thought this, but after several more attempts, he discovered that Fan consistently thwarted his offensive routes. Whenever he attempted a bolder streetball move, the ball was invariably stolen without exception. Crawford was flustered. He had never encountered such an overwhelming sense of defensive pressure, causing his ball-handling hand to tremble involuntarily. Hey, Jamal, what brings you here? Jeannie Buss and her brothers approached the court and engaged in conversation with Jamal Crawford. Although the Lakers and Clippers were fierce rivals, this did not extend to the players' personal lives. Upon seeing Jeannie Buss and her entourage, Crawford breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally catch his breath. Hey, Jeannie, I heard this guy is here to try out for the Lakers. So, I'm just having a little fun, hee. Jeannie glanced at her brother Jim for confirmation, but Jim seemed just as uncertain, ultimately looking towards their younger brother, Jesse Buss. Jesse approached Fan, gently resting his arm on his shoulder, and introduced him to the onlookers. Yes, indeed. He will soon be a member of the Lakers. It is evident that this answer took everyone by surprise. Although Crawford was astonished, having just grasped Fan's prowess, he merely formed an O with his mouth. However, Jean Buss was entirely different. Her jaw dropped in disbelief as she gazed at Jim Buss. What? Jim, you'd better explain this to me. Don't tell me this Asian kid is going to join the Lakers? Throughout history, Very few individuals of Asian descent have managed to establish themselves in the NBA, and those few are predominantly towering interior players. In their perception, Asians are neither fast nor high jumpers, unless one is a behemoth like Yao Ming. It is inconceivable to secure a foothold in the NBA. To Gene Buss, someone with the seemingly ordinary stature of a guard like Yufan could never be part of the Lakers. Jim Buss, taken aback by his brother Jesse's choice of an Asian guard, shared his sister's sentiment. However, an odd competitive spirit quelled his reservations. With a smirk, Jim feigned confidence and declared to Gene, "He is the player I asked Jesse to scout. I believe he possesses great potential and the capability to join the Lakers." Jim had never laid eyes on Yufan, yet in defiance of his sister, he disregarded all doubts. "Jim, listen. You cannot let our relationship affect the team, understand? What you are doing is detrimental to the organization. Dad won't approve." Gene sensed Jim's deliberate provocation and would not allow the team's interests to suffer. She refrained from mentioning their father, but as soon as she spoke, Jim's expression darkened ominously. He leaned closer to his sister, adopting a challenging tone. "All right. Since you think I'm being foolish, how about we make a wager? Jamal is right here. Let them face off in a one-on-one game to 30 points. If Jamal wins, I will give him 100,000. If this Asian kid wins, then you will pay him 100,000. What do you say, my dear sister? $100,000 is no trifling sum. It could cover the annual expenses of an average American middle-class family, or even purchase a house in a small city back home." Yet, Gene Buss showed no hesitation. With her head held high, she faced her brother Jim, refusing to back down. "Very well, if you wish to compete, I will once again prove to Father how misguided it was to entrust you with the Lakers." On the surface, Jim Buss exuded an air of confidence, yet internally, he was engulfed in a tempest of anxiety. He remained uncertain of Yufan's capabilities, but he harbored his own ulterior motives. Should Yufan falter, he could easily shift the blame onto his younger brother. Nevertheless, he secretly wished for Yufan's triumph, as witnessing Jeannie face humiliation would be the pinnacle of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Jesse Buss, observing the escalating situation, felt a twinge of unease. However, he soon recognized this as a fortuitous opportunity for Yufan to secure a place in the Lakers, thus refraining from interference. "Jim, I must admit, I am quite eager for your $100,000. But you must not breathe a word of this to Kobe. That guy would surely seek to reclaim it from me. Enough chatter, Jamal. Focus on winning first. Good luck, Jamal. Have you decided where to shop for a car? I presume you haven't purchased one since arriving in Los Angeles, have you?" "Indeed, Jeannie. I will." Thus, an unusual one-on-one confrontation was set in motion, leaving Yufan somewhat bewildered. He could discern that Jeannie and Jim were acting out of spite, yet their serious and earnest expressions betrayed no hint of jest. Well, this could be an opportunity. As the duel commenced, Crawford generously allowed Yufan to take the first shot. Yufan seized the ball, eschewing any elaborate maneuvers. Instead, he executed a swift change of direction and, harnessing his explosive power, charged directly at Crawford. Yufan's figure resembled a flash of lightning, swiftly leaving Crawford behind as he charged towards the basket, scoring effortlessly. 2-0. "This lad is truly remarkable," Jesse Buss remarked in admiration, fully aware of Yufan's physical prowess. Yet witnessing it up close still took him by surprise. Jesse glanced at his brother Jim, who wore a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Keep the momentum going, my friend. Give it your all," Jim encouraged Yufan. Upon obtaining the ball, Yufan comprehended that although he was currently engaged in a gamble, it also presented a valuable opportunity for trial. Therefore, he resolved to abandon his previous modesty. Yufan, employing the same strategy, continued his relentless assault beneath the basket. Crawford appeared to have underestimated Yufan's speed and was left trailing, though this time, he was only half a step behind. Determined to disrupt Yufan's momentum, Crawford pursued closely, yet Yufan paid no heed. He surged toward the basket and leapt high, executing a magnificent dunk. The score stood at 4-0. "Wow, this fellow can really soar. Jeannie, I believe it's time for you to collect your winnings." Chapter 36, a shutout against Crawford. "Jim, do not celebrate too soon. Jamal is the reigning sixth man of the year." Just as Jeannie Buss finished her statement, Yufan initiated his third offensive wave, embodying the adage that a singular skill can conquer all, as he found himself in a state of invincibility. Since the opponent was unable to defend against him, there was no necessity for him to alter his approach. Yu Fan continued to employ his swift agility to penetrate Crawford's defenses, yet this time, the circumstances were markedly different. Although Crawford had previously underestimated Yu Fan, allowing him to slip past with ease, he had been caught off guard. In Crawford's assessment, while Yu Fan's speed was impressive, his ball-handling skills were evidently still in their infancy, preventing him from fully capitalizing on his speed advantage. Thus, when Yu Fan attempted to break through for the third time, Crawford was already able to keep pace. Under Crawford's interference, Yu Fan awkwardly attempted a layup, only for the ball to slip out of the hoop. Jim, it seems his offensive skills are not as remarkable as one might think, Jeannie Buss teased her brother Jim, who responded with an eye roll. Buddy, I need to get serious. That $100,000 is mine for the taking, Crawford remarked, habitually murmuring as he received the ball. Yu Fan remained silent, adopting a defensive stance, patiently awaiting his opponent's attack. Crawford had already witnessed Yu Fan's defensive prowess and dared not underestimate him. After dribbling the ball, he diligently executed a series of between-the-legs dribbles, searching for an opportunity to break through. Following several changes of direction, his hands instinctively transitioned into his signature behind-the-back dribble, a display of exquisite ball control that elicited cheers from the sidelines, particularly from Jeannie Buss. Yet, Yu Fan remained utterly focused, meticulously observing his opponent. He discerned that Crawford was now exercising even greater caution than before, prompting Yu Fan to remain vigilant. Suddenly, Crawford lunged to the right, executing a wide change of direction, with Yu Fan closely trailing, denying him any space to advance. Instead of breaking through on the right, Crawford swiftly pulled back, maneuvering the ball behind his back. Was he merely testing me? Yu Fan secretly chuckled to himself. Noticing that Yu Fan was not deceived by his trickery, Crawford decided to intensify his efforts. He abruptly shifted his body to the right, causing the ball to follow suit, bouncing towards the front right. At that moment, Yu Fan made his move. The moment Yu Fan initiated his move against Crawford, he discerned his avenue of breakthrough. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his right hand, reaching out decisively for the ball thrown by Crawford. There were no unexpected occurrences, nor any physical contact. Yu Fan effortlessly seized the basketball. Due to inertia, Crawford completed his rightward maneuver, yet the ball had long since vacated his grasp, rendering the motion rather peculiar. Sensing the shift in his hands, Crawford's heart sank. He realized with a glance downward that Yu Fan had indeed intercepted the ball. Embarrassed, he retracted his hand and turned away, head lowered. On the sidelines, Jenny and Jim exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. In Jenny's eyes, Yu Fan's actions appeared as if meticulously choreographed by a computer, manifesting flawlessly at the precise moment needed. The basketball lay exposed on the floor for merely an instant, yet in that fleeting moment, Yu Fan had snatched it away. No one questioned Crawford's ball-handling prowess. It was precisely due to his exceptional skill that the Bass siblings were left astonished. Jesse, splendid work. I knew your insight was unparalleled, Jim exclaimed, enthusiastically patting his brother a few times, while he glanced at his sister Jenny, who looked utterly perplexed, clearly still trying to process the moment. The one-on-one contest persisted, but Yu Fan's offensive attempts were not without difficulty. His repertoire of moves was limited, with a shooting accuracy hovering around 40 to 50%. Nevertheless, after several exchanges, leveraging his speed advantage, Yu Fan managed to score 8 points. In stark contrast, Crawford had yet to register a single point. Despite multiple attempts, Crawford, despite his cautiousness, fell prey to Yu Fan's interceptions, causing his confidence to wane. Now, with just one more basket, Yu Fan could claim victory. Holding the ball, Crawford hesitated to initiate his attack, acutely aware that the moment the basketball touched the ground, it would likely be snatched away by his opponent. However, the inevitable confrontation loomed. Reluctance aside, Crawford had to proceed with his offense. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he reluctantly commenced his attack, striving to keep the ball secured beneath his hips and behind his back, having realized that once the ball was in front of him, the likelihood of interception was nearly absolute. Cautiously, Crawford observed that his adversary did not make a rash move, allowing him a momentary sigh of relief. He could no longer afford to play by the book. Suddenly, Crawford conceived a peculiar notion. With the basketball maneuvered back and forth beneath his hips, he swiftly clasped it with both hands and leapt into the air. Was he attempting a jump shot? Yu Fan instantly discerned his intentions, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning as he swiftly surged towards the airborne ball. The sphere had already been launched from Crawford's fingertips. And as he tracked its trajectory, Crawford was suddenly taken aback to see a hand forcefully striking down upon it. Bang! Yufan skillfully secured the ball. A block. Crawford widened his eyes in disbelief, glancing towards the sidelines, hands raised in a gesture of helplessness. The spectators at the edge were equally stunned, except for Jeannie Buss, who was shouting furiously at him. Jamal, what on earth are you doing? I truly feel sorry for your boss, Sterling. Jeannie Buss, infuriated by Crawford, stood with her hands on her hips, berating him. Meanwhile, Jim Buss wore a smug expression. Jeannie, what did I tell you? I am far more suited to manage the team. This is the ultimate proof. Look at this guy, he is incredible. Jesse, I must thank you on behalf of our father. You've discovered a gem for the Lakers. Jesse Buss offered a polite smile, choosing not to comment. After a moment, Jeannie seemed to calm down from her rage. She took a deep breath and turned to Jesse. Jesse, you should not have kept this from me. I know what kind of person Jim is, but a player as exceptional as him, we shouldn't waste any more time. Jeannie pointed towards Yufan on the court, questioning her brother Jesse. Before Jesse could respond, Jim interjected, stepping forward in anger. Jeannie, what do you mean? Are you refusing to acknowledge this? Jeannie brushed Jim aside and marched directly towards Yufan. Young man, welcome to the Lakers. Chapter 37. Becoming a Laker. Sir, your breakfast. Thank you. A blonde waitress set 2 plates of breakfast on the table, smiling as she exited. So, how is it, Brother Ben? Isn't it quite nice here? Yufan rose from his bed, gently twisting his neck and stretching his limbs. Wang Bin was in the bathroom attending to his morning routine, and after a short while, he emerged, his face damp from washing. Xiaoyu, he cautioned, I must remind you that $200,000 won't last long in this city. This is Los Angeles. After all, I suggested you find a rental apartment, yet you insisted on staying in a hotel. If your mother were to find out, she would surely be heartbroken. Yufan paid no heed as the two approached the dining table and took their seats. What could be done? After all, the proximity to the Staples Center was undeniable. Given our unfamiliarity with the area, we might as well settle for a temporary place. Once we become accustomed to our surroundings, we can search for a proper residence. He suggested. Wang Bin nodded in agreement, taking a bite of a sandwich as Yufan continued. Brother Bin, what do you think of the Lakers owner? A sum of $200,000 is quite considerable, isn't it? The two siblings offered it without a second thought. Just imagine how much that would be in RMB. Observing Yufan's naive enthusiasm, Wang Bin chuckled and could not help but interject. Don't defend them. $200,000 is all it took to sway you? Do you have any idea how much the Spurs would offer you? He extended his hand, gesturing dramatically as he lamented, $5 million. $5 million. You turned down a long-term contract worth $5 million a year, only to come here and sign a short-term deal for $2 million. Ah, you are truly headstrong. Wang Bin shook his head, feeling a deep sense of regret. Yufan, however, remained unfazed, for he had already conveyed his thoughts to Wang Bin with utmost clarity. He understood that Wang Bin had his best interests at heart, yet Yufan still yearned to pursue his own dreams. Moreover, he firmly believed that true talent would inevitably shine through. What could be attained with the Spurs could equally be achieved with the Lakers. Enough of this. At the very least, both Jeannie and Jim have treated me well, and for that, I am truly grateful. Yufan deliberately shifted the topic, yet at this juncture, Wang Bin appeared to recall something. Oh, I hadn't thought of it until you mentioned it. Xiaoyu, have you noticed that Jeannie and Jim don't seem to get along very well? It feels, how should I put it, quite peculiar. Yufan gulped down a large cup of milk and replied nonchalantly, I don't know. Who cares? I suppose that's how wealthy people are. It doesn't affect my ability to play and earn. Wang Bin was left speechless, letting out a sigh as he picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth. You should pay more attention. In a couple of days, it's the team's media day. The customs abroad are quite similar to those at home. One must understand the intricacies of social relations. I perceive that the Lakers' waters run quite deep. What are you looking at? Wang Bin inquired, noticing Yufan intently examining his phone. Nothing much, just received a text from Lao Ma. Congratulations on joining the NBA's Los Angeles Lakers. However, I must caution you to be wary of that man, Kobe. Yufan gazed thoughtfully at the message sent by Marbury. Time flew swiftly, it was already October 2nd. The day designated for the Lakers Media Day. Media Day, as the term suggests, is a day when NBA teams collaborate with the media for promotional purposes, including the capturing of official photographs. The team showcases all its players to the public, serving both the promotional needs of the team and the league while also marking the official commencement of the new season. On this day, all eyes across the nation are focused on one location, the Los Angeles Lakers. This attention is due to their acquisition of the formidable Dwight Howard from the Magic through a three-team trade during the summer. This towering center, at the pinnacle of his career, joining forces with Kobe Bryant, has left the entire country in astonishment. Moreover, the Lakers have also procured the services of Steve Nash from the Suns, the two-time MVP, who averaged 12.5 points and 10.7 assists last season, proves that he still possesses remarkable prowess as he joins the Lakers. Consequently, the Lakers now boast a formidable roster featuring the Super F4 combination of Kobe, Howard, Gasol, and Nash, complemented by the still competitive Ron Artest. The sheer strength of the Lakers lineup is daunting. It is noteworthy that in the previous 2 years, Kobe only had Pau Gasol, a single All-Star, yet he secured 2 NBA championships. With such a lavish roster now in place, the fans in Los Angeles have descended into a frenzy. In the TNT studio, the commentary team is fully prepared to discuss the Los Angeles Lakers today. Welcome to today's special TNT program. I am your longtime friend Irvin Johnson, accompanied by Kenny Smith, Charles Barkley, and Shaquille O'Neal. Today marks the Lakers Media Day. I believe you are aware of the theme? Shaq, what are you up to? Just as Irvin Johnson was halfway through his sentence, he suddenly noticed O'Neal slumped over the table, pounding it with one hand. Ha ha, Irvin, don't mind him. Yes, Irvin. This guy is not pleased, chuckled Barkley, clutching his belly in laughter while pointing at Shaquille O'Neal. Shaq, tell me, how many championship rings does Kobe have compared to you? 1, that's right. But soon, he will have 2, 3, 4 more, Barkley exclaimed, counting on his fingers while laughing heartily. Ha ha, Charles, you speak the truth. But perhaps you should stop teasing him. He truly is upset, remarked Kenny Smith. In response, Barkley leaned closer to O'Neal, incessantly chanting, Kobe, Kobe, Kobe. Suddenly, O'Neal shot up from the table, his face contorted with anger, and he thrust his face directly into the camera lens, shouting vehemently, No, no, no. Barkley and the others erupted in laughter, their joy unabated, until O'Neal too succumbed to the merriment. All right, everyone, we must discuss serious matters now. Irving Johnson was the first to regain his composure, adjusting his attire with a serious demeanor. The Los Angeles Lakers have acquired Howard and Nash. What are your thoughts on their prospects? Do you believe they can clinch the championship? After the revelry, the group settled into their commentary positions, ready to engage in today's debate. I think we should pose this question to Shaq first. After all, he is the true victim here. Ha ha ha. Kenny Smith chuckled heartily. O'Neal, whose face had been alight with laughter, feigned a serious expression, crossing his arms defiantly over his chest. Undoubtedly, without question, my friend, Kobe. I resent that he has more championships than I do, and Dwight, he always vies for the title of Superman with me. Yet, I must speak the truth. Their collaboration will surely dominate this league. Chapter 38. The first encounter with Kobe, the Lakers' star-studded lineup, indeed captivated considerable attention, with hundreds of media outlets from Los Angeles and around the globe vying to cover the story. However, the focus predominantly rested on the luminaries Kobe and Howard, while here, only a handful of domestic media had come to conduct interviews, wrapping up their coverage quite early. After finishing his character photo shoot, Fan stepped out of the studio, eager to take a stroll outside. At that moment, a tall, bald man approached him with a smile. Hello, are you also one of this year's newcomers? I am Robert Saker. Fan nodded slightly, feeling somewhat awkward as he was not yet familiar with his current teammates. Saker, however, jovially threw an arm around Fan's shoulder and began to engage him in conversation. Ah, you are Korean, aren't you? I have been to Korea. Without waiting for Fan to respond, he proceeded to mimic the way Koreans spoke. Ah, your mother, Aseo? Simiga, ah Shiba. Saker animatedly attempted to bond, yet his Korean was so poor that his attempts came out as a jumbled mess. Fan smiled and rolled his eyes, saying, Thank you. I am not Korean. Saker, undeterred by the setback, brightened at the realization and approached Fan with palpable excitement. Ah, I see now you are Japanese. He patted his chest and exclaimed, I've been to Japan as well. Allow me to perform for you. Giveawa. Arigato. Soga. Yamit. Fan initially had no intention of interrupting Saker's performance, yet upon hearing the familiar word at the end, he felt compelled to intervene. Hey, buddy, I am from Huagua, not from the Little Sun. Upon hearing Fan declare his identity, Saker became even more exhilarated. Just as he was about to speak, Fan swiftly covered his mouth. Have you ever been to Huagua? Fan couldn't help but inquire. Saker shook his head, and Fan finally felt a sense of relief as he released his grip. However, I possess 1/48 of Huagua heritage. Sak took a deep breath, gazing at Yufan, and earnestly declared. Yufan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, nearly causing him to cough up blood. The two continued their conversation as they walked, and Yufan was captivated by Saker's affable nature. He couldn't help but inquire, Robert, what exactly are you trying to achieve? After all you've said to me, what is your intention? Saker shrugged his shoulders, appearing quite innocent. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed at the orange juice in Yufan's hand and, with an air of mystery, proposed, how about becoming my orange juice brother? Yufan found himself momentarily speechless by the unexpected inquiry. What do you mean by orange juice brother? Saker shook the orange juice in his hand, gesturing towards the drink held by Yufan, his face illuminated with a smile. Just like the orange juice we hold, sharing it signifies our profound camaraderie, does it not? What relevance does that hold? Yufan questioned, bewildered. Saker continued to elucidate. Being my orange juice brother means we become the best of friends, always looking out for one another. Isn't that wonderful? On the court, I could even pass the ball to you. Of course, you could pass it to me too. Saker winked at Yufan, who felt a strange sensation and could not help but inquire, are you gay? Upon hearing this, Saker finally grasped the misunderstanding, furrowing his brow as he chuckled. Dude, where is your mind wandering? I am certainly not. What I mean is, as rookies, we are the ones who need to support each other the most in the NBA. Do you realize how challenging it is for newcomers like us to establish ourselves in the NBA? Typically, we might only last 3 to 5 years, or even less. If I can have one more friend, that would be splendid. Saker spoke with utmost sincerity, causing Yufan to lower his guard. He recognized the palpable insecurity in Saker. Yet there remained one question on his mind. Robert, why? Why did you choose me? Saker appeared somewhat hesitant, raising his hands in a gesture of uncertainty, pointing at Yufan as he stammered. Because I've circled around here several times, and you are the most ordinary of them all. Yufan pondered the meaning behind his words and suddenly grasped the implication. Robert, are you implying that I am inept? You stand right there. As the two continued their conversation, they arrived at a photography studio, where a throng of reporters was gathered. Yufan turned to inquire of Saker, Robert, who is that over there? Saker shrugged lightly. Who else could it be? In Los Angeles, who else could attract such media attention? It's none other than Kobe. My friend, let us not linger. We should move on. With that, Saker attempted to pull Yufan away, but upon hearing Kobe's name, Yufan found himself rooted to the spot. Yufan has been with the Lakers for quite some time now, yet he has yet to meet Kobe in person. Although the team has scheduled a joint training session in preparation for the preseason in a couple of days, by that time, he will be fully immersed in training and competition. Therefore, Yufan is determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Robert, wait for me. I want to take a photo with Kobe. Yufan forcefully broke free from Saker and strode directly towards the crowd. Journalists formed a tight circle surrounding Kobe's photo studio, leaving no room for escape. Although Yufan wore a Lakers jersey, it was evident that no one took an interest in him. Yufan also crouched down with the reporters, casting a keen glance towards Kobe within the crowd. Through the gaps in the throng, he discerned not only Kobe but also Howard, Gasol, and Nash. The four of them, basking under the flashes of cameras, were engaged in a myriad of poses, their faces radiating with joyful smiles. After the photo session concluded, they began to partake in interviews with the media, while Yufan stood nearby, patiently awaiting the end of the interviews to capture a photo with Kobe. Before long, Saker approached, pulling Yufan aside with an anxious expression. I understand your feelings, but now is not the right time. Saker gestured towards the swarm of journalists, hinting that Yufan should reconsider. However, Yufan was unwilling to depart. Such a splendid opportunity, with the perfect equipment at hand, could hardly be surpassed by any other moment. Yufan had already envisioned the whirlwind that would ensue if his photograph with Kobe were to circulate back home, knowing full well the envy it would evoke in others. Robert, I understand. I will wait a little longer. Saker, sensing Yufan's determination, appeared hesitant to speak, yet ultimately remained silent, choosing instead to stand by Yufan as they both continued their vigil. No matter how lengthy an interview may be, it must eventually draw to a close. After several hours of waiting, the final wave of journalists preparing to interview Kobe began to pack up their belongings, signaling the end of their session. At that moment, Kobe rose from his seat, ready to conclude the day's endeavors. Upon perceiving an opportunity, Yufan swiftly approached Kobe with a hurried gait, reaching him in just a few strides. With a sense of awkwardness, he greeted, "Hello, Kobe. I am your teammate. May we take a few photographs together? Fan felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, his palms slick with sweat. This was the first time he had encountered his childhood idol at such close quarters. He could even discern the color of Kobe's pupils and the stubble at the corners of his mouth. Everything felt so surreal, yet undeniably real. Kobe, clearly unfamiliar with Fan, paused for a moment, unable to recall his name. Wait, who are you? Why are you wearing a Lakers jersey? Fan had grown accustomed to the skepticism directed towards him by others who perceived him as an individual of East Asian descent. When confronted by such inquiries from anyone else, he would merely respond with a dismissive glance. However, now it was Kobe who posed the question. Clearly unaware that Fan had already joined the Lakers and secured a 2-year guaranteed contract. It seemed he might still believe that Fan was merely an ardent fan who had rushed in. Fan pointed to the Lakers logo on his chest, then turned to show Kobe the name and number on the back of his jersey, indicating that he was indeed a member of the Lakers. Upon seeing the clear name and number on Fan's jersey, Kobe finally accepted this reality, yet his demeanor remained notably indifferent. He merely nodded lightly and turned to walk away. Fan believed that Kobe still doubted him, so he hurriedly ran after him and exclaimed, Kobe, I truly am your teammate. If you don't believe me, you can ask Jeannie and Jim. We just signed a month ago. As Fan completed his remarks, Kobe abruptly halted, turning around with a furrowed brow. His piercing gaze fixated on Fan for several seconds before he icily declared, Rookie, vanish from my sight at once. I shall not pose for a photograph with someone who has yet to step onto the court. It seems you cannot even make it into the rotation. Kobe's words fell upon Fan like a bucket of icy water. Fan had initially imagined that Kobe would act like a benevolent older brother, smiling as he linked arms with him, walking together to the studio, joyfully posing for a few photographs, and ultimately sharing a delightful dinner. However, reality delivered a harsh blow to Fan's expectations. Yet, Fan was resolute in his determination. I will make it. I will undoubtedly become a starter for the Lakers. I assure you. He made a solemn vow. Kobe snickered derisively, dismissively shaking his head, and nonchalantly remarked, Show me. Prove it to me. With that, Kobe turned on his heel and departed. As Fan watched Kobe stride away, a surge of fervor ignited within him. He could hardly contain his eagerness to prove himself. At that moment, Saker approached, recognizing the complex emotions etched on Fan's face, aware that Fan had faced a setback. He gently patted Fan on the shoulder and remarked, It seems you have yet to earn Kobe's respect. Chapter 39. The Princeton System inside the Los Angeles Staples Center. In the office of the team's general manager, Mitch Kupchak sat in his polished leather chair, his lips pressed together, as if he had something to say but hesitated to voice it. His hands repeatedly rubbed the armrests, a gesture to alleviate the prevailing awkwardness. Come on, speak up. There are numerous matters concerning the team, and I cannot afford to linger here with you. The voice belonged to Mike Brown, the head coach of the Lakers. Since the departure of Phil Jackson, the Zen master, Mike Brown had taken over the reins. Under his guidance, the Lakers were eliminated in the second round by the Thunder in the previous season, 2011-12. Although this outcome failed to meet the expectations of management and fans, it was not entirely dismal. As the calendar turned to the 2012-13 season, with the acquisition of Howard and Nash, Mike Brown found himself inundated with responsibilities. However, today, General Manager Mitch Kupchak had summoned him into his office with an air of mystery. After more than 10 minutes had elapsed since Mike Brown entered the room, Kupchak remained silent, hesitant to broach the subject. While Mike Brown discerned the awkwardness, he could not restrain himself from inquiring, Mitch, if you do not speak soon, I shall have to leave. There is still much training to be done today. After uttering this, Mike Brown noticed that Kupchak still showed no inclination to speak, prompting him to rise from his chair, preparing to exit. Mike, Kupchak finally broke his silence, though his tone felt somewhat frigid. I wish to discuss something with you. As Mike Brown turned to leave, he abruptly halted. He glanced back at Kupchak and noted the latter's stern expression, suggesting that something significant was about to be conveyed. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the room, and years of experience as an assistant coach warned Mike that, at such moments, the words of a superior often heralded unfavorable news. Coaching in the sports industry is notoriously perilous. Any number of reasons can lead to a coach's dismissal, and basketball coaches are particularly vulnerable. Especially in this exalted arena of basketball, the NBA, coaches invariably bear the brunt of blame. A sense of foreboding washed over Mike Brown. Could it be that Mitch was about to terminate my position? Regaining his composure, Mike adjusted his chair carefully and sat down, his expression betraying his anxiety as he focused intently on Kupchak. Mike, I understand that your responsibilities are considerable. With Howard joining us, along with Nash, Kobe, and Pau Gasol, I am well aware of the immense pressure you are under. Kupchak spoke in a roundabout manner, hesitating to get to the crux of the matter. This scenario was all too familiar to Mike Brown. Throughout his tenure in the NBA, he had faced similar discussions with his superiors countless times. He had come to recognize a pattern. The more courteous the superior's tone, the graver the outcome. Oh, wait a moment. Mitch, what exactly do you wish to convey? Please, spare me the suspense, Mike exclaimed, spreading his hands and shaking his rather large head in impatience. Kupchak blinked, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled, as if he had finally resolved to speak. He fixed his gaze on Mike Brown and calmly stated, Mike, as you know, Dwight has just undergone back surgery and has yet to return to his optimal condition. After speaking, Kupchak maintained his intense gaze on Mike, hoping that the latter would grasp the implication of his initial statement, thus sparing him from uttering the subsequent, more uncomfortable words. Upon hearing this, Mike felt a wave of relief wash over him. So, I am not being dismissed after all. However, he soon found himself pondering the true meaning behind Kupchak's words. For heaven's sake, you startled me. I thought you were going to fire me. With the season fast approaching, I assumed you wouldn't do that, would you? Mike Brown completely misinterpreted Kupchak's intent, failing to follow the thread of the conversation. With a sigh, Kupchak was compelled to clarify once more, this time with greater directness. Mike, I would like you to reduce Dwight's training time. After all, he had not fully recovered. Kupchak spoke up, but as soon as he did, he felt that so openly granting privileges to the players was rather disreputable, prompting him to seek an excuse. Mike Brown rolled his eyes upon hearing this. As a coach, he despised it when players acted with entitlement, as such behavior not only diminished his authority, but also risked fracturing team cohesion. More importantly, these matters fell within the purview of the head coach. Kupchak was overstepping his bounds. However, Mike Brown refrained from expressing his anger immediately. He quickly considered Kupchak's predicament. Working for a team in a sprawling metropolis like Los Angeles was no easy task, and even the slightest imperfection could invite a torrent of scrutiny. He empathized with this reality. Oh, Mitch, I do not wish to deny you, but this will harm the team. Moreover, Kobe would never agree to this. Mike Brown intentionally invoked Kobe, knowing that as the team leader, he consistently set an example and would not tolerate such occurrences. Leave Kobe to me. Rest assured. Kupchak appeared to be entirely unfazed, openly showing his favoritism towards Howard. With no other recourse, Mike Brown reluctantly nodded in agreement. Just when he thought their conversation had concluded and was about to rise and depart, Kupchak called out to him again. Mike, there's one more thing. I feel I must tell you. Mike Brown halted once more, standing by his chair, awaiting further elaboration. This time, Kupchak did not beat around the bush and spoke directly. Dwight has spoken to me. He is not fond of your system. The Princeton offense, derived from the NCAA Collegiate League in the United States, is a basketball strategy emphasizing frequent off-the-ball movement and screens to create localized advantages on the court, particularly focusing on interior passing and command. As the premier center in the league, Howard's aversion to such intricate movement tactics was understandable to Mike Brown, yet he had his own reasons for favoring them. However, the more pressing issue was that Kupchak had completely overstepped his boundaries. Mike Brown's anger flared. He understood the pressure Kupchak was under, but he could not tolerate yielding to the general manager regarding tactical decisions as the head coach. Oh no, am I mistaken? You should not be saying these things to me. You cannot dictate how I conduct my work. Kupchak moved closer to Mike Brown, attempting to clarify. But Mike Brown raised his hands and shook his head, signaling him to maintain distance. With resignation, Kupchak replied, Mike, I know you're very upset. However, one must acknowledge that Dwight represents the future of the Lakers. We must respect his opinions. Why, then, do you cling to the nonsensical Princeton offense? Kupchak questioned fervently, his voice hoarse from the intensity. Mike Brown shook his head in frustration. Despite his seething anger, the last remnants of reason in his mind urged him to remain composed. Very well, Mitch, let us all exercise some calm. With a versatile big man like Pau Gasol on our roster, capable of executing high-low plays with Dwight, there would be no one in the league who could contain us. I hope you can grasp this notion. Kupchak observed Mike Brown diligently defending his stance, and a flicker of realization dawned on him that he had perhaps overstepped. He sighed deeply, nodded at Mike, and then slumped into his chair, weary and dismissive of further discussion. It was not until Mike exited the office that Kupchak slowly uttered a few words. Mike, you still do not understand Los Angeles. Chapter 40. The Disruptor. On October 5, 2012, merely 3 days before the preseason commenced, the Lakers' training facility was abuzz with activity. The pregame training had been underway for several days, with each training session meticulously scheduled. The Lakers players toiled relentlessly within the gym, preparing for the forthcoming season. It was now 4 p.m., and Fan was practicing free throws alongside Saker at one end of the court. Swish, 135 out of 158. Not too shabby, my friend. Saker, while retrieving the basketballs, jotted down the statistics. Robert, why not practice a bit more? These tasks could be delegated to the staff. Fan tossed the ball in his hand and remarked to the languid Sacre beside him. Sacre, with an air of indifference, lazily retrieved the ball and tossed it back to Fan with a lackluster demeanor. I have no desire to practice any further. There will be ample opportunities in the future. How about you take a break before the upcoming 5-on-5 match? Fan smiled and continued to take the free throw. No need for that. Robert, I possess ample strength. Oh, I truly envy your remarkable physical stamina. With a score of 136 out of 159. Saker picked up the ball once more and tossed it to Fan. He then suddenly lowered his voice and inquired, have you heard? It seems that Dwight and Coach Mike Brown are experiencing some discord. Fan turned his head and inquired, who did you hear that from? Robert? Everyone knows you. It is only you who devotes all your thoughts to training. Fan shook his head, chuckling dismissively. I am merely playing basketball, Robert. Those rumors are of no consequence. Sacre shrugged his shoulders, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Don't provoke Dwight later. He's not in a good mood right now. Just then, a resounding whistle interrupted their conversation. Sacre tossed the ball to the sidelines and beckoned to Fan. Come on, the 5-on-5 training match is about to commence. As Fan released the final ball, he clapped his hands and joined Saker for the assembly. Soon, a dozen players from the Lakers gathered at the center of the court, attentively listening to head coach Mike Brown's directives. All right, gentlemen, the usual routine. Today marks our final training session, commencing shortly. As always, the starters and substitutes will be divided into 2 teams for a 5-on-5 scrimmage, concluding in 20 minutes. Let us get started. With a clap of his hands, Mike Brown signaled for the team to disperse. Howard, with a hand on his lower back, cast a gloomy glance at Mike Brown before turning to Kobe, voicing his grievances. Hey, Kobe, is it really necessary for us to engage in 5-on-5 scrimmages every single day? This seems rather unscientific, my friend. Kobe, maintaining his composure while adjusting his jersey, shot a glance at Howard and replied nonchalantly, Dwight, Shaq never found this strenuous. You know what I mean. After giving Howard's shoulder a light pat, he turned and walked away. Howard rolled his eyes in resignation and followed suit. The teams for the 5-on-5 scrimmage were established. The starters comprised Kobe, Nash, Artest, Pau Gasol, and Howard, whose positions were as solid as a rock, irreplaceable by anyone. On the substitute side were point guard Steve Blake, shooting guard Jody Meeks, power forward Earl Clark, center Jordan Hill, and surprisingly, Fan was assigned to the small forward position by Mike Brown. With a whistle from the sideline, the scrimmage commenced. Howard leaped to gain possession, passing the ball to Kobe. Kobe seized the ball and executed a dazzling drive, skillfully maneuvering past 2 defenders and effortlessly placing the ball into the basket right under Jordan Hill's watchful eyes. The sequence was so fluid that it evoked admiration, even from Fan, who observed from a distance. However, Mike Brown was not impressed. He shouted, pass the ball. Guys, execute our system. Kobe, feed it to the paint. Kobe seemed to absorb some of Mike Brown's instructions, albeit minimally. During the next offensive play, he passed the ball to Nash, allowing the team's cerebral core to orchestrate the offense. Kobe did not adhere to Mike Brown's strategy of passing to the interior, which left Howard somewhat displeased. He was positioned in the paint, holding his arms outstretched towards Nash, seemingly attempting to assert his presence. Fan's defender was Artest, a towering figure who was significantly larger than Fan, and at 33 years old, although still in good physical condition. Fan could sense that Artest's foot speed had somewhat diminished. Nash lofted the ball to the interior, where Howard faced off against Jordan Hill's defense. With his robust physique, Howard effortlessly overpowered Hill, culminating in a thunderous dunk. Just like that. Steve. Excellent pass. With this score, Howard's spirits lifted considerably, his face adorned with a childlike, pure smile. The disparity between the starters and the bench could only be described as astronomical, especially with the luxurious starting lineup of the Lakers. The starting team enjoyed a considerable advantage. Even when possession returned to the bench, it often transformed into rebounds claimed by Howard, resulting in the training match being dominated by the starters' offense. After scoring, Kobe seemed unwilling to be outdone. He called for the ball from Nash at the perimeter. Facing the aging Jody Meeks, Kobe accelerated past him effortlessly. As Kobe drove to the basket, he braced himself against Earl Clark, who was attempting to provide help defense, and executed a flawless mid-range pull-up shot, the ball tracing a smooth arc as it swished through the net. After the shot, Kobe stared impassively at Howard, though he said nothing. Everyone present understood that Kobe was asserting his dominance. What began as a 5-on-5 full-court scrimmage had devolved into a duel between Kobe and Howard, neither willing to yield, each scoring in their respective areas of expertise. On the sidelines, Mike Brown appeared somewhat bewildered. "Steve, pass me the ball. Give me the ball," Howard demanded once more, waving his arms under the basket. Nash, caught in a dilemma between Kobe and Howard, ultimately passed the ball to Artest at the corner three-point line. Understanding the game, Nash redirected the play. As the ball found its way to Artest, Howard wasted no time and charged toward him, while Pau Gasol, recognizing the tension between Howard and Kobe, wisely vacated the left side. Seeing Howard's persistent demands for the ball under the basket, Artest felt compelled to oblige and lofted the ball high to Howard. However, just as the ball was about to land in Howard's grasp, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A large hand swooped in with impeccable timing, intercepting the ball just before it reached Howard. The owner of that hand seized the ball and sprinted in the opposite direction down the court. Howard let out an exasperated shout. Wang Defa. Chapter 41. I admit I have a gambling tendency. Fan seized the ball from Howard's grasp, accelerating with fervor towards his own basket. He exhibited no regard for Howard's sentiments, treating this scrimmage with the same intensity as a regular match. His teammates from the substitutes bench were taken aback by Fan's audacity. They had not anticipated that he would dare to disrupt the duel between the two stars. Such behavior was undeniably unconventional. The NBA operates like a vast corporate entity, governed by a stringent hierarchy where players, coaches, and general managers each fulfill their designated roles, appearing as independent entities devoid of direct allegiance. Yet, it is universally acknowledged that the team's superstars occupy the apex of this hierarchy, existing as formidable predators not to be offended. A star player wields immense influence over the game, capable of generating substantial profits for both the team and the league. It has often been remarked that fans are primarily interested in witnessing the elite few. The remaining players are merely supporting characters. This statement holds a kernel of truth. Everyone comprehends that the team's stars reign supreme, individuals so esteemed that even the owner must tread carefully around them. Consequently, despite his hesitance, Kupchak ultimately requested Mike Brown to extend privileges to Howard. Even as his voice grew hoarse, Mike Brown refrained from publicly admonishing Howard and Kobe for their competitive antics. As for the so-called supporting players on the court, they dared not feign ignorance when the stars demanded the ball. All conspired in unspoken complicity, save for Fan, the newcomer who chose to defy convention. This lad is truly audacious. On the sidelines, Saker felt a twinge of anxiety for Fan. Even Mike Brown, in this moment, felt a surge of tension, glancing at the retreating Howard, whose expression had darkened considerably, seething with unexpressed frustration. Fan initiated a counterattack while in possession of the ball. His teammates from the substitute team, momentarily taken aback, significantly delayed their response to the swift advance. As Fan surged past the halfway line with the ball, his companions, Steve Blake and Jody Meeks, finally matched his pace. The trio launched into a fast break, and the first to react from the starting lineup was Kobe. He had anticipated that Howard would once again dominate the paint, showcasing a thunderous dunk. However, to his surprise, Fan, like a sudden and unexpected hero, intercepted the play. By the time Kobe began his retreat on defense, Fan, Blake, and Meeks had already gained a significant advantage, surpassing him by half a body length. Caught between Fan and Meeks, Kobe found himself unable to guard effectively, while Blake trailed slightly behind. This 3-on-1 fast break, executed by professional players, was virtually guaranteed to result in a score. Fan swiftly maneuvered, passing the ball to the more advantageous Mikas on the right. As Mikas prepared to drive for the basket, A fleeting glance revealed Kobe barreling towards him. A moment of hesitation flickered in Mikis's mind, but within a mere 0.0001 seconds, he resolved his indecision, returning the ball to Yu Fan on the left. Better hand it back to that guy? I certainly don't wish to be cut from the team, Mikis silently murmured, offering a silent prayer for Yu Fan. With Kobe drawn to Mikis, Yu Fan seized the opportunity. Greeted by an expanse of open space, without a second thought, he accelerated and leapt into the air. Just as Yu Fan ascended, Kobe pivoted back to his side. But alas, Yu Fan was already airborne. With all his might, he propelled himself high above the rim, forcefully slamming the ball through the hoop. The ball cascaded through the net, striking Kobe on the shoulder beneath, while Yu Fan soared above him. After a brief moment, Yu Fan landed steadily, inadvertently colliding with Kobe. Did he just dunk on Kobe? The entire training facility fell into stunned silence, eyes wide in disbelief at Yu Fan's audacious act. You, my orange juice brother, have gone completely mad. It seems our time is running short. Saker had risen from his seat, his expression resembling a thunderclap as he gazed at Yu Fan on the court, an inexplicable thought surging within him. Oh my, what have you done, rookie? Pau Gasol, stationed inside the three-point line, covered his forehead, anxiety beginning to swell within him. Mike Brown stood at the sidelines, fist clenched beneath his nose, muttering to himself, Rookie, you'd better pray to God. Kobe will surely make you regret this. Even Howard, who had sprinted back to the three-point line, gaped at Yu Fan, his previous anger dissipated, replaced by sheer incredulity. Oh my, what has this oblivious fool done? Everyone was fervently praying for Yu Fan, fully aware that he had committed a colossal transgression. If severing Howard's play was akin to offending the crown prince, then dunking on Kobe was tantamount to throwing a bucket of excrement in the emperor's face. Who is Kobe? He is the face of the NBA in the 21st century and the undeniable cornerstone of the Los Angeles Lakers, having led the team to 5 NBA championships, tied for the most in franchise history alongside Magic Johnson. Kobe's accolades are countless, and most importantly, he remains the master of the Los Angeles Lakers. Furthermore, he possesses an incredibly competitive spirit. The moniker Black Mamba is not bestowed lightly. A name may be mischosen, but a nickname never lies. Everyone is well aware that Kobe's immense pride could not possibly endure such humiliation, especially from a newcomer on the team. Mike Brown, quickly recovering from his shock, did not wish to witness his players engaging in a fierce altercation during practice. He needed to intervene immediately to prevent the furious Kobe from escalating the situation. Once Kobe unleashed his wrath, even Jim Buss upstairs would be unable to contain him. The only person capable of calming him down now lay in a hospital bed, teetering on the brink of life. Mike Brown extended his arm, preparing to call out to Kobe, but the scene that unfolded next caused him to halt in his tracks. What? There stood Kobe beneath the basket, curling his lip, nodding slightly, and astonishingly clapping his hands in front of Yu Fan's chest, while murmuring words of praise. Excellent. Excellent. Rookie, I admire your dunk. Kobe's reaction left everyone in utter disbelief. Even Yu Fan found himself somewhat perplexed. As Yu Fan received the pass from Mix, he had already mentally prepared himself for the leap and the slam dunk. He was acutely aware that if he succeeded, Kobe would undoubtedly erupt in fury. Yet, Yu Fan went ahead regardless. He understood that this was the only way to earn the respect of such a formidable figure. To command admiration, one must rely on the strength of their fists rather than mere words. Subsequently, Saker inquired of Yu Fan whether there was an element of wager involved in that day's dunk over Kobe. Yu Fan's response was somewhat apprehensive. Chapter 42. Scene 1. The first preseason match against the Golden State Warriors. At that moment, I was utterly terrified. Mickey. Fortunately, Kobe did not make things difficult for that rookie. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. It was truly daunting. Mike Brown sat in General Manager Mitch Kupchak's office, recounting the events that transpired in the training facility yesterday. Still somewhat shaken. Mike, here is the latte you requested. Kupchak listened calmly to Mike Brown's narrative and gently placed a cup of coffee before him. Mike Brown lifted it and took a sip, smacking his lips. Oh, Mickey, you added sugar again. This is far too sweet. How can one drink this? My goodness. Kupchak smiled faintly and took a leisurely sip from his own cup. I know, Mike. Drink up. Once the season commences tomorrow, you won't savor such sweetness. Mike Brown rolled his eyes, rendered speechless. Kobe is just like this. Earlier, during practice, Mike had a scuffle with Kerr, yet in the crucial moments of the game, he still passed the ball to Kerr. Kobe shares that same trait. The more dominant you appear before him, the more he appreciates you. You'll understand this soon enough. After finishing his remark, Kupchak set down his teacup. Mike Brown nodded, wiping the residue from his mouth. You're right, Mickey. He being exceptionally attentive to that rookie. You know what I mean, ha 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 ha. Kupchak joined in the laughter, but before long, Mike Brown seemed to recall something, and his tone shifted to one of concern. However, Dwight seems to have a strong disinclination towards that rookie, and his relationship with Kobe is rather mediocre. Upon uttering this, a palpable tension filled the office, and the smile faded from Kupchak's face. He stood up, hands tucked into his pockets, pacing near the desk. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Mike, this poses a significant dilemma. Do not concern yourself with that rookie. I mean, we must afford Dwight more respect. He is the future of the Lakers. Mike Brown's expression grew serious as he retorted, and what about Kobe? That guy has no tolerance for incompetence. Kupchak waved his hand, speaking earnestly. Mike, you still do not grasp my point. Kobe is not our primary concern. Dwight is the one we need to support, understand? Mike Brown paused, seemingly grasping the essence of the conversation, and nodded. You better understand. Kupchak, having concluded his remarks, began to rummage through a stack of thick documents, ultimately extracting a single sheet of paper. Is this your rotation schedule? Mike Brown nodded in affirmation. Kupchak's gaze swept across the paper, and he pressed his finger down on a specific spot before handing it to Mike Brown. 15 minutes is excessive. I believe Steve Blake requires more time. Upon receiving the document, Mike Brown glanced at the area where Kupchak had pressed. There, inscribed, was a name. You fan. The preseason was about to commence imminently. According to the schedule, the Lakers would begin their series of 8 preseason games on October 8th, continuing until October 26th. Following the conclusion of these 8 games, a brand new season would officially unfold. However, for you fan, his journey in the NBA had already begun. The Lakers' first preseason match was set to take place away from home, at the Oracle Arena, where they would compete against the Golden State Warriors. UFan accompanied the team and arrived in the Bay Area a day before the match. Upon witnessing the Golden Gate Bridge stretching majestically across the waters, he felt as though he were ensconced in a dream. This sensation, as Saker aptly described, was akin to the nervous anticipation before a first night. Saker's observation was indeed accurate. UFan felt a twinge of anxiety, yet this unease stemmed not solely from the fact that this was his inaugural NBA game, but rather from the presence of 4 other remarkable players: Kobe, Howard, Gasol, and Nash. The superlative roster of the Lakers had already ignited an insatiable eagerness among fans across the nation to witness their performance. What was ostensibly a preseason warm-up game had, through the fervent enthusiasm of various media and supporters, been elevated to a level of attention akin to that of the NBA Finals. As UFan accompanied his teammates, the moment they traversed the players' tunnel towards the court, it felt less like a basketball arena and more akin to stepping into the ancient Roman Colosseum. The fans filled the entire venue, adorned in a myriad of jerseys, restlessly waving their arms in the stands, as if an inexhaustible energy coursed through their veins. UFan surveyed the scene, noting that many fans were still clad in the jerseys of the Lakers. In this arena, which could accommodate 20,000 spectators, Lakers supporters seemed to constitute nearly half of the crowd. Take it easy, my friend. Such scenes will be commonplace in the future, Saker remarked casually, giving UFan's shoulder a gentle squeeze. UFan took a few deep breaths, striving to concentrate his attention on the impending match. The commentary team from TNT was already in position, with Kenny Smith, Charles Barkley, and Shaquille O'Neal eagerly preparing on the sidelines. Hey, Shaq, let us discuss your Lakers. They are the center of attention tonight. Kenny Smith initiated the conversation, directing the focus towards O'Neal. Setting his diminutive water bottle aside, O'Neal declared, in his deep voice, I have long asserted that no one can withstand the might of the Lakers' interior. The formidable duo of Dwight Howard and Pau Gasol will undoubtedly torment the Warriors' frontcourt. David Lee and Bogut are simply no match. With a nod akin to a bobblehead, Barkley, wearing an expression of utter resignation, shook O'Neal's hand and feigned an intent to depart, saying, the Lakers are assuredly victorious. There is nothing more to discuss. I believe our work here is done. Let us go, Shaq. We can clock out now. O'Neal, in an uncharacteristic alignment with Barkley, pretended to leave the commentary booth, while Kenny Smith erupted in laughter, exclaiming, Come on, man. The game hasn't even begun. After a bout of chuckles, O'Neal and Barkley returned to their seats to continue their commentary duties. As the DJ announced the final home player, Stephen Curry joyfully sprinted onto the court, signaling the official commencement of the game, amidst the entrance of the starting players. As the substitutes took their places on the sidelines, Ufan was also making his way when suddenly, Mike Brown approached him. Without any preamble, he earnestly said, "You do not betray my trust." Chapter 43. A dilemma in the previous season, the Golden State Warriors bid farewell to their star player, Monta Ellis, the team's leading scorer, who averaged 21.9 points and 6 assists per game, was traded primarily due to the emergence of Stephen Curry. In his rookie year, Curry showcased an impressive performance with an average of 17.5 points and 5.9 assists. The Warriors management had envisioned a dynamic backcourt duo with Ellis and Curry. However, the reality was that their playing styles were incompatible. As a diminutive scorer, Ellis required a significant volume of ball handling opportunities, yet his efficiency was mediocre, coupled with his relatively slender physique. In stark contrast, Curry's exquisite three-point shooting and superior court vision, along with his promising potential as a rookie, ultimately convinced the Warriors management to part ways with Ellis. In exchange for Ellis, the Warriors acquired the first overall pick from the 2005 to 2006 season, Andrew Bogut, from the Milwaukee Bucks. Alongside the second-year talent Klay Thompson and the fourth-year standout Stephen Curry, the current Warriors team has emerged as a vibrant ensemble of youthful exuberance. This Golden State Warriors squad is set to face the Los Angeles Lakers tonight. Though this match has garnered significant attention across the nation, it remains merely a preseason game, with both teams aware that it serves primarily as a warm-up to find their rhythm. Typically, the starting players from both teams engage only sparsely in the first half before calling it a day, a tacit understanding that has developed over time. With 5 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Mike Brown summoned Ufan to replace Steve Nash. "You, show me your skills," Mike Brown instructed from the sidelines. As you prepared to take the court, with a deep breath, Ufan nodded, stretched a bit, and tore off his training uniform adorned with buttons before striding onto the court. The moment his feet touched the hardwood, an unprecedented wave of exhilaration surged within him. His gaze swept across the arena, where the floor gleamed brilliantly under the dazzling lights, and banners celebrating the Golden State Warriors' myriad honors hung majestically in the air, bestowing an aura of sanctity upon the venue. Surrounding him, fervent fans tirelessly engaged in the spectacle, employing an array of colorful methods to partake in the event. Some embraced passionately in the stands, others danced with fervor, and even the security personnel tasked with maintaining order found themselves breaking into dance battles with the enthusiastic crowd. The atmosphere was a stark contrast to that of domestic competitions. Moreover, what captivated Ufan's attention the most were the 9 formidable athletes on the court. Their physiques were nothing short of astounding. Each individual possessed extraordinary physical attributes. Their sinewy muscles, accentuated by dampened attire, exuded an abundance of strength, particularly the sight of Howard, with his muscles bulging to the brink of explosion, left Ufan in a state of awe, eliciting a physiological response despite their long-standing acquaintance. Truly, he was a beast. Thankfully, he was my teammate. Ufan couldn't help but squeeze his biceps, which felt pleasantly soft. In comparison to Howard, he seemed rather lacking. However, basketball is not merely a contest of who possesses the most impressive musculature. With this thought, a surge of confidence welled up within Ufan, prompting him to stride towards Stephen Curry. Stephen Curry, without a doubt, had become the undisputed star of the Warriors, his three-point shooting prowess having become one of his defining traits, ultimately earning him the revered title of God. Ufan was well aware of this. Although it was merely a preseason game, he had thoroughly prepared, studying every point guard on the Warriors for an extended period, as he did not wish to be relegated to the role of a mere backdrop in his inaugural match. The timeout substitution concluded swiftly, leaving on the court for the Lakers, Howard, Pau Gasol, Kobe, Artest, and Ufan. As he beheld the 4 starters, an unexpected thought surged into Ufan's mind. Why had Mike Brown placed me alongside the 4 starters? However, this query was soon cast aside as Stephen Curry received the ball from his teammate and began to orchestrate the offense. Ufan dared not be negligent. Remaining closely attached to Curry's side, his mind incessantly replaying the defensive strategies devised for Curry prior to the match. Stay close. Do not grant him any shooting space. Pay attention to his off-ball movements. Curry darted across the court like a lively rabbit, ceaselessly scurrying about, while Ufan closely shadowed his every step. Feeling as though his brain was on the verge of suffocation, Ufan felt an intangible force spreading throughout his body, rendering him sluggish and rigid. causing his pursuit of Curry to falter by a beat. Curry circled the court, eventually darting to the right corner, where he received a pass from his teammate and launched a flawless three-pointer. Stephen Curry with a three-point shot. Bang, bang, bang. It is successful. Yufan arrived just a moment too late. By the time he reached the side of Cooley, the lightning-fast shooter had already released the ball. Yufan slightly parted his lips, breathing heavily, and, with a hint of regret, returned to the baseline to serve. As he approached the baseline, a voice resonated towards him. "Don't be nervous, rookie." Yufan cast a glance, witnessing Kobe offering himself solace. I shall. Yufan called out twice, attempting to dissipate the tension that enveloped him, and then methodically advanced the ball past half-court. Once the ball reached the front court, the task became straightforward. For when your team boasts superstars like Kobe and Howard, as a supporting player, all one must do is pass the ball and await the opportunity. Yet, this seemingly simple act presented a conundrum for Yufan, as he was uncertain to whom he should relinquish the ball. "Give me the ball. Give me the ball." Howard strained against Bogut in a fierce battle for position beneath the basket, simultaneously maneuvering for space while reaching out to Yufan for the ball. The two towering giants were locked in an unyielding struggle, clearly rendering this a poor passing option. Yufan cast his gaze elsewhere, observing Kobe taking measured steps just beyond the three-point line on his right, exuding an air of readiness. Yufan understood that if the situation demanded it, Kobe would effortlessly shake off his defender and demand the ball in the next instant. Yufan glanced once more at Howard in the paint, who had firmly positioned himself behind Bogut. However, it was evident that this battle for position had drained much of his energy, as beads of sweat began to trickle down Howard's forehead. With only 7 seconds remaining on the 24-second shot clock, the Lakers had to initiate their offense immediately. Chapter 44. In the cracks, be yourself. The commentator on the sidelines reminded Yufan, and he glanced up at the timer, realizing that there was no time to waste. "Damn it, pass me the ball." Howard called out to Yufan again, his tone tinged with impatience. At that moment, Kobe suddenly accelerated, shaking off Klay Thompson's defense, creating a vast expanse of space ahead of him. To whom should the ball be passed? This vexing question lingered in Yufan's mind for merely half a second before vanishing. Time was truly of the essence. Swish. Yufan decisively passed the ball to Kobe, who was approaching him. Upon receiving the pass, Kobe immediately initiated an offensive maneuver, the ball weaving adeptly through his legs twice before he forcefully broke through, sidestepping Klay Thompson's defense. Just before the buzzer sounded, he took his shot. Clang. The ball ricocheted off the rim, rebounding directly into the hands of Harrison Barnes, positioned near the free throw line. Without a moment's hesitation, Barnes launched a counterattack. The transition from defense to offense occurred in an instant. Evidently, the Warriors possessed an acute sense for fast breaks. The moment Barnes secured the ball, Steph Curry, responsible for guarding Yufan, sprinted down the court, closely followed by Klay Thompson. The ball in Barnes's hands surged forward like a fierce wind, soaring straight to Curry. After taking merely 2 dribbles, Curry passed the ball to the trailing Klay Thompson, who faced an unguarded basket and soared for a slam dunk. The ball mercilessly slipped through the net, ultimately landing on the ground with a few thuds before coming to a stop. Damn. This was evidently a failed possession. As Yufan turned to walk towards the baseline, he heard someone cursing in anger. Yufan understood that it was Howard expressing his pent-up frustrations. As Yufan received the serve from the baseline, he began to advance towards the front court. From across the court, he could distinctly perceive the displeasure etched on Howard's face. His expression was one of palpable frustration directed at Yufan for neglecting to pass him the ball moments earlier. "Rookie, give me the ball." With the recent miss from Kobe, Howard seemed emboldened, vigorously waving his hands in a display of authority as he once again demanded the ball from Yufan. Howard's brazen request did not go unnoticed, not only by Yufan, but also by the players of the Warriors on the court. Everyone was acutely aware that the rookie point guard from the Lakers was poised to deliver the ball to Howard in the paint. Yufan observed Curry in front of him and Harrison Barnes beside Howard, both inching closer to Howard, poised to disrupt Yufan's pass at any moment. It was still not an opportune moment for a pass. Since Howard was unavailable for the transmission, he decided to pass to Kobe instead. Yufan once again passed the ball to Kobe, stepping aside to create space for him. Once the ball returned to Kobe's hands, Howard remained insistent on receiving it. Kobe, positioned at the top of the arc on the right side, faced Thompson's defense without releasing the ball immediately. Instead, he signaled to Howard, urging him to come up and set a screen. It is customary for interior players to provide screens for perimeter ball handlers, yet Howard was evidently reluctant to comply. Fixated solely on scoring emphatically in the paint to assert his dominance and proclaim himself as the true leader of the Lakers. Ignoring Kobe's request, Howard continued to roam near the paint, which clearly infuriated Kobe. No longer waiting for Howard's screen, he initiated his drive past Thompson. The subtle shift in the dynamic between Kobe and Howard left Coach Mike Brown deeply concerned. As the head coach, he found himself powerless amidst the conflict between the two superstars. Brown understood that, given his experience, neither Kobe nor Howard would heed his authority. If he were to reprimand either one, he would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. After heeding Kupchak's advice, Brown had already significantly reduced Howard's screening plays, a considerable concession. However, he remained merely a coach, unable to exert control over Kobe. Kobe, being astute, recognized how to maximize the potential of the Twin Towers and had consistently refrained from indulging Howard's desire for isolation in the low post. Friction was inevitable. Nevertheless, in the confines of a training facility, minor disputes could often be downplayed. Yet, when such matters unfolded on the grand stage of a game, they took on a more serious tone. The media would swiftly seize upon these signals, and negative narratives would spread like wildfire, leaving chaos in their wake. Please, let nothing go awry, Brown silently prayed while keeping an eye on the agitated Howard. Fortunately, his concerns were soon alleviated. In the very next moment, Kobe executed a series of fluid moves, deftly evading Klay Thompson, and hit a mid-range jumper. As Thompson lunged to defend, Kobe drew a foul, and won. The basket counted, and he would be awarded a free throw. If anything could ease the tension, it was a fleeting moment of joy. Kobe lightly punched the air and approached Howard to give him a high five, which Howard gladly accepted. With Kobe converting the free throw, the rift between him and Howard seemed to receive a brief reprieve, and Coach Brown let out a sigh of relief. Defense. Defense. As Kobe retreated defensively, he reminded his teammates to remain vigilant in their defense. With the transition of possession, it was now the Warriors' turn to initiate their offense, and Curry steadily advanced the ball into the front court. After several rounds of acclimatization, Ufan's initial anxiety gradually dissipated, and his body began to move more fluidly. Slowly, Ufan found himself able to keep pace with Curry. It was time to get to work. Ufan was reluctant to become embroiled in the conflict between Howard and Kobe. After all, he was merely a novice. His immediate priority was to establish his own worth. Thus, Ufan steeled himself and prepared to make his move against Curry. Not only is Curry an exceptional shooter, but he is also a master of ball handling. If one were to encapsulate Curry's dribbling in a single word, it would be nimble. Ufan has observed for quite some time that Curry's dribbling rhythm is markedly distinct from that of others. He does not adhere to conventional strategies. While others utilize crossovers and between-the-legs moves primarily to create opportunities for breakthroughs, Curry operates differently. With each tilt of his body, there lies the potential for him to take a step back, thereby creating space for his shot. Ufan observed that Curry's step-back shot had extended beyond the three-point line. This extraordinary range posed a formidable threat, complicating his defense. The uncertainty of Curry's next move kept him on edge, as one could never predict when he might release the ball. While Ufan contemplated this, Curry suddenly executed a swift change of direction to the right. Ufan mirrored his rhythm, shifting his body in response. He anticipated that Curry would inevitably perform a step back, creating space to launch a three-pointer. However, Ufan was reluctant to act prematurely, for he desired a decisive strike. With ample confidence in his ability to respond effectively, he chose to wait for Curry's next move. As expected, Curry abruptly stepped back, his right hand poised to catch the ball, while his left hand was nearly touching it. Ufan's gaze remained fixed on Curry's every movement, not daring to let his guard down for even a moment. Yet, at the instant Curry stepped back to take the shot, Ufan discerned the cunning glint in his eyes. Trying to deceive me? Chapter 45. No more indulgence. As Ufan observed, at the moment when Curry released the ball, his left hand did not adhere to the ball as Ufan had presumed. Instead, it was swiftly withdrawn in an instant. Meanwhile, the right hand, which had already been elevated to waist level, suddenly struck down towards the ground. The motion of Curry's Buddha gesture was fluid and effortlessly executed. Although his speed was remarkable, to Ufan, it appeared significantly slower. It was precisely this subtle difference in velocity that allowed Ufan to rapidly rectify his mistake. Ufan had initially prepared to leap forward to block Curry's shot, but he swiftly detected a shift in Curry's movements. In an instant of contemplation, Yu Fan resolved to act decisively. He would play along with Curry's strategy and no longer indulge him, just as Curry's right wrist flicked to direct the ball towards the floor. He abruptly sensed the absence of the familiar bounce of the basketball in his hand. In a state of panic, he glanced down, only to discover a large hand firmly grasping the ball. "Oh my heavens! What has transpired?" The commentator Charles Barkley exclaimed in astonishment. Curry had committed a blunder. The ball had slipped from his grasp. This was a precarious situation, my goodness. Yu Fan seized the basketball and, without a moment's hesitation, sprinted towards his own hoop. Having already left Curry, who was attempting to defend, trailing by a good 2 meters. Bang! A resounding slam dunk. It was executed with effortless grace. Barkley raised an eyebrow, incredulously gazing at O'Neal. "Shaq, who is this kid? How is this Asian boy capable of such feats?" O'Neal chuckled heartily, replying, "Charles, I truly have no idea who this young man is. But did you just witness that?" Stephen Curry's prayer gesture. As he spoke, O'Neal stood up, mimicking Curry's prayer pose. And at the climax, imitated Curry's expression when he was intercepted, pausing for effect before bursting into laughter alongside Barkley and Kenny Smith. O'Neal's imposing physique rendered his actions comical, and the sight of him mimicking Curry's bewildered demeanor drew peals of laughter from Barkley. "Ha ha, Shaq, I believe Curry's play deserves a spot on your top 5 bloopers list." "Indeed, Charles, you are absolutely right. I am inclined to place him in the 2nd position," O'Neal remarked, pointing at Barkley with a mischievous grin. Yu Fan's recent steal evidently failed to garner much attention. Even the commentators focused predominantly on Curry. Alas, what can one expect when one is an obscure rookie? Success is not achieved overnight. To earn the recognition of others, one must consistently deliver exceptional performances. Play until they are convinced. Yu Fan did not dwell excessively on these thoughts, but rather redirected his focus towards the game. The successful steal and subsequent basket appeared to alleviate the initially tense atmosphere within the Lakers. As they transitioned to defense, the teammates encouraged one another, meticulously advising on defensive adjustments. Through the periphery of his vision, Yu Fan observed that even Howard's expression had softened considerably. Indeed, harmony breeds compliance. Victory can obscure any issues. The Golden State Warriors launched another offensive, and naturally, the ball returned to Curry's hands. A previous misstep, for a team cornerstone like Curry, did not constitute a fatal error. The team would continue to place unwavering trust in him. Even if he faltered 10 times this evening, head coach Mark Jackson would not utter a word of reproach, but rather would ardently defend him in media interviews. Such is the power of a star player. Yu Fan regained his focus and once again turned his gaze towards Curry. Although he had just been thwarted by Yu Fan's interception of a shot, it did not affect Curry in the slightest. Yu Fan observed with clarity that Curry's expression remained relaxed and carefree, his movements unrestrained. At the arc, Curry called for center Bogut's screen, who understood the cue perfectly, positioning himself beside Yu Fan to create a solid block. The instant Yu Fan was obstructed, Curry seized the opportunity to initiate his attack, gripping the ball with both hands and swinging it to the right as he began his drive. Just as Curry commenced his breakthrough, Howard, originally tasked with defending Bogut, advanced swiftly to thwart Curry's path. Simultaneously, Bogut, who was setting the screen, made a sudden cut towards the paint, unveiling a vacuous space in front of him, an open lane. Curry, with remarkable acuity, detected this shift immediately. Without hesitation, he deftly passed the ball to Bogut, who was cutting in seamlessly. Their synergy was nothing short of impeccable. Each movement executed with flawless precision, a veritable exemplar of a textbook pick-and-roll play. However, just when everyone anticipated that Bogut would receive Curry's pass and effortlessly score, an unforeseen event transpired. Suddenly, a figure soared into the air, swiftly reaching for the airborne ball with astonishing speed. This hand was not only rapid but also precise, snatching the swiftly traveling basketball out of the air as if it had gravitated towards that person's grasp. Howard's pupils dilated slightly as he quickly processed the situation. Having committed to defending Curry, he found himself beyond the three-point line. Upon witnessing Yu Fan intercept the ball midair, Howard immediately surged toward the front court to launch a counterattack. Meanwhile, Yu Fan, upon landing, wasted no time and sprinted forward with fervor. Although Howard had a head start, Yu Fan, being the smaller and lighter guard, matched Howard's pace with remarkable acceleration, keeping stride alongside him. Close behind, the nearest defender was Barnes, stationed beyond the left three-point line. This North Carolina Tar Heel not only youthful and vigorous, but also possessing exceptional physical attributes, was giving his all in pursuit, trailing Yufan by merely half a step. Yufan and Howard launched a determined counterattack, while Barnes pursued alone, positioning himself between the two. The speed at which all three raced was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived beneath the basket. Conventionally, in such a 2-on-1 fast break, the smaller player would elevate the ball for an alley-oop to the larger player after reaching the appropriate spot. However, as Yufan advanced with the ball, he sensed that Barnes was also keenly guarding against this very move. Consequently, he deliberately drew closer to the formidable Howard, his arms flailing beside him as a warning to Yufan not to pass the ball to Howard. This maneuver inadvertently opened up a significant space ahead of Yufan. Just as he was poised to penetrate the basket, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Was Barnes attempting to sow discord? It was evident to everyone that Howard was dissatisfied with Yufan's previous failure to pass him the ball, and now he seemed to be intentionally relinquishing his position, allowing Yufan to make his own choice. If Yufan were to pass to Howard, despite Barnes's tight defense, Howard's physical dominance would likely yield a success probability of 70 to 80%. Yet, if he chose to drive to the basket himself, the chances of scoring would be nearly 100%. However, this might provoke Howard's displeasure once more. A psychological tactic? Chapter 46, a conflict that is not quite a conflict. I can't take this anymore. This frustration is unbearable. In a fit of anger, Yufan cursed silently to himself and, under Barnes' watchful gaze, decisively leaped for a layup, effortlessly scoring. Oh, my friends, this young man has once again put on a splendid performance. I say, Kenny, what is his name? Charles Barkley, while praising Yufan, turned to his companion Kenny Smith, who, however, did not respond but instead pointed towards the court. Charles, look over there. Barkley followed Smith's gesture and focused on the spot where Yufan had just made his shot. He observed Howard pressing against Yufan, his face contorted with displeasure, his eyes ablaze with fury, glaring down upon Yufan while muttering angrily. Although Howard was visibly enraged, he managed to restrain himself, merely hurling a few heated words at Yufan before turning away in indignation. I believe Dwight is furious. This Asian rookie has continuously disregarded Dwight's calls for the ball. This is the punishment he deserves. O'Neal shook his head, dismissing the situation lightly. But Shaq, he shouldn't be causing a scene here. This is a game. Kenny Smith interjected. No, Kenny, do you not see? During the fast break, Dwight made a tremendous effort to get back on defense. That is no easy feat for a big man. The kid should have passed the ball to Dwight. It is a reward for his diligent defense. After finishing his statement, O'Neal grabbed a handful of chips and took a bite. Nonsense. Shaq, you are completely mistaken. What kind of reward is that? If anything, the ball was stolen by that rookie. He intercepted Curry. Shouldn't he be in charge of that possession? Come on, you know our rules. This is not an excuse. Charles Barkley, unable to remain silent, came to Yufan's defense. Indeed, it is magic that triumphs over magic. Upon hearing Barkley's words, O'Neal found himself at a loss for a counterargument and hastily sought out another topic. Wait, that kid just stole the ball from Stephen Curry? Let me find his name. Yufan had long anticipated Howard's dissatisfaction, thus he remained unfazed. It is quite natural to experience a modicum of emotion on the court. However, it is imperative that both parties maintain the most fundamental understanding, to engage in words, not in blows. Clearly, Howard had yet to cross that red line. When Mike Brown, observing from the sidelines, saw Howard storming towards Yufan, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Just as he was about to call a timeout to avert the impending conflict, he noticed Howard merely whispering a few words into Yufan's ear before departing. This caused Brown to halt his actions. Dwight is a professional player. Perhaps I am being overly sensitive. Brown shook his head, quietly chiding himself for overreacting. This so-called conflict, which hardly qualified as one, dissipated in mere seconds, with many not even noticing as the Warriors commenced their next offensive play. A pair of consecutive errors seemed to render Curry somewhat cautious. Yufan observed that although Curry's movements remained consistent, his countenance was noticeably less favorable than before. The carefree demeanor had vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Yet, this was not the focal point of Yufan's attention. His primary concern lay with the ball in Curry's possession. Curry advanced the ball to the front court without dribbling, passing it to his teammate Barnes, who had come to receive it. Following the pass, Curry immediately dashed to the right corner, with Yufan closely trailing behind. This inexplicable movement from Curry ignited a sense of foreboding within Yufan. This must be a tactical maneuver. After reaching the corner, Curry did not halt his progress. He swiftly sprinted towards the free throw line, where Warriors interior player David Lee awaited. Upon arriving near the free throw line, Lee promptly set a screen for him, and Curry quickly slipped behind the cover. Was he preparing to shoot from behind the screen? A sudden thought flashed through Yufan's mind, prompting him to act without hesitation and follow closely behind. To his surprise, after Curry maneuvered behind David Lee, he did not request the ball for a shot. Instead, he veered towards the basket. Yufan quickly realized that this was an illusion. This place did not reflect Curry's true intentions. As Yufan swiftly pursued Curry, he was acutely aware that even a moment's hesitation could grant his opponent an opportunity to shoot. After all, this was Stephen Curry, whose pre-game report had unequivocally stated that he must not be afforded an inch of space. As Curry charged towards the basket, Yufan noticed Klay Thompson poised and ready nearby. It became clear that Curry was setting a screen for Thompson. Indeed, once Curry reached the basket, he effectively obstructed Kobe, who was defending Thompson, allowing Klay to swiftly move to the corner. Yufan realized that Thompson was about to receive the ball for a shot. Klay Thompson was also an exceptional shooter. However, this thought lingered in Yufan's mind for only a fleeting moment, as he quickly observed Curry's next maneuver. After setting the screen for Kobe, Curry did not remain stationary as Yufan had anticipated. Instead, he paused briefly before deftly releasing Kobe and executing a sharp 90-degree turn, sprinting towards the top of the arc. Goodness, another feint. Yufan, initially prepared to switch onto Thompson, had no time to ponder and hurriedly pursued Curry. Curry's movement without the ball was astonishing. He darted across the court like a startled rabbit, his movements fluidly intertwining in an intricate dance that could easily deceive an onlooker. Yet, Yufan was different. He could effortlessly discern the subtle shifts in Curry's actions and anticipated his next move. As Curry raced towards the top of the arc, Yufan noticed two Warriors big men, Bogut and David Lee, stationed perfectly at the corners of the free throw line. It was evident that Curry's trajectory was set to weave through the space between them. Yufan observed keenly that standing at the corners of the free throw line were Bogut and David Lee, resembling two imposing gates. Once Curry maneuvered through the narrow passage between them, they would decisively shut the door, barring any defenders from entering, allowing Curry to effortlessly glide beyond the three-point arc to receive the ball and launch a shot. What Yufan was unaware of was that this tactic would later acquire a resounding name, the elevator door strategy. However, having discerned the strategy, Yufan now knew precisely how to respond. You possess a Zhang Liang scheme, while I wield a wall-scaling ladder. Chapter 47. Basketball is not just a game of brutality as anticipated. Curry arrived promptly. He swiftly maneuvered between Bogut and David Lee, taking a single stride to position himself beyond the three-point line, where he found himself utterly unmarked. On the left side, at a 45-degree angle, Barnes, spotting Curry in place, wasted not a moment and immediately passed the ball. Such tactical execution requires not only precision but also swiftness, for any hint of hesitation would invite the opponent's defense to converge upon you. Consequently, the space created by the strategy would vanish in an instant, rendering Barnes oblivious to the hand that was swiftly cutting into the path of his pass. Boom! A figure darted across, colliding directly with the airborne basketball. At this moment, Curry, poised to receive the ball beyond the three-point line, was astonished to see Yufan leaping horizontally towards the ball. Indeed, horizontally. Yufan contemplated that following in Curry's footsteps through the concealment of the elevator doors was, evidently, an impractical endeavor. However, having discerned that the trajectory of the ball culminated with Curry beyond the three-point line and originated from Barnes' position at the left 45-degree angle, the solution became abundantly clear. Yufan could take an alternative approach, releasing Curry to directly intercept Barnes' pass. Thus, the threat posed by Curry would dissipate effortlessly. However, while this may sound straightforward, executing it is akin to scaling a mountain. In that fleeting moment, to discern the trajectory of the ball and then maneuver one's body to intercept it with precision is a flawless preconception that exists solely within the realm of computational models. In reality, such perfection is seldom achieved. Even with Yufan's somewhat extraordinary dynamic vision and remarkable speed, achieving such seamless execution remains elusive. In a moment of desperation, Yufan had no choice but to hurl his body forward to barely intercept the ball. This dive, while successfully securing the ball in his grasp, resulted in him crashing onto the hardwood floor. With a thud, he emitted a muffled groan. Oh my goodness! Where did this guy come from? Kenny Smith exclaimed, clutching his head in astonishment. That must hurt. I admire this Asian kid's courage. Typically, no one commits so fiercely during preseason games. I like him. Barkley nodded repeatedly in commendation. Charles, I believe I have stumbled upon a remarkable fact. This fellow has already made several steals, and all against Curry. Goodness, that is Stephen Curry. Barkley pondered for a brief moment before turning to his side to look at O'Neal. Shaq, have you found out? What is his name? O'Neal picked up the materials in front of him and, with a halting accent, pronounced the name in Chinese. Vu Fan. That's it. Charles, I believe I pronounced it correctly, albeit not perfectly. Barkley and Kenny Smith mimicked and playfully attempted to replicate Yu Fan's name pronunciation. Charles Barkley, with a serious demeanor, stated, I think we need to start recognizing this kid. Meanwhile, Mike Brown, sitting courtside, felt a jolt of excitement upon witnessing Yu Fan's reckless yet valiant attempt. Reminiscent of Rodman's signature save. Indeed, I did not misjudge. This kid's defense is impressive. Not only that, the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Mark Jackson, also recognized Yu Fan's distinctiveness. He tilted his head and inquired of his assistant coach, Mike Malone, Mike, who is this kid? Confronted by the coach's inquiry, McMurray found himself at a loss, uncertain of Yu Fan's background, having only gleaned his name from the roster. However, to admit ignorance outright would imply negligence, causing McMurray to falter in his speech, mumbling incoherently. Mark, this fellow, according to the list, his name is. What was it again? I apologize. Let me take another glance. Asian names can be rather peculiar, if you catch my drift. Mark Jackson subtly shook his head, his dissatisfaction palpable. He interrupted McMurray's fumbling with an authoritative tone, commanding, McMurray, stop searching. I require a comprehensive scouting report after the match. The sooner the better. Embarrassed, McMurray nodded in acquiescence, lowering his gaze in silence. Outside the fray, the surrounding distractions did not impede the match. After seizing the ball, Yu Fan found himself sprawled upon the ground. Yu Fan understood that he could not pick up the ball at this moment, for doing so would constitute a violation. Curry and Barnes were the first to react, and they simultaneously lunged towards Yu Fan on the ground, eager to reclaim possession of the ball. Yu Fan quickly scanned the surroundings and noticed that Kobe had charged in from one side, unguarded, amidst a vast expanse of open space. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Fan summoned all his strength and decisively passed the ball. The sphere was flawlessly received by Kobe, alleviating the tense situation. Once Kobe secured the ball, Yu Fan hastily rose from the ground. The game was still in progress, leaving no time to wait for his teammates' assistance. As Kobe received the ball near the center court, Curry and Barnes, upon noticing this, immediately began to retreat on defense. In an instant, the Warriors' defense was firmly in place, and the Lakers lost their opportunity for a fast break. Given the circumstances, Kobe had no choice but to advance the ball into the front court, awaiting the return of his teammates before initiating an offensive maneuver. Yu Fan stood at a 45-degree angle beyond the right three-point line when he suddenly noticed Kobe approaching him with the ball in hand. What was he planning to do? This question lingered in his mind for only a brief moment before Kobe provided the answer. With a slight shift, he created space between himself and the defender, Klay Thompson, and passed the ball to Yu Fan, casually uttering, "Rookie, this shot is yours." When Yu Fan first entered the league, he did not fully comprehend the meaning behind Kobe's words. However, later on, Saker enlightened him that if one intercepts the opponent's ball, they possess the privilege to take the first shot in the ensuing possession. This is an unwritten rule within the league. As Yu Fan received the pass from Kobe, he was poised to initiate an offensive play when he suddenly spotted Howard beneath the basket, arms outstretched, fervently gesturing for the ball. "Give it to me. Give it to me." Witnessing this scene, Kobe furrowed his brow, visibly displeased, as he clearly felt that Howard was breaching the unspoken rules of their camaraderie. Yet, Yu Fan was oblivious to this tension. Upon seeing Howard, he recalled the moments earlier when he had repeatedly overlooked Howard's calls for the ball. Although each instance had its justification for not passing, Yu Fan understood that in the world of competition, one must always leave a semblance of dignity for others. The classic line from Li Shuejian in The Young Marshal echoed in his mind. The realm is not merely about conflict, but about the nuances of human relationships. Chapter 48. Have I caused trouble? To refrain from passing to Howard any longer would indeed be rather ungracious. With this thought in mind, Yu Fan prepared to loft the ball to Howard. However, he soon realized that Curry, who was defending him, seemed to have discerned his intentions. He deliberately took a step back, encroaching upon Howard's position and persistently attempting to intercept Yufan's pass. "Ah, so everyone is eavesdropping on my thoughts, are they?" Yufan couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, realizing that his thoughts had been completely discerned by the players of the Warriors. First, Barnes had watched him as he made his layup, and now even Curry had begun to follow suit. Yufan, filled with frustration, searched for a considerable time, but found no reliable angle to pass it through. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Determined, Yufan resolutely embraced the ball and charged forward. With remarkable agility, he swiftly maneuvered to the basket. However, just as he was about to leap for a layup, he spotted David Lee on the opposite side, having positioned himself directly in his path. Alarm bells rang in his mind. If he were to jump for the shot now, he would inevitably collide with David Lee, resulting in an offensive foul. Yufan swiftly altered his stride, preparing to create contact with David Lee from the side, which would inevitably result in a defensive foul. With no time for excessive contemplation, he promptly adjusted his angle of attack, taking one step, then another. Now was the moment. Yufan leaped for a layup, closely positioned beside David Lee's arm. Beep, beep. The sound of two sharp whistles suddenly pierced the air. After Yufan placed the basketball into the hoop, he turned his head and noticed that the players on the court had instantly lowered their guard, beginning to saunter leisurely in the opposite direction. Yufan immediately glanced at the referee on the sidelines, who clenched his fists and rotated them back and forth in front of him. A traveling violation. Yufan's expression immediately fell into despondency. Curry, with his mouthguard in place, sauntered towards him, a broad smile adorning his face. As he passed by Yufan, he playfully remarked, "Hey there, buddy. I think it's high time you practiced your shooting. Stop fixating on the ball in my hands, would you?" Yufan was left speechless. Such nonsensical drivel was utterly infuriating. Yufan was acutely aware that, in comparison to his defensive skills, his offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking. However, there was little he could do. While defense could rely on instinctual physicality to yield commendable results, offense required meticulous refinement. It seemed he would need to intensify his training. After a moment of self-encouragement, Yufan prepared to retreat and defend. Yet, just as he turned around, he suddenly felt a forceful shove against his back. The impact propelled his body forward, nearly causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Yufan was taken aback and quickly turned around, eager to discern who was attempting to stir trouble in this place. With a furious exclamation, Yufan turned to glance behind him, only to find Howard standing there alone. Yufan cast a glance, his complexion paling to an alarming degree, while his copper-like eyes glared fiercely at Yufan. In that fleeting moment, Howard observed Yufan turn away and immediately closed the distance, extending his hands to shove Yufan once more. Not only that, but he also unleashed a tirade of curses. "Damn it, insufferable rookie. I am the true leader of the Lakers." Upon realizing that it was Howard who had struck him, Yufan found it hard to believe. He had never encountered such a situation before. In the past, whether on domestic or international courts, no matter how poorly he performed, no one had ever resorted to physical aggression against a teammate. This time, however, it truly took Yufan by surprise. Yet, that astonishment was swiftly supplanted by another emotion as a sudden surge of intense anger erupted in his mind. A furious ire rising from his chest to the crown of his head. "How dare you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yufan unleashed a torrent of traditional Chinese expressions, puffing out his chest defiantly as he confronted Howard, unwilling to back down. Howard, swearing vehemently, pushed back incessantly, but Yufan paid no heed to his words, retaliating with a barrage of invectives. Their teammates quickly sensed the brewing discord and rushed over to separate Yufan and Howard, while the referee hurriedly intervened to prevent the situation from escalating further. Mike Brown suddenly sprang from the bench, swiftly closing the distance to Howard. "Dwight, calm down. We are in the midst of a game. We are teammates, understand?" Howard shrugged off Mike Brown's hand, muttering under his breath, "Damn it. I refuse to play alongside him." Mike Brown, maintaining a cautious demeanor, patiently attempted to soothe Howard's ire. As Howard's anger lingered, Kobe approached and whispered a few words into Howard's ear, which prompted him to sulkily retreat to the bench, where he emphatically tossed his towel to the ground. Most of the players and coaching staff flocked to Howard, as he was the darling of Los Angeles. In contrast, Yufan's side was relatively quiet, with only Saker and another rookie, Darius Morris, by his side. Saker guided Yufan to the far end of the bench and handed him a bottle of water. Wow, my friend, you've really stirred up a hornet's nest. It seems you're not quite aware of what's about to unfold, Saker remarked, observing Yu Fan's nonchalant demeanor. Buddy, you've angered Dwight. This is no trifling matter. Best of luck to you. Darius Morris chimed in. Yu Fan listened to the conversation between Sakurai and Darius Morris, feeling somewhat amused. Who, after all, could bear the burden of their own actions while still speaking so confidently? Yu Fan firmly believed that his prowess was on par with the formidable Howard, and this conviction filled him with unwavering confidence. Given time, he was certain he would surpass Howard. However, it was evident that the moment was not yet ripe. Kupchak, stationed in the top-tier box, gritted his teeth, a glint of cold fury flashing in his eyes, as if he were ready to tear someone apart. The unresolved tension between Kobe and Howard had already burdened him, and now the emergence of Yu Fan only exacerbated his turmoil. As the general manager of the Lakers, Kupchak felt overwhelmed. He remained in the box, observing Howard on the bench below, until halftime concluded, at which point he finally departed. It was clear he would not witness the entirety of this game. During the intermission, Mike Brown refrained from admonishing anyone, opting instead to remain silent on the matter, as if ignoring it would render it non-existent. Yet, the reality was stark. Howard had abstained from the customary halftime meeting, storming out in indignation and vanishing from the arena. Brown could only delegate the task of pacifying Howard to his assistant coach, while he himself had to focus on coaching the remainder of the game. Unsurprisingly, Yu Fan did not see a single second of playing time in the second half, which seemed to signify Brown's stance on the matter. Chapter 49. Early morning in Portland now. Let us discuss this altercation. Shaq, what is your perspective? There is no doubt, Kenny, that it was that kid who botched the situation. Oh, but it was Dwight who initiated the altercation first. O'Neal shook his head and continued, Indeed, it was Dwight who made the first move, but one must consider why he acted in such a manner. That rookie has consistently disregarded Dwight, for heaven's sake. Dwight is an all-star player for the Lakers. Such treatment is a direct challenge to Dwight's authority. Oh no, 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 this is utterly ridiculous. Charles Barkley scoffed, shaking his head dismissively, pointing sternly at the table. Shaq, you are merely offering excuses. What nonsense about authority? Kobe is the true leader of the Lakers. If he has remained silent, what right does Dwight have to complain? Regardless of the decisions made by teammates on the court, it is no justification for throwing punches. Shaq. As Barkley grew increasingly agitated, he gestured toward the court. Right here, I trust you have all witnessed it. He has stolen the ball from Curry countless times. And that kid is playing exceptionally well. Furthermore, that last play, he soared in to seize the ball. He is entitled to handle it. Frankly, it is Dwight who should be apologizing. After the game concluded, Yu Fan was given no time to ponder. As the team was scheduled to fly to Portland for their next match against the Trailblazers, Yu Fan hastily took a shower, packed his belongings, and boarded the bus heading to the airport. Just as he settled into his seat, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a call from Wang Bin. Hello, Xiao Yu, I have seen everything. Stay focused and direct your attention to the competition. After responding with a few words, Yu Fan leaned back in his seat and succumbed to slumber. After an indeterminate passage of time, he felt someone gently tapping him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the figure of Coach Mike Brown. We have arrived at the airport. Wake up. Yu Fan stifled a yawn and rose to collect his luggage, only to discover that Mike Brown already had it in his possession. Mike handed the backpack to Yu Fan, then gave his shoulder a reassuring pat and nodded gently, saying, You performed splendidly tonight. Yu Fan gazed into his eyes, discerned a hint of approval, and in that fleeting moment, a flicker of warmth ignited within his heart. The two exchanged no further words and boarded their respective flights. 2 hours later, the team arrived in Portland, and after a series of tribulations, Yu Fan finally nestled into the soft embrace of the hotel's blankets. While the players succumbed to slumber, Mike Brown exhibited no intention of rest. He tidied his attire, opened the door, and strode towards another room. Ding dong. After the doorbell rang, a brief pause ensued before the door creaked open, allowing Mike Brown to enter. Much like Mike, the room's occupant, Kupchak, was also awake. He turned to take a seat at the table, lit a cigar, and contemplatively regarded Mike Brown. That gaze unsettled Mike, evoking a chilling sensation reminiscent of 2 years prior when Cavaliers owner Dan Gilbert summoned him to the office and subsequently dismissed him. Mickey, don't be anxious. This is not a grave matter. Mike felt compelled to break the silence, to utter something. I believe I can manage this. Kupchak did not respond immediately. He exhaled a plume of smoke, then forcefully extinguished the remaining half of his cigar in the ashtray before slowly lifting his gaze. Mike, you must comprehend that you are the head coach of Los Angeles, not Cleveland. The fans in Los Angeles possess little patience. They will not be as forgiving as I am. Kupchak added abruptly, the owners won't be either. This last statement sent a jolt through Mike Brown's heart, as he recognized it as a warning from Kupchak. What do you believe we should do now? Mike Brown decided to make a concession. Trade him, Kupchak stated without hesitation. A pang of anxiety surged through Mike Brown. His greatest fear had materialized. From the team's perspective, Mike believed that Ufan's defensive prowess was precisely what he needed. His coaching philosophy was rooted in defense, and he was reluctant to part with Ufan. Emotionally, this young man had consistently demonstrated a positive attitude throughout training camp and beyond, a vitality desperately needed by the aging Lakers. After a moment of hesitation, Mike Brown ultimately found his voice. Mickey, Ufan is an exceptional defender. The team requires such role players. We cannot trade him. At this, Kupchak's blood pressure spiked instantly. Yet he inhaled deeply, donning a smile that was laced with disdain. Oh, come now, my dear coach. It is precisely because he holds value that I have opted to trade him. Otherwise, I would have dismissed him long ago. Kupchak spoke with a chilling demeanor, causing Mike Brown to lose his composure. In a fit of agitation, he rushed to confront Kupchak, exclaiming, No, Mitch. If we lose him, we will surely regret it. Kupchak merely snorted through his nostrils, remaining unmoved. He raised his voice in retort. Mike, are you jesting with me? I truly fail to comprehend why you continue to tolerate that rookie. Do you honestly expect this fellow to lead us to an NBA championship? Please, spare me the jest. We cannot allow him to jeopardize Dwight's happiness any longer. Once again, Kupchak let out a cold snort, dismissing Mike Brown's concerns and extracting a cigar to occupy himself. Left speechless by the rebuke, Mike Brown recognized that, in comparison to Howard's stature within the team, Ufan was indeed insignificant, being merely a newcomer to the league. With a deep sigh, he rubbed his chin and resignedly stated, All right, Mitch, perhaps you are correct. Kupchak lifted his eyelids to scrutinize Mike Brown before leisurely responding, Mike, I must remind you that the trade will require some time. During this period, ensure that fellow does not come into contact with Dwight. If necessary, we may employ the DN program. The NBA has a contract player protection period. Trades cannot occur within 3 months. Ufan signed with the Lakers in September, so the earliest we can finalize a trade would be in December. Mike Brown did not persist further. He bit his lip and nodded in acceptance of the plan. At that moment, it was early morning in Portland, and Ufan was fast asleep. Chapter 50. I will prove that you are all mistaken. When Ufan awoke the following day, it was already afternoon. He rose from his slumber and ordered a quick meal from the hotel, then began to peruse the upcoming schedule. His next match was set to take place in 2 days, on October 11th, allowing him a respite of 2 days prior. Suddenly, the sound of a text message notification pierced the silence. Upon picking it up, Ufan discovered it was a message from Sacre. You, hurry downstairs. Let us venture out for a stroll. With a subtle smile at the corner of his lips, Ufan politely declined Sacre's invitation, for he was not in the mood for leisurely pursuits. After a brief tidying up, he exited his hotel room, guided by a staff member to the hotel's gymnasium. Following his recent altercation with Howard, Ufan had come to a profound realization. Only by strengthening himself could he earn the respect of others. This was the solitary path to redemption. In the realm of basketball, prowess reigned supreme. If he were to clinch the MVP title, would Howard still dare to challenge him? Resolute in his decision, Ufan swiftly embarked on his training regimen. Being in an away game made it challenging to locate a suitable venue for practice. Thus, he opted to hone his physique in the gym, recognizing the significance of this endeavor. As Ufan pushed open the door to the hotel gym, he immediately recognized a familiar figure within. It was none other than Kobe. Ufan observed Kobe seated on a chair, strenuously pulling on the resistance bands before him. Ufan observed that his clothes were completely drenched, and beads of sweat were oozing from his forehead, trickling down his sharp cheekbones along the bridge of his nose and the corners of his eyes. Kobe clenched his teeth tightly, maintaining a steady rhythm as he engaged in strength training with each measured breath. A sudden sense of admiration welled up within Ufan. Who is Kobe? He bears 5 championship rings upon his fingers, adorned with countless honors. At the age of 34, he tirelessly trains with the vigor of youth. What reason do I have to be complacent? After a brief pause, Ufan immediately commenced his training. Several hours later, Breathless and utterly exhausted, he wandered around the gym, only to find that Kobe had already departed. Yufan felt a tinge of disappointment. He had initially hoped to cultivate a closer relationship with Kobe, but it now appeared that he had been overly optimistic. For 2 consecutive days, Yufan immersed himself in the gym during his spare time, channeling all of his frustrations into strength and exertion. 2 days later, on October 11th, the Lakers arrived at the Moda Center, the home of the Trail Blazers, where the much-anticipated game was set to commence that evening. As usual, Yufan diligently engaged in the team's training, devoid of any interaction with Howard throughout the entire session. Howard, maintaining his customary demeanor, shared laughter and conversation with his teammates, yet he did not cast a single glance in Yufan's direction. Yufan endeavored to refrain from dwelling on negative thoughts, striving to maintain his competitive spirit. To this end, he meticulously studied the Portland Trail Blazers and their newly drafted rookie, Damian Lillard, selected 6th overall in the first round this year. However, all his preparations culminated in profound disappointment just hours later. As the game was about to commence, Saker approached Yufan, his expression fraught with urgency. "Hey, brother, we have a serious problem. What's wrong?" Yufan tossed the basketball from his hands and inquired calmly. Saker did not respond. Instead, he anxiously pulled Yufan toward the technical table. At the table, Saker rummaged through various items before producing a piece of paper, which he handed to Yufan. "What is this?" Yufan, filled with curiosity, took the paper and cast a glance at it. It was the lineup submitted by the team. Yufan cast his gaze downward and found himself in the competition status bar, where a glaring character caught his eye, DIN CD. The meaning of this string of letters was all too clear to Yufan. It indicated that the player had not been afforded the opportunity to participate in the match, yet remained seated on the substitutes bench. The subsequent abbreviation, CD, signified a decision made by the coach. There are various interpretations of DN, including options related to injuries and personal matters, but the CD designation can be understood as a personal prerogative of the head coach. Through this means, the coach can sideline players who have not performed satisfactorily on the field or those who are deemed insubordinate within the team. Naturally, in cases like Yufan's, DN, CD serves as a viable option. How infuriating! With a furious exclamation, Yufan shrugged off soccer and resolved to seek out Mike Brown for clarification. Faced with such injustice, Yufan was determined to pursue the truth relentlessly. No, you mustn't do this, Soccer implored. Rushing after him and desperately attempting to dissuade him, Yufan chose to ignore, his anger surging within him, rendering him deaf to all words. Mike Brown, engaged in conversation with his assistant coach on the sidelines, caught sight of Yufan approaching in a fit of rage, and he raised his hand to signal a pause in their dialogue. "Coach, why? Why?" Yufan questioned angrily. Mike Brown stepped closer, placing his hand on Yufan's chest, and patiently said, "Listen to me. Calm down. Calm down. This is a difficult decision." As Yufan prepared to speak, he was interrupted by Mike Brown, who continued, "I understand this is challenging. However, I implore you to view it as an opportunity for growth. Is that agreeable?" Observing the sincere earnestness in Mike Brown's expression, Yufan's anger began to dissipate. He resolutely declared to Mike Brown, "I shall prove you all wrong." With that proclamation, Yufan refrained from further conversation, shaking off Mike Brown's grasp and storming away in a fit of frustration. "Let us hope so," Mike Brown sighed helplessly. Realizing he would not be taken to the court, Yufan lost all desire to watch the game. His thoughts had already soared beyond the confines of the arena. All he yearned for was to return to the training ground and practice relentlessly. Following the conclusion of the second game, the Lakers suffered a defeat. Yet, the outcome of the preseason garnered little interest. The team promptly packed their belongings and returned to Los Angeles. Unsurprisingly, Mike Brown continued to confine Yufan to the bench, and as 2 weeks elapsed, this had seemingly become the norm. The more Mike Brown withheld Yufan from playing, the more ferociously he trained. Over the span of those 2 weeks, Yufan's presence became ubiquitous in the gym and training facility. "Oh, my brother, can we not take a break?" Saker weakly tossed the basketball in his hands, pleading with Yufan. "Robert, it's insufficient. Still not enough. Oh, my orange juice, brother. I feel as though you are driving me to my limits." Despite Saker's incessant complaints, his passing actions showed no signs of slowing. During this period of intense training, only Saker was willing to be at Yufan's side, ready to assist at a moment's notice. 800. After sinking the final three-pointer from the corner, Yufan bent down, resting his hands on his knees to catch his breath. Oh, finally it's over, Saker exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. Yufan walked to the sidelines, grabbing a few bottles of water to offer to Saker, when he suddenly spotted Kobe emerging from the door on the opposite side. He was drenched, clearly having just completed a rigorous training session. In both the visiting team's gym and the Lakers' training facility, Yufan frequently caught glimpses of Kobe's presence. Yet, he had never exchanged a word with him, as Kobe appeared exceptionally aloof. To Yufan's astonishment, as they brushed past each other, Kobe abruptly halted, leaving Yufan puzzled. With a nonchalant tone, Kobe uttered, "Hey, rookie, stay patient." After delivering this remark, he turned and walked away, leaving Yufan rooted in place, his emotions a tumultuous blend. Chapter 51, We Are Family. On October 26th, in Las Vegas. "Shall we commence, coach?" "Certainly," Mike Brown responded promptly. The Lakers have endured 8 consecutive losses in the preseason. What are your thoughts on this string of defeats? Defeats? No. This is merely the preseason, my friend. Mike Brown replied with a hint of irritation, decisively refuting the notion. We are simply fine-tuning our roster. When the regular season begins, we shall secure victories. Coach, there have been recent rumors suggesting that Kobe and Dwight are struggling to coexist. What is your perspective? Mike Brown inhaled sharply, quickly regaining his composure and adopting a formal tone. Oh, that is sheer nonsense. Both Kobe and Dwight have been in the league for many years and are all-star players. I believe they will find a harmonious collaboration. That is simply the case. After responding to this inquiry, Mike Brown appeared somewhat exasperated. He resolutely placed the microphone down and turned to leave. Upon returning to his room, Mike Brown casually tossed his coat aside. Standing by the window as he lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around him, reflecting his myriad of thoughts. With the final preseason game concluded, the Lakers were set to return to Los Angeles, where they would soon embark on the new beginning of the 2012-13 season. With the first regular season game scheduled to commence in just 4 days, on October 30th. The Los Angeles Lakers are set to host the Dallas Mavericks at their home court, the Staples Center. The entire team is bustling with activity, preparing for the new season, overseeing ticket sales and negotiating business deals with various brands. After a long day of toil, Jim Buss, the current manager of the Lakers, finally paused to rest. Reclining on the office sofa, panting with fatigue. Moments later, he glanced at his wristwatch, realizing it was nearly 6 in the evening. Jim hesitated for a moment before springing up from the sofa and hastily exiting the office, driving away in his vehicle. The Los Angeles evening is uniquely enchanting. With deep violet hues of twilight enveloping the city, accompanied by a cool breeze that invites one into its embrace, evoking a sense of intoxication. As Jim navigated the city's streets, he found little inclination to admire the scenery, for his destination was a gravely ill man, his father, Jerry Buss. Since taking the helm of the Lakers, Jerry ushered in the Showtime era, merging basketball with entertainment and elevating the NBA to unprecedented heights. This chemistry PhD, a successful businessman and charismatic figure, has become a legendary icon. Yet now, at the age of 79, he lies bedridden, having undergone cancer surgery in August and suffering from severe kidney failure. With the new season on the horizon, Jim resolved to visit his ailing father before the first game, hoping to share news of the superstar duo, Kobe and Howard, in hopes of lifting his spirits. As the car swiftly departed the city center and the crowds thinned, Jim drew closer to his father's suburban villa. However, after a turn, he suddenly realized a troubling oversight. He had brought no gift, which would surely invite criticism from his sister and disappointment from his father. Slowing the car, he began to scan the surroundings. The area was now suburban, filled with empty houses, devoid of any shops. Frustrated, Jim tapped the steering wheel, contemplating his next move when he unexpectedly spotted a fried chicken restaurant still in operation across the intersection. Without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator and drove over. After hastily ordering a meal, he continued on his way to his father's villa. Jim's memories of this place were scant. Since reaching adulthood, he had rarely returned, and the roads had become unfamiliar. It took him considerable time to locate the villa. His sister, Jeannie, greeted him at the door, visibly surprised by his arrival. "Jim, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be managing the team? Why are you here at this hour?" "I have come to see father. With only 2 days left until the regular season commences, I shall have no time to visit then. Thus, this evening, as fortune would have it, I find myself free to pay him a visit." Though the siblings often engage in spirited quarrels, within the confines of their father's residence, they exhibit an unspoken harmony. Perhaps the chill of the night air has soothed their spirits. Who can say? Come inside, Jenny said with a smile, opening the door to usher Jim in. He has already fallen asleep. You have arrived at an inopportune moment, Jim noted as he approached the threshold of their father's bedroom. Peering through the slightly ajar door, he beheld his father, Jerry Bass, lying frail upon his bed. The once robust figure now appeared weak, his chest gently rising and falling in a feeble rhythm, barely drawing breath. A sense of unfamiliarity washed over Jim. The father he once knew as vibrant and unrestrained now seemed so fragile. Soon, this feeling morphed into a profound guilt that gripped his heart. His condition is quite delicate, and his sleep is restless. I suggest you refrain from entering, Jenny whispered, extending her hand to guide Jim back. Fearing the disturbance might awaken their father, Jim nodded in silence and followed Jenny into the living room. However, as he turned, the paper bag of fried chicken he held collided with the wall, producing a sound that rang sharply in the tranquil atmosphere. The commotion stirred Jerry Bass from his slumber. His eyes fluttered open, squinting into a narrow line. Realizing he was alone, he called out for his daughter, Jenny, his voice a low, muddled whisper, steeped in melancholy. Daddy! Jenny rushed into the room upon seeing her father awaken, with Jim trailing closely behind. Jim, is that you, my son? Old Bass recognized the figure behind Jenny immediately. It is I, father. Jim hastened to sit at his father's bedside, helping him to a more upright position. What brings you here? Old Bass inquired feebly, his strength waning and words few. After tending to matters with the team, I wish to see you. Look, I brought your favorite fried chicken. Jim placed the paper bag on the small table beside the bed. Old Bass did not so much as glance at the offering, instead gazing tenderly at his son, a nod of appreciation gracing his features. However, upon seeing her brother present fried chicken, Jenny's temper flared. In a fit of rage, she seized the bag and hurled it to the ground. Have you lost your mind, Jim? How can father eat that now? Do you wish to endanger his health? I cannot fathom what goes through your head. Jenny's words completely unmasked Jim Bass. His visit to see his father was impulsive, and purchasing fried chicken was out of necessity. Suddenly, he felt as though he had forgotten his father over all these years, and a profound sense of guilt and embarrassment welled up within him. Jim Bass longed to explain himself to his father, but found himself at a loss for words. All he could see was his father lying in the hospital bed, still adorned with a forgiving smile, gazing at him. Old Bass struggled to raise his hand and pointed to the overturned paper bag of fried chicken on the floor. Jenny, give it to me. Jenny shot an angry glance at Jim, then turned to her determined father. Ultimately, she picked up the bag from the ground. Jim Bass understood that his father was trying to console him. He did not wish for his son to leave the room burdened by guilt. Therefore, he graciously accepted the ill-timed gift brought by his son. Open it, Old Bass calmly instructed. Jenny recognized her father's desire for the fried chicken. She understood his intentions, but she could not allow him to harm his health. No, Dad, you cannot eat this, Jenny protested, pulling the paper bag back towards herself. In Old Bass's loving eyes, a flicker of undeniable authority emerged, compelling him to issue another command. Give it to me, Jenny. Reluctantly, Jenny opened the bag and retrieved the fried chicken, tearing off a small piece and bringing it to her father's lips. Old Bass showed no hesitation, swallowing the morsel in one bite. As he chewed, a radiant smile illuminated his face, yet Jim Bass felt an immense pain in his heart. After consuming several pieces, Old Bass finally paused, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a serene expression. He looked at Jenny and Jim with a blank face, and after a moment, he spoke slowly. Jenny, Jim, we are family. After uttering those words, he pointed to the table with the fried chicken and reiterated, we are family. Dad, Dad. Jenny and Jim could no longer contain themselves and rushed into Old Bass's embrace, weeping. As they prepared to part, Old Bass drew his son Jim close, imparting a special message. Go Lakers. Chapter 52, Regular Season Opener, October 30th. Los Angeles Staples Center. The season opener for the Lakers was undoubtedly a grand event for Los Angeles. After months of silence, the arena once again filled with enthusiastic fans. While Yu Fan trained on the sidelines, he occasionally caught glimpses of the actors featured in the film, although he could scarcely recognize a handful of their names. The entire arena radiated with exuberant joy, yet Yu Fan found himself unable to share in the delight. Mike Brown had yet to lift his DN status, and Yu Fan understood that he too would not take the court in this match. Surely, There would come a day when the clouds would part and light would shine through. Fan consoled himself momentarily and cast a glance towards Mike Brown on the sidelines. With half an hour remaining before the game, the players were engaged in warm-ups, making their final preparations. However, Mike Brown was drenched in sweat, flitting from one player to another, whispering to Kobe and then conferring with Howard. He appeared less like a head coach and more akin to a devoted steward, tirelessly attending to the needs of the team. Observing Brown's frantic activity, Fan suddenly realized that managing the Lakers was no simple task. Kobe and Howard rarely interacted off the court, and even on the court, they seemed worlds apart. As it stood, they had yet to exchange a single word, each engrossed in their warm-up routines at opposite ends of the court. "Coach, is this the final roster?" inquired a lady from the technical table, directing her question at Mike Brown. "Indeed." Brown nodded, prompting her to commence her duties. He glanced at Howard on the sidelines, exhaling softly, his lips pressed together in evident frustration. At that moment, General Manager Kupchak approached him, his steps light, yet his gaze icy. "Mike, do you feel confident for tonight?" "Confident about what?" Mike Brown shook his head in disbelief. No one could make guarantees before the game had even commenced. Kupchak's expression darkened immediately as he retorted, "Without Dirk Nowitzki, can we not prevail?" Brown was at a loss for words, taking a deep breath, ready to retort sharply, but the words caught in his throat. "Mickey, no one can assure a victory. Understand? The game is not a video game. Either outcome is possible." To his surprise, Kupchak nodded with unexpected ease, responding in a relaxed tone. "All right, I'll defer to your judgment." With that, Kupchak turned to leave, but just as he was about to walk away, he paused and softly addressed Brown. "A few days ago, Jim visited Dr. Buss, and upon his return, he looked rather grim. He berated us thoroughly. I've never seen him so furious." "Mike, you know what I mean." Mike Brown was taken aback, carefully digesting Kupchak's words. The entire city of Los Angeles was aware of Dr. Buss's condition. Was Kupchak deliberately trying to convey something? "I will do my utmost. I will fulfill my responsibilities." Mike Brown comprehended Kupchak's intent and responded with resolute certainty. Kupchak, without uttering another word, departed promptly. Mike Brown exhaled deeply, returning to his duties. The experience of sitting on the bench was disconcerting, akin to a swarm of ants crawling upon one's arm, yet one is restrained from scratching. Fortunately, time flew by. To others, the game appeared as a series of disjointed fragments, but for Fan, it was merely a matter of enduring the unchanging monotony of sitting there. With a piercing whistle, the final buzzer echoed, signaling the Lakers' defeat to the Dallas Mavericks, 91-99. Fans departed in disappointment, and the Lakers players trudged into the locker room with downcast expressions. Meanwhile, within the TNT studio, a heated discussion ensued. "I shall reiterate. The Lakers are unequivocally a poor team," Charles Barkley asserted, articulating each word with conviction. Beside him, Kenny Smith jestingly teased Barkley. "Charles, aren't you afraid Kobe might come knocking at your door?" Barkley opened his mouth, then continued, "Kobe is my brother, but I must speak the truth. The current Lakers are far too aged. They lack energy. They lack vitality. They cannot win." Barkley then turned towards the camera, mischievously declaring, "Look at me. Kobe, my brother. I speak nothing but the truth." Laughter erupted from the studio. "Oh, Charles, you've really stirred up trouble," Kenny Smith exclaimed. "Shaq, why are you silent? What are you scrutinizing?" He glanced towards O'Neal, who was meticulously examining a list. "I'm searching for someone, Kenny," O'Neal exclaimed. "Ah, found him. It's him." O'Neal suddenly lifted the paper as if uncovering a treasure, directing his gaze towards Kenny Smith and Barkley. "Guess what I've discovered?" "Shaq, I don't follow. Just tell us." O'Neal handed the paper to Kenny Smith and elaborated. "Do you remember that guy? Kryptonite to Stephen Curry." Barkley was momentarily bewildered, but after a beat, his eyes widened in realization. "Oh, Shaq, you mean that Asian kid from the Lakers, right? He has been intercepting the ball right over Curry's head, stealing from the Warriors multiple times." "Yes, Charles, that's him. Have you not noticed that this fellow has been benched by Mike Brown? Since that altercation, he hasn't set foot on the court." Barkley took the list from Kenny Smith, glanced at it, then shook his head in disbelief. "Oh, I see it. Indeed. As you say, Shaq. Foolish. This is utterly foolish. It's a ridiculous decision, my friends." Kenny Smith and Shaquille O'Neal nodded in agreement. At the post-game press conference, Fan was entirely disconnected. He had changed his clothes early and returned to the hotel. However, the other members of the Lakers were clearly unable to find peace. "Kobe, why did the team lose tonight?" "Kobe, Do you consider your partnership with Howard to be a success? Kobe, the team has been on a losing streak. What do you believe is the primary reason? A swarm of reporters relentlessly pursued Kobe with their inquiries. His face was a mask of anger as he sat at the press table, somewhat lost in thought. After a moment, he pressed his lips together and, gritting his teeth, declared, we will be fine. We will win. At that moment, Lakers beat reporter Mike Trudell began to question Kobe. Kobe, do you think the team needs to make changes? Chapter 53, An Opportunity Arises. The team must change. Jim Buss rose from his chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping the tabletop as he spoke sternly. Before him stood two individuals, General Manager Kupchak and Head Coach Mike Brown, faced with the wrath of their owner. Kupchak and Brown exchanged a glance, revealing their helplessness. Jim, this is a complicated issue. Kupchak was the first to attempt a defense. What? Jim Buss leaned over the table, his hands planted firmly as he questioned Kupchak. To hell with complicated. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. What is so complicated about that? Kupchak bit his lip, uncertain of how to respond. He could see that this young owner was still unfamiliar with basketball and the NBA. Yet he was exceedingly eager for victories. Reluctantly, Kupchak swallowed his frustration. Yes, Jim, we will make adjustments immediately. We will do everything possible to get the team back on the right track. No longer contesting, Kupchak acquiesced to Jim Buss's demands. Upon hearing Kupchak's promise, Jim Buss's expression softened slightly. He returned to his chair, pulled out a cigar, and gestured for Kupchak and Mike Brown to take a seat. So tell me, how should the team adjust? As soon as Jim Buss posed this question, Kupchak, seated in his chair, suddenly felt as though he were on pins and needles. He had not anticipated that this young owner would express interest in the team's affairs. In Kupchak's memory, this young man had always been solely focused on the business side of the team, showing little concern for personnel or gameplay. Simply put, he cared primarily about profits and had little passion for basketball. Confronted by Jim Buss's sudden inquiry, Kupchak found himself at a loss for words, as the team's current predicament was far too complex to be encapsulated in mere sentences. Moreover, articulating it would serve little purpose and might even lead the owner to believe that he was ineffective in his duties. Stammering, Kupchak was unsure how to respond. At that moment, Mike Brown interjected unexpectedly. May I share my thoughts? Of course, Mike. You are the head coach. Please proceed. Without waiting for Kupchak's reaction, Jim Buss readily consented. Mike Brown cleared his throat and cautiously articulated, the team's primary issue is not Dwight, nor is it Kobe. At this juncture, he paused, glancing warily at Kupchak and Jim Buss. Kupchak felt a twinge of relief that Mike Brown had refrained from mentioning the discord between Howard and Kobe. It was evident that Brown was exercising discretion. Since there was already an understanding between them, Kupchak decided against interrupting. He nodded in agreement without speaking. As Jim Buss clipped the end of his cigar, he gestured for Mike Brown to continue. I believe the problem lies in energy and vitality. Our key players are simply too old. Pau Gasol is 32, Ron Artest is 33, Steve Nash is 38, and even Kobe is already 34. They cannot sustain a full-court sprint and actively defend. And so, Mike, what can we do? Jim Buss inquired after taking a puff. Perhaps we could experiment with some new lineups. At this point, Mike Brown deliberately cast a glance at Kupchak, confident that he understood his intent. However, Kupchak offered no signal. To Brown, this silence potentially implied acquiescence. Mike continued, we could consider incorporating some younger players into the rotation to alleviate the burden on our starters. The notion of reducing the starters' burden might have bewildered Jim Buss, but Kupchak grasped its meaning. To put it plainly, it referred to minimizing their playing time. Kupchak shot a look at Mike Brown, but remained silent. Excellent. Mike, your idea sounds promising. Jim Buss exhaled a cloud of smoke, expressing his approval. Mike Brown smiled and nodded, adding, of course, any subsequent reinforcement efforts should also focus on younger players. This way, the team is sure to secure victories. Jim Buss was even more delighted. He personally clipped 2 cigars, walked around the table, and handed them to Kupchak and Mike Brown. That's the spirit. Mike, I knew you would find a solution. He then turned to Kupchak. Mitch, you will handle the reinforcements. Of course, that is my responsibility. Kupchak nodded. Shortly thereafter, Mike Brown and Kupchak emerged from Jim Buss's office and turned the corner of the corridor when Kupchak suddenly spoke. Mike, to be frank, do you intend to utilize that young man? Mike Brown discerned the displeasure in his tone, but chose to remain silent. Kupchak turned his head aside, and then faced Mike Brown again, speaking in a low voice. Listen, Mike. It's not that I harbor any ill will towards that fellow. I simply wish to preserve the relationship between the team and Dwight. If Dwight becomes thoroughly enraged, we all may find ourselves exiting this place. Kupchak gestured towards the arena's entrance, speaking with palpable anger. Just as Mike Brown attempted to defend himself, Kupchak raised his hand to interrupt him, extending a finger. One game. Just one. If the team fails to secure a victory in the next match, you may bring that young man on board. Okay. With no other recourse. Mike Brown reluctantly nodded. Kupchak, in a fit of anger, stormed off. The next game was scheduled for tomorrow, October 31st. The team was set to fly to Portland imminently to face the Trailblazers, and Mike Brown, feeling the urgency, hurriedly departed the arena. Returning to Portland, UFan's mindset was markedly different from his last visit. Previously, upon learning of his dismissal by coach Mike Brown, UFan had been consumed with anger. Now, after more than half a month, although he still felt a lingering sense of injustice upon his return, he had learned to channel those negative emotions into motivation. UFan firmly believed that all he needed was a singular opportunity. Competing in back-to-back matches proved exceedingly challenging, particularly when away from home. The prolonged exertion exacted a significant toll on both the body and mind, inevitably diminishing performance on the court. The Lakers suffered yet another defeat, concluding the game with a score of 106-116. With victory elusive, the players boarded the flight back to Los Angeles, burdened by a heavy sense of despair. The feeling of losing was utterly disheartening, and UFan was no exception. He donned his headphones, attempting to escape such thoughts. By the time the plane touched down in Los Angeles, it was already the early hours of the morning, the night shrouded in a melancholic gloom, amplifying the sense of desolation. As UFan dragged his suitcase down from the airplane, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he found himself face to face with head coach Mike Brown. You, get ready for the next game. Chapter 54, The City Derby, against the rival Clippers. Steve Nash has a leg fracture? UFan exclaimed in astonishment. While this news was certainly not favorable for the Lakers, it was undeniably a stroke of fortune for UFan. Steve Nash, a two-time MVP, though aging, remained an unyielding starting point guard for the Lakers. With Nash now injured, the team was left with only UFan and Blake at the point guard position. If they were to overlook UFan at this critical juncture, they would be left with no alternatives. No wonder Mike Brown urged me to prepare. Saker looked at UFan, his face beaming with delight. Indeed, my orange juice brother. Your opportunity has finally arrived. At this moment, UFan's lips were curving upwards with a difficulty surpassing that of an AK-47, yet he endeavored to suppress his laughter. He shook his head in feigned seriousness as he addressed Saker. Oh, Robert, this is truly unfortunate news. I feel sorrow for Steve, but you are clearly laughing. No. My friend, you are mistaken, Robert. UFan hurriedly pulled Saker away to a more secluded area. There was little time for adjustment, just 2 days later. On November 31st, the Lakers were to face their next opponent, the Los Angeles Clippers. Both teams hail from Los Angeles, yet they stand in stark contrast to one another. The Lakers boast a storied history, having secured a remarkable 16 championship trophies, alongside numerous other accolades, rendering them a symbol of the city itself. In contrast, the Clippers, since their relocation to Los Angeles in 1984, have yet to even reach the Western Conference Finals, epitomizing the plight of a perennial underdog. However, with the arrival of Chris Paul last season, the Clippers' fortunes have dramatically shifted, leading to a significant improvement in their performance. Although they ultimately fell to the seasoned Spurs in the Western semifinals, the formidable prowess of this high-flying team has become evident. Notably, Chris Paul shares a complicated history with the Lakers. A trade to bring him to Los Angeles was nearly finalized last season, only to be thwarted by the league's intervention, leaving the Lakers with a lingering sense of regret. With old grudges and new rivalries intertwined, this city rivalry is charged with intensity. The Lakers are eager to escape the shadows of their recent losses, while the Clippers seek to assert their presence in this urban showdown. Inside the Lakers' locker room, Kupchak's unexpected presence signaled a departure from his usual demeanor. He rarely attends regular season games. His arrival conveyed a crucial message to the team. Victory is imperative. As the players prepared to enter the tunnel, they gathered around Kobe, who coolly cracked his neck, the sound of bones grinding echoing in the room. He raised his right hand high, prompting his teammates to place their hands atop his. With a commanding voice, he escalated the fervor, shouting, "Who is the team of Los Angeles?" The players responded in unison, Lakers. Who is the master of Los Angeles? They shouted again, Lakers. Who do we fight for? Came the rallying cry, Lakers. Kill them. Take them down. Kill them. Kill them. The locker room erupted with their collective roar. Kobe called out, Go Lakers. And the players echoed his enthusiasm as he shed his jacket, leading the charge into the player tunnel. This was a highly anticipated event broadcast live across the nation. With the TNT commentary team already in place, featuring a special appearance by Lakers legend Magic Johnson. Hey, Elvin, how does it feel sitting courtside? What is your perspective on today's match? The Magic Man flashed a warm smile and spoke confidently. Not bad, Kenny. Tonight, the Lakers will surely sink those ridiculous Clippers. Trust me. Wow, wow, wow. Charles Barkley beside him erupted in incredulous laughter. Elvin, you might be overselling it a bit. The Lakers haven't won a single game from the preseason until now. Kobe and Dwight seem to be struggling to find their winning rhythm. In response to Barkley's skepticism, the Magic Man nodded gently and continued, Yes, Charles, this is merely a temporary setback. Kobe and Dwight are exceptionally talented players. They know how to secure victories. It is just a matter of time. Just like when Kareem and I started, things were rocky at first, but gradually it all fell into place. The Magic Man's words effectively silenced Barkley, who found himself unable to counter the insights of a seasoned player adorned with 5 championship rings, resorting instead to jest. Honestly, Elvin, if Kobe and Dwight win another championship, you won't be the Lakers' top man anymore. The Magic Man chuckled, covering his face with his hand, and waved dismissively. Come on, Charles, Kobe is my little brother. I won't fall for your trap. The commentary team engaged in lighthearted banter, continuously discussing the Lakers, Kobe, and Howard, seemingly forgetting about the Clippers and their stars, Paul and Griffin. Typically, player introductions commence with the visiting team, followed by the home team. And it is customary for the team's leader to be the last to take the court. Paul was the last to be introduced for the Clippers. And when he stepped onto the court, there was only a slight stir among the crowd before it quickly subsided. Then came the home team's entrance, with Saker being the first to appear. As the name of this player, regarded as a cornerstone of the Lakers, echoed from the arena's DJ, the fans erupted into unprecedented cheers, far surpassing the applause for Paul. This is the Lakers' home court. Following that, substitutes and starters took turns entering. With the cheers escalating with each introduction, Ufan took the court in the midst of this, receiving an enthusiastic ovation from the entire audience. Ufan understood that such cheers were not for himself, but rather for the jersey he donned. The penultimate player to make his entrance was Howard, who, with arms aloft, trotted onto the court amidst the DJ's announcements. The fans erupted in the most fervent applause thus far, welcoming their new darling of the Lakers. A radiant smile adorned Howard's face, his gleaming white teeth shining brilliantly under the dim lights. Soon, the DJ announced once more. Now, stepping onto the stage is the Lakers' number 24, a 5-time champion, MVP, All-NBA, and All-Star player, the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant. The DJ's impassioned announcement ignited the fans' enthusiasm, compelling them to rise to their feet as Kobe entered the court amidst unprecedented cheers. The thunderous applause resonated deeply, allowing Ufan to witness, for the first time, what it truly meant to be a superstar. He realized that this was the essence of cheering for a player. Ufan's gaze was resolute as he gradually clenched his fists. One day, I too shall prevail. Chapter 55. My blade has long been parched with anticipation. However, matters did not unfold as Ufan had envisioned. Just before the commencement of the match, Mike Brown approached Ufan, instructing him to return to the bench, while the starting point guard was none other than Steve Blake. Steve, a traditional white point guard, possessed a rather slender physique and lacked defensive prowess. Nonetheless, he demonstrated versatility on the offensive end, proving adequate in both scoring and orchestrating plays. It appears that Mike Brown still harbored reservations about fully placing his trust in me. Ufan silently returned to the bench, awaiting his opportunity. Meanwhile, in the opulent suite at the top of the stands, Jim Buss had been seated for quite some time, accompanied by none other than Donald Sterling. At 78 years old, Donald Sterling had presided over the Clippers for over 3 decades. Although the fans regarded the Lakers and the Clippers as fierce rivals, the two owners viewed each other merely as business partners within the NBA. Mr. Sterling, please. Jim Buss raised his glass of red wine in a toast. Donald waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Thank you, Jim, but I think I'll stick to a soft drink. Has Jeannie not arrived yet? The spectacle is about to commence. Jim Buss glanced at his wristwatch. Just then, The door to the suite swung open, revealing Jeannie Buss, her golden ponytail bouncing as she entered with a bright smile. "Hi, Mr. Sterling. I'm sorry I'm late. Dad just fell asleep, which delayed me a bit." "No, you've arrived just in time, Jeannie. Please convey my regards to Dr. Buss." Jim pulled out a chair for Jeannie, and the trio settled together, their attention directed toward the court below. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Donald Sterling suddenly posed a seemingly innocuous question. "Who do you think will win tonight?" This was a delicate subject, as any debate over victory could ignite the competitive spirits of the two owners, potentially souring the gathering. "Mr. Sterling, perhaps we should steer clear of that topic," Jim suggested, attempting to redirect the conversation. However, Donald was undeterred and turned his inquiry toward Jeannie Buss. "Jeannie, what is your take? You're such a good girl." The term girl seemed to sting Jeannie Buss, at 51 years of age. Being referred to as such by someone over 2 decades her senior felt patronizing. This subtle jab left her feeling displeased. And Jim looked at his sister with a complex expression, fully aware of Donald's implications. "Of course, it's the Lakers. We will definitely win," Jeannie declared confidently. Donald Sterling suddenly erupted into laughter, taking a sip of his red wine before responding. "Jeannie, please, don't tease me. It's not 2 years ago anymore. Your Lakers haven't won a game since. Even the Mavericks without Dirk can't be beaten. How could you possibly win tonight?" He gestured towards the court, emphasizing, "Look how splendid Chris Paul and Griffin are." Indeed, upon the utterance of those words, the expressions of Jeannie Buss and Jim Buss darkened instantaneously. Although the newcomer was evidently hostile, every word he spoke bore the weight of undeniable truth, rendering them defenseless against his assertions. Jeannie, suppressing her rising displeasure, angrily adjusted her hair and rose, lifting her chin defiantly as she declared, "In that case, let us wager." "What kind of wager?" Donald inquired, feigning indifference to Jeannie's ire. Yet intrigued. "Jeannie," Jim attempted to interject, but she brushed him aside. "Sir, if the Lakers lose tonight, I shall never set foot in this arena again. Conversely, if the Clippers falter, you too shall abide by this condition." Donald pondered momentarily, observing the fury etched upon Jeannie Buss's visage, then calmly smiled as he raised his glass. "Jeannie, you are making a rather bold jest. After all, you are the owner of the Lakers." It was evident that Donald Sterling grasped the gravity of this wager. As the team's overseer, how could he manage the franchise without stepping into the arena? Such a concession was far more precious than any monetary sum. "Fear not. Jim can manage the team just as well," Jeannie Buss insisted. At her words, Jim's expression shifted, casting a bewildered glance at his sister, as if he scarcely recognized her. Donald Sterling, astonished, nodded slowly before responding, "Very well, since you are so keen, let us engage in this game." "Excellent. Now, cease your standing. The match is about to commence." As the game drew near, the starting players from both the Lakers and Clippers entered the court, exchanging fist bumps in greeting. Paul approached Kobe, initiating a friendly banter. "Hey, Kobe. They all fear you, but not me. We are surely winning tonight." Paul's words did not incite Kobe's wrath. Rather, he erupted in laughter, bumping fists with Paul before leaning in to whisper, "Chris, indeed. I believe. But that is certainly after you've secured your championship ring." Paul rolled his eyes, exhaling in frustration as he walked away. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the ball was tossed high into the air. Howard and DeAndre Jordan leapt simultaneously. The ball was deflected by an unknown player before ultimately landing in Chris Paul's hands. Chris Paul epitomized the role of the court commander, confidently bringing the ball across half court. He signaled deftly and delivered a precise pass to Karen Butler, who had circled to the three-point line. Butler elevated and launched the shot, effortlessly sinking a three-pointer. 3-0. With that basket, the Clippers appeared to have found their rhythm, and under Chris Paul's leadership, Griffin and DeAndre Jordan commenced their assault on the rim. The Clippers launched a counterattack. Chris Paul delivered the pass. Rising from beneath the basket was none other than Blake Griffin. Oh, an aerial connection. Boom, boom, boom. In the private box, Donald Sterling pointed towards the court and cheerfully remarked to Jenny and Jim, "Oh, look, it's quite impressive, isn't it?" Jenny Bass, however, remained silent, sipping her drink in frustration. The match was still ongoing, and Paul, with the basketball in hand, seemed to possess an almost supernatural ability to deliver the ball to his teammates at precisely the right moment. He keenly analyzed the defensive formations of his opponents. If they encroached upon him, he would deftly pass the ball to Griffin or Jordan soaring in the air. Conversely, should they retreat, He would confidently execute a mid-range shot that invariably found its way through the hoop. Under Paul's masterful control, Blake resembled a mere puppet, always a beat behind. As the first quarter concluded, the Clippers had amassed 31 points, while the Lakers, thanks to Kobe and Howard's efforts, barely managed to scrape together 23 points. As the second quarter was about to commence, Ufan noticed Mike Brown beckoning him, signaling that it was his turn to enter the game. Damn, my skills have been itching for action. Chapter 56, Bloodcloth Provocation? Then let us warm up. Elvin, the Lakers are being thoroughly outclassed. They simply cannot contain the aerial connection between Chris Paul and Griffin. Moreover, Kobe and Dwight are not syncing up. I fear the Lakers won to secure a victory today. Magic Johnson sighed, blinking as he spoke. Charles, you are not mistaken. Yet, I have faith in Kobe. I also believe in the Lakers. Let's wait and see. As the two engaged in their banter, Shaquille O'Neal slammed his hand on the table. Look. See who the Lakers have put on the court. The TNT commentary team and Magic turned their gaze to the arena, spotting a young Asian player with a yellow complexion donning the Lakers' number 66 jersey. Shaq. I remember him. The Keurig star, right? What is his name? Shaquille O'Neal pondered for a moment. Ufan, that's right. Magic, confused, inquired what? Shaq, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word. O'Neal chuckled mischievously. Elvin, you'll soon find out. This kid is going to astonish you. Magic rolled his eyes, remaining noncommittal. As the second quarter commenced, both teams began substituting their players. Mike Brown stood at the sidelines, imparting wisdom to Ufan. He pointed to the opposite end of the court and instructed, You need to guard that guy. He asked the Clipper scoring threat off the bench. Ufan followed Mike Brown's finger and couldn't help but burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. Crawford. Oh my, I am well acquainted with that person. Mike Brown, unable to comprehend the Mandarin, gazed at Ufan in confusion. Ufan casually exchanged a few pleasantries before making his way towards Jamal Crawford. Hey Jamal, do you remember me? Ufan greeted him. Crawford clearly did not anticipate encountering Ufan in this match. He had known during his pre-game preparations that Ufan had long been under the tutelage of Mike Brown. You're that guy? Crawford suddenly realized he did not even know the other man's name, but it was evident that he had recalled the events of that day. Yes, indeed, it is I. Crawford instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, feeling despondent. Oh no, buddy, you cannot let me embarrass myself. Many of my friends are here today. With a smile, Ufan spread his hands, offering no response. The sharp sound of the whistle signaling the commencement of the second quarter interrupted their conversation, prompting Ufan to move to the baseline to receive the ball. Upon catching the serve from Jordan Hill, he marveled at the exquisite sensation of the basketball rotating in his palms, an experience he deemed among the most delightful in existence, perhaps rivaling even that. As he advanced the ball into the front court, the Clippers' backup point guard, Eric Bledsoe, approached him defensively. Ufan glanced at him, noting his height. Just a little over 6 feet, a full head shorter than himself. Despite his diminutive stature, Bledsoe's temper was anything but small. He incessantly jabbered in Ufan's ear. Are you Asian? What the hell? How did you even get in here? Pack your bags and leave. This isn't your place. Shoot. Even if I don't guard you, you won't make it. Ufan secretly scoffed, choosing to disregard him and continue playing his own game. However, Crawford interjected, interrupting Bledsoe. Eric, perhaps you should refrain from speaking too much. Don't provoke him. Bledsoe furrowed his brows in confusion, then tilted his head and pointed at Ufan, grinning as he looked towards Crawford. Jamal, what jest are you making? Him? Crawford, aware that Bledsoe would not heed his words, merely shook his head and fell silent. Ufan paid no heed to these distractions. He lofted the ball to Jordan Hill, positioned at the top of the free throw line. With a sudden acceleration, he evaded Bledsoe and began his incisive cut toward the paint, seeking a scoring opportunity. Bledsoe, hot on his heels, was caught off guard by Ufan's remarkable speed, leaving him trailing behind. Ufan penetrated the lane, executing a crossover screen with Antawn Jamison, a two-time All-Star who once engaged in a thrilling duel with Kobe, each scoring 50 points. Now, at the age of 36, he has become the primary scorer off the Lakers bench. After the screen, Jamison dashed toward the three-point line, while Ufan cut toward the basket in the opposite direction, with Bledsoe already racing to the rim. Just as Bledsoe anticipated that Jordan Hill would pass the ball to the awaiting Jamison beyond the arc, an unforeseen event transpired. Bledsoe observed Ufan, who was cutting toward the basket, suddenly leap into the air, resembling a dark cloud looming overhead, and he instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. Good grief. This kid can truly jump. Bledsoe was taken aback. Being significantly shorter than Fan and lacking timely reflexes, he realized it was far too late to interfere. Bam! Fan leapt high into the air, seizing the basketball soaring towards him, effortlessly dunking it into the hoop. 25-31. Bledsoe stood frozen in place, wearing a perplexed expression akin to the iconic black question mark meme. As Fan landed, he nonchalantly handed his racket to the referee and turned away with effortless grace. Crawford sauntered past Bledsoe, relishing in the moment as he remarked, "Eric, I warned you long ago." The possession returned to the Clippers. And after Bledsoe advanced past the half-court line, he obediently passed the ball to Crawford. Faced with Fan's defense, Crawford appeared to find the ball almost scorching. And without any hesitation, he tossed it back to Bledsoe. Bledsoe, momentarily bewildered, retorted, "Jamal, what on earth are you doing? Attack him." Crawford merely shook his head slightly, remaining silent, his whole demeanor exuding resistance. "What a coward," Bledsoe muttered under his breath, having witnessed Fan's physical prowess. He initially believed him to be merely an explosive dunker. Although Bledsoe stood just over 6 feet tall, he possessed formidable athleticism, with a strong physique and commendable resilience, earning him the moniker of Bloodcloth due to his fervent approach to the game. Bledsoe indeed had reasons to be proud. Yet this youthful and inexperienced player remained oblivious to the formidable opponent he was about to confront. As he received the pass, Bledsoe retreated a step, skillfully dribbling the basketball between his legs. Fan understood that Bledsoe intended to drive straight past him. The adage "an inch short is an inch dangerous" held true. There were advantages to being shorter. Typically, shorter players boasted greater speed than their taller counterparts, and Bledsoe was well aware of this principle. He aimed to exploit Fan's perceived lack of speed. However, was Fan truly slower than him? Bledsoe would discern the answer in a mere 2 seconds. After several deft dribbles, Bledsoe suddenly lowered his center of gravity, forcefully pushing off with his left foot, transferring the ball to his right hand. And poised to break through from the right side, Fan had long awaited his arrival. As the ball from Bledsoe's right hand touched the ground, Fan swiftly seized it with his large hand, executing a decisive steal. The youth should temper his fervor. Chapter 57. Crawford's Dilemma. What? Bledsoe has been robbed again. My heavens. Shaq, do you recall how many times that lad has been intercepted? Without a moment's hesitation, O'Neal replied, 3 times. I'm keeping count. He then turned to the bewildered Magic Johnson beside him, grinning, Elvin, what did I just tell you? Oh, Shaq, that's quite amusing, the Magic acknowledged with a nod. Kenny Smith chimed in, I think Coach Vinny Del Negro is about to erupt. Indeed, Del Negro was furious. Typically composed, he rarely stood at the sidelines, glaring with intensity. The series of blunders and turnovers leading to counterattacks were utterly intolerable, especially tonight. However, his ire was directed not solely at Bledsoe, but also at Crawford. Sir, I request a timeout. Del Negro decisively called for a pause from the referee, his expression cold as he stood silently before the bench, awaiting Crawford's arrival. Crawford seemed to sense the coach's intent, deliberately turning his head away and feigning nonchalance as he sauntered by. Jamal, come here. Del Negro's face darkened. Crawford felt a tightness in his chest and reluctantly approached. Del Negro's gaze bore down on Crawford, akin to a hawk eyeing its prey, cold and unyielding. Why? Tell me why. What? Coach, what are you talking about? Crawford feigned ignorance, though he was aware of the implication, absent-mindedly touching his face. Del Negro turned his head aside, exhaling in frustration, then spun back to continue his interrogation. Jamal, I cannot fathom why you refrain from attacking. You always pass the ball. What on earth are you doing? What are you afraid of? By the end of his tirade, Del Negro was visibly enraged, his words punctuated by spittle directed at Crawford's face. Crawford scratched his cheek, knowing he could no longer evade the matter. I apologize, Coach, I'm feeling a bit unwell today. Perhaps. It was the Mexican tortillas I had earlier. The lentils are causing me some digestive distress. You know, too many lentils can indeed be hard to digest. Del Negro narrowed his eyes to slits, shaking his head in disbelief. Jamal, what are you saying? Don't even mention those damn tortillas. That's not an excuse. We need your scoring. Okay. Crawford awkwardly averted his gaze from Del Negro, compelled to nod in compliance. All right, Coach. I can do it, but... De Negro immediately retorted. But what? Crawford licked his lips and whispered, that is a Mexican tortilla, not a Mexican pancake. De Negro's breath quickened in an instant. He placed his hand over his mouth. shaking his head incessantly as he struggled to suppress his inner fury. Then, he pointed towards the bench and, unable to endure any longer, exclaimed, "Go back. Sit on the bench. Right now?" Meanwhile, in the luxury box, the expressions of the Bus siblings brightened considerably as the Lakers finally began to show some promise. "Mr. Donald, not too shabby, is it? Are you satisfied with this counterattack?" Jeannie Buss poured herself a glass of wine and swirled it in front of Donald Sterling, saying with a hint of amusement. Sterling's lips curled slightly into a smirk, but he dismissed her words lightly. "Jeannie, don't celebrate too soon. They are merely a bunch of substitutes." Just then, Sterling suddenly turned to Jim Buss and inquired, "Jim, is that number 66 of Asian descent? Was he one of your recruits?" Jim Buss, taken aback by the question, nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Sterling could not help but shake his head and declared, "Wow. That's truly unfortunate. They should be picking fruit in the mountains or planting cotton. Why must they come to my game to play basketball? What bad luck." Jeannie and Jim's eyes widened in disbelief as they exchanged glances, confirming that they had not misheard. Sterling's remarks were nothing short of blatant discrimination. Jeannie Buss recognized that this old man was not a good person, but was shocked that he could utter such outrageous words. How vile. After a moment of composure, Jeannie felt compelled to take action. She stepped forward to confront Donald with a stern rebuttal. "I am sorry, Mr. Donald Sterling, you cannot insult my players in that manner. You must retract what you just said. Otherwise, I will file a complaint with the league." Donald looked at Jeannie Buss, noticing her serious demeanor, and felt a twinge of guilt, yet he maintained a facade of nonchalance. "Oh, Jeannie, why so serious? All right. I admit my mistake. I take back what I just said. Now, let us focus on the game. The timeout will be over soon." Jeannie Buss was incensed by his disdain, and she no longer had the inclination to remain and watch the game. She turned and stormed out. Jim Buss wished to follow her, but as a member of the Lakers management, he felt obliged to stay put, forcing himself to endure the situation. As the timeout concluded, the Clippers took to the court with their starters, and Paul rejoined the fray. Naturally, the Lakers also brought Kobe and Howard back into the game. Yet Mike Brown did not substitute Ufan, his intentions unmistakable. This time, he refrained from issuing any further instructions, confident that Ufan understood what was required of him. Ufan was undoubtedly aware of whom he needed to guard, none other than Chris Paul, a man revered as the god of point guards. This historically significant playmaker is affectionately dubbed St. Paul by his admirers, but that is a tale for another time. Chris Paul embodies the essence of a traditional point guard, seamlessly blending scoring prowess with exceptional playmaking skills. His court vision and passing ability are truly remarkable. The basketball in his hands dances with the finesse of a masterful craftsman. Though he may be shorter in stature, his physique is robust, and his acute understanding of the game allows him to defend with both speed and precision. For opponents seeking to score over him, the task proves to be quite formidable. One could assert that Chris Paul possesses nearly no weaknesses as a point guard, excelling in scoring, orchestrating plays, and defending. If one were to nitpick, his only disadvantage would be his height, standing at a mere 183 centimeters. In the NBA, shorter players often exaggerate their height. He likely measures closer to 180 centimeters, or perhaps even less. I have yet to see him in person. Ufan had been awaiting this day for a considerable time. Upon learning from Sacre that he would take the court in this match, he commenced his study of Paul and had already formulated his approach. "So, you are referred to as the god of point guards, are you?" Chapter 58. He suddenly attacked me. I was careless and failed to evade. The Clippers gained possession, and Chris Paul began to advance with the ball. Ufan glanced at Paul, who had yet to reach the front court, and called out to Kobe beside him, "Kobe, be ready for a fast break." What are you babbling about?" Kobe replied, bewildered, casting a puzzled glance at Ufan. I will pass the ball to you shortly. Prepare yourself for the fast break." Ufan turned his head, raising his voice to reiterate his point. Upon hearing this, the players from both the Lakers and the Clippers were momentarily stunned, their minds seemingly paralyzed, pondering whether Ufan might be somewhat eccentric. "Who is he?" Blake Griffin inquired of Pau Gasol beside him, who merely shrugged, offering no response. "Oh, Jesus." Kobe rolled his eyes, shaking his head, feigning ignorance of the exchange. This brief spectacle did not escape the notice of Charles Barkley on the sidelines, who nudged Shaquille O'Neal, gesturing for him to observe. "Oh, look. It seems they are engaged in a verbal spar." Kenny Smith, O'Neal, and Magic Johnson turned their gaze, their faces breaking into smiles. "Oh, ha ha. It appears that Rookie is provoking him, and Kobe seems disinclined to engage. Irvin, what do you think? This young man, when matched against Paul, will he fare well? Magic was momentarily at a loss for words due to O'Neal's query. Although he was a Lakers legend and his remarks naturally favored the team, he could not delude himself into elevating a rookie to the stature of Paul. Shaq, I must say, you're putting me in a difficult position. I really like this kid. He is full of energy and quite impressive. However, he is not yet in Paul's league. O'Neal pondered for a moment, hesitating to respond, prompting Magic to retort, What? Shaq, do you disagree with my statement? OMG, you can't be serious. You must be out of your mind. O'Neal rubbed his lips with his thumbs and forefingers for a moment before slowly articulating, Yes, I believe he can, at least defensively. Magic incredulously turned his head aside and eagerly asked Barkley, Charles, do you think he is talking nonsense? How is that possible? Barkley opened his mouth, contemplating his words for a moment before finally chuckling, addressing Magic. Irvin, I must remind you, you are a Lakers legend. You ought to speak for the Lakers. I'm not suggesting that kid can be compared to Paul, but at the very least, he will certainly catch your eye just like EJ. Barkley nodded emphatically as he spoke, leaving Magic utterly speechless. The commentary on the sidelines was fervent, and the action on the court was equally lively. At that moment, Paul brought the ball up the court, and as he approached the mid-court line, Ufan heard him shouting towards him, Hey, rookie, what were you just saying? You think you can take the ball from me? Dribbling with his right hand, he indignantly pointed at Ufan with his left, turning to complain to Kobe, Damn, this kid is something else. I have no desire to hear him weep in my ear. Before Paul could finish his sentence, he felt a whirlwind rush past him, and in the next moment, he realized that the ball in his right hand had slipped from his grasp. I have no time to engage in trifles with you. With a silent scoff, Ufan seized the ball and darted towards the opposing hoop. Just moments ago, he had observed Paul in a state of utter relaxation, dribbling the ball nonchalantly with one hand right beneath his very eyes, his head tilted to glance at Kobe. How outrageous. Such blatant disrespect. Thus, Ufan resolved to expedite his plans. If he dared to offer, then I shall certainly seize the opportunity. Ufan charged forward, dashing towards the basket to deliver a powerful dunk. 2 points secured. Let him establish his dominance. The score now stands at 32-31. With the Lakers having taken a 1-point lead, Ufan's sudden interception was utterly unexpected. By the time Paul and his teammates registered the situation and began to pursue, Ufan had already distanced himself from the defender, rendering any chance of a chase futile. Naturally, Paul halted his advance. Furthermore, Kobe and his companions were equally taken aback by Ufan's audacity in stealing the ball from Paul, a rare occurrence for the seasoned player. Everyone stood motionless, witnessing Ufan stride back to the front court with an air of confidence, a faint smile gracing Kobe's lips. As Paul leisurely returned to the backcourt to resume play, he perceived this as nothing short of an ambush. He vigorously shrugged off his frustration. Paul resumed orchestrating the offense, now firmly back on track. Though he was of shorter stature, his dribbling style was notably lower than that of a typical point guard, and with Ufan being taller, the challenge of directly swiping the ball was considerable. Moreover, Paul's ball handling was exceptionally discreet. He constantly shielded the ball with his body and offhand, a skill honed through countless games and drills, ingrained into his muscle memory. However, Ufan remained composed. He was well prepared. Paul did not recklessly dominate the ball, but initiated a pick and roll at the top of the arc, a tactic Ufan recognized as Paul's forte. Shortly after, Griffin moved up from the free throw line, with Pau Gasol shadowing him closely. Prior to the game, Mike Brown had specifically devised a strategy to counter the Paul Griffin pick and roll, allow Paul to shoot, but prevent Griffin from wreaking havoc in the paint. Thus, when Griffin set the screen, Gasol retreated behind him, aiming to thwart any inside penetration, mindful of Griffin's superior speed. Leveraging Griffin's screen, Paul made a decisive move to the right, and in that fleeting moment, Griffin peeled away from the pick, heading towards the basket. Instantly, Paul and Griffin became two formidable arrows of attack. With Griffin's assistance, Paul momentarily gained a half step on Ufan, granting him the option to either circle around the screen for a shot or exploit the space created by Griffin's descent towards the basket. While Gasol was stationed at the rim, forcing an attack against him might prove ineffective. Yet Paul could still execute a mid-range jumper or use a feint to draw Gasol up and devise a new strategy. Given Griffin's prowess, attacking from the free throw line was as effortless as relieving oneself in front of a urinal. He could either surge towards the basket or step back for a low percentage shot. Indeed, without a moment's hesitation, Paul delivered the ball with impeccable precision, relying solely on his muscle memory, seemingly unaware of Griffin's impending cut. Isn't this merely handing out points? Yufan mused with a smirk. Chapter 59, Connecting with Kobe, giving Paul a taste of adversity. Yufan had already resolved, as soon as Paul and Griffin initiated their pick and roll, that he must not allow Paul to effortlessly deliver the ball to his teammates. Yufan's strategy is to sever the connection between Paul and his teammates, compelling him to fight a lone battle while he waits for the opportune moment to strike. Thus, when Paul was separated from Griffin, Yufan's gaze fixed upon Paul, and as anticipated, he passed the ball. So he should not blame me. At the precise moment Paul released the ball, Yufan lunged fiercely into its trajectory, the sphere striking his palm with force. Without hesitation, Yufan seized control of the ball and began scanning for his teammates. The play faltered near the free throw line, and Yufan noted that the sharpshooters from the Clippers beyond the three-point arc had commenced their retreat, while Paul had also fallen back to the defensive end. Just as Yufan prepared to secure the ball for a structured offensive play, he caught a glimpse of a yellow-clad figure darting past him. It was Kobe. Without the slightest hesitation, Yufan delivered the ball directly into Kobe's hands. Upon receiving the pass, Kobe seemed to glide effortlessly, his footwork becoming increasingly fluid. Each step he took, accompanied by subtle shifts, hinted at an unspoken rhythm that rendered his defenders motionless amidst his feints and bursts of speed. He elegantly bypassed Karen Butler, with Chris Paul and Matt Barnes awaiting him at the forefront. Positioned just below the free throw line, Paul and Barnes flanked him, yet Kobe, undeterred, surged forward as if they were mere shadows. Initially, he aimed to break through on Barnes' side, with Barnes skillfully retreating to maintain his defensive stance, his body resolutely positioned before Kobe. Barnes was confident that Kobe had no opportunity to score, as he believed he had effectively obstructed the path to the basket, anticipating a mid-range jump shot from Kobe. Indeed, Kobe's choice mirrored Barnes' expectations perfectly. After penetrating towards the basket, he engaged his left arm in a moment of contact, leveraging Barnes' body for a propulsive recoil, and then executed a graceful, leaning jump shot. As Kobe collided lightly with Barnes, the latter tilted slightly backward but quickly regained his balance. Leaping to contest Kobe's shot, he dared not linger or hesitate, for even a moment's delay could create enough space for Kobe to release the ball with ease. This was indeed his sweet spot. To Barnes' astonishment, just as he leapt, he realized that Kobe had not followed through with the anticipated jump shot. Instead, Kobe had merely prepared to shoot. At the very instant Barnes ascended, he drew the ball back from above his head to his abdomen, pausing for half a second without taking flight. Barnes was completely deceived. In an instant, as Barnes was momentarily distracted, Kobe initiated his next offensive move. With a deft step forward on his left foot, he propelled himself upward, ball cradled above his head, sending it soaring toward the hoop. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, each movement intricately connected. To the untrained observer, it might have seemed that Barnes had overreacted in his defensive stance. However, those in the know understood that this was a psychological duel. Had Barnes been just a fraction too slow, Kobe would undoubtedly have taken the opportunity for a clean shot. Yet, as Barnes closed in, he risked being outmaneuvered. It was akin to choosing between two poisons. Either choice would result in punishment. Barnes opted for the latter, as it still afforded him a chance to defend effectively. Ultimately, it hinged on whose observation and reflexes were swifter, and in this regard, Kobe was undeniably a master. This particular feint deceived not only the 20,000 fans within the arena, but also Paul, stationed under the left side of the basket. He believed that Barnes had effectively contained Kobe, and just as he prepared to secure the rebound, he was startled to see Kobe charging toward him. Paul rushed to provide help, but he was a heartbeat too late. Kobe had already leaped above him. With dexterous fingers, Kobe effortlessly guided the basketball through the net, landing gracefully before turning to embrace the thunderous applause of the crowd. 34-31. Damn it, Barnes muttered under his breath, clearly frustrated with his defensive performance. This was a textbook fast break against three defenders, and Kobe's agile offense once again captivated the Staples Center audience, earning him a resounding ovation. As he advanced to the front court, Kobe remained unervingly composed, as if nothing had transpired. Yufan contemplated silently, suspecting that this particular offensive maneuver had been executed numerous times before, which rendered it seemingly mundane. Nevertheless, it was undeniably a moment that invigorated the morale of the Lakers. As Kobe approached, his teammates eagerly came over to exchange high fives. Even Howard, who typically had a contentious relationship with Kobe, approached with wide eyes and a beaming smile, extending his hand. Naturally, Kobe did not decline. He reciprocated each high five with his teammates. As the unequivocal linchpin of the Lakers, his leadership style was characterized by inspiring his comrades through a series of pivotal baskets. After exchanging a fist bump with Kobe, Fan returned to his defensive position. Seizing the moment during the Clippers' inbound pass, Fan addressed Kobe once more. "Hey, Kobe, my passing isn't too shabby, right? Let's keep this up and take them down." Kobe chuckled lightly, rubbing his hands together, his gaze fixed ahead as he replied slowly, "Rookie, keep a close watch on your man." This time, Kobe refrained from retaliating. And Fan perceptively sensed this shift in attitude, igniting a greater thrill within him. It seemed that actions would speak louder than words. Fan slowly clenched his fists, casting a menacing gaze at Paul, who was approaching with the ball. When Kobe scored over Paul, it did not particularly embarrass him. After all, it was Kobe. Such occurrences were utterly commonplace. However, being stripped of the ball twice in succession by Fan was rather unacceptable, especially considering that he averaged only 2.1 turnovers last season. Fan had effectively drained his reserves right from the outset. Paul scratched his head, glancing at the scoreboard on the timer. They had already fallen behind, and he was acutely aware that the Clippers had not scored in quite some time. This offensive possession had to be executed with precision. It was imperative to convert this opportunity. The Clippers' most effective offensive strategy remained the pick and roll between Paul and Griffin. Without hesitation, Paul advanced the ball toward Griffin's side. Upon noticing this, Griffin swiftly moved to set a screen. As Griffin's screen was properly positioned, Paul initiated the pick-and-roll attack, maneuvering around Griffin's screen. Yet this time, he was far more observant. Paul noticed that Fan, as Griffin rolled to the basket, did not immediately close in on him, but instead lingered near Griffin. It seemed this young man was intent on attempting another steal. Paul thought to himself, yet his hands did not cease their movements. Upon discerning Fan's defensive strategy, Paul immediately knew how to respond. But was reality truly as he perceived? Chapter 60. Paul's unwarranted anxiety. Paul maneuvered around Griffin's screen, penetrating just inside the three-point line. This time, he did not rely on instinct to make the pass. He observed Fan's intention to intercept his throw, and a smirk of amusement crossed his lips. How absurd. Under man-to-man defensive arrangements, Paul's situation was unequivocally clear. Fan had been momentarily hindered by Griffin's screen, leaving Paul with an unobstructed view. This was undeniably an opportune moment for a mid-range jumper. Typically, Paul would have employed a variety of tactics to manipulate his opponent's defense, but today he was beset by an inexplicable sense of worry, a feeling he could not quite articulate. With the pressure of the score weighing heavily, the Clippers had committed several turnovers in the second quarter and had yet to score. Paul understood that this shot was crucial. Thus, he dispelled his hesitations and halted at the free throw line for an abrupt jump shot. He had executed this maneuver countless times before. The mid-range jumper after navigating a screen had always been Paul's signature skill. His shooting percentage on this move was remarkably high, partly due to the interior defender's reluctance to advance, wary of his passing ability, which afforded him ample space to shoot without interference, while the defender trailing behind had yet to recover, alleviating him of further complications. At this moment, Paul found himself in a veritable void. Everything unfolded with such naturalness and fluidity. As Paul leaped, he expertly raised his arm and released the ball. Yet, just as the basketball departed his fingertips, he was astonished to discover a colossal hand descending toward him from above. Regrettably, he had never read Journey to the West. Otherwise, he could have sat down with the Monkey King for a conversation. Paul looked around in terror, and as expected, there stood that brat. "Oh my goodness," O'Neal exclaimed, clutching his head. "This hot pot is utterly insane. Charles, how did he manage to sneak past C3? Did you catch a glimpse?" Barkley shook his head vigorously, his mouth agape. "Good grief. Who could have seen that clearly? This kid must have installed a tracker on C3. How did he know what Paul was about to do? This is unbelievable." Beside them, the magician was even more astonished, yet he refrained from screaming. The shock that Fan delivered struck deep within him, leaving his mind blank as he pondered the situation. As a fellow elite point guard, the magician observed with clarity. Paul's technical maneuvers and timing in orchestrating the offense were impeccable. He understood that Paul was grappling with the same question, having seemingly shaken off Fan. How could the latter still interfere and even block him? Alas, they would never comprehend the truth. In reality, While Yu Fan was indeed striving to cut off Paul's passing options, it did not imply that he would relinquish the chance for Paul to score. After months of training and competition, Yu Fan had gained remarkable control over his body. Although he lingered near Griffin, he was meticulously calculating the distance between himself and Paul, ensuring he could promptly reach Paul's side. Even if he could not block or steal the ball, he aimed to create effective disruption. Ultimately, the situation unfolded just as Yu Fan had anticipated. It appeared that Paul had evaded him, yet everything remained under Yu Fan's control. Yu Fan forcefully swatted the ball from the air, causing it to crash heavily onto the hardwood floor before soaring towards the backcourt. The defensive team typically reacts with unparalleled swiftness. Before Yu Fan could rise and pursue, Kobe had already dashed forward. Almost simultaneously, Kobe's defender, Matt Barnes, also sprinted towards the ball, both players racing towards the orb that had rolled onto the floor. Undeterred, Kobe chased after it, noticing that Barnes was closing in, threatening to contest him for possession. With gritted teeth and a resolute heart, he decided to dive headlong into the fray. His body collided with the maple floor, producing a dull thud that sent shivers through the spectators seated nearby, who instinctively furrowed their brows. Even from 2 meters away, they could sense the impact's agony. Yet, Kobe paid no heed to the pain. His leap had allowed him to seize the basketball a fraction of a second before Barnes, cradling the ball in his arms. He barely had time to warm it before he launched it forward, the basketball soaring over Barnes's outstretched arms and landing directly in Yu Fan's hands, who had raced to meet it. Without the slightest hesitation, Yu Fan surged forward. At that moment, the Lakers were the first to advance. With Arteas and Howard already positioned within the three-point line, Yu Fan, possessing the ball, propelled himself down the center, facing only one Clippers player, Karen Butler. It was a fast break with a 3-on-1 advantage. Yu Fan drove through the middle while Howard and Arteas flanked him on either side, encircling Butler in the center. Once again, it was a moment of decision. Should he pass to Howard or Arteas? Now, they found themselves at this critical juncture. The last time against the Warriors, during a 2-on-1 fast break with Howard, Yu Fan chose not to pass, which directly led to a conflict between the two. In an instant, Yu Fan's mind flashed back to the events of the previous month, the conflict, the relentless training, and his return to the game today. Memories of past experiences surged forth, inevitably stirring feelings of resentment within him. The moment of hesitation lingered, yet decisions are often made in the blink of an eye. When Yu Fan noticed that Howard had already positioned himself perfectly for an alley-oop, he did not indulge in unnecessary contemplation. Instinctively, he passed the ball. A basketball player cannot afford to miss an open opportunity, much like the West cannot afford to lose Jerusalem. This was almost a physiological response, one that left Yu Fan no room for rejection. True to expectations, Howard soared majestically, his powerful physique rising above the crowd's gaze, the definition of every muscle apparent. He reached out with both hands, effortlessly grasping the ball mid-air, and with a thunderous force, he slammed it into the hoop. 36-31. This alley-oop detonated like a nuclear explosion, sending shockwaves throughout the entire arena. Amidst the deafening cheers of the fans, Howard beamed with delight, jogging back towards the court with an unmistakable aura of joy. To Yu Fan's surprise, as Howard passed by him, he extended his palm, an unmistakable invitation. "Great pass," Howard exclaimed. Yu Fan initially believed that the rift between him and Howard would hinder any interaction. However, to his surprise, Howard extended an olive branch first. Adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face, Yu Fan reciprocated with a high five. Suddenly, the head coach of the Clippers, Vinny Del Negro, could no longer contain himself and called for a timeout. Del Negro refrained from elaborating on strategies, well aware that the current state of the game rendered tactics futile. He approached Paul, leaning in to inquire gently, "Chris, perhaps you should take a moment to calm down?" Chapter 61. It was intentional. 13-0. The Clippers were struck by a staggering 13-0 run from the Lakers, failing to score for a full 5 minutes. "Charles, where's the issue?" In response to Kenny Smith's question, Barkley bit his lip, seemingly hesitant to speak. "Well, I know saying this might upset C3, but I must state it plainly. C3 has been thoroughly overwhelmed. It's as simple as that." Beside him, O'Neal nodded in agreement, albeit with a slightly different perspective. "I concur with your observation, Charles. However, it is unjust to place the blame solely on Paul. That would be unfair." No, Barkley immediately countered. "Shaq, the situation has changed. Crawford and Bledsoe can make mistakes, but Chris Paul is an all-star, a member of the All-NBA team, the core of this squad. How can he afford to falter? As he spoke, Barkley brandished the statistics, thrusting them before O'Neal. Look, look, turnovers, turnovers. All of them are turnovers. Chris Paul, wake up, my little brother. Amidst the heated debate between Barkley and O'Neal, Magic Johnson suddenly erupted into laughter, covering his face. Ha ha ha. Barkley turned, puzzled, and asked, Elvin, what are you laughing at? What is going on? Magic waved his hand, stifling his laughter. Nothing. I just recalled something amusing. Oh, Elvin, stop pretending. We all know the Lakers struck gold. Feel free to laugh. After Jeannie Buss exited the luxury box, she did not leave the arena but returned to the team's owner's office to turn on the live broadcast. As a member of the Lakers management, she felt compelled to support her players actively. Thus, she stormed out, yet she remained invested in the outcome of the game. She remembered that wager, not only for UFan but for the Lakers as well. Sitting in front of the television screen, Jeannie gained a deeper appreciation for UFan. She had recognized his uniqueness during the tryouts, but she never anticipated his performance would exceed her expectations. He had managed to completely neutralize Chris Paul. I must share this wonderful news with my father. During the pause, Jeannie Buss happily poured herself a glass of red wine, intending to savor the unfolding match. As the break concluded, Paul returned to the court, firmly rejecting coach Vinny Del Negro's request. His pride simply would not allow for such a concession. Would I allow myself to be bested by a rookie? What a ridiculous notion. True strength does not lament the circumstances. Rather, it reflects upon whether one has exerted sufficient effort, and Paul was no exception. Throughout the intermission, his mind replayed the earlier events, grappling with the elusive nature of UFan. Yet, one thing was clear. He was facing a formidable challenge. Not only was his opponent tall and swift, but he also possessed an intimate understanding of Paul's movements, evidently prepared for this encounter. A sense of frustration welled up within Paul, reminiscent of when he had faced Darren Williams. It seemed time for a different approach. Resolute, Paul advanced into position to initiate the play. With a sharp whistle from the referee, Paul received the ball from his teammate and began pushing forward. From their previous exchanges before the timeout, Paul discerned a pattern. This adversary excelled at seizing opportunities to intercept during the brief moments when Paul initiated screens. In other words, during coordinated plays, he always found a way to capitalize on the chaos. Thus, simplicity was the key. Positioned at the top of the arc with his back to UFan, Paul organized the play. Griffin, noticing this, intended to move up for a screen, but as he took a step, Paul signaled him to halt. This was a strategy designed to create an open shot for the shooter. The other Clippers, aside from Paul, sprang into action, weaving and providing screens, culminating in Karen Butler finding a clear shot behind DeAndre Jordan's screen. Seizing the moment, Paul decisively passed the ball. To ensure the pass went undisturbed, he took a step back, meticulously timing his delivery. What caught Paul off guard was that his opponent remained unresponsive, although still in his path. He exhibited no intent to intercept the ball. This left Paul even more baffled. What was he up to? Just moments ago, he had been relentless, seemingly intent on undermining Paul, yet now appeared to be complacent. A moment of contemplation? Without allowing Paul further time for thought, Karen Butler received the ball and confidently took the open shot. The ball arced gracefully through the air, finding its mark in the hoop, 36-34. Not only was Paul perplexed by UFan's defense, but even the TNT commentary team on the sidelines shared in the confusion, shaking their heads in disbelief. Barkley tilted his head, pondering for a moment before turning to Shaquille O'Neal, asking, Shaq, what does this kid mean? Why is he suddenly uninterested in C3's pass? What trickery is he up to? O'Neal once again touched his lips with his 2 fingers, shaking his head in contemplation. Who knows? I suspect, perhaps akin to Harry Potter, his magic is not limitless. It demands both magical energy and stamina. Yes, that must be it. Barkley, visibly exasperated, rolled his eyes dramatically. Oh, come on, Shaq. This is utter nonsense. This is a game, not the magic you speak of, all right? No. Magic and games are akin, as you would understand if you had witnessed it. Just as the two were embroiled in their argument, the words of the magician interrupted them. Strategy. It is strategy, gentlemen. Look. Barkley and O'Neal simultaneously followed the direction of the magician's finger and beheld Paul orchestrating the offense once more from the arc. He directed his teammates' movements while he was responsible for delivering the ball. Ultimately, it returned to the hands of the perimeter shooter, but this time, the shot did not find its mark. Did you see that, gentlemen? What a clever fellow. Barkley and O'Neal remained baffled, unable to grasp the magician's point. Irvin, what exactly are you trying to convey? Speak plainly. Yes, Irvin, stop beating around the bush. Just as the magician was about to clarify, Kenny Smith, who had been silent for a long while, suddenly interjected coldly. This guy, he is doing it intentionally. Chapter 62. The brilliant Dinegro, Barkley, and O'Neill were even more perplexed, turning their heads toward Kenny Smith once again. Kenny, what do you mean intentionally? Why are you sounding like Irvin now? Kenny Smith pointed at Paul on the court and elaborated. Think about it. Why would he allow a portion of Paul's passes to go unchallenged? Barkley and O'Neill remained silent, awaiting his continuation. I've been watching closely, and after the timeout, Chris Paul's passes were predominantly executed while he was stationary. He did not attack with the ball. He did not create opportunities while on the move. Do you understand? Suddenly, Barkley's eyes sparkled with realization, and he gestured excitedly with his hands before his chest. I got it. His strategy is to let go of Paul's stationary passes, thereby completely separating himself from his teammates. Without the ball in hand, Paul loses his offensive threat. What difference is he from the security personnel in the arena? Damn, I should have thought of that sooner. O'Neill took a deep breath, exclaiming, wow, what a brilliant idea. He doesn't need to defend against every shot Paul takes. As long as he allows Paul to pass the ball, the Clippers effectively lose a central orchestrator. The magician smiled with delight, exclaiming, precisely. Indeed splendid. He is a clever fellow, just as Barkley had articulated. UFAN's strategy was to sever Paul's connection with his teammates, relegating him to a mere playmaker confined to passing the ball. As anticipated, the Clippers' recent offensive plays were initiated by individuals other than Paul. While some shots found their mark, the overall offensive efficiency of the team remained lamentably low. A couple of sharp whistles pierced the air as the referee signaled a traveling violation against Griffin. Clenching the ball tightly with both hands, Griffin grimaced in frustration, shaking his neck in discontent. Damn it, he muttered angrily before dejectedly tossing the ball to the ground. The first half of the game swiftly concluded. With a score of 52-40, the Lakers were leading by 12 points. The numerical advantage was not the most pressing concern. The crux of the matter lay in the Clippers' inability to alter their unfavorable circumstances. Paul wandered into the locker room in a daze, where silence enveloped the Clippers' quarters. Head coach Vinny Del Negro lingered at the entrance, uncertain of what to say upon entering. He glanced at the score displayed prominently in the arena, then, gritting his teeth, stepped inside. In stark contrast to the Clippers' despondency, the Lakers' locker room buzzed with barely contained excitement. The players' faces finally broke into smiles, though they all made an effort to temper their enthusiasm, recognizing it was merely halftime. Mike Brown had been beset by worries for the team over the past month, facing a myriad of troubles that nearly crushed him, but now that conditions had improved, so too did his spirits. Well done, everyone. Maintain our rhythm. Keep up our energy. That's the way, let us take them down. The players erupted in hushed celebrations. Howard joyfully spun around, celebrating with each teammate until he reached Kobe. Hey, Kobe, why the long face? We just dominated the Clippers. Aren't you happy? Come on, brother, cheer up. Kobe, expressionless, adjusted his shoes and socks, responding to Howard with a calm demeanor. Dwight, this is just a regular season game. Nothing more. We can celebrate after we defeat them in the playoffs. All right. You're right, Howard replied, slightly disheartened as he walked away. Pau Gasol, standing by the lockers, chimed in. Dwight, Kobe has a point. Just take a look outside. They Haven T even hung the Western Conference Champions banner. This truly isn't anything special. Howard chuckled awkwardly, falling silent thereafter. UFan sat in a corner of the changing room, fully comprehending Kobe's words, which were not solely directed at Howard but also served as a reminder to himself. Although Kobe did not overtly praise UFan, he nonetheless offered a degree of affirmation. Hey, my orange juice brother, you played remarkably well. Chris Paul is on the verge of tears, ha. Saker exclaimed, brimming with childlike excitement, chattering incessantly in UFan's ear, even more jubilant than UFan himself. Let us go. The second half is about to commence. With that, UFan followed Saker and made his way onto the court. As they approached the sidelines, UFan unconsciously glanced at Paul, whose expression revealed no trace of despair. This only heightened UFan's curiosity. This historically significant point guard undoubtedly had more tricks up his sleeve. On the Lakers' side, UFan was already a known quantity. As long as Paul relinquished the ball and moved to the corner, everything would be manageable, except for allowing Paul to initiate an offensive play. Beep. The third quarter was about to begin, with both the Lakers and Clippers fielding their starters. Mike Brown had opted to keep UFan on the court to monitor Paul. To UFan's surprise, Clippers head coach Vinny Del Negro brought in Bledsoe, implementing a dual point guard strategy. If one isn't enough, then two it is. Del Negro crossed his arms over his chest, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, basking in his own cleverness. This sudden adjustment, conceived just before entering the changing room, was something he deemed a stroke of genius. The substitution not only left the Lakers bewildered, but also confounded the TNT commentary team, who erupted in a heated debate. OMG, whose brilliant idea was this? It's utterly insane. Simply unbelievable. Shaquille O'Neal exaggeratedly widened his eyes with both hands, craning his neck to peer at the court in astonishment. Next to him, Charles Barkley couldn't contain his laughter, clutching his stomach in amusement. This guy is a genius. What does he intend to achieve by putting two 5'4" players, Chris Paul and Bledsoe, on the court? Can't he see the height disparity of the Lakers? Perhaps it might yield unexpected results? Charles, don't jump to conclusions too hastily. Kenny Smith interjected. Come on, Kenny, even my grandmother could outmaneuver that. O'Neal waved his hand, steadfast in his convictions. It was a rare moment of agreement between Barkley and O'Neal, and their assertions held merit, after all. The shortest guard on the Lakers stood at an impressive 195 centimeters, while the Clippers had opted for two guards barely over 180 centimeters. A decision that could be deemed quite perilous. Everyone recognized that DeNagro's choice to deploy two-point guards was a strategy to liberate one from UFAN's grasp, allowing for the orchestration of the team's offensive play, which indeed addressed some of the intermittent scoring difficulties. However, this maneuver exposed their significant height disadvantage. One might say it was a double-edged sword, the outcome uncertain. Upon observing this, UFAN couldn't help but chuckle. He approached Kobe and whispered, Kobe, the moment for your performance has arrived. Showtime. Chapter 63, Kobe's Rampage, Paul's Retaliation. Kobe launched a three-pointer. For three. Bang. It was successful. Kobe executed a fadeaway jump shot. Bang, bang, bang. It found its mark. Kobe surged into the paint, scoring with a layup. And won. Embracing the opportunity presented by DeNegro, Kobe graciously accepted the challenge. Having Bledsoe defend him, given his height, was akin to a gift. Clippers coach DeNegro, witnessing Kobe repeatedly scoring over Bledsoe, felt utterly bewildered. Rubbing his weary eyes, he was suddenly overcome by an immense fatigue. Kobe slowly approached the free throw line, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he appeared utterly unfazed, exuding an air of ease. Dwight, what are you hesitating for? Set the screen. Okay, Kobe. While catching his breath near the free throw line, addressed Howard, his intent unmistakable. He wished for Howard to step up for a pick and roll, a style of play that Howard had consistently resisted. In truth, Howard's aversion was not towards the pick and roll itself, but rather his desire for an unequivocal core role within the Lakers. His previous competition with Kobe had been a matter of pride. Now, with Kobe willingly inviting him to engage in a pick and roll due to the defensive vulnerability of Bledsoe, it presented an opportunity. Should they execute the play, Bledsoe would likely be switched on to Howard, thus granting Howard a significant positional advantage. Kobe was extending a gesture of shared ball control. In an instant, Howard grasped the implication, looking gratefully at Kobe before thumping his chest and affirming, I will. Kobe received the pass from the referee and calmly sank the free throw, gracefully turning to retreat back to the defensive end. On the Clippers side, Paul found himself relentlessly guarded by UFan, with scarcely a moment to catch his breath. Since the onset of the third quarter, much of the ball-handling responsibility had fallen to Bledsoe, yet the offensive output was far from satisfactory. Unlike Paul, Bledsoe's playing style leaned towards individualism, rendering him unable to establish a seamless rapport with Griffin, resulting in a disjointed collaboration. Consequently, with more than half of the third quarter elapsed, the Clippers had managed to score a meager 7 points while conceding 19. The score now stood at a daunting 71-47, trailing by a full 24 points. In ordinary circumstances, Paul might not have been overly concerned by such a deficit, as he had experienced a comeback of 58 points before. However, today was different. He had been ensnared within UFan's relentless defense throughout the game, struggling to breathe. And now, he could no longer endure it. Paul proactively moved to the baseline, drawing closer to Eric Bledsoe. Hey Eric, pass me the ball. Bledsoe was taken aback. Yet upon meeting Paul's resolute gaze, he promptly relinquished the ball. Paul secured possession and, as was his custom, advanced to the top of the arc. with Fan closely trailing, unwilling to let his guard down. Although Paul was significantly hampered, no one dared to underestimate the potential retaliation from this young maestro of ball handling. Indeed, it became evident to Fan that Paul was no longer the dispirited player from moments before. His countenance radiated renewed vigor, specifically, a fierce determination. An all-star and MVP. A member of the All-NBA team can be bested, but never broken. It seemed that the true challenge had finally arrived. Fan pondered quietly, tightening his focus in preparation for the counterattack that Paul would unleash. Meanwhile, the commentary team at TNT, including Barkley and others, also noticed the shift in the game and fell into a contemplative hush. Chris Paul was poised to retaliate. I knew this fellow would not concede so easily. With the ball at the top of the arc, Paul called for a pick from Griffin, employing the same strategy and ball handling technique as before. Yet this time, Fan sensed an ominous intensity in the air. Despite having the advantage, he was plagued by an unshakable anxiety. Indeed, things felt different. Griffin moved to Paul's side, firmly positioning himself to shield Fan from the play. Without a moment's hesitation, Paul initiated his movement to the opposite side. As before, a clear shot opened up before him, and this time, Paul wasted no time, decisively unleashing his shot. The basketball sailed just past Fan's fingertips and swished through the net. It was good, 71-49. After the basket, Paul displayed no trace of emotion, but a fierce glint shone in his eyes, as if he were a predator ready to pounce. Well executed. That is how it's done. Griffin, brimming with excitement, approached Paul and gave him a celebratory bump. Although Fan's defense this time was not flawless, it cannot be deemed atrocious either. It was merely a hair's breadth away from being a perfect block. Yet, that slender margin represents the vast chasm between an ordinary player and a superstar. The reason Paul managed to score this time was precisely because he seized the fleeting opportunity presented by Fan's slight lapse. Had he hesitated even a fraction, he would have faced the formidable barrier akin to the five-finger mountain of the Buddha. This exemplifies Paul's resoluteness. His formidable counterattack captured the attention of the commentators at the TNT booth, who noted the palpable shift in Paul's demeanor and lauded him enthusiastically. C3. That's the way to play. Don't let that rookie intimidate you. What a splendid rebuttal. I adore that shot. Truly deserving of an all-star title. I always knew you wouldn't throw in the towel. This time, failing to defend against Paul did not dishearten Fan. Rather, it ignited his competitive spirit. Now that Paul had thrown down the gauntlet, it was soon his turn to respond. As possession shifted, the Lakers commenced their offensive maneuver. Without hesitation, Kobe assumed command of the attack, dribbling to the three-point line on Howard's side and signaling for a pick and roll. True to his word, Howard swiftly positioned himself to set the screen, his imposing frame resembling a gate that effectively ensnared Bladson behind him, rendering him immobile. Kobe deftly maneuvered around Howard's screen, advancing just inside the three-point line, where he was confronted by the Clippers center, the diminutive yet formidable Jordan. As Jordan recognized Kobe's imminent approach, he was acutely aware that Kobe would never squander an open opportunity. Time and again, he had launched shots even while being closely guarded. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Jordan lunged forward to disrupt Kobe's shot. However, this sudden move inadvertently left the Clippers' interior defense wide open. At the very moment Jordan leaped to contest, Howard began his descent, and the two players brushed past each other in a strikingly synchronistic fashion. An extraordinary occurrence unfolded. Although Kobe could have taken a direct shot after navigating the screen, he chose instead to release the ball just as Jordan closed in. Upon witnessing the play, Fan noted that the ball was lofted high into the air. In the next instant, a towering figure, dark and formidable, soared into the sky like a helicopter. He ascended effortlessly, directly targeting the hoop, extending only his right hand to gently receive the ball. Then, with the casualness of an adult playfully patting a child's head, he deftly swatted the ball into the basket. Kobe and Howard executed a perfect aerial connection. The score now stood at 73-49, igniting the entire arena in an instant. Howard, brimming with exhilaration, raised his arms high and sprinted across the court, while Kobe revealed a rare smile. This momentous score set Fan's heart ablaze as well. Chris Paul. It's my turn now. Chapter 64. Who fears who? Let us get it done. Although the Clippers were trailing by more than 20 points, and both Kobe and Howard continued to score prolifically, Fan could discern that Paul showed no signs of surrender. On the contrary, his eyes radiated an intensified fighting spirit. Paul initiated another offensive maneuver, employing his signature pick-and-roll strategy. This time, he opted to collaborate with DeAndre Jordan, prompting Howard to instinctively follow suit. As Paul navigated around the screen, he reached the free throw line, while Howard hesitated at a step's distance from Paul. Torn between advancing to defend and wary of Jordan's potential alley-oop, he ultimately resolved to hold his ground. Consequently, Paul found himself with a clear path ahead. Ufan burst forth from beside little Jordan, racing towards Paul with urgency. He was acutely aware that Paul would not retreat or evade. He would surely respond with decisive action. Just as Ufan had anticipated, Paul, mirroring his previous performance, raised his hand and executed a swift, mid-range jumper. As Ufan accelerated, he skillfully gauged the timing for the block. Once he was certain he could intercept Paul, he decisively took off, soaring towards him with unrelenting determination. Ufan anticipated the beginning, yet failed to predict the conclusion. His fingertips grazed the basketball suspended in the air, causing it to veer dramatically from its original trajectory and stray far from the hoop. However, in that very moment, Ufan felt a sudden impact on his right side. Before he even touched the ground, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Shooting foul, Ufan hurriedly turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, only to see the referee gesturing towards the technical table, ultimately extending 2 fingers to indicate 2 free throws. At that moment, Ufan felt a surge of frustration. He distinctly recalled that during his jump, his body had been perfectly upright, and he had maintained excellent control, ensuring that he would not intrude upon Paul's space. However, Ufan quickly realized that the issue did not lie with him, but rather with Paul's active encroachment. How infuriating! Ufan shook his head in reluctant dismay, casting a glance towards Paul at the free throw line. It seemed even the back of his head mocked his youthfulness. Just as Ufan wrestled with his frustration, Paul sank the first shot. Suddenly, Kobe approached, leaning close to Ufan's ear and whispering, "Buddy, you are doing remarkably well." He gestured towards his head, emphasizing the need to compete not just with physical prowess, but with intellect as well. With a resounding clap, he exclaimed, "Let us go." No sooner had Kobe's words echoed than Paul made the second free throw, prompting Ufan to retreat on defense alongside Kobe. Kobe's encouragement invigorated Ufan. He had begun to fear Paul's ability to draw fouls, and without Kobe's soothing words of motivation, he might have hesitated to defend wholeheartedly. But now the tides had turned. The flame that Paul had momentarily extinguished was reignited within Ufan. Who feared whom? Let us just go for it. A misstep from Chris Paul led to Ufan's steal. The Lakers surged forward. Chris Paul halted, launching a mid-range shot. Another successful basket. Ufan executed a beautiful block. A swift pass to Kobe. Chris Paul attempted a floater. Yes. Dwight scored under the basket. And won. Wow. This is exhilarating. As the third quarter wore on, the dynamics on the court grew increasingly intricate. Paul continued his extraordinary performance, his indomitable spirit enabling him to secure one challenging shot after another. Though Ufan's defense was no longer as audacious as at the start, it still yielded commendable results, often allowing him to respond promptly after Paul scored. However, 2 fists could only do so much against 4 hands. Ufan benefited from the continuous scoring of both Kobe and Howard, while on the Clippers side, Griffin and DeAndre Jordan struggled without Paul's orchestration, resulting in a stagnant offense. Finally, a long, piercing buzzer signaled the end of the third quarter. Paul, drenched in sweat, glanced bitterly at the scoreboard, his heart heavy. 91-62. The Clippers were now trailing by 29 points. Reluctantly, Paul made his way to the bench, ignoring the outstretched hands of his teammates offering solace, and sat down, lost in thought. At that moment, Coach Dunleavy approached, leaning into Paul and gently patting his shoulder. "Chris, it's all right. This is just a regular season game." As the Clippers' linchpin, Dunleavy was keenly aware that he could not afford to let this match undermine Paul's confidence. The season was still long, and he understood that well. "Let us call it a day. We must prepare for the next game." After offering another word of comfort, DeNegro took a seat on the sidelines. The fourth quarter had devolved into garbage time, with the Clippers conceding defeat early on by substituting in players from the far end of the bench. The Lakers similarly pulled their starters, and Ufan followed suit, settling down to rest. At this juncture, the outcome of the game had already been irrevocably determined. Following 3 grueling quarters, the players' emotions gradually returned to a state of calm. However, the atmosphere at the TNT commentary booth was bustling with excitement. With 14 points, 12 steals, 8 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 5 assists. Oh, it was simply outrageous. Unbelievable. My friend. Shaquille O'Neal held up a sheet of statistics, showcasing it to those around him, while Kenny Smith blinked in astonishment, rendered speechless. Beside him, Magic Johnson was grinning from ear to ear. 12 steals. Are you joking with me? O'Neal tilted his head towards Kenny Smith and inquired, 12. Is that a historical record? After a moment of hesitation, Kenny pressed his lips together and inhaled deeply. I believe so. Oh, honestly, I can't recall, but I am certain it must be. He grasped O'Neal's arm, affirming with conviction. Stop searching, Shaq. It is indeed a historical record. We have witnessed history. Oh, my goodness. Charles, are you not astonished? Kenny turned to Charles Barkley, whose expression remained largely unchanged. No, I am indeed surprised. But what, Charles? Kenny pressed. Barkley paused, then gravely stated, I know this guy is phenomenal. I am thrilled for him. His defense set the tone for the game. He contained Paul effectively. He played brilliantly. But I must say, Charles, don't keep us in suspense. Barkley nodded slowly, continuing. I want to ask, is this guy on drugs? He absolutely must undergo the strictest drug test. Chapter 65, Victory. Celebration. Observing the Clippers bench their key players. Jeannie Buss rose from her seat in the office, aware that the outcome of the game was settled, and it was time for her to make her move. She exited the office and strode directly to the door of the suite on the top floor, unceremoniously pushing the door open and advancing assertively towards Donald Sterling. Donald, I believe it's time for you to leave here now. 10 minutes have swiftly passed, haven't they? Sterling's enthusiasm had long been extinguished by the Clippers' performance, and he had no desire to linger. He shrugged his shoulders helplessly and replied, all right, you win. Jenny, I am leaving now. He slowly rose from his seat and walked toward the exit of the box. Upon reaching Jeannie Buss, he suddenly remarked, by the way, Jim, would you be interested in making a trade regarding that Asian player? I would like him on my team. Name your price. I would even consider trading Chris Paul. What do you think? Before Jenny could respond, Jim Buss sprang up from his seat, resolutely declaring, No, we will not trade him. Never. Jim reaffirmed his stance. Exchanging a meaningful glance with Jenny, Sterling leaned to one side, nodded, and then, with a sense of disinterest, exited the box. Garbage time always passes swiftly, and soon the game concluded amidst the cheers of the fans. The Lakers players surged into the locker room. Kupchak and the Buss siblings had been awaiting this moment, ready with champagne to celebrate their players. The gloom of consecutive defeats dissipated, and the joy of victory was fully unleashed in that moment. Under Howard's leadership, the players began to exuberantly dance within the locker room. Yufan followed Saker's lead, and even Kobe joined in, clapping and celebrating with each teammate, making it feel as if June had arrived. As the excitement subsided, Yufan entered the team shower room. After a quick cleanup, he donned casual attire and stepped outside the locker room, preparing to leave the arena when someone reached out to stop him. Calder, is there something you need? Calder Hannes, the Lakers' public relations manager responsible for media coordination, had been busy since Yufan's signing, always surrounding himself with Kobe. Calder smiled slightly before saying, Yufan, you might need to stay for another 30 minutes. Many media representatives wish to interview you. So that was the reason. Yufan nodded, finding the request impossible to decline, and thus followed Calder back to the post-match press conference. When Yufan arrived at the press conference, the media had already formed layers of encirclement, with Kobe and Howard engaged in interviews. Their relaxed expressions indicated that the interaction was indeed a pleasant one. Upon noticing Yufan's arrival, the media instinctively parted to create a path for him. He proceeded to take a seat alongside Kobe and Howard. Hey, my apologies, I still cannot pronounce your name correctly. Yufan, is it? I would like to inquire how you managed to secure 12 steals in today's game, a reporter asked. Yufan pondered for a moment, recalling that the league had specially trained all players for media interviews, providing a set of classic phrases. However, despite his deep contemplation, he could not remember any of them. Oh, this is too simple. Seize the opportunity and act decisively. You can do it too, my friend. Yufan jestingly teased, and a wave of laughter erupted around him. Some reporters in the audience quickly took out their notepads, scribbling fervently. Kobe, seated beside Yufan, chuckled, Ha! Rookie, do you realize that this remark will grace the newspapers, television, and the internet tomorrow? You ought to be cautious. The journalist continued to pose questions, and a slender middle-aged man wearing glasses took the microphone. Mr. Yufan, how would you assess Chris Paul's performance tonight? Do you have any suggestions for him? Well, what an outrageous question. Yu Fan couldn't help but exclaim. Chris Paul is an all-star and a future Hall of Famer. It is always challenging to evaluate a player of his caliber. I believe he played remarkably well. That's all there is to it. Yu Fan began to adopt a formal tone, employing the tactics taught by the public relations team to address the media. Do you have any advice for Chris Paul? The journalist persisted, hoping to extract sensational news from Yu Fan's lips. Yu Fan gazed into his eager eyes, as well as the dozens of urgent gazes from the crowd below. Finally, he chuckled and remarked, "Oh, I believe, Chris, that you might want to practice your passing a bit more." Ha ha. He 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 he. Laughter erupted once more around him, with Kobe and Howard chuckling in delight as they looked at Yu Fan. What Yu Fan was unaware of was that his words had led to Paul being sidelined for over half a month. Media interviews flowed incessantly, much like a faucet that, once turned on, continues to gush water unless actively shut off. Just as Yu Fan prepared to resume answering the reporters' inquiries, Kobe nudged him from the audience. Upon catching Kobe's knowing glance, Yu Fan instantly comprehended that it was time to depart. Thus, he, along with Kobe and Howard, collectively brought the interview to a close and rose to leave. Before long, the trio exited the arena. Kobe and Howard drove off in their respective vehicles, while Yu Fan prepared to return to his hotel. At that moment, his phone buzzed. It was Saker. "Hey, buddy, where are you? Hurry over. We're waiting for you in the parking lot." "You all?" Yu Fan couldn't help but retort. "Yes, the teammates are all here. Enough chatter, just come over." With that, Saker ended the call, prompting Yu Fan to make his way towards the team's designated parking area. A few minutes later, Yu Fan spotted Saker, accompanied by several other Lakers players. A quick glance revealed that, aside from the starting members, everyone else was present. You finally made it. Let us get going." Yu Fan was forcibly ushered into a large luxury van by a group led by Sakurai, the door swiftly closing behind them with a resounding thud as they departed from the parking lot. "Where are we headed?" Yu Fan inquired. In response to his question, Sakurai merely raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin adorning his face, and chose not to speak. Yu Fan then turned to the others, who, like Sakurai, maintained an air of mystery. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, they arrived at their destination. The moment Yu Fan stepped out of the vehicle, he was greeted by a massive sign, elegantly inscribed in a winding script, "Scarlet Enchanted Realm." A sinister thought suddenly arose in Yu Fan's mind. Chapter 66, The Secret Order from the Alliance. "Come on, man. Brother, why aren't you drinking?" Sackley, seated amidst two voluptuous dancers, inquired of Yu Fan with a swaying head. "Where's this place?" Yu Fan pushed away the drink offered by the dancer beside him and inquired of Sakurai, who sat nearby. Sakurai, however, did not respond. He was engrossed in honing his ball-handling skills. Whether the music in the private room was too loud or Sakurai intentionally evaded the question remained uncertain. Yu Fan stood in bewilderment, utterly unprepared for the nature of the establishment to which Sakurai had brought him. This was a lavish private room, and the vibrant lights and raucous music should have clued him in. His teammates were scattered about, indulging in their own amusements. Some reclined on the sofas, engaged in intimate conversations with their companions. Others were dancing energetically in the center of the room, while yet another was belting out a song, the lyrics incomprehensible to Yu Fan. The overpowering scent of the dancers and the frenzied atmosphere of the room left him feeling breathless. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a lady clad in a wine-red gown entered, her golden locks cascading down her shoulders. Yu Fan noticed she held a notepad, and after surveying the room, her gaze settled upon him as she approached. "Good evening, sir. Here is your bill." Yu Fan glanced around, observing that everyone else was deeply engrossed in their revelry, while he alone maintained a semblance of composure. Yu Fan withdrew his gaze and glanced at the bill. 35,000? How exorbitant. This was no trifling sum. Although Yu Fan and his fellow players boasted million-dollar contracts, after taxes and various deductions, only about 40% would find its way into their pockets. As all of them were substitute players, their annual salaries were generally modest. To suddenly part with 35,000 was indeed a painful prospect. Just as Yu Fan hesitated, the blonde lady pointed to the bottom right corner of the bill and with a smile said, "Please sign Mr. Kobe Bryant's name." Yu Fan gazed at her in perplexity, while the blonde woman responded with a professionally warm smile and a nod. Yu Fan once again held the bill, lightly tapping Sakurai, who was engrossed in an intimate interaction with the dancer. Sakurai merely cast a glance, offered a nonchalant nod, and then returned to his own pursuits. Yu Fan swiftly inscribed Kobe's name on the bill, and the blonde lady respectfully greeted before exiting the private room. Observing the diverse array of libations scattered about the room and his teammates reveling in their indulgence, Yufan couldn't help but exclaim how the Americans truly live in a world of both abundance and tribulation. Yufan did not wish to linger any longer. After exchanging a brief greeting with Sackley, he departed from the room. Upon pushing open the door to the private chamber, he proceeded down the corridor, which ultimately led him to a lavish hall spanning several hundred square meters. This space, however, contrasted starkly with the private room he had just left. The entire hall was enveloped in a muted grayish light, and at its center, a jazz band was performing. The melodious tones and rhythmic beats infused the atmosphere with a vibrancy that remained serene. Surrounding the band, a group of individuals swayed gently to the music, their expressions of rapture revealing their deep enjoyment of the melodies and dance. At the periphery of the hall, a circle of small black tables hosted clusters of people who leaned in close to whisper sweet nothings to their companions. Yufan thoroughly enjoys the ambience here, which neither feels tumultuous nor lacks a hint of vitality. Yufan found an empty seat and settled down, casually ordering a drink as he began to drift into thought. Having spent so much time in Los Angeles, immersed in the gym and the arena, engaged in training or competition, he realized he had yet to take a moment to relax. He contemplated calling Brother Ben, but a glance at the clock revealed it was already past 11 at night. As he gently sipped his drink, still savoring the initial notes of flavor, he suddenly felt someone sit upon his lap, an arm encircling his shoulder. Two soft forms pressed against him, and a captivating fragrance wafted through the air. Yufan hastily set down the wine glass in his hand, and before his eyes appeared a girl with porcelain skin. Her visage was quintessentially reminiscent of Western beauty, with large, captivating eyes fixed intently upon him, unmoving. Her lips were scarcely an inch away, and Yufan could even perceive the intoxicating scent emanating from her nostrils, causing his heart to race wildly and his body to become rigid with tension. Suddenly, she reached up to her head, removing the hair tie that bound her golden locks, which cascaded down her shoulders in a lustrous flow. A smile broke across her face, her lips curving slightly, revealing a delicate dimple. "Who are you?" Yufan could not help but inquire, but the girl hastily placed her right hand to her lips, signaling for silence. At that moment, Yufan heard the approach of several individuals, murmuring indistinctly, yet he understood that the girl was concealing herself from them. The girl tightened her grip around Yufan's hand, leaning forward, her lips nearly brushing against his. They maintained this peculiar stance, with neither daring to utter a word. Shortly thereafter, upon hearing the footsteps of those nearby recede, the girl suddenly smiled and planted a gentle kiss on Yufan's cheek, then lightly patted his chest before rising to her feet. "I suspect you have encountered some trouble," Yufan remarked, shaking his shoulders leisurely. The girl blinked playfully, spreading her arms wide as she replied, "Indeed, but it has been resolved now. Care for a drink?" "Certainly, though we must change venues." The following day, Yufan awoke, disoriented and unable to recall his whereabouts. The room was devoid of any presence, yet his body ached profoundly from the exertion of the previous day. Upon glancing at his phone, he discovered that Brother Ben had attempted to reach him with a plethora of calls. Without lingering, Yufan hastily gathered his belongings and departed. During the season, opportunities for rest were scarce. As one match concluded, preparations for the next commenced almost instantaneously, and before he knew it, 10 days had swiftly elapsed. Recently, Steve Javey had embarked upon a new endeavor. After stepping down from his position as an NBA referee, he took on the role of a basketball rules analyst for ESPN, stationed at the Video Replay Center to elucidate queries for viewers. Whenever contentious calls arose during matches, on-court referees invariably sought his counsel, rendering his insights pivotal to nearly every critical decision. On this day, November 12th, Steve Javey received an extraordinary directive from the league office. This missive, personally issued by Commissioner Stern, contained startling revelations that left Javey astounded. Stern expressed concern regarding a particular player's recent performances, deeming them exceedingly extraordinary. He mandated the officiating team to convene an internal meeting to deliberate on the matter. Indeed, the player in question was none other than Yufan. Chapter 67. This child is dismantling the league. On November 4th, against the Detroit Pistons, 18 points, 14 steals. On November 7th, against the Utah Jazz, 15 points, 12 steals. On November 9th, against the Golden State Warriors, 19 points, 15 steals. On November 11th, against the Sacramento Kings, 12 points, 11 steals. Do you find this normal? JV held a statistical sheet and recited U fans' recent achievements verbatim, posing inquiries to the gathered referees. Present were some of the most seasoned officials in the NBA, who had officiated countless significant games. However, the data JV presented was indeed alarming. Goodness, how is he accomplishing this? Achieving double-digit steals in every game is simply unbelievable, exclaimed Joe Crawford, scratching his bald head in disbelief. Joe, I must remind you, we are here to discuss the issue, not to hear you extol the virtues of that young man. JV promptly interrupted, redirecting the conversation back on track. The referees began to murmur among themselves, engaged in hushed discussions, yet none spoke up. Steve, what does the league intend to do? You must inform us. Scott Foster was the first to lift his gaze toward JV, followed by several other referees echoing similar inquiries. Indeed, Steve, we have not missed any calls. I recall that young man. His actions are impeccably clean, and our officiating has been accurate. Javi licked his lips, paused for a moment, and then sternly declared, this child is wreaking havoc upon the entire league. Chris Paul, Stephen Curry, Darren Williams, all have fallen victim to his prowess. This is a perilous signal, gentlemen. We cannot allow this child to run amok. Wait, Joe Crawford interrupted him. Steve, is this your personal opinion or the league's stance? All eyes turned toward Steve Javi, for the matter at hand was of great significance. Javi's intent to target U fan was apparent to the referees present. If it were merely his personal view, it would be much simpler to address. However, if this represented the higher-ups' perspective within the league, it would necessitate considerable effort, potentially requiring the reintroduction of a rule to limit defensive plays. Well, this is my own opinion. The expressions of the referees visibly relaxed. Yet Javi continued, however, isn't the purpose of this internal meeting precisely to address such matters? We are the arbiters on the court, and it is our duty to ensure the stability of the game. Wouldn't you agree? When Javi emphasized the word stability, his tone unmistakably shifted, confident that everyone present would grasp its meaning. The concept of stability, in essence, pertains to curtailing the exploitation of unique skills by a select few individuals. Take Charles Barkley. For instance, his formidable physique allowed him to back down opponents indefinitely, prompting the league to amend the rules to prohibit backing down for more than 5 seconds. In simpler terms, it is about preventing the exploitation of loopholes. The surrounding referees began to exhibit hesitance. It was clear they understood Javi's message. The league could not permit any single player to trample over the rules, unless that player were Michael Jordan. Yet, an immediate concern arose. U fan steals did not exploit any loopholes. His movements were as clean as those of any other player, perhaps even more so. There was no basis for criticism whatsoever. The path to instituting new regulations appeared unfeasible. Joe Crawford, known for his forthright demeanor, pounded the table and addressed Javi. Steve, that child's actions are beyond reproach. If we must impose restrictions on him, it would constitute targeting. Crawford's assertion could not have been more straightforward from a regulatory standpoint. Limitations were unattainable unless underhanded tactics were employed, which was plainly unacceptable. Unwilling to partake in such actions, Crawford openly voiced his concerns, intending to close off that avenue and avoid trouble for himself. Joe, that is not what I meant. Javi smiled, yet refrained from elaborating further. His intent was to pose the question, compelling the referees to devise a solution rather than issuing commands himself, for such an approach might not garner consensus. And should complications arise later, he could evade accountability. This is a common tactic employed by individuals in his position. There will always be those who step forward. Where there is desire, ambition will flourish. Indeed, it was not long before Scott Foster made his presence known. I propose we elevate the officiating standards to that of the playoffs, specifically concerning this young man's matchup. Foster added emphatically. His words roused a collective awareness among the assembled officials. Since he could not act directly, he could instead target the individual he was matched against. Elevating the officiating standards implies a greater allowance for physical contact, to put it plainly, permitting more substantial maneuvers when matched against U fan. Once the intensity of physical confrontation escalates, his overall performance will undoubtedly be compromised. Splendid. Scott, your idea is exceptional. I believe we can give it a try. Javi contemplated for a moment before expressing his support. The referees present nodded in unison, akin to chicks pecking at grain, in agreement. Indeed, it was a commendable notion. This young man has just entered the league. He likely remains oblivious to the intensity of the competition, He is merely a rookie. Will he withstand the pressure? I believe this approach might be rather harsh. Yet, I surmise it is the right course of action. Indeed, in this scenario, the one who would encounter troubles would not be others, but rather him. The experience of 82 playoff games can be quite daunting, huh? All the referees found Foster's proposal quite agreeable. They harbored no doubts about you fans' capacity to endure, perhaps even believing it was only fitting. However, the defenders must also grasp our intentions, right? One referee in the crowd posed a probing question. He was correct. While increasing physical confrontation was permissible, if the opposing player did not comprehend this, it would be futile. After all, what the referees wished to witness was a cadre of seasoned veterans, having fought their battles in the league for years, using physicality to overpower the rookie U fan. If they did not cooperate, the plan would fail. The atmosphere grew tense once more, as referees cannot simply instruct players to engage physically against him. At that moment, the veteran referee Dick Bavetta, who had remained silent in the corner, finally spoke. Fear not. Those rascals are more aware than we are. Chapter 68, Storm Clouds Gather. October 13th. Lakers vs. Spurs. Pre-game interview. Coach Popovich, you fan of the Lakers, has averaged 15, 6 points in 12, 8 steals over the last 5 games. How do you evaluate his performance? Oh, to be honest, I share your astonishment. I never anticipated that this child would excel to such an extent. It truly caught me off guard. I've heard that you once considered recruiting him. What are your thoughts on this matter? Please, Kevin, must we bring this up again? I'm already quite distressed. Coach Popovich, what specific strategies do you plan to implement for you fan tonight? Coach Popovich absent-mindedly ruffled his hair and jested. Kevin, how about I just share my credit card password with you instead? The Lakers' locker room was imbued with a relaxed atmosphere, as a recent streak of 5 consecutive victories had thoroughly dispelled the gloom that loomed before the season commenced. Victory is indeed the finest remedy. It silences all dissent, particularly for Mike Brown. Prior to this winning streak, Mike had sensed an impending crisis, as he possessed an astute intuition for such matters. Now, with the team sailing smoothly on the course of triumph, he was finally able to lower his guard, albeit temporarily. However, he had another pressing issue at hand. He needed to discuss it with Mitch Kupchak. Come in. Kupchak reclined in his chair, leisurely savoring his coffee. Upon entering, Mike Brown took a seat directly across from him. Mike, what brings you here? Indeed. Mike nodded earnestly. Mitch, I wish to discuss some concerns regarding the team. Kupchak's surprise was palpable. He turned to Mike with a puzzled expression. Mike, are you joking? We're on a winning streak. What could possibly be wrong? Mike took a deep breath, paused for a moment, gestured with his hands, and ultimately spoke with gravity. Mitch, I realize this may sound somewhat ludicrous, but it is the truth. Our defense is crumbling. Kupchak could no longer remain composed. He set down his coffee cup, furrowed his brow, and scoffed. Wow, Mike. We've won our games every night through defense, and you tell me it's collapsing? You must be out of your mind. Unfazed, Mike continued, Mitch, that is merely an illusion. Our current defensive prowess relies heavily on you fans' contributions, which mask our deficiencies. If he were to falter one day, our defense would disintegrate in an instant. Just look at the roster. Our lineup is far too aged, and we must enact changes. It seemed that Mike's final statement struck a chord with Kupchak. Rather than hastily retorting, he chose to pursue the matter further. Whom do you wish to trade? With a light and airy remark, Kupchak rendered Mike Brown momentarily speechless. This issue was one he dared not address lightly. Any slip of the tongue might result in a breach of confidentiality that could jeopardize the unity of the team. I believe you are more aware of this than I am. What I mean to say is, we must introduce some youthful and vibrant players. Mike Brown spoke in a formal tone, deliberately withholding the full extent of his thoughts. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Kupchak finally responded with measured deliberation. Allow me to ponder further. As the game approached, Mike Brown strolled into the locker room, where the players appeared relaxed, exhibiting no signs of apprehension despite facing the seasoned Spurs. On the contrary, what he observed was an air of confidence and composure. With the team's morale soaring, Mike Brown felt no need to deliver extensive motivational speeches. A few casual remarks sufficed as the players began to filter out of the player tunnel, preparing to take the court. Over the course of 5 consecutive games, UFan had delivered performances that could only be described as explosive, 4 of which took place at the Staples Center, allowing the Los Angeles fans to fully appreciate UFan's remarkable displays. As UFan made his entrance, he distinctly felt the surge of cheers from the fans, which filled him with immense gratification. Not too shabby, huh? They are all cheering for you. Soccer remarked, embracing Yufan as he surveyed the excited crowd, their fervent enthusiasm evident as they waved their arms in exuberance. Yufan nodded, silently shouting within, "Not enough. Far from sufficient. What I desire is the resounding cheer akin to that of Kobe." The player introductions were nearing their conclusion, with only a few minutes remaining for warm-up shots before the game was set to commence. The arena's dome lights suddenly illuminated brilliantly as Yufan approached one end of the court for his final warm-up. At that moment, he felt a hand grasping his shoulder from behind. Turning around, he was astonished to find none other than Coach Popovich. The old gentleman's warm smile instantly enveloped Yufan in a wave of comfort. He was the first person in Yufan's NBA journey to offer him affirmation, and it was a profound one at that. He regarded Yufan with an esteem surpassing that of Kawhi Leonard, and this validation ignited a tremendous encouragement within Yufan, bolstering him through the dark beginnings of the season. Yufan turned around and offered a warm embrace, which Popovich graciously accepted. "My dear child, you truly astonish me. It appears my judgment was not amiss." Popovich, never one to withhold praise, spoke in his deep, aged voice, enveloping Yufan in a comforting hug that brought to mind memories of his own grandfather, causing his heart to swell with emotion. Thank you, Coach Popovich." Perhaps sensing the slight raspiness in Yufan's voice, Popovich suddenly released his embrace, gently resting his hands on Yufan's shoulders and gazing into his eyes. "Child, after tonight, you may not find yourself thanking me any longer." His tone shifted as he playfully teased Yufan, eliciting laughter from him. "All right, I shall hold Tony Parker accountable for everything." Popovich threw back his head in hearty laughter. "Oh, Jesus." After exchanging a few pleasantries with Popovich, the game officially commenced. Yufan had firmly secured his starting position, and tonight he would be facing none other than Tony Parker, a key member of the Spurs' dynamic duo. Known affectionately as the French speedster, Parker is an indispensable asset to the Spurs. His swift pace, adeptness at penetrating defenses, and proficiency in scoring near the basket render him a formidable opponent. Furthermore, his exceptional court vision and organizational skills elevate his game. Overall, he embodies the essence of an aggressive point guard, and at the age of 30, he is at the pinnacle of his physical prowess, technical skill, and competitive experience. The Spurs are renowned for their team-oriented style of play, characterized by meticulous execution and defensive tenacity, rarely succumbing to errors. In this environment, Tony Parker thrives, seamlessly integrating his talents with the team's ethos, although Yufan had made considerable preparations before the game. As he stepped onto the court and beheld Parker's profound gaze along with the Spurs' composed demeanor, a wave of anxiety surged within him. The storm was brewing. Chapter 69, Seizing the Initiative. Yufan intercepted Parker, launching a fast break. A resounding dunk. Yufan executed a block. Gaining possession, he passed to Kobe, who scored on the counterattack. Once again, Yufan. Another steal by Yufan. Parker faltered yet again. Beep. Coach Popovich called for a timeout. With 5 minutes and 21 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Lakers led 18-10 against the Spurs. From the onset of the match, Yufan found his rhythm, far more seamlessly than he had anticipated. With each successful defensive play, the tension in his nerves began to ease. As he passed the Spurs bench, Yufan deliberately relished the moment, greeting Popovich with a playful smirk. "How's it going, Coach Pop?" "It seems Tony Parker isn't too pleased." Popovich responded with a light chuckle, remaining silent otherwise. Tony Parker trudged back to the bench, a glum expression on his face, shaking his head repeatedly. He accepted the towel handed to him by a teammate, wiping the sweat from his brow, while his mind replayed the events that had just transpired. He had heard whispers of Yufan's recent prowess and had watched some game footage in preparation. However, he still found it astonishing when Yufan repeatedly snatched the basketball from his hands and thwarted his attempts to score. What a beast! Parker couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, a genuine sense of apprehension welling up within him. At that moment, Popovich approached Parker, bending slightly to place a hand on his shoulder, playfully inquiring, "Are you scared? This isn't like you." Parker looked up at Popovich, who wore a relaxed expression, seemingly unfazed by their current predicament. "I just didn't expect this." "All right, I admit, I wasn't fully prepared." Popovich, not showing any anger, straightened up and waved his hand dismissively. As the timeout ended, he casually gestured for Parker to return to the game. "Go. Do what you need to do." The timeout concluded swiftly, and both team starters returned to the court. Yufan resumed his position beside Parker. Upon advancing to the front court, Parker opted not to take the shot himself, instead relinquishing the ball. After a series of passes, the ball found its way to Duncan. Receiving the pass, Duncan immediately began backing down Howard in the low post. Although he was now 36 years old and lacked the power and speed of his prime, he was still the legendary Duncan. With his exceptionally solid and versatile low-post offensive skills, particularly his unassuming yet highly efficient bank shots from the 45-degree angles, he was a master of his craft. Duncan first utilized Howard's stationary position to gauge the defender's location before beginning to test his footing, exerting power through his torso. With a thrust, twice, Howard was pushed back repeatedly, yet he quickly regained his defensive stance, refusing to relinquish his position. Ultimately, on the third thrust, Duncan intensified his force. A resounding impact echoed as muscle met muscle, propelling Howard backward significantly. This was the moment Duncan had been waiting for. He decisively seized the opportunity, capitalizing on the created space to swiftly gather the ball, pivoting his core as his body leaned towards the hoop. Simultaneously, Duncan's right hand, cradling the ball, gradually rose from his chest, reaching the optimal point of exertion as his arm engaged, transmitting force from his shoulder to his forearm, culminating in a delicate flick of his fingers that sent the ball soaring. A soft layup. Duncan's right hand was mere inches from the rim, and Howard sensed that this shot was destined to succeed. Yet, he was already a step too late to contest, and the disparity was stark. Howard's eyes were fixed intently on the ball suspended in midair. From Duncan's fluid release, he inferred that success was inevitable. At such a close range, failure seemed impossible. In an instant, an unforeseen twist unfolded. Clang! The basketball struck the front rim and failed to enter. Howard had no time to relish this stroke of fortune, leaping to secure the rebound. But again, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The ball, as if responding to Duncan's summons, ricocheted into his hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Duncan launched a second attack. Upon witnessing this, Howard immediately extended his arm, leaping with all his might to interfere, but this time, the ball did not betray Duncan, gracefully gliding through the hoop after grazing the backboard. 2 points for Duncan. Beep. The referee's whistle suddenly pierced the air. Howard quickly turned to the source of the sound, eager to avoid an early foul in the first quarter. Yet, disappointment awaited him, as the referee clenched his fist and bent his arm, then gently struck his fist downward. Shooting foul. The referee's announcement was clear. It was indeed a foul on the shot. Since Duncan had scored, a free throw was warranted. Howard raised his hands in exasperation, casting a pleading glance at the central screen, which displayed footage revealing his defensive maneuver was clean, clearly not a shooting foul. He stood at the free throw line, still lamenting to the referee. "Hey, sir, how is that a foul? My contact with my son is gentler than this." The baseline referee, Foster, offered no sympathy, retorting sharply, "Dwight, if you keep whining, I'll send you back to see your son immediately." Howard promptly fell silent. The game continued as Mike Brown sat on the bench, keenly observing the unfolding action on the court. Thus far, the team had performed admirably. Although Howard had just committed a foul, Brown glanced at the clock and realized it was nearly time for a substitution, so he chose not to dwell on it. Such star players are often reluctant to heed the coach's directives, so Brown remained composed on the bench, allowing the players to adjust independently. The ball returned to the Lakers, and Kobe received it, executing a measured stop-and-pop mid-range shot, one he had successfully made countless times before, and this occasion proved no different. It swished through the net with unwavering precision. UFAN's involvement on the offensive end is limited, mostly consisting of cutting to the basket in search of opportunities, which are few and far between. Consequently, he can expend more energy on the defensive side. Parker, having regained control of the ball after a brief respite, feels a sense of relief wash over him, dispelling the earlier tension. Let us begin. Parker focuses his mind and initiates a high pick-and-roll with Duncan. This strategy had been attempted moments ago, but was thwarted by UFAN's interception. However, Parker now feels a resurgence of confidence. As usual, he navigates around Duncan's screen, charging towards the basket, fully aware that UFAN is closely trailing him. Rather than hastily attempting a shot, Parker surveys the court, searching for an open teammate. After scanning the area, he finds no one available, and in this fleeting moment of hesitation, UFAN has tightened his defense. With no other option, Parker resolves to take the shot himself. Chapter 70. Parker suddenly feints to the right, quickly halting for a jump shot. In that instant of explosive upward momentum, his peripheral vision catches UFAN leaping to contest, overshadowing him entirely. A fleeting thought crosses Parker's mind. It seems as if the arena lights have dimmed under Ufan's presence. A strong premonition grips him. Should he release the ball, it is certain to be blocked again. This sensation is all too familiar. A wave of frustration washes over Parker. How can this relentless opponent not relent? Yet, in an instant, his mind races. Years of experience and muscle memory compel him to shoot. Otherwise, he risks a 24-second violation. It's a gamble. Not attempting a shot guarantees failure. But shooting offers a glimmer of hope. Steeling himself, Parker synchronizes his body to the rhythm he knows and begins to leap. At that moment, he senses the defensive pressure from Ufan acutely. In a moment of desperation, he instinctively leans into Ufan with his left shoulder before releasing the shot. Swish. It's in. 20-15. Although Parker's mid-range score does not elate him, merely a standard 2 points, he finds joy in the fact that the referee did not call a foul on the physical contact. Puzzled, Parker reflects on his actions under the typical officiating standards of the regular season that would undoubtedly have been ruled an offensive foul. Yet, to his surprise, the whistle remained silent. To this end, he deliberately glanced at the referee beside him, whose expression revealed no signs of anomaly. Parker understood that the officiating during the regular season adhered to one standard, while the playoffs adhered to another. It could be said that the regular season's officiating was characterized by a meticulous attention to even the slightest infractions. Any hint of a foul would prompt the referee to blow the whistle decisively. This was not only to safeguard the players, but also to uphold the league's policy of promoting offensive play. However, the playoffs were fundamentally different. They represented a battleground for stars, a true arena where the influence of officiating was minimized, and the whistle would seldom be blown without just cause. Some have even posited that the playoffs and the regular season are two entirely distinct contests. Although the league has never publicly acknowledged such discrepancies in officiating, Parker, a seasoned veteran, had long since internalized this reality. Suddenly, an unusual hypothesis sprang to Parker's mind, but he promptly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Perhaps they simply did not see it. He did not dwell on this notion and quickly retreated to the backcourt to defend. As he passed by the sidelines, he noticed Coach Popovich, who was laughing heartily and cupping his hands around his mouth to shout, "Tony, just play like that." Witnessing this scene only deepened Parker's sense of uncertainty. The one who felt even more perplexed was Ufan. He had just been forcefully struck by Parker's left shoulder. Yet the referee had made no call, leaving Ufan utterly bewildered. Based on his recent experiences on the court, such a maneuver would undoubtedly warrant an offensive foul. He distinctly recalled having drawn multiple offensive fouls in earlier games under strikingly similar circumstances. Yet now, the referee chose to remain silent? Was it an intentional oversight? Or simply a matter of not having seen it? Ufan is not one to indulge in complaints. He merely seeks an answer. As he passed by the chief referee, Dick Bavetta, he took the opportunity to inquire. The latter responded curtly, "Kid, play your game." Ufan once again directed his gaze towards Coach Mike Brown and Kobe, seeking answers from them, yet they appeared unperturbed, as if accustomed to the situation. Was I perhaps overreacting? A single missed call did not dampen Ufan's enthusiasm for the game. He remained exuberantly darting across the court. However, this subtle change did not escape the keen observation of Charles Barkley from the TNT commentary booth. Furrowing his brow, he inquired of Shaquille O'Neal beside him, "Shaq, am I seeing things? Wasn't that play by Tony Parker an offensive foul? Why didn't the referee blow the whistle?" Meanwhile, O'Neal paid little attention to the officiating, engrossed in the donuts before him. Perhaps he simply missed it, Charles. Missed calls are quite commonplace. No need to make a fuss. As the Lakers launched another offensive, Kobe passed the ball to Howard in the paint, where Howard prepared to face Duncan in a low-post matchup. In his prime, Howard had the physical advantage over Duncan, yet the disparity in skill was evident. Howard's low-post footwork was notably lacking. His pivoting speed and coordination were visibly subpar, and his movements beneath the rim were rather clumsy. Fortunately, his robust physique somewhat compensated for his technical deficiencies, and though the ball did not find the net, he drew a shooting foul from Duncan. 2 free throws. The referee decisively signaled, and Howard ambled to the charity stripe. However, Duncan was visibly displeased. Clutching his head with both hands, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at baseline referee Joe Crawford. Although Duncan uttered not a word, his exaggerated gestures and expressions conveyed all that needed to be said. It was a case of old rivals clashing once more. Unsurprisingly, Crawford swiftly blew his whistle, issuing Duncan a technical foul. Kobe stepped to the line to take the technical free throw, making the score 21-15. Popovich gestured to Duncan, signaling him to cease his dispute with the officials, and Duncan, understanding the cue, fell silent. Popovich sauntered over to head referee Dick Bavetta, initiating a conversation. "Dick, this is part of your game plan, am I right?" As a well-respected coach, Popovich commanded respect within the NBA community, and Bavetta, an old friend, was no exception. "Pop, I'm unsure what you're referring to." "This." Bavetta pointed towards Howard at the free throw line, implying a foul by Duncan on Howard. Popovich waved his hand dismissively, refuting the response. "No, not that. I believe you know precisely what I am alluding to." Popovich cast a sly glance at Dick Bavetta, choosing to remain silent. Bavetta studied Popovich for a moment, and eventually, an enigmatic smile crept across his face. With a sense of satisfaction, Popovich strolled away and settled comfortably on the sidelines. Howard made one of 2 free throws, and the Spurs secured the rebound, initiating their advance into the offensive zone. Parker received a pass from his teammate, positioning himself at the arc to commence the attack. Suddenly, Popovich's words echoed in his mind, followed by the memory of the offensive foul that the referees had overlooked moments earlier. A thought sparked within Parker. Let us give it another go." He replicated the previous play, once again executing a pick and roll with Duncan, maintaining the same position and movements, and Parker leapt once more to release the shot. As before, Fan emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure, and Parker knew the moment had come. Without the slightest hesitation, Parker decisively leaped into action, once again driving his left shoulder towards Fan. In a bid to amplify the impact of his movement, he even exerted additional force, determined to make it appear more formidable. Fan was forcefully knocked aside by Parker. As anticipated, the referee remained unmoved. "Oh, so that's how it is." Chapter 71. This is undoubtedly suspicious. Score: 22-17. Tony Parker's collision not only went unpunished by the referee, but he also successfully executed a jump shot, narrowing the score further. At that moment, Mike Brown called for a timeout as the first quarter's substitution period arrived, and both teams brought in their bench players. The TNT commentary booth buzzed with excitement once more. "I told you, without a doubt, this is clearly an offensive foul." Tony Parker once again collided forcefully with Fan, and the referee did not blow the whistle. "Why? What is the referee thinking?" Barkley questioned the crowd with a perplexed expression. Shaquille O'Neal wiped the remnants of a donut from his mouth, nonchalantly responding, "Charles, there's no need to take this so seriously. Missed calls are common." "No, this is absolutely not a missed call, Shaq. This is already the second time," Barkley retorted vehemently. Kenny Smith, sitting nearby, pursed his lips and nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing Barkley's viewpoint. "Indeed, Charles, I too am curious. They cannot possibly miss such blatant fouls twice in succession. After all, they are the top referees. There's no way they overlooked that." Kenny Smith's words deepened Barkley's confusion as he furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the rationale. "This is merely a regular season game. Must it be treated as if it were the playoffs?" "Perhaps, Charles," Kenny Smith casually replied, failing to grasp the underlying significance. The second quarter commenced, and the initial phase was typically dominated by the bench players, allowing the starters a precious respite. Thus, both Fan and Parker sat on the sidelines. Tony Parker, seated on the bench, reflected on the earlier events and realized that the referees would not call such physical confrontations. Seeing Popovich approach, Parker quickly called out to him, "I know what to do." The mentor and disciple shared a moment of mutual understanding. Popovich merely smiled knowingly, gently patting Parker on the shoulder before turning away. Parker felt a renewed sense of confidence. Fan sat on the bench, consumed by frustration. Just moments ago, Parker had successfully landed 2 consecutive shots under his defense, which left Fan quite displeased. In truth, if Fan's defensive efforts were attributed to another player, the coach would undoubtedly pat them on the shoulder, commending their prowess. Exceptional defense is not merely defined by a single steal or block. Rather, it is characterized by consistently occupying the correct defensive position, creating pressure on the opponent. Only through sustained and stable pressure can one achieve elite defensive status. While Parker managed to score over Fan's defense, it did not signify a deficiency in Fan's performance. On the contrary, he had maintained an exemplary position, never granting Parker an open shot. Such an effort, though it may not warrant a perfect score, certainly deserves a commendable 90. However, this is the standard of others, in Fan's eyes. Failing to prevent a score equates to a lack of success. Moreover, Parker had collided with him twice, and even now, Yu Fan felt lingering soreness in his chest. The most frustrating part was that the referee appeared oblivious, with no whistle to be heard. This situation was undeniably suspect. Yu Fan couldn't help but ponder the reasons. Yet after a moment, he remained at a loss. At that moment, Sakurai patted Yu Fan on the shoulder and inquired, "What are you thinking about? Are you sulking over the referee?" Yu Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "How do you know?" he inquired. With an air of pride, Sakurai replied, "Have you never played or watched a match?" He then lowered his voice, shifting to a tone of consolation. "Mistakes and oversights are commonplace. Do not allow the officiating to affect your mindset. Referees cannot perceive everything." Yu Fan's gaze dimmed once more. Saker's words did not illuminate his confusion, but rather deepened it. He harbored an undeniable intuition that this matter was far from straightforward. The first half swiftly elapsed, and with 4 minutes and 38 seconds remaining in the second quarter, Yu Fan was summoned onto the court. He glanced up at the scoreboard. 43-45. The Spurs had surprisingly turned the tables. Indeed, the Spurs were exceptional. Even their bench players exhibited remarkable strength, Yu Fan mused. As anticipated, the Spurs also brought Tony Parker onto the floor, with both teams gradually reintegrating their starters. During the pause before the inbound play, Yu Fan inadvertently cast a glance towards the sidelines, where he noticed Coach Popovich seemingly observing him. Strangely, there was no warmth in Popovich's expression. Instead, it bore an unsettling quality. Bewildered, Yu Fan shook his head repeatedly, receiving the ball from his teammate. He confidently brought it into the front court, adhering to the established offensive strategy, and passed it to Kobe. The unspoken thoughts of Yu Fan and Parker had no bearing on the Black Mamba. He commenced unleashing his offensive prowess. Kobe executed a sudden halt, leaning back to release his shot. It found its mark. 45-45. The score is tied. As Yu Fan followed the team in retreat, Parker remained as composed as a machine. Akin to the Spurs themselves, he methodically advanced the ball to the front court, executing the strategy delineated by Popovich during the timeout. From the pregame preparations, Yu Fan understood that this was a tactic designed to create a high-post isolation for Duncan. The ball, after several exchanges, arrived at a 45-degree angle near the left free throw line. The players on both sides cleared space for Duncan's isolation, while Parker positioned himself at the right corner, with Yu Fan closely trailing him. From their positions on the court, it was evident that Parker's location in the right corner constituted the weak side. This area, situated near the sidelines and distanced from the ball handler, posed a challenge for defense. Thus, under Mike Brown's defensive arrangement, it was unnecessary to apply tight coverage, allowing for a step inward. By positioning one step inside the three-point line, even if the ball were to shift to the corner, the defensive effectiveness would not be significantly compromised. Moreover, this position enabled support for the oncoming ball handler, a strategy universally acknowledged by teams. Duncan received the ball on the left side, facing the basket as he initiated his attack. Howard defended in front of him, and with both hands on the ball, Duncan made a probing move before executing a right-side drive. Despite being 36 years old, Duncan's technical execution remained remarkably precise, although his foot speed had diminished. Howard failed to capitalize on this advantage. Duncan used his body to shield Howard on his left, advancing toward the basket with his right hand. But due to Howard's defensive pressure, Duncan's path was not a direct line to the hoop. Instead, he carved out a curved route to the right. After 2 strides, Duncan arrived at the basket on the right side, where he shifted into a back-to-the-basket isolation. This position was merely 2 steps away from Yu Fan. With relentless determination, Duncan pounded the ball toward the basket. Yu Fan gazed at the orb in Duncan's grasp, reminiscent of a large, ripe peach dangling from a tree, evoking an irresistible urge to reach out and seize it. Yu Fan, as if guided by an unseen force, began to move closer to Duncan. It is worth noting that Mike Brown had emphasized before the game that they must not double-team Duncan. This was a carefully devised strategy. Yu Fan took a step forward, yet Duncan remained unresponsive. Thankfully, noticing Duncan's stillness, Yu Fan advanced another step, then swiftly lunged to seize the basketball from Duncan's grasp. However, little did he know that Duncan had already anticipated Yu Fan's encroachment. Before Yu Fan could reach him, he deftly passed the ball to the right corner, landing it in Parker's hands. Yu Fan awoke from his reverie. Oh no. Chapter 72, Kobe's Insight. Tony Parker takes a wide-open three-pointer. It's good. 45-48. The Lakers have once again been surpassed. Yu Fan awakened from his state of panic, fully aware of his mistake. He had disregarded Mike Brown's defensive arrangement, stubbornly pursuing his own course, which resulted in leaving Parker unguarded in the corner. A wave of profound regret washed over him as he dejectedly wiped his face, striving to regain his clarity. "Hey, rookie, what are you doing? It's our turn to attack." Kobe's shout jolted Yufan out of his despondency. Only then did he realize that his teammates had already advanced to the front court, while he remained idly wandering near the midcourt. "I'm coming." Yufan gestured with his hand, quickening his pace beneath him, determined not to allow his teammates to witness his disheartened demeanor. Fortunately, it seemed that everyone had forgotten the previous round. No one criticized Yufan for his earlier encirclement, not even Mike Brown, who remained comfortably seated on the bench. The relentless offensive onslaught from Kobe and Howard ensured a baseline for the Lakers' scoring, and despite the Spurs' staunch defense, the Lakers continued to accumulate points on the offensive front. Yufan understood that it was now the time to focus on defense. He must remain vigilant. Dwight Howard took a shot under the basket and scored. 47-48. Yufan promptly retreated to the front court, awaiting Parker's arrival, unaware that this offensive maneuver by Parker would become the pivotal moment of the match. Tony Parker halted for a mid-range jumper. Success. Tony Parker executed a layup. Success. Tony Parker broke through under the basket. Success. The latter half of the second quarter had evidently transformed into a personal showcase for Tony Parker, who, despite Yufan's defenses, consistently scored with remarkable difficulty. Moreover, Parker ensured to engage fully in each confrontation, leaving Yufan in a state of disarray, his body aching from the relentless physicality. What troubled Yufan more than his inability to thwart Parker's scoring was the sheer unpredictability of Parker's offensive strategy. Parker's rhythm was exceedingly agile and varied. While Yufan could barely keep pace, Parker invariably struck at the most opportune moments, delivering precise, yet subtle blows. To outsiders, this appeared merely as robust physical contest. But for Yufan, it was a source of significant distress. He found himself increasingly unable to decipher Parker's timing, feeling that with every shift in rhythm, Parker could unleash a shot at any moment. Yufan's confidence is crumbling, becoming frail and fragile. Beep. The second segment of the match has concluded. Yufan glanced at the score, 53-60. The Lakers were trailing by 7 points. Yufan walked back to the changing room as if he had lost his soul, sitting silently in front of his locker. He was acutely aware that his performance in the second period had been dismal, yet he could not comprehend why. He had approached the game with the same fervor as always, but today felt inexplicably off, as though a lump was lodged in his throat, refusing to be cleared. And the referees. Yufan suddenly recalled the referee, who had consistently overlooked the physical confrontations imposed by Tony Parker upon him, leaving Yufan quite perplexed. What Yufan remained oblivious to was that such emotional fluctuations had ensnared him in a vicious cycle. If he could not swiftly extricate himself from the clutches of negativity, he would inevitably repeat his mistakes in the second half. While Yufan was lost in thought, his teammates gradually returned to the locker room, preoccupied with their own affairs, none of them casting blame upon him. Yet, the gloom that enveloped Yufan did not go unnoticed, even by Kobe. Kobe approached Yufan directly, placing a firm hand on his shoulder, and sternly proclaimed, "Lift your damned head." Upon hearing Kobe's voice, Yufan was startled, quickly regaining his composure and turning to face him. Kobe's complexion was ashen, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks, rendering him even more formidable. Furthermore, the fierce glint in his eyes resembled that of a predatory beast prowling in the darkness, captivating and unsettling. "Look at yourself. You truly resemble a wretched fool," Kobe admonished once more. Yufan weakly raised his hands in a gesture of protest. "All right, I acknowledge that my defense was subpar. Yet, I failed to comprehend why the referee refrained from blowing the whistle. Tony Parker has been fouling me incessantly." Yet, they remained silent. As he spoke, Yufan's tone gradually escalated, his voice nearing exhaustion. The intensity of their exchange drew the attention of everyone in the locker room, yet no one dared to intervene. Even Howard sat quietly in front of his locker, towel in hand, merely observing the spectacle unfold. Yufan's defense did not garner the approval of Kobe, who disdainfully scoffed and then spoke with a tone of playful irony. "Rookie, congratulations. You've prematurely entered playoff mode." Upon hearing this, Yufan found himself utterly perplexed. He could not fathom the meaning behind Kobe's words. Was it not still the regular season? What could this possibly signify? Kobe shook his head and continued. "It is evident that the referees are being deliberate. Such treatment is reserved for the playoffs. During the playoffs, you cannot easily draw a foul. Do you understand? Kobe's words completely unraveled the confusion within Fan, yet he remained bewildered as to why they were behaving this way, and, even more so, what course of action he should take. This was utterly insane. Kobe, what should I do? Kobe slowly crouched down, locking his gaze onto Fan's eyes, and then, gritting his teeth, uttered a few words, "Give back." As Fan pondered Kobe's words, a glimmer of realization gradually illuminated his eyes. He suddenly comprehended Kobe's intent. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. That was the essence of it. If the referee permitted Parker to commit fouls against me, then it equally implies that I may reciprocate. The force of action is mutual, and so are the rules. With this understanding, I shall not be reproached for my harshness. Enlightened, Fan felt an overwhelming surge of valor within him. He forcefully tossed aside the towel in his hand and roared vehemently into the air. Damn it! Damn it! Without waiting for halftime to conclude, he charged onto the court. After Fan departed, a satisfied smile adorned Kobe's face. The second half had yet to commence, and only a few individuals were warming up on the court, predominantly the Waterboys who seldom saw playtime. Fan stood out conspicuously among them. Head referee Dick Bavetta and his two assistants, Joe Crawford and Foster, were gathered at the scorer's table, engaged in idle conversation during this rare respite. Did you see that? The rookie has cracked under pressure. Chapter 73. This kid has gone astray. I always knew this rookie wouldn't be able to adapt to the intensity of the playoffs, Foster said, swallowing a sip of water with a sense of pride. Dick Bavetta nodded, sighing meaningfully. Indeed, this fellow has been thoroughly overwhelmed by Parker. Are we being too cruel? He is still just a child. Joe Crawford and Foster simultaneously burst into laughter, showing little concern for the matter. Guess how many points Parker will score in the second half? Joe Crawford suddenly shifted the topic. Dick Bavetta and Foster perked up, as this was the only amusement left in their work. I estimate around 15 or 16 points. Parker seems to have found his rhythm, Dick Bavetta remarked. Foster waved his hand dismissively, confidently asserting, more than that. At least 20 points. Parker will not let this kid off easily. All right, gentlemen. Tonight's dinner will hinge on who guesses correctly. As the second half approached, Parker slowly rose from the locker room, preparing to head to the court. Popovich also stood up from his seat, walking alongside Parker. Pop, I heard you have some acquaintance with that rookie. How did you come to know him? Popovich chuckled lightly, still keeping his hands clasped behind his back, responding casually. Tony, you would not believe it. We almost had him. Parker's face registered shock. He was acutely aware of Fan's defensive prowess, and Popovich's words made him feel as though he had missed out on a fortune. What? Are you serious? As Popovich walked, nodding slowly, he began to elucidate. This fellow initially came to us for a trial, and I recognized his talent from the very beginning. Unfortunately, he opted for the Lakers. His tone gradually shifted to one of lament, and Parker could discern the regret in his words. Indeed, Parker was acutely aware of Fan's defensive prowess. The overwhelming sense of pressure he exerted was unparalleled, surpassing even that of the team's acknowledged defensive stalwart, Kawhi Leonard, who had never instilled such a feeling in him. What a pity. Parker couldn't help but muse. Popovich shook his head and turned to Parker. Tony, we can still clinch the championship without him. Do you believe that? Of course. Well then, prove it to me. As he observed Popovich's suddenly stern demeanor, Parker felt a fleeting thought that perhaps he had unwittingly offended him. Little did Parker know, the dinner Popovich had that evening held untold secrets. A resounding horn echoed through the arena as the starting players of the Lakers and Spurs took the court, and the TNT commentary booth began to buzz with excitement. This guy is finished. This guy is finished. I've been saying all along that the referees are deliberately ignoring foul calls. They are targeting this rookie, Barkley exclaimed animatedly, gesticulating vigorously. Charles, how can you say he has finished? There are still 2 quarters left. Anything can happen. Kenny Smith countered. Barkley turned to him, exuding confidence. Kenny, isn't it obvious? This rookie cannot yet acclimate to the intensity of this competition. This is the highest level of playoff confrontation, and he lacks the experience. Just watch. In the second quarter, Tony Parker scored 14 points over him. Do you understand what 14 points signifies? In the last 5 games, he has averaged allowing his matchups to score only 15 points, almost the total he would concede over an entire game. And now, the match is still in its second quarter. Barkley's words silenced the crowd, and they collectively braced themselves for the impending clash. He may be powerful, yet the gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. He may be obstinate, but the bright moon illuminates the great river. The second quarter's irregularities did not stifle Yu Fan's indomitable spirit. After receiving guidance from Kobe, Yu Fan's hesitation dissipated, replaced by calmness. This serenity stemmed from a clear understanding of the future that lay before him. He now knew precisely what actions to take. If you wish to battle, then let us engage. With a resolute heart, Yu Fan boldly approached Parker. The third quarter commenced. Parker, with the ball at the arc, orchestrated the offense. From the fluidity of his movements, Yu Fan could discern that Parker was brimming with confidence. Soon, I shall bring you to tears. Yu Fan focused his mind intently, closely trailing Parker. As in the second quarter, Parker began to call for Duncan's screen, signaling the onset of a pick and roll. During the second quarter, it was precisely this collaboration between Parker and Duncan that ignited a scoring frenzy, their synergy becoming remarkably proficient. Parker could effortlessly switch his attacking mode, distributing the ball to Duncan at the opportune moment or taking the initiative to score himself. This finesse had become ingrained in his muscle memory. Duncan stood like an immovable wall beside Yu Fan, the quality of his screen exceptionally high. Indeed, towering like several stories. Before Yu Fan could navigate around Duncan's screen, a sliver of space had already emerged around Parker. He was keenly aware that if he shot now, he would be met with Yu Fan's formidable block. Thus, he refrained from rushing his shot, instead choosing to remain stationary, patiently awaiting Yu Fan's approach. The moment Yu Fan drew near, Parker could unleash his force, alleviating some of the defensive pressure, ensuring that not only could his shot remain unimpeded, but his own balance would also be preserved. This tactic, masterfully executed by Parker, was akin to luring the opponent into a trap. Just as he anticipated, the rookie was unwittingly stepping into his snare, eliciting a sense of pride within Parker as the corners of his mouth subtly lifted into a barely perceptible smile. Now was the moment. Parker observed Yu Fan nearing him, poised to pounce, and he meticulously gauged the distance. Once calculated, he struck decisively. In his mind's eye, as long as he concentrated his strength in his right leg, slightly crouched his body, and channeled his energy into his left shoulder, a forceful shove would send Yu Fan's body tilting aside, rendering him incapable of disrupting Parker's shot. Everything unfolded as he envisioned. Parker suddenly drove his left shoulder forward, colliding with Yu Fan's chest. Bang! The impact of Parker's shoulder against Yu Fan's body was jarring. However, to Parker's astonishment, Yu Fan did not lean back as he had anticipated. Instead, it was Parker who felt himself being pushed aside by Yu Fan's force, his body sliding uncontrollably to the right. Parker was taken aback. An unprecedented sensation surged within him. This kid had become formidable. Chapter 74. The three heroes battle Yu Fan indeed, just like that. Kobe, witnessing Yu Fan's tenacious resistance, felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth, his eyes reflecting an approving glimmer. Yu Fan's resolute resistance caused Parker's body to sway uncontrollably, distorting his shooting motion, leading the ball to slip from his grasp and land out of bounds. Not only was Parker taken aback, but even the referees on the sidelines were caught off guard. Standing closest to the boundary, Joe Crawford's mind erupted when he witnessed Parker's altered action after the collision. How could the unfolding events diverge so drastically from his expectations? He had anticipated Yu Fan would, much like in the second quarter, be subdued by Parker's prowess. Yet, to his astonishment, Yu Fan had evidently mastered the art of retaliation. How could this be tolerated? Crawford took a deep breath, poised to blow his whistle, but immediately reconsidered. It seemed there was nothing inherently wrong with Yu Fan's actions. Since Parker was permitted to assert his physicality, it would only be fair to extend the same allowance to Yu Fan. After all, the principle of consistent officiating is paramount in the game. In that fleeting moment, Crawford's mind raced through countless scenarios, yet he remained uncertain whether to signal for a foul. He glanced towards the corner at Foster, who wore a similarly perplexed expression. This moment of hesitation allowed the ball to soar beyond the baseline, and Crawford sighed inwardly. Well, it appears I have missed my chance to make a call. The three referees, without any whistles blown, simply watched as the ball flew out of play. This incident afforded Crawford an opportunity. He resolved to immediately confer with Dick Bavetta and Foster, signaling for the other two referees to join him for a discussion. Foster and Bavetta, equally taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, quickly convened. Did you see that play? The kid has learned to engage proactively. Should we call a defensive foul on him? Joe, in my opinion, we must make a call. Otherwise, our plans could be jeopardized. No, Foster. We cannot proceed in that manner. Our officiating standards must remain consistent. Dick, what do you suggest we do? I propose we observe for a while longer. Perhaps it was merely a coincidental clash, and he may refrain from such actions henceforth. Very well, we cannot delay any further. Let us reach a decision. Watching the referees huddle on the sidelines, Yufan found the situation amusing. He knew that the trio was undoubtedly deliberating the events of that previous exchange. He couldn't help but think, this time, they had inadvertently tripped over their own feet. Yufan paid little attention to his surroundings as he gradually walked towards the sidelines, awaiting the referee's throw-in, focusing solely on the basketball. The previous scene had not escaped the keen eyes of Popovich, who stood at the edge of the court. Renowned for his astute observations, he quickly discerned the transformation within Yufan. Aware of Yufan's innate talent, he anticipated this moment would eventually arrive, though he hardly expected it to come so swiftly. What an intriguing young man. With a faint smile, Popovich returned to the bench, casting his gaze upon Kobe, as if he had uncovered a clue. Moments later, the three referees dispersed, returning to their respective officiating positions. Yufan successfully received the referee's throw-in and advanced the ball into the front court. The energy stemming from a successful defense exceeded Yufan's expectations. His Lakers teammates were invigorated, darting across the court tirelessly, seeking the optimal open position. Kobe, keenly attuned to his teammates' state, refrained from holding onto the ball any longer, passing it to Pau Gasol at the high post to orchestrate the offense, while he himself began to cut through the court. In an instant, the Lakers' off-ball movements resembled a synchronized dance, weaving through the Spurs' defensive formation. Duncan, tasked with guarding the paint, faced the dilemma of preventing Gasol from delivering an alley-oop to Howard while simultaneously fearing an unexpected drive from Kobe. The pressure weighed heavily upon him as he struggled to determine whom to prioritize, his feet beginning to stumble. However, his distress was short-lived, as he spotted Kobe charging in from the right like an explosive force. Without a moment's hesitation, Duncan rushed to contest Kobe. He watched as Kobe soared before him, but in the next heartbeat, he was taken aback. Contrary to his expectations of a direct assault on the basket, Kobe instead lofted the ball into the air. Oh no, Howard! Duncan quickly realized that a formidable beast lurked behind him. The ball Kobe had tossed was undoubtedly intended for Howard. Duncan was well aware of Howard's leaping prowess. Should he catch that pass, it would surely result in another thunderous dunk. Fortunately, Duncan had not yet launched into his jump. Instinctively, he leaped backward to contest, and indeed, Howard had already ascended to receive the alley-oop. Yet, it seemed that the chemistry between Kobe and Howard was not entirely synchronized, as Howard was a fraction late. Just as Kobe's pass reached its apex, Howard was just beginning his jump. At that moment, Duncan's timely defense thwarted Howard's attempt to score. However, Duncan suddenly felt a rush of wind overhead, followed by the sensation of someone perched upon his shoulders. He glanced up to witness the basketball hurtling down from the rim, with a figure still hanging above it. Duncan quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was over. His illustrious reputation was at stake. He had been posterized. 55-60. In the next moment, an unprecedented roar erupted from the surrounding fans, the sound piercing Duncan's eardrums with a painful intensity. Just like that. Exactly like that. Man, that was magnificent. Kobe shouted exuberantly towards Yufan, while their teammates applauded in admiration. Upon hearing the fans' sharp cries and witnessing the exaggerated astonishment of his comrades, Yufan felt an overwhelming surge of pride and exhilaration, as if he were soaring into the heavens, his entire being ablaze with fervor. As he landed, Yufan faced the crowd, filled with righteous indignation, and let out a furious roar, clenching his right fist to display his biceps to all present. With a mix of excitement and ferocity, he shouted, F. F. His teammates rushed to him, eager to celebrate, for dunking over Duncan was a feat worthy of a lifetime of bragging rights. Just as they reveled in their elation, a series of sharp whistles abruptly shattered the jubilant atmosphere. Yufan turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, noticing that the referee, Joe Crawford, was also looking at him. However, he soon raised his left index finger towards Yufan, followed by a swift clap of his right palm against the tip of his left finger, producing a sharp whistle. Technical foul. Yufan's mood swiftly shifted from bright to gloomy. $1,000 vanished. He couldn't help but feel a pang of anguish. Goodness, how many large bottles of iced tea could that buy? Chapter 75. May God bless him. The spectators in the arena erupted in a chorus of boos, their enjoyment thoroughly shattered by the referee's whistle. Some sections of the stands had already begun to berate the referee, with exclamations of discontent echoing throughout. Yu Fan thus surrendered his first time. Wow, how astonishing. How did this young man manage to accomplish such a feat? He actually dunked over Tim Duncan. Kenny Smith, clutching his head, marveled in disbelief. Shaquille O'Neal echoed his sentiment from the sidelines. Kenny, you ought to pose that question to Charles. His former nickname was Flying Pig. He should be able to enlighten you on the experience. Charles, why are you silent? Barkley displayed little reaction, his thoughts lingering on Yu Fan's confrontation with Parker. Compared to this dunk, Barkley favored that vigorous counter. As a former star player, he was acutely aware that a spectacular dunk was not particularly remarkable. But a forceful rebuttal was indeed rare. It was evident that he held Yu Fan's recent retaliation in high regard. Ah, yes, splendid. An exceptional dunk. Barkley's calm demeanor surprised both Kenny Smith and Shaquille O'Neal, who exchanged glances, unable to decipher Barkley's inner thoughts. Charles, what's troubling you? Nothing at all. Barkley was not prepared to divulge his feelings at that moment, as he remained uncertain and desired further observation. Perhaps that was merely a stroke of luck. After Parker converted the technical free throw, the score stood at 55-61, with the Lakers trailing by 6 points. It was now the Spurs' turn to attack. Parker continued to advance the ball, and upon reaching the front court, he refrained from passing, instead initiating a play at the arc normally. Parker would not cling to the ball so tenaciously, but now he sought to validate a hypothesis that lingered in his mind. Was that young man truly just fortunate? In that instant, the referee, Barkley, and Parker shared a common thought. They all believed Yu Fan's response was a mere coincidence. A lucky strike from a rookie barely entering the league. How could he react so swiftly? Parker was resolute, determined to test his theory once more. Leonard, beside him, raised his hands, signaling for Parker to pass, as the tactical play dictated that Parker should distribute the ball. Yet, Parker disregarded him. He directly called for a screen from center splitter and began to probe Yu Fan's defense. With the aid of the screen, he broke through successfully. A sudden stop, successful. Parker awaited Yu Fan near the free throw line. As Yu Fan caught up, it was successful. Parker immediately tightened his core, preparing to exert his strength. His body collided heavily with Yu Fan, and in the next moment, he regretted not slapping himself. The struggle of their bodies ended in defeat. Parker and Yu Fan once again clashed, their forces colliding, causing Parker to stagger and nearly fall. Parker distinctly sensed that Yu Fan's exertion this time was far more cunning than before. Although it lacked the previous intensity, it effectively disrupted Parker's shooting rhythm. It seemed that this young man had indeed found the secret. Yu Fan's movements, though not overtly aggressive, are remarkably practical. Just moments ago, while three referees were engaged in hushed whispers, Yu Fan contemplated that if he continued with such overt actions, the referees would undoubtedly not let him off the hook repeatedly. Thus, a refinement was necessary. Striking a balance between sufficient confrontation and avoiding an overly brutal display has been a delicate dance that Yu Fan has persistently endeavored to master. Parker, on the other hand, had already mentally prepared himself. This time, he refrained from making a move, as Yu Fan collided with him. Although he momentarily lost his shooting rhythm, he thankfully retained possession of the ball and was still capable of making another play. Failing to probe successfully, Parker wasted no time and swiftly passed to the nearest Danny Green, fully aware that the shot clock was dwindling. The basketball soared directly towards Danny Green, who was keenly attuned to Parker's pass and had already positioned himself beyond the three-point line, ready to catch and shoot. Just as the ball was about to land in Green's hands, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A hand emerged from nowhere, swatting the ball away from Green. As he turned to see who had disrupted his reception, a familiar silhouette darted in from the side. Kobe. Kobe intercepted the ball, his body following the trajectory of the ball as he sprinted toward the front court. After a brief bounce on the floor, the ball returned to Kobe's grasp. His steal astonished everyone. He had been carefully observing the matchup between Yu Fan and Parker, knowing that this rookie would certainly attempt to defend that play. Thus, Kobe had been prepared, having anticipated the unfolding events well before anyone else, making the interception hardly surprising. With the ball in hand, Kobe surged toward his own basket. Unchallenged from behind, and effortlessly executed a thunderous dunk. The score tightened to 57-61. Upon returning to half court, Kobe exuberantly exchanged a high five with Yu Fan. Good job. This moment utterly crushed Parker's spirits. He felt as though he had been toyed with by Yu Fan, who had clearly acted with intention, while Parker had remained in disbelief. A profound sense of helplessness surged from within, leaving him feeling as though he were trapped in an icy abyss. Meanwhile, in the TNT commentary booth, Barkley suddenly radiated enthusiasm, shouting toward Kenny Smith and Shaquille O'Neal, "What did I tell you? This guy is doing it on purpose. He just delivered a solid punch to Tony Parker, a magnificent counter," Barkley exclaimed, shaking his head in admiration. Kenny Smith finally grasped Barkley's line of thought, replying, "Charles, I've been wanting to say that, but I wasn't sure. Ha ha ha. Indeed, this fellow has figured out how to handle it." As Kenny Smith and Barkley praised Fan, O'Neal's expression darkened, cautioning the two, "Don't celebrate too early. This fellow has disrupted the referee's plans. This matter will not conclude so easily," O'Neal declared, as the trio turned their gazes towards the referee at the sidelines, once again gathering in unison. "Damn it. Is he still a rookie?" Foster exclaimed with fervor, as Dick Bavetta placed a reassuring arm around his back to shield his anger from onlookers. "Buddy, I heard he didn't even enter the draft." "Joe, now is not the time for such discussions. What shall we do?" Foster posed a pivotal question. To survive or to perish? This is indeed a matter worthy of contemplation. Silence and dissent have now morphed into a perplexing dilemma. Joe Crawford and Foster both cast their eyes upon the most seasoned among them, Dick Bavetta, who remained deep in thought. After a lengthy pause, he traced a cross over his chest and spoke slowly. "May God bless Tony Parker." Chapter 76. Jordan on defense. The frequent huddles among the referees have delayed the game significantly, and the spectators have begun to grow restless, with some resorting to jeers from the stands. Mike Brown also ventured from the bench to peer curiously at the referees. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Dick Bavetta promptly concluded the discussion, and the three returned to their officiating positions. Following these defensive sequences, Fan's confidence surged. He now felt unafraid of Tony Parker's confrontations. Brimming with excitement for the impending match, the ensuing game was nothing short of a massacre. Tony Parker shot. Blocked. It was Fan's rejection. Tony Parker passed. Intercepted. Once again by Fan. Tony Parker committed a turnover. The ball sailed directly out of bounds. Tony Parker, shoot quickly. Oh no. A 24-second violation. Popovich sat stoically on the sidelines, observing as Fan mercilessly dismantled his prodigy. His expression remained unperturbed as he scrutinized Fan's form, seemingly reminiscing about his own youthful days. Parker himself was oblivious to how he had navigated through the third quarter, as he sat drenched and dazed on the bench. He glanced up at the scoreboard, which now read 85-69. The Spurs found themselves trailing by a full 16 points. A 16-point deficit is commonplace in the NBA. Yet witnessing it unfold against the Spurs was rather unusual. Renowned for their meticulousness, the Spurs seldom falter, and their pace of play ranks among the lower tiers of the league. Therefore, achieving a significant lead against the Spurs is indeed a formidable challenge. Yet the Lakers had managed to establish a 16-point advantage by the end of the third quarter, leaving everyone astonished. Popovich turned to look at Parker, who sat on the bench. The latter had become completely stagnant, showing not a trace of competitive spirit. Popovich sighed softly and gradually closed his eyelids. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes and noticed Manu Ginobili walking towards the sidelines. Popovich immediately rose and pursued him. "Manu, you are fatigued." Ginobili, perplexed by his coach's words, inquired, "Pop, what do you mean? I should be on the court." Popovich shook his head and grasped Ginobili's wrist. "No, Manu. You are fatigued." Ginobili paused momentarily, then suddenly comprehended, nodding in acknowledgement as he returned to the bench. In the fourth quarter, Popovich promptly summoned the 5 least utilized players from the bench, and Mike Brown, understanding the cue, responded by bringing forth the Lakers' top 5. The garbage time of the game failed to spark any interest in the commentators on the sidelines, who resumed their previous discourse regarding Fan and Parker. Parker was utterly overwhelmed. Without a doubt. Just look at him on the bench. He bears no resemblance to the FMV we know. Shaquille initiated the tirade against Parker, with Barkley quickly joining in. Indeed, Shaq. He has been completely dominated by Fan. However, it's not entirely his fault. His physicality is still too weak. Kenny Smith, unable to endure the criticism any longer, interjected. He felt it inappropriate to disparage a veteran of the league, as they would inevitably cross paths again. "Hey, wait a minute. Charles, Shaq, you both have valid points. But I must assert, the current score is not Tony Parker's fault. He has consistently executed Popovich's strategies." At this juncture, Kenny Smith awkwardly shook his head, yet he continued, "Although the outcome may not have been favorable, It is not his fault. Barkley and O'Neal exchanged incredulous glances, leaving him momentarily sidelined. After a brief pause, Barkley resumed, 11 points and 12 assists. The rookie from the Lakers has achieved yet another double-double. I suggest we revisit the calendar and see who can contain this fellow. Charles, it seems he has been the one restraining others, came the retort. Buzzer. The game concluded with the Spurs losing by a mere 5 points. The Spurs bench nearly orchestrated a comeback in the final moments, leaving Mike Brown in a cold sweat. In an instant, Ufan rushed to Popovich, the illustrious coach who remained composed and unperturbed. Pop, may I invite you to dinner? I have numerous questions to discuss with you. Popovich did not respond immediately. Instead, he smiled, opened his arms, and embraced Ufan warmly, then whispered in his ear, "Child, you are already exceptional. Listen to me, victory's accolades are accessible to all, but here, we savor the sweat of failure. Go and relish your night of triumph." Releasing his embrace, Popovich gestured towards a horde of journalists poised for interviews, before strolling away nonchalantly, leaving Ufan standing in place, momentarily stunned. Before long, Ufan was inundated by a multitude of media and reporters. The game had concluded, the fans had long dispersed, and the players gradually departed the arena, heading towards the opulent allure of Los Angeles. Yet, at One Olympic Tower, 645, Fifth Avenue in New York City, one floor remained aglow. This was the headquarters of the NBA, the very office of David Stern. Each day after the games, Stern meticulously reviewed the referees' reports, ensuring that no significant errors had marred the officiating. This practice had been his unwavering routine since 2007, unaltered by a single day, for the lessons of the past were too profound to forget. In 2007, referee Donaghy was accused of game manipulation, an incident that precipitated a crisis of trust within the league. Though time had moved on, the tremors of that event lingered in Stern's mind. On this particular day, he made a point to turn on the television to watch the Lakers face off against the Spurs. Such high-profile games, watched nationwide, were not to be missed. However, his perspective diverged from that of the fans, as he scrutinized the match through a professional lens. Without a doubt, Stern noticed the officiating concerning Ufan and Parker, leaving him astounded. He could not comprehend how such absurdity could occur, pondering if the officiating crew had misinterpreted their mandate. Yet, upon surveying the entire game, he developed a newfound perspective on Ufan. Perhaps this approach was indeed justified. This individual was, without question, the Michael Jordan of defense. With this thought, he dialed the playback center, reaching Javi. Steve, increased the intensity. Chapter 77. We are the same kind of animal. Kobe. Ufan has been named the Western Conference Player of the Week. Do you have any comments? Kobe, seated at the interview podium, smiled faintly before adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed the microphone. Ah, yes. This is outrageous. I am quite displeased. This award was not bestowed upon me, but rather upon a rookie. My statistics are surely commendable. The reporters present widened their eyes in astonishment, glancing at Ufan beside Kobe, unsure of how to respond to the awkward moment. The media had not anticipated that Kobe would utter such divisive remarks in front of Ufan. Some individuals had already wedged their microphones under their necks, pulling out paper and pens to fervently scribble notes, and it was evident what they were documenting. Ufan sat idly by, feeling rather uninterested. He could hardly believe that Kobe intended such a meaning. Indeed, Kobe soon shifted his tone, adopting a more relaxed demeanor. Fortunately, he is my teammate. This sentiment was rather pleasant. The audience collectively exhaled, and those who had been diligently taking notes quietly set down their pens. Reporters resumed their inquiries directed at Ufan. Ufan, how would you comment on your backcourt partnership with Kobe? Do you believe there is anyone in the league capable of defeating you both? This question was indeed pointed. Ufan pursed his lips, glancing at Kobe, who had been signaling him nervously, indicating his concern over Ufan's potential misstatement. Wow, that is quite an audacious question, my friend. Laughter erupted throughout the venue. Ufan paused momentarily before continuing. Kobe is a Hall of Famer, an all-star, a champion. I have yet to reach his level. I am merely a rookie. My friend, I am uncertain whether we can be regarded as a duo, but one thing I can assert with utmost certainty is that we are of the same essence. What essence? A serpent. At this proclamation, the venue fell into a profound silence. The journalists and media representatives were utterly bewildered, unable to decipher Ufan's meaning. Kobe's nickname, the Black Mamba, refers to a venomous snake, a widely recognized fact. Thus likening Kobe to a serpent is comprehensible. However, How could Yu Fan possibly equate himself with Kobe? The reporters were left in confusion, and even Kobe tilted his head towards Yu Fan, eagerly anticipating an explanation. Yu Fan raised an eyebrow, resolved to impart a lesson on Eastern traditional culture to his American audience. In my country's cultural lexicon, there exists a term known as zodiac. I was born in 1989, making my zodiac sign the snake. Now, do you understand? The black mamba is a snake, and my zodiac sign is also a snake. Oh, following Yu Fan's elucidation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and Kobe nodded in agreement. A slender, fair finger, adorned with a vibrant array of nail polish, gently tapped the screen, pausing the recently played interview video. This finger swiftly gave the video a thumbs up, hesitated for a moment, then pressed the share button, typing out a message. Me too. I love this. At that moment, a voice called from outside the room. Taylor, it's time to record. I'm coming. The owner of that finger, Taylor, happily closed the laptop and exited the room. Soon, the video that received likes and shares began to circulate rapidly across the internet. After the conclusion of the competition, Yu Fan returned to the hotel. The team is set to play 3 more home games before embarking on their away journey, which will commence after facing the Brooklyn Nets on the 20th. Yu Fan glanced at the date, realizing that only a week remained. Once this week concluded, his pleasant days would come to an end, as the away games were synonymous with exhaustion. The following morning, upon awakening, Yu Fan discovered that his phone had been inundated with messages, far too many to count. He sifted through the most pressing ones. Bro, when did you meet Taylor? I had no idea. This was a message from soccer, leaving Yu Fan perplexed about its context. Can you introduce me to Taylor? Bro, if it's a bother. Then never mind. Howard's message followed, and Yu Fan was astonished. Weren't they still in a Cold War? Rookie, you better focus on your training. Kobe's text sent a chill down Yu Fan's spine. Son, you must not bring home a foreign daughter-in-law. Mom is firmly opposed. His mother's message left him utterly flabbergasted, bewildered by the abruptness of it all. The last message he opened was from Brother Ben. Are you awake? I'll come find you shortly. There is something important to discuss. By the end, Yu Fan was utterly confounded, unsure of what had transpired the previous day. Could it be related to the game? The origins of Yu Fan's thoughts remain a mystery. Just as he was lost in contemplation, the doorbell rang. Yu Fan realized that it was Brother Ben arriving and hurriedly got out of bed to open the door. Come, lend me a hand, Wang Bin said, stuffing a large bag of goods into Yu Fan's arms, while he himself carried 2 hefty bags into the room. Brother Ben, what on earth have you brought? Once he had set down his load, Wang Bin clapped his hands together and exclaimed, These are all treasures. I scoured every corner of Los Angeles to gather these. They are all local delicacies from our hometown. Knowing that you're not accustomed to American cuisine, I specifically sought these out for you. Yu Fan quickly crouched down and rummaged through the contents, discovering that it was filled entirely with ingredients commonly used in domestic cooking. He even stumbled upon a few bottles of Lao Gan Ma and a roasted duck nestled within. Yu Fan unconsciously swallowed, eager to tear open the packaging and devour it immediately. This roasted duck needed to be heated before consumption, while its flavor might not rival that of our capital. At least it was crafted by a compatriot, and the taste should not be too far off. Wang Bin snatched the roasted duck and began preparing this midday meal. Truly, it is thanks to you, Brother Ben. Without you, I would be utterly lost. Yu Fan was so moved that tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. For the past few months, he had scarcely uttered a word. He threw his arms around Wang Bin's thigh, playfully pouting. Oh, come on. Get off me. It's utterly disgusting. Bring me that tray. Suddenly, Wang Bin recalled something and turned his head, feigning casualness as he inquired, What is your relationship with that actress? Yu Fan was utterly perplexed by his inquiry. He handed over the tray and, with a hint of confusion, asked, Which female celebrity? Wang Bin, suddenly incensed, retorted, What are you pretending for? It's that famous one named Taylor, renowned both domestically and internationally. Is that so? Let me look it up. Yu Fan, filled with skepticism, took out his phone and casually typed in a name on the browser. In an instant, a plethora of information appeared before him. Upon glimpsing one particularly clear image, Yu Fan's mind erupted in astonishment. What on earth? How could it be her? Chapter 78. Which brand would you choose? Stop dawdling. We must eat quickly. There is an important matter to attend to this afternoon. Prompted by Wang Bin, Yu Fan shook his head, chuckling softly as he set his phone aside. After all, it was merely a fleeting encounter. Why dwell on it? The roast duck was soon heated, and the two of them began to savor it alongside slices of toast. Brother Ben, what was that important matter you mentioned? Wang Bin, with a mysterious smile, chewed on a piece of duck meat before responding. Do you know what the primary source of income is for those NBA stars? Wang Bin's words seemed disjointed, leaving Yu Fan perplexed. What else could it be? Their salaries. Of course. Everyone knows that. Ah, but you are mistaken. Wang Bin retorted immediately. He then spoke with an air of profundity. In the short term, yes. A player's maximum salary may surpass the earnings from shoe contracts. However, in the long run, it is the shoe contracts that constitute their most substantial income. Yu Fan lifted a piece of roasted duck, savoring it as the juices sizzled. What does it mean? What are the long-term and short-term implications? Wang Bin set down his utensils decisively and took a napkin to wipe his mouth clean. Let me provide you with an example to illustrate. The highest annual salary in the league currently belongs to your teammate Kobe, who earns approximately $27 million. Do you have any idea how much his sneaker contract is worth annually? Wang Bin's voice rose sharply. 15 million. 15 million. Yu Fan took a bite of bread and, with a muffled voice, lamented, but the salary is still not as high. Wang Bin's expression immediately dimmed, and he lowered his voice, saying, Are you foolish? How old is Kobe this year? By traditional reckoning, he is already 35. This maximum salary contract, he can only benefit from it for another 5 years at most. However, the shoe contract is an entirely different matter. If managed well, he could earn from it for the rest of his life. Upon hearing this, Yu Fan suddenly raised his head, his eyelids flickering in realization. Wow, that's indeed true. Wang Bin grasped Yu Fan's trembling hand, signaling him to remain composed. Moreover, based on my analysis, the commercial value of the league will continue to rise in the future. At that point, the figures for shoe contracts will undoubtedly soar. It is not impossible for the shoe contract to surpass the salary. Yu Fan had utterly lost his appetite and set down the duck leg in his hand, wiping his mouth clean before inquiring, is it really that intense? Wang Bin, with an air of playful arrogance, waved his hand dismissively, indicating that basic principles should not be disregarded. But that's not all. I have heard that numerous stars within the league are negotiating lifetime contracts with Nike, and there is even a possibility of profit sharing or equity involvement. Yu Fan was utterly astonished. A lifetime contract, profit sharing, shares. This was beyond Yu Fan's comprehension. He was entirely oblivious to such matters. How much could this possibly be worth? Yu Fan began to count on his fingers, muttering to himself, 15 million a year. I am 23 this year. If I live for another 50 years, no? Living to 100. Wang Bin, amused by Yu Fan's whimsical daydreaming, swiftly interrupted him, pulling him back to reality. Stop calculating. Look at you, so naive and inexperienced. You are already making a name for yourself in the NBA. Can you not carry yourself with a bit of poise? Yu Fan chuckled and came to a halt. Brother Bin, if what you say is true, can I sign a sneaker contract? Let us go quickly. We mustn't keep anyone waiting. As Yu Fan prepared to leave, he was abruptly detained by Wang Bin. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. Allow me to speak. Wang Bin rose to his feet and retrieved a folder from the bag on the table. Please take a moment to peruse these. Yu Fan took the document and examined it closely. However, after a brief moment, he scratched his head and set it aside. The multitude of technical terms was rather overwhelming. Brother Bin, perhaps you could simply convey the information directly. Wang Bin motioned for Yu Fan to sit down again, tapping the folder resting on the table as he spoke. These are the preliminary offers provided by various domestic and international sneaker brands. This includes Nike, Adidas, and several niche brands. And there are also some domestic options. I have scrutinized the details thoroughly, and I believe only 2 proposals are viable for selection. Yu Fan nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. You tell me. The most fitting choice, undoubtedly, is Nike. They have extended to you an endorsement contract worth a total of $9 million over 3 years. Before Wang Bin could finish his sentence, Yu Fan expressed his disdain. Such a meager amount. Allow me to finish. Wang Bin continued. Nike currently offers 3 types of contracts. The first is a shoe sponsorship contract, which provides only shoes with no monetary compensation. This is what most ordinary players in the league are currently receiving. The second type is a shoe endorsement contract, which, in addition to providing shoes, includes a certain endorsement fee, typically ranging from $500,000 to $3 million annually. This is the type that Nike is offering you. Yu Fan was evidently dissatisfied with this type of contract. He continued to inquire, what else is there? Additionally, there is the endorsement contract for signature shoes. The brand will create bespoke signature sneakers for you. and the endorsement fee is also the highest. Just like Kobe and LeBron, they are currently involved in such agreements. Yu Fan let out a sound of realization, then exclaimed, "This is excellent. Truly excellent." The endorsement contract for signature sneakers not only elevates one's status but also commands the highest fees. Remarkable indeed. Wang Bin continued, "Certainly, it is a great opportunity. However, the demands are quite lofty. The contracts are reserved for the league's superstars. You have yet to meet their expectations." Yu Fan nodded in silence. The reality was indeed as such. However, his spirits soon lifted, for he believed that it would not be long before things changed. "What about the offers from other brands?" he inquired. "I was just about to mention that. Aside from Nike, Adidas has presented the highest bid, willing to extend a contract worth $11 million over 4 years. Albeit without signed sneakers, I believe Adidas could serve as a viable alternative. Should negotiations with Nike falter, we would have a safety net." Yu Fan nodded, expressing his satisfaction with Wang Bin's report. "As you know, Nike offers the most comprehensive conditions. No other brand can match such a high quotation, especially not domestically. However, there is one brand willing to provide you with signature sneakers, though I wouldn't highly recommend it," Wang Bin added promptly. "Which brand is it? Please tell me." Wang Bin picked up a folder, flipped through it for a moment, and extracted a piece of paper to present to Yu Fan. "Under Armour. This brand only ventured into the sneaker market 2 years ago, possessing a minimal market share and lacking in recognition. Furthermore, their offer stands at $8 million over 3 years, which hardly presents any advantage." Yu Fan had never heard of Under Armour, yet the prospect of them being willing to produce signature sneakers brought him some comfort. "Please share your thoughts. Which brand do you wish to select?" Noticing Yu Fan deep in contemplation, Wang Bin paused as well, understanding that such a critical decision warranted respect for Yu Fan's opinion. After a while, Yu Fan lifted his head and inquired slowly, "Do we have an offer from Zulijian?" Chapter 79, Daniel's Negotiation Philosophy. "Lucy, tidy this up and remove all these irrelevant items. Not a speck of dust must remain here. This sign must be prominently displayed." Daniel Taylor, dressed impeccably in a suit, stood in the conference room, gesturing towards the arrangements. He specifically emphasized the banner written in Chinese. "Welcome, Mr. Yu Fan. He is the head of the business department for Nike's basketball division, and today, he is here to meet an NBA rising star to discuss a sneaker contract." He surveyed the conference room several times, clearly dissatisfied with his assistant's efforts. The assistant, named Lucy, although criticized relentlessly, attempted to defend herself. "Daniel, this is freshly brewed latte coffee." Upon hearing this, Daniel Taylor's temper flared instantly. He took a deep breath, ready to unleash a torrent of complaints, but quickly calmed himself, speaking in a gentle tone. "Lucy, our guest today is of Chinese descent. He may not appreciate this, all right? Go immediately to Chinatown or wherever necessary and procure the finest tea available." The assistant appeared greatly aggrieved, on the verge of tears. Daniel Taylor, resembling a chastised child, placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and said softly, "Lucy, you must understand, every detail we attend to holds significant value. If our guest is pleased, we could potentially save a substantial amount of money, perhaps even millions of dollars. This is my negotiation philosophy, do you understand?" Daniel's lips slowly curled into a smile, a sense of pride swelling within him. However, the female assistant appeared unimpressed. She abruptly slapped Daniel Taylor's abdomen in irritation and coldly remarked, "That cup of coffee was meant for you, you fool." After her scolding, she stormed off towards the door, leaving Daniel Taylor in pursuit, calling out, "Hey, darling, I was wrong. I'll fetch you some damn tea." Lucy's figure vanished at the threshold. Just as Daniel reached the doorway, he encountered a slender Asian man entering. Though not particularly tall, his eyes sparkled with sharp intelligence, exuding an astute aura. "Hey, Daniel." It seems Lucy is rather displeased. "Not at all. She has always had quite the temper. By the way, Evan, why have you only just arrived? The meeting is about to commence, and we have yet to discuss anything." The man named Evan offered no reply, instead gracing the room with a faint smile as his gaze wandered about. He casually lifted the coffee cup from the table and began to savor its contents. Daniel Taylor's dissatisfaction grew. He began to voice his grievances. "Evan, as the president of the Asia region, you ought to pay heed to this significant business discussion, right? That fellow is also one of your countrymen, after all." Daniel's complaints elicited no reaction from Evan, who continued to relish his coffee. After a moment, he licked his lips, set down the cup, and remarked, "Next time, let Lucy add less sugar. It's too sweet. Daniel Taylor's frustration with his nonchalant demeanor intensified. Come on, man, we are negotiating a multi-million-dollar contract today. How can you be so at ease sipping coffee? I truly wonder what the headquarters is thinking. Evan seemed indifferent to Daniel's words, instead surveying the conference room. He ran his fingers along the conference table, eventually spotting an extravagant banner that made him chuckle. Daniel, you may not fully grasp our Chinese perspective. He gestured around the room and continued, this arrangement, in our terms, is merely superficial. Evan pointed specifically at the ostentatious banner. Su-tu-bie now. Daniel mimicked the pronunciation of the phrase with his peculiar intonation. Evan nodded, adding, in the language of you Americans, it translates to insincerity, hypocrisy. At this revelation, Daniel Taylor understood, nodding in realization. Yet, a new wave of confusion washed over him as he looked back at Evan. Why? This is our way of showing respect. What is wrong with that? Evan scoffed disdainfully, shaking his head slightly. Communication with this foreigner proved to be quite challenging. Let me be candid with you. What we, the Chinese, value most is tangible benefits. Engaging in frivolous discussions serves no purpose. At this moment, Evan's expression suddenly turned grave as he cast a glance at Daniel Taylor. Furthermore, I advise you to present your most sincere offer from the outset. In my estimation, that individual is likely to become a marquee star in the league. If we continue to dither over the contract amount, the potential losses could be incalculable. Daniel Taylor was taken aback, unable to fathom that such words would emerge from the mouth of the president of the Asia-Pacific region, especially since he had always perceived Evan as skeptical of the prospects of Asian players. Wow, what am I hearing? Evan, how could you speak favorably of Asian players? This is so unlike you. Evan disdainfully turned away, gazing out the window as he stated, I have always spoken solely for money. Daniel Taylor raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, the video phone in the conference room rang. Taylor, he has arrived. Evan, standing by the window, was the first to react. He hurriedly turned around and rushed towards the door, shouting at Daniel, damn it, we should go downstairs to greet him. Daniel followed closely behind, puzzled. Did you not say that you, the Chinese, do not value such trivial matters? Damn it, not valuing something does not mean it is unnecessary. By the time they reached the ground floor, Yu Fan and Wang Bin were already at the elevator entrance. Daniel and Evan guided them through the designated V corridor directly to the conference room on the 18th floor. A level Daniel had specifically chosen because he had heard that this number holds special significance for the Chinese. As the elevator doors opened, Evan suddenly felt utterly speechless upon realizing the significance of the number 18. Damn it, what have you been learning? Fortunately, Yu Fan was entirely unconcerned with such matters. He was not here to admire interior design or engage in cultural exchanges. He was here for money. 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 Once everyone was seated, before Yu Fan could speak, Daniel Taylor immediately posed his most pressing question. So, Mr. Yu Fan, what is the offer you anticipate? Chapter 80. I want a lifetime contract. I demand a lifetime contract. Yu Fan stated with unwavering certainty. Upon hearing these words, Daniel Taylor and Evan's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving them momentarily frozen in their seats, devoid of any reaction. After a brief pause, Daniel Taylor and Evan exchanged glances before redirecting their focus back to Yu Fan. Daniel Taylor took a deep breath, his mouth agape, poised to speak. Yet he promptly closed it again, repeating this several times. Finally, he mustered the resolve to articulate his thoughts. Mr. Yu, are you dissatisfied with the contract offer we have presented? Daniel Taylor suspected that Yu Fan was jesting with him, perhaps because his offer fell significantly below Yu Fan's expectations, leading him to believe he was being teased. If you are unhappy with this contract's terms, we can certainly continue the discussion. There is no need for such jesting. It was not surprising for Daniel Taylor to harbor such thoughts, for in the North American sports realm, the number of players awarded lifetime contracts is exceedingly rare. In the sphere of the NBA, only Michael Jordan and Allen Iverson have secured such contracts. Allen Iverson signed a lifetime deal with Reebok in 2000, attributed in part to his personal charisma, but primarily because Reebok's market share in basketball was relatively small, and their offer was significantly lower than Nike's. Thus, in practical terms, the only player in the basketball world to possess a lucrative lifetime contract is Michael Jordan. Who is Michael Jordan? He is universally recognized as the greatest player in NBA history. His influence both on and off the court has transcended the North American sports landscape, achieving global renown. Therefore, Yu Fan's proposition to sign a lifetime contract with Nike is nothing short of a fantastical notion. Yu Fan is currently just a novice in the league. Although he has exhibited some remarkable performances, he is far from reaching the caliber of Michael Jordan, and he does not even match the fame of his teammate Kobe. The aspiration for a lifetime contract is, in essence, a fanciful dream. However, Daniel Taylor did not react with indignation. Instead, he responded to Yu Fan's inquiry with utmost courtesy. He could indeed comprehend why Yu Fan would voice such a request, having observed countless NBA players who possess an extraordinary level of confidence and pride. They do not perceive themselves as inferior to others, and they are all imbued with an unwavering belief in their futures. Yu Fan had long anticipated such a reaction from his counterpart. Rather than directly addressing Daniel Taylor's inquiry, he smiled and replied, "Sir, you may have misunderstood. I am not referring to the present. The future is equally implausible." Immediately, the thought crossed Daniel Taylor's mind, yet he refrained from articulating it. He felt as though he were perched upon a bed of nails, awkwardly biting his lip. After his eyes darted around for a moment, he finally mustered the politeness to speak. "Mr. Yu, you may have misunderstood. Our company has no precedent for lifetime contracts. Michael Jordan, is he not? He must be the epitome of a lifetime contract," Yu Fan countered. Daniel Taylor gasped, his mind racing with the thought, "Can you not discern the implication behind my words?" He quickly realized that, although the conditions proposed were utterly preposterous and entirely unattainable, the purpose of this meeting was commercial collaboration, not a battle of wits. Thus, he maintained the utmost decorum. Daniel Taylor forced a faint smile and remarked, "But he is Michael Jordan." He chose not to continue, fully aware that further discussion would venture into territory the other party would prefer to avoid. Everything remained firmly within Yu Fan's control, and Nike's response unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Yu Fan nodded gently in agreement with Daniel Taylor's words, then lifted the cup of tea from the table and took a delicate sip. "This tea is delightful. It carries the essence of my hometown." Daniel rubbed his hands together, offering an awkward smile in response. Yu Fan set down his teacup, his expression turning serious as he addressed Daniel Taylor once more. "I am willing to sign this contract with you, but I have two requests. Mr. Yu, please go ahead." Yu Fan rose from his seat, extending a finger as he stated, "Firstly, I shall only sign this contract for 1 year." Upon finishing his declaration, Yu Fan turned to Daniel Taylor, awaiting his response. Daniel Taylor's expression grew increasingly complex, for if Yu Fan were to commit to merely a 1-year contract, it would be detrimental to their commercial interests. For a player like Yu Fan, who had only just begun to emerge, a long-term contract would inherently possess investment potential. Should Yu Fan experience rapid development, the subsequent years of the contract would yield exceptional value. Conversely, if he were to sign for just 1 year, they would forfeit the benefits of his future growth. A refusal of this initial term could jeopardize the continuation of their dialogue. Momentarily uncertain, Daniel Taylor shifted his gaze to Evan, who sat nearby, silently imploring him for guidance. Evan subtly nodded and offered a knowing glance, prompting Daniel Taylor to comprehend, acquiesce to his request. Thus, Daniel Taylor nodded back at Yu Fan, conceding to his demand. "And what of the second point, sir?" Yu Fan placed his hands in his pockets and strolled a few steps within the conference room, then turned to Daniel Taylor with a grave expression. "For the second offer, I demand a lifetime contract." As soon as these words escaped his lips, they reverberated through the minds of all present like thunder on a clear day, particularly impacting Daniel Taylor. He had already conveyed his thoughts to Yu Fan in a straightforward manner, yet Yu Fan audaciously reiterated this rather impertinent request. Daniel Taylor, visibly agitated, shook his head in discontent. "Sir," he said, his tone sharp, "I must earnestly inform you that we cannot offer you a lifetime contract." Yu Fan could discern the anger in Daniel Taylor's words. Anyone would find them to be rather boastful. However, he did not take it to heart, and, with a light-hearted smile, replied, "Hold on. There's no need to rush to refuse. In business collaboration, it's all about negotiation. What I desire is a lifelong contract. And now it's your turn to present your terms." Daniel Taylor pondered the implications of Yu Fan's statement and suddenly realized that the other party was not jesting but was earnestly discussing the potential of this matter. A tumult of emotions surged within him. He was astounded that Yu Fan truly considered himself comparable to Michael Jordan. Daniel Taylor was completely taken aback by Yu Fan's audacity. He reflected on the various forms of arrogance he had encountered, but never had he met someone like Yu Fan, who, in his rookie year, dared to draw parallels with Michael Jordan. This was utterly incomprehensible. A wave of disdain welled up within Daniel Taylor, and he resolved to teach this young man a lesson. He could not allow such an affront to his idol to continue. Unless you can secure 3 MVP trophies this season, akin to Michael Jordan, Daniel Taylor's words were, in fact, an expression of frustration directed at you fan. The 3 MVPs he referred to were for the regular season, the All-Star Game, and the Finals. Achieving these 3 MVPs was no small feat. The regular season MVP signifies you are a superstar, the All-Star MVP denotes you are the star among stars, and the Finals MVP indicates you have triumphed on the grandest stage against the fiercest opponents, while you are the one who performed the best, let alone 3 MVPs. Even securing just one is an arduous task. Yet, to Daniel Taylor's astonishment, UFan immediately responded with a cheerful declaration, "It's settled then." Chapter 81. Who can stop him? On November 1st, within the studios of the TNT program inside the NBA, the commentary team consisting of Kenny Smith, Charles Barkley, and Shaquille O'Neal stood side by side in front of the massive screen, eagerly awaiting someone's arrival. Moments later, a middle-aged balding man dressed in an elegant suit emerged from the corridor behind the screen. "Hey, Ernie, how was your holiday? Wow, you look well-rested. I was wondering, what brings you back so soon?" Barkley and the others quickly surrounded him, exchanging greetings. This man was their former partner, Ernie Johnson. Ernie Johnson embraced the trio warmly and exclaimed, "Thank you, my friends. I heard significant events have been unfolding in the league, and I felt I must return promptly. Then what are we waiting for? Let us start recording the show right away." Barkley gestured broadly, leading everyone to the recording studio. After a brief setup, the gathering commenced with a lively discussion. Kenny Smith, feigning seriousness, addressed Ernie Johnson, declaring, "The individual we are to deliberate upon today has been honored as the Western Conference Player of the Month last month." "Indeed." Ernie Johnson nodded in agreement. Charles Barkley proceeded to elaborate. "This player averaged 15, 5 points, 12, 5 steals, 7, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 5 blocks last month." "Absolutely," Ernie Johnson affirmed once again. Shaquille O'Neal followed suit, stating, "This player propelled his team to a remarkable 12-game winning streak this month." "Ernie, do enlighten us as to who this player might be." Ernie Johnson adjusted his bow tie and replied earnestly, "This is no challenge for me. It is you fan." "Wow." Barkley and the others erupted in jubilant cheers, with O'Neal chuckling while playfully correcting Ernie Johnson's pronunciation, "You fan, you fan." After the merriment subsided, the atmosphere returned to calm, at which point Kenny Smith slowly began, "All right, let us delve into how this player accomplished such feats." Barkley and O'Neal turned their heads towards Ernie Johnson, signaling for him to take the lead. Ernie Johnson cleared his throat and said, "Although I have been on vacation for a while, I have been keenly observing UFan's performance. I have noted that his defensive prowess against ball handlers is nothing short of terrifying. Opponents find it nearly impossible to pass, and even their shooting attempts are severely disrupted. Elite ball handlers in the league have been thoroughly dominated by him. It is truly astounding." Charles Barkley interjected with a mischievous grin, "Ernie, we've heard so many compliments that our ears are nearly calloused. How about saying something different, my friend? Who can defeat you, fan? Who can overcome the Lakers?" Barkley's provocative questions were akin to detonating a bomb, as the Lakers were at the pinnacle of their prowess, bolstered not only by UFan, but also by Kobe and Howard. Should Ernie Johnson utter anything unfavorable towards the Lakers, his words would undoubtedly echo throughout the league. Barkley was deliberately leading Ernie Johnson into a precarious situation. Kenny Smith and O'Neal chuckled, relishing the moment as they observed Ernie Johnson. Realizing Barkley's intention, Ernie Johnson chuckled while covering his forehead, feeling a sense of exasperation. However, he quickly regained his composure and stated earnestly, "Well, my old friends, I understand that what I am about to say may offend many, but alas, this is our calling." He rose and approached the electronic screen, tapping it a few times with his finger before flipping to the NBA schedule, pointing to a specific date. "It's this day, December 7th, against the Oklahoma City Thunder." "Russell Westbrook?" Barkley inquired. "Indeed," Ernie Johnson affirmed with a firm nod. Kenny Smith, Barkley, and O'Neal exchanged glances, their expressions laden with uncertainty, unsure of whom to support. Ernie Johnson continued, "The Oklahoma City Thunder eliminated the Lakers in the playoffs last season, and they possess both KD and Russell Westbrook. I have no reason not to choose them. I trust in Russell Westbrook's athleticism, his fervor, his vitality. I believe he will undoubtedly pose significant challenges for UFan. If he cannot overcome UFan, I cannot conceive of any other point guard who could. Barkley and the others nodded in agreement, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the Lakers had embarked on their journey to the away game, and Ufan descended from the chartered plane alongside the team, officially arriving in Orlando. Tomorrow evening, they would face the Orlando Magic, the former team of Howard. In far-off Los Angeles, Mitch Kupchak and Jeannie Buss, the team owners, sat together in the conference room. "Well, Jim, I must admit, you've done quite well this time. The kid really is exceptional. His performance has far exceeded my expectations." Jeannie Buss nodded at Jim, unusually praising her brother. Jim, taken aback by his sister's unexpected kindness, felt a swell of emotion at the approval reflected in her gaze. For a long time, he had been perceived as the wayward son in her eyes, and now, because of Ufan, he had earned her recognition. Jim was aware that Ufan had been recruited by his brother Jesse and had no direct connection to him. With their relationship slightly thawing, Jim had no intention of shattering this newfound understanding. "Wow, Jeannie, thank you. But let us not forget, you played a part in this too. Remember, it was your final decision to keep him." Jim, grateful yet playful, recalled the moment of Ufan's trial, which Jeannie had decisively concluded with his retention. The atmosphere gradually lightened as they expressed their gratitude towards one another, and sitting nearby, Kupchak felt a sense of relief as well. "I say, you two siblings need not exchange so many words of thanks. Let us discuss matters of importance instead." Jenny and Jim exchanged a knowing glance, gently nodding in agreement. As Kupchak continued, "Undoubtedly, Ufan has now established himself as the third key player on the team, solidifying his position as the unwavering starting point guard. However, the team also boasts Blake and Steve Nash as options at the point guard position. I would like to hear your thoughts on whom we should retain." Chapter 82, The Fate of Steve Nash? Kupchak posed a rather pragmatic question. Ufan's astonishingly rapid development has taken everyone by surprise. He has now firmly established himself as the starting point guard for the Lakers. With two other point guards sitting on the bench, their presence seems somewhat redundant, especially since the team is striving for a championship this season and is under considerable salary cap constraints. The Lakers must continuously optimize and adjust their roster in accordance with the existing salary framework, which falls squarely within Kupchak's purview. Upon hearing the questions posed by Kupchak, Jeannie and Jim nodded in agreement. Jeannie Buss candidly stated, "Mitch, you are absolutely right. Ufan is undoubtedly our starting point guard. Regarding the backup position, I would like to hear your expert opinion." Kupchak cast a serious glance at Jim Buss and paused for a moment. He understood that Jeannie's inquiry was quite sensitive. Although she appeared to seek his insights, she was, in fact, probing his thoughts on Nash's utilization. The Lakers had invested significantly, 4 draft picks, a trade exception, and cash, to acquire Steve Nash, making any thought of relinquishing him seem ill-advised. Rushed acquisitions followed by hasty departures can render future recruitment increasingly challenging, as players may feel insecure in such an environment. Having just posed a question to Jeannie Buss, she swiftly returned the inquiry to him, leaving Kupchak at a loss for words. Nevertheless, since the owner had spoken, he felt compelled to respond. After a moment's hesitation, he finally articulated, "Blake is an excellent backup point guard. He possesses a comprehensive skill set, and I believe he is more than capable of fulfilling that role. Most importantly, his salary is just $3 million, a bargain we have no reason to forfeit." Kupchak deliberately avoided referencing Nash, intending to dissuade Jeannie from that angle as part of his strategy. Uncertain if Jeannie fully grasped his intent, she pressed further, "What about Steve Nash?" At that moment, Kupchak found himself at a loss for words. As a professional manager, he bore the dual responsibility of being accountable to the team while also safeguarding his own reputation. Any inconsistency in his stance regarding Nash could jeopardize the trust of future players. Kupchak hesitated, reluctant to speak. Unable to contain himself, Jim Buss interjected directly to his sister. "Jeannie, we intend to trade him." Jim's bluntness took Jeannie Buss aback. She had never anticipated that the team would consider trading a player acquired at such a high cost. After merely participating in 2 matches, the prospect of his departure looms once more. Jeannie Buss gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. She struggled to articulate her thoughts, ultimately choosing silence and succumbing to contemplation. The team's predicament mirrors that of Kupchak. It is imperative to cultivate a secure environment for recruited players. Although these matters may not be overtly apparent, any athlete considering a new team will undoubtedly weigh this aspect heavily. Having been involved in team management from a young age under her father's tutelage, Jeannie is acutely aware that such actions could irrevocably damage the trust between players and the organization. Should Steve Nash be traded away, the newly acquired players might find themselves engulfed in trepidation regarding their own standing, which would be detrimental to the unity of the team. Take Dwight Howard, for instance. His rapport with Kobe is far from harmonious, and any rift could complicate future contract negotiations significantly. These concerns flickered through Jeannie's mind like a slideshow, leaving her momentarily uncertain of her course of action. Observing his sister's hesitation, Jim Buss continued to advocate for the decision. With Steve's contract at $8 million, effectively utilizing this financial space could lead to substantial enhancements for the team. In pursuit of the championship, we have no reason not to proceed. He paused, gauging her reaction. Jeannie remained unresponsive to Jim's earlier assertions, yet when he invoked their father, tears glimmered in her eyes, and her final bastion of resolve began to waver. She lifted her gaze slightly, inhaled deeply, and declared with newfound determination, "Jim, I hope you are right. You fan and the players of the Los Angeles Lakers remain oblivious to the deliberations of their owners. They are currently preparing for a match against the Orlando Magic. The Magic is the former team of Dwight Howard, who was selected as the first overall pick in 2004. During his tenure there, Howard amassed numerous accolades, evolving into a superstar within the league. However, in the previous season, Howard opted to depart from the team he had been with for many years, opting instead to join the Los Angeles Lakers. Los Angeles, renowned as a vibrant entertainment metropolis and a major sports city, boasts a temperate climate year-round, making it an alluring environment for athletes. The combination of such a lifestyle and commercial landscape renders the decision to play for the Lakers entirely understandable. Yet, to the fans, this decision is perceived as an act of betrayal. They find it intolerable that a player they have supported for so long would abandon their city and forsake its devoted followers. You fans stood before the window of the hotel, observing the frenzied fans below, brandishing signs that insulted Howard, shaking his head in disbelief. It was utterly insane. If this was the atmosphere at the hotel, one could only imagine the scene at the stadium tomorrow. Before long, the doorbell rang, announcing the arrival of room service. Just as Yufan's stomach began to grumble, he prepared to indulge in a sumptuous meal when Sacre approached, bearing 2 bottles of wine. "It's a day of rest, surely. A little drink won't hurt?" Sacre raised an eyebrow, placing 1 bottle before Yufan. "All right, Robert, I shall join you for a drink." Yufan replied. "Did you see those fans downstairs? They are simply outrageous." He couldn't help but exclaim once more. Sacre, seemingly unfazed, casually remarked, "Brother, this is child's play. There are even more outrageous things yet to come." "More outrageous?" Yufan asked, astonished. "Of course." Sacre nodded with a mysterious smile, then gestured towards the meal cart before Yufan. "You'd best take a look. There may be surprises within." Yufan, filled with skepticism, opened the lid of the food cart, discovering a card tucked beneath the plate. He picked it up and read the bold inscription, "Fuck LA." Chapter 83, Do Not Be Afraid, For I Am Here. Yufan still underestimated the complexity of the situation. He misjudged the affection that the city of Orlando harbored for Howard, as well as the fans' ire towards him. In truth, the animosity between the Magic and the Lakers transcended Howard's arrival. It dated back to the 2009 to 2010 season when Kobe led the Lakers to triumph over the Magic, which Howard captained in the finals. This was yet another grievance, and the culmination of these 2 conflicts ignited the fans' collective outrage. As Yufan accompanied the team to the arena, the moment he stepped off the bus, he was enveloped in the privileges of being a teammate of Howard. The air was thick with expletives and derision, as fans unleashed their vitriol, with some fervent supporters even dousing the team's bus with beverages and snacks. Yufan hurriedly slipped into the gymnasium, eager to avoid any misdirected harm from enthusiastic fans. Upon entering the locker room, he sensed an unusual atmosphere enveloping the team. His teammates were preoccupied with organizing their gear, their faces bearing an unfamiliar solemnity. Even Howard, who typically reveled in jovial antics, wore no smile. Was this the manifestation of lingering grievances? Yufan shook his head dismissively, regarding the matter with indifference. He turned his gaze towards Kobe, who sat beside him, exhibiting no change in expression, remaining as inscrutable as ever. Yufan was well acquainted with such scenes, having witnessed them countless times. As the match was on the verge of commencing, the players prepared to make their way from the locker room to the court. At that moment, Kobe unexpectedly gathered everyone together, transforming into a fierce beast exuding an intimidating fury. He began to roar. The 20,000 outside wished to see us defeated. They longed to witness Dwight's shameful exit. We must not allow them to prevail. We must provide Dwight with our utmost support. We shall triumph in this match. With a serious countenance and an impassioned spirit, Kobe repeatedly encouraged his teammates to secure victory. Fan, like everyone else, is aware that Kobe's actions are intended to support Howard. As the leader of the Lakers, it is his duty to stand by his teammates. This is an integral aspect of his leadership responsibilities. Fan observed as Howard's gaze towards Kobe softened, a revelation he had never encountered before. With that, Kobe raised his right hand high, and his teammates eagerly joined in. Go Lakers! Go Lakers! After a few spirited cheers, Kobe led the team out of the locker room. The Orlando Magic, having parted ways with Howard last season, embarked on a path of reconstruction. On paper, the disparity in strength between the Magic and the Lakers was glaring. The Lakers were contenders for the championship, while the Magic aimed for a lottery pick. Typically, a team of such caliber would not attract much attention. However, with the media sensationalizing the rivalry between the two teams, this matchup naturally became a focal point across the nation. The human tendency to revel in drama transcends borders, and spectators were eager to witness Howard's reception upon returning to his former team. Many hoped for a Lakers defeat, and if Howard were to shed tears, it would be even more delightful. As warm-ups concluded, the game was set to commence. The arena was packed with fans, all fervently chanting Howard's name, prefaced by a profanity that began with an F. This was the second time Fan had experienced such fervent fan engagement. The first was in London, facing British fans. That moment had also left him astounded, yet when compared to the fervor of the Magic supporters, it seemed rather trivial. After all, the passion for basketball in Britain pales in comparison to the fervent loyalty of American City fans, particularly in terms of intensity. Fan occasionally cast furtive glances at Howard, and he could distinctly perceive the subtle transformation in Howard's expression. After spending considerable time together, Fan had discerned that Howard was, at his core, an optimistic individual. He frequently wore a smile, and despite having experienced friction with Fan on the court, he had never sought to retaliate in private. This aspect of Howard truly took Fan by surprise. Yet now, this jovial young man could no longer muster a smile. His face was etched with embarrassment. His lips pressed tightly together as he remained silent, observing those around him. Moreover, to Fan, Howard's body language appeared exceedingly rigid, devoid of his usual relaxed demeanor. It was as if the word nervous was inscribed upon his face. As Fan gazed at Howard, a pang of sympathy welled within him. He yearned to approach and offer a few comforting words, yet, constrained by pride, he remained rooted in place. Just as Fan hesitated, Kobe stepped up beside Howard. Having discerned the tension emanating from him, with a warm smile, Kobe extended his hands to massage Howard's shoulders, attempting to coax him into relaxation. However, Howard seemed unable to ease his nerves, merely responding with a tentative smile. A piercing sound echoed through the arena, shattering the gloom that had settled over everyone. The game was about to commence. At the referee's whistle, Howard and the opposing center, Nikola Vucevic, leapt into the air at the center circle to contest the tip-off. Vucevic, robust in build and not particularly known for his leaping ability, surprisingly managed to direct the ball towards his teammate, Afflalo, who was sprinting across the court. Afflalo had already anticipated the trajectory of the ball, and as he reached an open position beyond the three-point line, it landed seamlessly in his hands. Without the slightest hesitation, he elevated his shot, a clean and decisive three-pointer that sailed effortlessly through the hoop. 3 points scored, 3-0. Afflalo's achievement instantly ignited the crowd, sending the fans into a fervor of ecstatic cheers. Fan followed closely beside his defender, Jamil Nelson, acutely aware that the thunderous atmosphere threatened to rupture his eardrums. Leaving his mind in a haze, it was evident that Howard's condition was likely even more dire than his own. As the possession shifted, the Lakers swiftly executed a baseline play. Fan promptly advanced the ball to the frontcourt and passed it to Kobe. Fan understood that at this moment, only swift scoring could silence the taunts of the Magic fans, and Kobe was undoubtedly the ideal choice. With a steely expression, Kobe received the ball, and without a moment's hesitation, he took a step beyond the three-point line and launched a fierce jump shot over Afflalo. The ball seemed to obey Kobe's fervent command, obediently swishing through the net. Swish, 3-3. In an instant, the raucous cheers of the fans faded into a hushed silence. Kobe ferociously placed his right index finger to his lips, surveying the surrounding fans with the intensity of a formidable deity. He approached Howard and gave him a vigorous high five, exuding an air of invincibility as he declared, "Fear not, for I am here." Chapter 84. Let us not forget, I am still in the game. However, Kobe's scoring did not entirely extinguish the vitriol of the Magic fans. Shortly thereafter, Nikola Vucevic scored 2 points right over Howard, igniting another wave of fervor among the spectators. UFan observed that Vucevic merely employed a rather commonplace low-post maneuver, yet Howard failed to match his rhythm. He was still too tense, to the extent that his entire body was rigid, lacking any semblance of competitive spirit. UFan felt an inner turmoil, yearning to alleviate some of Howard's burdens. However, the player he was tasked with defending, Jameer Nelson, was not one to linger on the ball. His role was merely to advance the ball past half-court before relinquishing it to the interior players. In such scenarios, no matter how formidable UFan's defensive prowess, it would prove largely ineffectual, like a punch striking a pile of cotton, power rendered useless. "Dwight, unleash your potential," Kobe shouted from beyond the three-point line, before lofting the ball high towards Howard in the paint. After several minutes of relentless back-and-forth running, Howard was drenched in sweat, his forehead glistening. This was the prime state expected during a match. Yet, upon receiving the ball, Howard's movements appeared markedly rigid. He attempted to back down his defender twice, but Vucevic remained steadfast, unyielding in his position. UFan thought to himself, "This is troublesome." The fans on the sidelines had also noticed Howard's unusual behavior, and they exerted all their strength to shout and disrupt Howard's scoring attempts. Some even stood up in their seats, wildly waving their arms and legs. "Dwight, you're trash. Dwight, you're pathetic." Whether it was the fans' interference or Howard's own mental struggles, after a few attempts, his shot was effortlessly blocked by Vucevic. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, the entire arena nearly shaking under the weight of their roars. Upon witnessing the rejection, Howard seemed deflated, like a punctured ball, his head drooping as if he wished to disappear into the ground. The Magic secured the rebound and initiated a fast break. UFan lingered just beyond the three-point line, prepared to provide support as soon as he observed Howard's troubling state. Sure enough, the basketball bounced directly into the hands of Aflalo beyond the arc, who immediately launched a counterattack. UFan reacted instinctively and pursued him. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed another Magic player, not very tall, caught between two defenders, rendering him quite vulnerable. In an NBA fast break with a 2-on-1 situation, the likelihood of scoring is nearly 100%. Yet UFan was unwilling to concede. Now was the perfect moment for retaliation. He resolved to defend steadfastly. As UFan quietly contemplated the unfolding situation, he assessed the dynamics on the court. The player before him, Aflalo, possessed a physique comparable to his own. However, his physical prowess was markedly inferior. UFan was confident that should Aflalo attempt to force a layup in his presence, he could easily swat the ball away. Yet, if Aflalo chose to pass the ball to a teammate behind him during the layup, UFan would find himself at a disadvantage. After a swift evaluation of these factors, UFan made his final decision. While trailing Aflalo, he deliberately took a step back, positioning himself closer to the defender behind him. This maneuver rendered it significantly more challenging for Aflalo to make a pass to his teammates, thereby diminishing the offensive threat considerably. However, this approach presented a notable dilemma. The distance between UFan and Aflalo increased. Yet, UFan remained unfazed, confident that even if he allowed Aflalo a step of freedom, he could still successfully defend against him. This was not mere blind confidence, but rather a profound understanding of his own physical capabilities. To the untrained eye, UFan's defensive strategy might have appeared as a gamble between two poisons. However, his teammates, well acquainted with his methods, recognized it as a customary tactic. Aflalo, with swift and powerful strides, surged toward the basket, instantly drawing the attention of every spectator in the arena to the confrontation between him and UFan. The teammates of UFan behind him gazed with eager anticipation, all hoping he would successfully defend against the impending shot. Kobe observed UFan's figure, silently urging him, "Rookie, show Orlando a thing or two." Howard bit his lip, refraining from uttering a sound. Aflalo, with the ball in hand, surged towards the basket, having arrived at the optimal point for a layup. The moment he initiated the fast break, he had already spotted UFan. As the saying goes, a master reveals their skill with a single move. As UFan moved across the court for just a few rounds, His opponent could easily discern his physical prowess. Aberdaro, naturally, recognized that Yufan's speed and explosiveness far surpassed his own. Attempting a forceful layup in this scenario would likely culminate in failure. However, it was evident that Yufan had intentionally left only one avenue open for this fast break. Aberdaro was left with no choice but to attempt the layup himself. A pass would almost certainly result in a turnover. Damn it, I refuse to be intimidated. We are all NBA players. Who fears whom? Aberdaro encouraged himself inwardly. Casting a glance at the space Yufan had vacated, a fierce determination surged within him as he gritted his teeth and propelled himself into the air. The spectators and players from both teams lifted their necks in anticipation as he leaped. In his mind, Yufan silently calculated the distance between himself and his opponent. The moment he observed Afu Lalu leaping into the air, Yufan, akin to a thunderclap in a serene sky, sprang into the air. His right hand was elevated high. Fingers splayed wide as he aimed to swat the ball beneath him. Just as Afu Lalu flicked the ball from his fingertips, an overwhelming sense of regret washed over him. The ball had yet to reach its apex when Yufan seized it effortlessly, the entire act executed with grace. Witnessing Yufan's athletic prowess, Afu Lalu felt a pang of frustration. What a clever lad, he thought, deceiving me. Initially, he believed Yufan was allowing him an opportunity to score, only to realize it was an elaborate trap. This was no mere concession, it was a clear ruse. Afu Lalu's heart sank, feeling an immense sense of humiliation. However, before he could dwell on his misfortune, Yufan was already sprinting towards the front court with the ball in hand, leaving Afu Lalu no choice but to wipe away his tears and give chase. The spectators gasped in awe at Yufan's spectacular block, and a hushed silence enveloped the arena. Yufan's slam dunk is truly magnificent. He leapt later than Abdurrahim, yet his speed surpassed that of Abdurrahim by a considerable margin. This strikingly contrasting display of athleticism is perceptible even from the lofty heights of a 100-foot grandstand. As Yufan advanced the ball to the front court, he felt akin to a victorious warrior who had vanquished his foes, swelling with pride. He straightened his chest and addressed Kobe and Howard, reminding them, "Do not forget. I am here too." A warm sentiment unexpectedly blossomed among the Lakers players. Even the usually aloof Kobe wore a subtle smile at the corners of his mouth. In Chapter 85, The Return of the Beast, attack, attack, attack. With Kobe spearheading the offense and Yufan anchoring the defense, Howard gradually felt a surge of confidence. His nostrils flared as a sense of bravado surged within him. With an assertive gesture, he positioned himself in the paint. The ball found its way into his hands, and with unyielding determination, Howard forcefully displaced Vucevic behind him. He leaped from the ground, soaring upward to emphatically slam the ball into the basket. The force of the shot was monumental, akin to a heavy weight crashing down. Upon landing, Howard tensed his body and let out a thunderous roar, releasing the pent-up frustration within him. The ebb and flow of the game revealed itself. As the Lakers' momentum grew, the magic began to languish. With the score widening, the once boisterous arena gradually fell into a hushed stillness. Before the third quarter concluded, the score had escalated to 96-70, with the Lakers boasting a 26-point lead. Mike Brown glanced at the game clock, noting there were 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining in the third quarter. He decisively rose and turned to the referee to call for a timeout. "Excellent performance. Truly remarkable. Dwight, you are playing splendidly. 25 points and 20 rebounds. This is the Howard I know." Mike Brown did not hold back in his praises, endeavoring to commend each player. For this past month had been profoundly gratifying for him. With the team achieving consecutive victories, he, as head coach, experienced an unusual ease in winning the games, leaving him with a sense of unaccustomed idleness. It seems to reflect a sense of inadequacy. As the timeout drew to a close, Mike Brown waved his hand to substitute Saker, signaling the official onset of garbage time in the match. Time spent on the bench always passes swiftly, and before long, the game came to an abrupt conclusion. This highly anticipated clash, which had captured the nation's attention, ended rather hastily. The Lakers did not linger in Orlando. As this was merely the first leg of their arduous 9-game road trip, they were soon to head to their next destination, where the Houston Rockets awaited. Since Yao Ming's retirement, the Houston Rockets have embarked on a comprehensive rebuilding phase. They acquired the emerging star James Harden from the Thunder, a shrewd move that serves as a stinging rebuke to the Thunder's management. They also signed the Asian sensation Jeremy Lin, who who had made waves in New York with his remarkable performances. Under the leadership of Harden and Lin, the current Rockets have transformed into a formidable offensive powerhouse. In their last encounter with the Rockets, Fan came off the bench to defend against Lin. This time, however, he was set to face James Harden. Last season, Harden started as a sixth man for the Thunder, averaging 16 points alongside Durant and Westbrook. After being traded to the Rockets this season, he was established as the team's unequivocal centerpiece, with his average points skyrocketing to 25 since the season commenced. In terms of growth, Harden is not far behind Fan. He is rapidly evolving into a prototype of a generational superstar, which excites Fan immensely. The stronger you are, the more exhilarated I become. When the team arrived in Houston, it was already past 1 a.m. The hotel had been pre-arranged by the staff, and Fan dragged his luggage inside, collapsing onto the bed in exhaustion. Upon awakening the next day, he discovered it was already 1 p.m., having developed a habit of additional practice on his rest days. He is acutely aware of both his strengths and weaknesses. While his defensive skills have reached a satisfactory level, his offensive game still requires significant improvement. Currently, he relies on cutting to the basket and fast breaks for scoring. His mid-range shooting and ball-handling drives lack confidence, and the team's offensive dynamics do not permit him to take frequent shots. Thus, he intends to seize every opportunity to enhance his offensive repertoire. After hastily consuming lunch, Fan made his way to the hotel gym, where he once again spotted Kobe. As was customary, Kobe was drenched in sweat. He consistently arrived earlier than Fan anticipated. Despite Fan's attempts to arrive ahead of schedule to outpace him, Kobe seemed to read his intentions effortlessly. Having already completed a round of practice by the time Fan arrived, Fan stepped onto the treadmill, initiating his warm-up for today's training session. After 20 minutes had elapsed, he completed his warm-up and was poised to commence his strength training when, unexpectedly, Kobe approached. He was drenched in sweat, clutching 2 bottles of water, and tossed one into Fan's embrace. "Rookie, are you planning to train like this indefinitely? Has your trainer informed you that this approach yields no results?" Kobe remarked, gesturing towards the barbell beneath Fan's feet. Fan was astonished by Kobe's demeanor, and even more so by the substance of his words. Never before had Kobe approached him so proactively to engage in conversation. Today marked an unprecedented occasion. Yet the content of Kobe's discourse left Fan perplexed. The squat was a fundamental strength training exercise he performed regularly, and he felt no sense of impropriety. "Kobe, what do you mean? I don't quite understand." Kobe shook his head slightly and, unable to comprehend, replied, "Do you not have a trainer?" "No," Fan answered decisively. "Well, that's not surprising," Kobe remarked as he kicked the barbell at Fan's feet, then turned earnestly to him. "I've seen you in the gym numerous times. You consistently engage in extensive foundational strength training, yet none of it is targeted effectively." "Not targeted effectively?" Fan blinked in confusion. Kobe continued, "It seems you truly ought to hire a trainer. Never mind. Today, I shall be your free trainer." With that, he picked up a dumbbell from the nearby rack, demonstrating the movements as he spoke. "As basketball players, we do not aim to maximize every ounce of strength in our bodies, but rather to train the specific areas that we can utilize effectively. Practicing a multitude of movements daily, which are of little relevance to actual competition, holds little significance. Watch closely, observe my movements, and replicate them with me." Fan also picked up a dumbbell, mimicking Kobe with great enthusiasm. Kobe was not only a demanding teammate, but also an exceptionally rigorous trainer. Under his guidance, Fan executed each training move with remarkable precision, which left him feeling immensely rewarded, as though he had unlocked a new realm of possibilities. 2 hours later, Fan and Kobe concluded their session, drenched in sweat. Upon returning to the hotel, Fan found himself increasingly elated, suddenly perceiving the Houston steak as exquisitely delicious. Just as he was savoring this thought, his phone buzzed with 2 messages. "Bro, tonight at 8, I'm taking you to the best nightclub here to unwind. Bring Kobe if he is willing to come." The sender was identified as James Harden. "Fan, I've prepared dinner at my place tonight at 8. Looking forward to your arrival." This message was from Jeremy Lin. Fan was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation, but he quickly regained his composure. A deception. Chapter 86. The unyielding justice of Harden. Triumphing over the Rockets and Pelicans. A conspiracy, indeed, a conspiracy. What is their intent? Do they seek to undermine me? Fan was momentarily at a loss for words, perplexed by how Harden had discerned his vulnerabilities. Moreover, The fact that he had been invited alongside Jeremy Lin at precisely 8 o'clock in the evening surely hinted at some ulterior motive. After a moment of contemplation, Yufan decided against going anywhere. It was an away game, and he deemed it prudent to maintain a low profile. Soon, the day of the match arrived, and you arrived at the Toyota Center, home of the Houston Rockets, 2 hours ahead of schedule. At that time, the arena was devoid of fans, with only a smattering of staff and media personnel present. As Yufan stepped into the arena, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. Although he had never set foot in this place before, it was the very ground where Yao Ming had toiled for 8 years. Throughout those years, Yufan, like all fervent fans of Chinese basketball, had been deeply enchanted by this venue. Now, with Yao Ming gone, the atmosphere had irrevocably changed. Yet for the fans of the nation, this place remained an indelible part of their hearts. As time passed, the crowd swelled, with spectators gradually filling the stands. Just after Yufan sank a three-pointer, he felt a gentle tap on his back. Oh, it was you, Jeremy Lin. As Yufan turned his head, he beheld Jeremy Lin, who gazed at him with a warm smile. Jeremy extended his hand, and Yufan grasped it, followed by a gentle embrace. I hope you don't mind if I call you Jeremy. Yufan politely inquired about the matter, aware that Jeremy Lin's English name was Jimmy. It doesn't matter. You may call me by either my Chinese or English name. Jeremy Lin remained unfazed by this, instead bringing up the invitation he had extended the previous day to dine at his home. Yesterday, my mother and I prepared a sumptuous dinner in anticipation of your arrival, only to be met with your decline. Jeremy Lin's countenance was strikingly handsome, and his smile radiated warmth, evoking a sense of sincerity. Thus, Yufan chose to abandon any pretense. To be honest, Shaheo, have you perhaps made arrangements with James Harden? This must be part of your plan, is it not? As Yufan's words fell into silence, a flush crept across Jeremy Lin's face, and he offered an awkward smile, choosing not to respond. The answer was self-evident, and Yufan refrained from pressing the matter further. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, they each returned to prepare for the impending match. Consider this a debt owed. Next time you find yourself in Los Angeles, the treat is on me. Jeremy Lin understood immediately, smiling in appreciation, and with a brief farewell, he turned to depart. Following Lin's exit, James Harden approached Yufan to extend his greetings. However, upon being called out by Yufan, Harden rolled his eyes dramatically, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he took his leave. The game commenced shortly thereafter. Although the Houston Rockets displayed some offensive prowess with their current roster, their defensive performance left much to be desired. In particular, their center, Asik, was no match for Howard, lacking both strength and speed. Howard dominated the court, amassing 15 points and 12 rebounds before halftime had even concluded. In contrast, Yufan was tasked with guarding James Harden, limiting him to a mere 5 points in the same time frame, having incurred only 2 fouls in the process. Each time their eyes met, Yufan could sense Harden's dissatisfaction, the latter visibly bristling with frustration. I'm not being too rough, am I? Yufan swiftly reflected on his mistakes and immediately blocked Harden's shot. Harden slumped to the ground, his nostrils flaring as he exhaled hot air, as if deeply aggrieved. Without a hint of turbulence, the Lakers established an 18-point lead by halftime. As the game progressed into the third quarter and the lead swelled to 30 points, Mikhail shook his head and waved Harden off the court. The Rockets conceded defeat. They were merely a recently restructured team, their ambitions not yet as fervent as those of the Lakers. For the Lakers, who were embarking on a lengthy road trip, conserving energy for the upcoming matches was paramount, prompting Mike Brown to withdraw his starters as well. With little time for adjustment during the road trip, the team's immediate priority was to arrive at the next city and recuperate for the ensuing game. Their forthcoming adversary was the New Orleans Pelicans, marking the Lakers' first back-to-back matchup of the new season. By the time the team reached New Orleans, it was already past midnight, leaving scant time for rest before their next game at 7 p.m. This hurried preparation made Yufan acutely aware of the rigors of back-to-back games on the road. Damn, my arms hurt, my legs ache, I feel sore all over. Goodness, we have to play tonight. Ron, I'm not faring any better than you. My back feels a bit sore too. Howard entered the locker room, patting Arteist on the shoulder, joining in the lamentations. Dwight, are you joking? You're only 27 years old, Arteist said, lacing up his shoes while addressing Howard. Howard shrugged helplessly, replying, There's nothing I can do. My back is just recovering from surgery, and it may not be fully adjusted yet. Injuries are a common occurrence in the league. Arteist nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The locker room echoed with lamentations about the fatigue of back-to-back games, while Yu Fan sat quietly preparing for the match. Though younger than many present, he too felt a degree of mental fatigue despite not experiencing significant physical soreness. "Robert, let us go. It's time for pre-game warm-ups." Saker sat in a chair at the front of the locker room, eyes closed, reluctant to move. "Hey, wait a minute. Let me rest a bit longer. I have recently noticed that my playing time seems to be increasing. The match is about to commence, and our opponents, the New Orleans Pelicans, are a youthful squad, freshly acquiring Anthony Davis and currently undergoing a rebuilding phase. With the combined efforts of Kobe, Howard, and Yu Fan, the Pelicans could not withstand for long. By the end of the third quarter, the score had widened significantly. Mike Brown, seated on the sidelines, fixated on the timer, calculated that as soon as the team scored 2 more points, he would immediately call a timeout to withdraw the starters. The ball found its way into Howard's hands in the paint, where he faced the defense of Robin Lopez, laboring to establish position for a low-post move. The current Howard, in stark contrast to the beginning of the season, exhibited a renewed spirit. He no longer fixated on vying for possession with Kobe, but instead dedicated his efforts to aiding the team in achieving victory. In the atmosphere of triumph, accolades flowed generously from all, filling Howard with immense joy. And this sense of validation compelled him to exert even greater effort. Before Howard, Lopez stood virtually defenseless. With each engagement, Lopez's body recoiled helplessly. Throughout the 3 quarters, he had been dominated by Howard, leaving him with a bitter taste of frustration. After all, even a clay figurine has its limits. Unable to endure any longer, as Howard forcefully pushed him aside and prepared to dunk, Lopez, in a fit of anger, yanked Howard down to the floor and strode away without a backward glance. The referee, without hesitation, signaled a flagrant foul. Witnessing Howard sprawled on the ground, clutching his back in agony, Mike Brown's pupils dilated and his mind erupted with panic. This cannot be happening. Chapter 87. The Beast Falls, Confronting a Strong Foe. Is it merely back tension? Mike Brown, having received the doctor's diagnosis report, inquired with confusion. "Is this correct?" "Indeed, sir, it's just back tension. There's nothing serious," the doctor replied. "After a 2-week rest, or at most a month, he will naturally recover." Mike Brown, in disbelief, recalled the sight of Howard weeping on the ground. He felt certain that it couldn't be so trivial. "Doctor, are you sure?" He appeared to be in excruciating pain when he fell. The doctor, clad in a white coat, maintained a relaxed demeanor, nodding affirmatively. "Yes, coach. If someone were to slam you down like that, you would feel immense pain as well, believe me." Mike Brown was momentarily rendered speechless. He glanced once more at the report in his hands before exiting the doctor's office. The tension in his back was palpable. A month-long absence was undoubtedly disheartening news for both Mike Brown and the Lakers. However, it was a small consolation that Howard had not sustained a more severe injury. A silver lining amidst the misfortune. It is worth noting that Howard had just recovered from back surgery over the summer, and any significant setback now would transcend mere rest for a month. As he prepared to visit Howard's hospital room, Mike Brown's phone rang. "Mike, how is Dwight?" Upon recognizing the voice of General Manager Mitch Kupchak, he felt an urgency to respond swiftly. "Mitch, he's fine. It's not too serious." "What do you mean, fine? Tell me exactly what's going on." Kupchak's tone reflected a heightened level of concern, more intense than Brown's own. After Mike Brown relayed the details of Howard's injury, Kupchak let out a deep sigh, turning to Mike with a grave expression. "Mike, this is a significant problem." Howard's injury cast a shadow over the entire Lakers team. Just as they had begun to hit their stride, Howard's fall was a devastating blow. He was the unequivocal cornerstone of the Lakers' interior defense. Without him, their defensive structure would undoubtedly falter. Yet, there was no time for Mike Brown and the Lakers to dwell on these thoughts. They were en route to their next away game in Oklahoma. The Thunder had successfully reached the finals the previous season, only to be defeated by the Miami Heat, who boasted the formidable trio of LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh. Nevertheless, the Thunder's overall strength and talent were evident. Presently, they ranked just behind the Lakers in the Western Conference, making them the Lakers' most formidable adversary to date. Howard's injury did not diminish the significance placed on this upcoming game by fans and media alike. Inside the TNT studio, a special program was being recorded to hype the match. Who will emerge victorious tonight? Will it be Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook, or Kobe Bryant and that incredible player? The question was posed by Kenny Smith, who turned to his companions, Barkley and O'Neal, both of whom were legendary players in their own right. Barkley picked up a pen from the table and scribbled for a moment before seizing a small whiteboard, densely covered with English letters. Pointing to the top, he began. Without a doubt, it's the Thunder. He pointed at the drawing board, casting a glance across all the cameras in the studio, and declared with unwavering conviction. I can assure you, everything I state is factual, not mere fabrication. Firstly, in terms of lineup, the Lakers have just lost Howard, who will undoubtedly be absent from the next match, while the Thunder are in perfect health. Thus, the Thunder shall prevail. Barkley then raised a second point. But just as he was about to speak, O'Neal shook his head and interrupted him. No, Charles. Do you truly believe that Kobe and Buffon are inferior to KD and Russell? Barkley gaped, wishing to uphold his argument. Yet he quickly realized that doing so would mean conceding to O'Neal's viewpoint. Such a stance could offend many, particularly Kobe. Reluctant to voice that opinion, Barkley pondered for a moment, then deliberately slowed his speech, saying, Shaq, I comprehend your perspective. Kobe possesses 5 championship rings, and he still has much fuel in the tank. Buffon is remarkable, rapidly rising in prominence. However, you must recognize that KD and Russell are at their peak. They are vibrant, full of energy, and possess the capability to defeat the Lakers. Barkley's comments did not earn O'Neal's agreement. He shook his head dismissively, refuting Barkley's argument. Charles, I must insist, you underestimate Kobe. And you also underestimate that guy, O'Neal said, raising his right hand to reveal his glittering championship ring. Kobe will demonstrate to you what it means to be a champion, and Buffon will leave Russell in disarray. O'Neal's taunt prompted Barkley to chuckle. He had never won a championship ring, making O'Neal's jibe particularly poignant. Shaq, don't forget. Basketball is a 5-on-5 game. One individual cannot determine the outcome. O'Neal replied with a mischievous grin. Charles, your inability doesn't signify that others are incapable. This remark completely disarmed Barkley, who clutched his head in laughter, prompting even Kenny Smith and Ernie Johnson, seated nearby, to join in the merriment. After a moment, Barkley regained his composure and addressed O'Neal. All right, Shaq, it seems neither of us will persuade the other. How about this? Let's vote. Raise your hand if you support the Thunder's victory. Aside from Barkley, Ernie Johnson slowly raised his right hand, and when Barkley glanced at Kenny Smith, he smiled and nodded, then placed his hand beneath the table. It was a tie at 2-2. The grueling schedule of 4 games in 3 days had utterly exhausted Buffon's stamina, and now he finally understood the significance of home court advantage. The away journey was tremendously draining, as it not only involved enduring the high intensity of the matches, but also the long, arduous travels. Buffon felt that, in comparison to the competition, the arduous journeys by bus and plane were far more exhausting. The home team, however, experienced a sense of ease. They merely transitioned between their residence and the training facility, and the familiar rhythm of their daily lives aided them in attaining an optimal competitive state. As the match approached, the atmosphere in the Thunder's locker room was relaxed, with Durant and his teammates engaged in lighthearted banter. Serge Ibaka entered the locker room, glanced around quickly, and then hurriedly exited. Serge, what are you looking for? Durant inquired. But Ibaka provided no reply, swiftly making his way onto the training court. I knew you'd be here, Ibaka exclaimed, approaching the warming-up Westbrook with enthusiasm. After Westbrook released the ball he had been handling, he strolled over. Serge, the game is about to begin. Aren't you going to warm up? Ibaka hesitated for a brief moment, as if grappling with a difficult decision, before finally voicing the concern that weighed on his heart. Russell, be cautious of that guy. What? Westbrook responded, tilting his head in confusion at Ibaka. Ibaka licked his lips and said earnestly, Russell, you must be wary of Buffon. He is far more formidable than you can imagine. During the Olympics, our point guards were thoroughly overwhelmed by him. Just observe his current performance. You must exercise extra caution in tonight's game. Upon hearing this, Westbrook turned his face away in irritation, only to suddenly pivot back, shaking his head as he retorted to Ibaka. Come on, man. Serge, don't compare your teammates to me. I'm not foolish like them. With that, Westbrook picked up the ball from the ground and dashed towards the hoop, delivering a thunderous dunk. As he landed, he shouted towards Ibaka, Can your Spanish teammates do this? Ibaka bit his lip, then let out a long sigh, suppressing the words he wished to express. At that moment, Durant also approached the training court. Observing Ibaka conversing with Westbrook from a distance and witnessing the dunk, he shed his training jacket and called out to the two, Russell, Serge, what are you discussing? Is it about tonight's game? Westbrook gradually walked over to Durant, pointing at Ibaka. This guy is out of his mind. He is actually boasting about that Asian kid in front of me. Durant chuckled at this, flashing a bright smile as he picked up a ball from the ground. Dribbling it between his legs while addressing Ibaka. Don't worry, Serge. He is merely a high-jumping Tony Allen. Leave it to me. I shall conquer the competition. With that declaration, Durant, positioned just a meter beyond the three-point line, released the ball from his hands, which gracefully swished through the net with an exquisite sound. Thus it was. Slowly lowering his shooting arm from the air, Durant approached Ibaka, gently patting him on the shoulder before resuming his individual training. Ibaka raised an eyebrow and tightened his lips, rendered speechless, and reluctantly prepared for his own game. Within the Lakers' locker room, a heavy atmosphere prevailed. Silence enveloped the space as everyone understood the implications of Howard's absence. Howard served as the team's foundational pillar in the paint. His absence would undoubtedly diminish the team's strength. Moreover, the entire team appeared fatigued and out of sorts, with their performance level alarmingly low. Even Kobe had missed the previous day's training session. Yufan glanced at Kobe, noting a stark decline in his demeanor compared to just a few days prior, though his expression remained resolute. Mike Brown entered the locker room. Offering perfunctory words of encouragement before announcing a rotation adjustment, Jordan Hill would be elevated to the starting lineup. And he instructed Saker to be prepared to step in as a substitute. Saker nodded in agreement, then playfully made a face at Yufan, muttering softly. It appears that increased playing time is not necessarily a blessing. I feel like I'm falling apart. How about you, brother? Yufan chuckled with a hint of malice and then tossed a box to Sacre. Upon receiving it, Sacre glanced at the contents and inquired with confusion, "What is this?" With a ghostly smile, Yufan elucidated, "This is a unique remedy from our homeland, capable of alleviating your fatigue and the discomfort in your waist and knees. Is it truly this remarkable?" Wow, exclaimed Saker, his eyes sparkling as he scrutinized the packaging. Although he could not decipher the characters inscribed upon it, he sensed an aura of potency emanating from the box, which bore the inscription kidney tonifying and vitality enhancing pills. The competition was soon to commence, with the arena filled to the brim with local fans from Oklahoma. The TNT commentators had also arrived early, prepared to provide insights during the match. Not only were fans and media captivated by this highly anticipated showdown, but thousands of miles away, Jeannie Buss sat by her father's bedside, watching the Lakers game on her phone. Her father's condition was grave, and his quality of sleep was severely compromised. Thus, Jeannie had to turn the volume down to the bare minimum to avoid disturbing him as he battled the encroaching drowsiness. She was already aware of Howard's injury, making her particularly anxious about the outcome of this match. As the pre-game media frenzy unfolded, she preferred to tune out the commentators' voices, opting instead to silence her phone temporarily. As the match officially commenced, the starters from both teams took to the court. Yufan observed as Durant and Westbrook greeted each Lakers player with a wave, yet he was conspicuously overlooked. What is this? Attempting to assert dominance over me? In Yufan's mind, a certain thought emerged. He understood the principle that a tree that stands out from the forest will inevitably be uprooted by the wind. At present, he was basking in the limelight, with the media elevating his status to extraordinary heights. Such an atmosphere was bound to incite his opponent's competitive spirit. With this realization, Yufan no longer lingered on his doubts and shifted his focus to the upcoming match. Just as he prepared for the jump ball, he noticed the fans of the Thunder rising to their feet, and in that fleeting moment, thousands of gazes were directed at him. The sensation of being scrutinized made Yufan quite uncomfortable, akin to a student who had erred and was summoned to the front of the class by the teacher. Yet, he quickly recalled the words of Saker, who had informed him that the Thunder's fans would not take their seats until the home team scored their first point. This seemed to have become a cherished tradition. Yufan couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the atmosphere among the fans here was exceptional. With a sharp whistle, the referee tossed the ball high into the air. Yufan observed as Steven Adams, the center for the Thunder, deftly swatted the ball over Jordan Hill's head, sending it directly into the hands of Westbrook. With a swift stride, Yufan dashed to Westbrook's side, initiating his close defense. The two teams instantly retreated like Mercury, converging into the Thunder's front court. As Westbrook advanced with the ball, Yufan anticipated a moment of orchestration and ball distribution, but to his astonishment, Westbrook suddenly accelerated, darting past him. This unexpected maneuver caught Yufan off guard. Although he had prepared for Westbrook's dynamic playing style, characterized by its unorthodox flair, he did not foresee such an aggressive approach right from the outset. Westbrook resembled a miniature tank, surging past Ufan and charging towards the basket. Jordan Hill, stationed beneath the rim, appeared equally unprepared for the rapidity of Westbrook's attack. He was focused on Durant beyond the three-point line, expecting the initial play to be initiated by Durant, only to find Westbrook barreling in. Just as he took a step forward to provide help defense, a basketball calamity unfolded. With a smile, Westbrook soared into the air as if propelled by rocket fuel, leaping onto Jordan Hill's shoulders and emphatically slamming the basketball into the hoop. 2-0. The ferocity of this play was undeniable, showcasing Westbrook's extraordinary power and speed. Upon landing, he tensed his muscles and let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens. Return to your Los Angeles. Chapter 89. KD strikes again. The situation grows dire. Following this impressive play, the Thunder's fans gradually settled into their seats. Wow. Did you see that? Russell is simply Russell. He is eternally brimming with vitality. Westbrook's remarkable feat not only elicited cheers from the fans but also garnered praise from Charles Barkley in the commentary booth. The ball now returned to the Lakers, who, in the absence of Howard, relied heavily on Kobe and Pau Gasol for their offensive endeavors. Gasol, a facilitating big man, was not known for explosive scoring. Thus the ball often remained in Kobe's hands. Positioned beyond the left three-point line, Kobe faced off against Cephalosha, while the others instinctively cleared a path for him. With a simple probing motion, Kobe swiftly executed a jump shot. The three-pointer found its mark. 2-3. Ufan observed Kobe's expression, which showed no signs of improvement despite the recent basket. His countenance remained burdened. If only I could score like Kobe. In the depths of his mind, Ufan mused that it would be splendid if he could alleviate some of the offensive burden from Kevin. However, such thoughts were evidently impractical. The development of offensive techniques is not achieved overnight, and urgency cannot hasten the process. With this realization, Ufan clenched his fists, resolving to exert himself even more on the defensive end, for that was the only way to assist his team in overcoming their predicament. As the Thunder regained possession, Westbrook refrained from his usual solo endeavors, instead passing the ball to Durant early on. Unfazed by Artest's defense, Durant, with his towering height and long arms, positioned the ball above his head, rendering Artest unable to reach it. He skillfully maneuvered the ball from above his head to below his waist, executing a subtle probing motion before initiating a dramatic change of direction. In a sudden, forceful lunge to the right, he left Artest a full meter behind. Durant's movements were both swift and graceful, making Artest appear as clumsy as a child in comparison. After pulling the ball back with his right hand, Durant seamlessly launched a three-point jump shot, the ball gliding from his fingertips and effortlessly finding its way into the net. The fluidity of Durant's sequence of actions was mesmerizing, surpassing that of many guards in the league. Ufan, as an adversary, could only marvel at the spectacle before him. Unbelievable. Truly astonishing. Shaq, Kenny, look at this. I needn't extol KD's virtues. His progress is monumental. Recall that during the summer, he faced defeat against the Heat in the finals, at a time when his ball handling skills were far inferior to what they are now. Yet now, observe how smooth and fluid his movements are. Although differing in opinion from Barkley prior to the game, both Kenny Smith and Shaquille O'Neal nodded in agreement with Barkley's analysis. Meanwhile, Durant bounced back to the defensive end with an air of ease and delight, contrasting sharply with the Lakers' disarray. Ding! Following Kobe's miss on his first shot, the Thunder's counterattack surged forth like a tidal wave. Thunder coach Brooks appeared to have orchestrated a specific strategy, as their offense deliberately evaded Ufan, the defensive stalwart. After Westbrook's initial basket, he did not attempt another shot. It seemed they were well prepared. Ufan followed closely behind Westbrook, feeling a sense of anxious urgency. The Thunder repeatedly targeted the Lakers' most vulnerable interior, with Adams leveraging his formidable physique to earn multiple trips to the free throw line. Coupled with Durant's incendiary contributions, the first quarter concluded with the Thunder commanding a 12-point lead at 32-20. The brief intermission provided the Lakers with a precious moment of respite. As they were clearly fatigued, sitting on the bench, Ufan could distinctly feel his heart racing, an occurrence usually reserved for the latter half of the game. However, the intense pace of the match had precipitated physical exhaustion much earlier than expected. Even Ufan is in such a predicament. The situation for the other members of the Lakers is even graver. Jordan Hill sits on the bench, gasping for air, clearly feeling the physical toll of Adams' confrontations. The most pressured defender, Artest, appears rigid, his eyes vacant, sweat trickling from his temples to his cheeks, indicating his dwindling stamina. Even Kobe exhibits visible fatigue. His mouth slightly ajar, nostrils flaring. It is evident that his cardiovascular limits are nearing their breaking point. The arduous journey has left both man and beast weary. And now confronted by formidable adversaries, Lakers head coach Mike Brown cannot help but sigh at the unfolding scene. It seems that victory will elude them this evening. He casts a glance towards the Thunder's bench, where jubilance reigns and morale is soaring, with strategies already brewing in their minds. In the TNT commentary booth, Barkley animatedly engages with Shaquille. The Lakers are finished. They lack any semblance of vitality. They have been utterly overwhelmed by the Thunder. Their legs feel as if leaden weights have been affixed to them. Even my grandmother's legs are far more agile. Ernie Johnson timely adds his commentary. Indeed, Charles. Moreover, observe how composed Russell Westbrook is. He refrains from overreaching and deftly passes the ball to the most suitable teammate. This exemplifies the brilliance of both Westbrook and the Thunder. Barkley nods in agreement, fully endorsing Ernie Johnson's assessment, while Kenny Smith and O'Neal continue to rub their eyes, attempting to evade this uncomfortable reality. Far away, Jeannie Buss sits in her father's hospital room, periodically checking her phone to catch glimpses of the Lakers' performance, anxious about their current plight. As she witnesses the team's downward spiral, her heart tightens with concern. With her father gravely ill, uncertain of his survival, and the team embroiled in turmoil, an inexplicable agitation surges within her. She massages her temples and promptly shuts off her phone. Jeannie, lemon slices. Upon hearing her father's call, Jeannie hurriedly approaches his bedside, attending to his needs. The game continues, the second quarter about to commence, both teams substituting players. It is not until midway through the second quarter, when the sound of a timeout echoes, that Ufan and Kobe slowly make their way onto the court. Meanwhile, the score has widened to a glaring 18 points, 49-31. As Ufan trailed behind Kobe, observing his solitary figure, he suddenly felt an urge to take action. He quickened his pace to catch up with Kobe and, under the astonished gaze of the latter, voiced his innermost thoughts. I shall not surrender. As long as the game is not concluded, I will persist. Witnessing the unwavering determination in Ufan's eyes, Kobe clenched his jaw and vigorously nodded at him. Let us impart a lesson to those two young men. Chapter 90. Are you here, Mr. Westbrook? With 5 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in the second quarter, both the Lakers and the Thunder reintroduced their starters, and Ufan returned to the court. He initiated the play from the backcourt, noticing Durant and Westbrook in the front court, engaged in lighthearted banter, seemingly devoid of the seriousness that characterized the beginning of the match. Do not think you are secure. Inwardly, Ufan took a deep breath as he advanced the ball into the front court. Under the cover of Gasol, Kobe emerged to receive the pass. Just as Ufan delivered the ball, two players from the Thunder seemed to have conspired in advance, converging upon him. With a dazzling display of agility, Kobe executed a mesmerizing dribble, maneuvering skillfully between the two defenders. He surged into the Thunder's paint, where only Steven Adams stood guard. Adams, a robust yet somewhat slow-footed center, was wary of Kobe's acceleration and hesitated to charge forward. Instead, he remained stationary, taking small steps to adjust his defensive positioning, extending his arms to minimize any opportunity for Kobe to draw a foul. While this defensive approach was sound, it bore a significant flaw, a lack of pressure. As Kobe approached the free throw line, he discerned Adams' defensive strategy. He understood that Adams would not readily commit himself. Consequently, a gap appeared before him. Without any unnecessary movements, Kobe executed a sudden stop and launched a jump shot. This quick-release mid-range shot was Kobe's forte, and without a hint of doubt, the ball swished through the net. 49-33. Following his score, Kobe wasted no time and promptly turned to retreat on defense. Ufan swiftly returned to the vicinity of the midfield, awaiting Westbrook's arrival. With the ball in his right hand, Westbrook gestured animatedly with his left, as if orchestrating a strategy. Observing his proud and confident stride, Ufan clenched his teeth even tighter. I refuse to believe that you will refrain from attacking. If Westbrook continuously passed the ball to others, he would no longer embody the essence of Russell Westbrook. It seemed that Westbrook had sensed Ufan's thoughts. This time, he did not pass the ball to anyone else, but instead called Adams forward to set a screen. In Ufan's heart, a surge of delight blossomed. It had finally arrived. Yes, indeed, it had come, brothers. Westbrook, with his characteristic flair, cradled the ball protectively beneath his left side. As Adams approached from the right to set a screen, Westbrook initiated his advance. The movement was executed with a cheerful decisiveness. He commenced his drive from Adams' right, showcasing a play that was quintessentially Westbrook. Remarkably, he omitted any feints or probing gestures. The instant he set the ball down, Ufan's hand was already outstretched. To Ufan's discerning eye, Westbrook's ball placement lacked subtlety. It could even be described as entirely devoid of protection. He simply placed the ball on the ground and prepared to break through from the right. When Westbrook realized the ball he had dribbled had lost its responsiveness, Ufan had already deftly snatched it from before him, racing past Westbrook. A wave of shock coursed through Westbrook as he abruptly turned to see Ufan sprinting toward the backcourt. Moments later, with an explosive ferocity, Ufan delivered a thunderous dunk that reverberated through the rim. The score now stood at 49-35. As Ufan landed and began his return, he noted a palpable decline in Westbrook's momentum. With a sense of resignation, Westbrook trudged to the baseline to inbound the ball, while the crowd of spectators fell into a hushed silence. Ufan's interception and subsequent scoring did little to hinder Westbrook's offensive momentum. Instead, it seemed to ignite his competitive spirit even further. As Westbrook advanced the ball into the front court, he refrained from immediately calling for a teammate's screen. Ufan noticed a distinct change in his demeanor. Previously, Westbrook had been keenly observing his teammates' movements, but now he had gradually bent his knees and lowered his head, resembling a predator poised to pounce. It became unmistakably clear to everyone that Westbrook intended to take this shot himself. Ufan meticulously tracked Westbrook's dribbling, keenly searching for any vulnerabilities. Fortunately, Westbrook's dribbling lacked excessive flair. He merely executed simple directional changes in front of his body, and his ball protection was inadequate, allowing the ball to descend to his waist level. Ufan had been contemplating the likelihood of successfully intercepting the ball. He felt confident in his ability to snatch it from Westbrook's grasp, yet he opted for a more cautious approach, considering their current deficit. "Come on, Westbrook. Let the show begin." In his heart, Ufan could not help but shout, as he began to anticipate Westbrook's aggressive offensive approach. Indeed, it wasn't long before Westbrook, just as Ufan had predicted, sought to bypass him directly without the aid of a screen. With a slight bend of his knees, Westbrook propelled himself off his left leg, his entire body coiling with determination as he surged towards Ufan's left side. True to his reputation, Westbrook declared his intent to attack eastward rather than westward, choosing to penetrate left instead of right. In this moment of dribbling, he exposed the ball directly in front of Ufan. This made things considerably easier for me. Without uttering a word, Ufan swiftly pulled him into an embrace and immediately dashed across the court. Many were left momentarily stunned, their hands suspended in midair, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. After a brief moment, the cacophony of the fans diminished, and only then did they realize that the Lakers had scored. The score was now 49-37. Westbrook turned back, gazing at Ufan, who strutted over from the baseline with an air of arrogance, which ignited a simmering fury within him. As they brushed past each other, Ufan distinctly perceived the anger flickering in Westbrook's eyes, and his demeanor grew noticeably rigid. Having faced two unsuccessful offensive attempts, Westbrook once again pushed the ball up to half-court, prompting Durant to become increasingly restless. He emerged from beyond the three-point line, sprinted to the front court, and extended his hand toward Westbrook, murmuring under his breath, "Stay calm, brother." Westbrook cast a sideways glance at Durant, hesitated for a considerable time, and in a fit of anger, flung the ball away. This scenario had long been anticipated by Ufan. He had already prepared to intercept the pass before Westbrook even released the ball. It was rather unfortunate that Westbrook had allowed his emotions to dictate his actions. His judgment regarding the timing of the pass was particularly careless. In his view, Durant's request for the ball was a rebuke of his impulsiveness. Thus, when Westbrook made the pass, the force was insufficient and the speed was notably sluggish. A confluence of these factors dramatically reduced the difficulty of Ufan's interception from 9-8 to a mere 0-1 thwack. As Ufan emerged from the sidelines, he deftly directed the ball forward, his movements synchronized with its trajectory. With a swift sprint, he weaved through the gap between Durant and Westbrook. Both Durant and Westbrook immediately sensed Ufan's interception and hastened to pursue him. However, Ufan consistently maintained a step ahead, his speed remarkable. With effortless grace, he secured 2 points, bringing the score to 49-39. Upon returning from the timeout, within a mere 2 minutes, the Lakers unleashed an 8-0 run, swiftly restoring the lead to 10 points. Thunder's head coach, Brooks, could no longer contain his frustration and promptly called for another timeout. Chapter 91. Westbrook's frustration. Uncontainable, utterly uncontainable. Seated on the bench, beads of sweat cascaded down Westbrook's cheeks. Pooling at his chin, his gaze was fixed blankly ahead, utterly oblivious to Coach Brooks's words. Ibaka, sitting beside him, was attentively listening to the coach's timeout strategy. Yet his eyes involuntarily darted toward the despondent Westbrook. This vacant expression was all too familiar, just months ago. His Spanish teammates Calder and Rodriguez had displayed the same demeanor after being thoroughly outplayed by UFan. Before the game commenced, Ibaka had attempted to caution Westbrook, but was met with rejection. He understood that now was not the time to broach the subject. For Westbrook was currently in a volatile state. To mention it now would be akin to extracting teeth from a tiger's mouth. As the timeout concluded, Brooks observed Westbrook's vacant silhouette, at a loss for words. He knew that players of Westbrook's explosive talent possessed an immense sense of pride, intolerant of any doubt cast upon them. He was acutely aware that Westbrook would retaliate fiercely, a thought that weighed heavily on his mind. "Russell, please don't act recklessly." Brooks was not alone in his apprehension. At the commentary desk, Barkley stuttered as he spoke, dreading the unfolding situation. "All right, I must admit, once Russell gets impulsive, the ramifications for the team can be dire." Beside him, O'Neal relished the unfolding drama, setting down his drink with a mischievous grin. "Charles, you know it's only Russell who can contain Durant." Barkley erupted in laughter, clutching O'Neal's shoulder as he doubled over. "Come on, man. Don't say that. Shaq, Russell is a fantastic player." O'Neal nodded in agreement. Gradually, he withdrew his smile. The competition soon resumed, and Brooks's greatest concern materialized. Westbrook charged forward like a rampaging bull, attempting to resolve the issue through the simplest and most direct means. He prided himself on his physical prowess, having previously outpaced defenders with mere bursts of speed. Yet now, facing UFON's defense, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Westbrook commenced his offensive. A turnover. It was UFON. Oh my goodness. A swift counterattack resulting in a score. Westbrook faltered again. UFON steal. He passed to Kobe. An effortless layup. Westbrook attempted a layup. The ball was intercepted. How will the referee rule? Backcourt violation? Alas, yet another mistake. Westbrook shoots directly. A complete airball. If Westbrook's performance prior to the timeout could be likened to a horror film, the aftermath resembled a disaster flick. It seemed as though he was at odds with himself. The more he struggled to score, the more he insisted on forcing plays, leading to even easier opportunities for UFON's defense, resulting in frequent turnovers and repeated fast breaks for the Lakers. The prolonged buzzer signaling the end of the first half echoed, and Westbrook exhaled heavily, as if the conclusion of the first half had granted him a sense of relief. He bit his lip and lifted his gaze to the scoreboard, which read 53-54, with the Lakers surprisingly taking a 1-point lead. Reluctantly shaking his head, he stiffly trudged back to the locker room. His teammates had already returned to the locker room ahead of him, casting fleeting glances at Westbrook before quickly averting their eyes. Everyone noticed Westbrook struggled during the first half, and out of respect for his pride, no one dared to utter a word of reproach. Brooks stood in a corner of the locker room, quietly observing his once proud prodigy, feeling somewhat at a loss for what to do. In the past, during moments of stagnation in the game, he would always encourage Westbrook to take decisive action and play his style. But now, he found himself at a loss for words, for the effects of Westbrook's performance were glaringly evident. He had been thoroughly contained by UFON's defense, and no mere adjustment of mindset could rectify this. With a sigh, Brooks approached Westbrook, resting a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and said earnestly, "Russell, we must seize victory in this game, as well as throughout the entire season. Do you understand my meaning?" Westbrook gazed at the coach's earnest expression, feeling a profound sense of emotion. Although he could not comprehend the coach's words, the sentiment conveyed suggested that he had the coach's unwavering support. Westbrook nodded vigorously, remaining silent. Little did he know, he had completely misinterpreted Coach Brooks' intent. The words spoken by Brooks could be construed as both support for Westbrook and opposition against him. As the head coach, he was compelled to express himself in such ambiguous terms, hoping to gently guide Westbrook towards self-awareness and eventual change. The effectiveness of this approach would depend entirely on Westbrook's understanding. Meanwhile, Brooks found himself internally lamenting, "Russell, do not be confused. Following the dramatic ups and downs of the first half, the atmosphere in the Lakers' locker room gradually improved. Teammates gathered around Yufan, exchanging playful banter, as the fatigue from their away game seemed to dissipate. Yufan, you really are something. Did you see that? Russell was completely outmatched by you. Indeed. You should have seen Coach Brooks' expression. It was worse than my underwear after a week without washing. Oh, Robert, I wondered where that smell was coming from. It turns out, it's your unwashed underwear. Good heavens. Someone do something about him, for goodness sake. The Lakers players expressed their disgust, yet the laughter continued to grow. It was only when Kobe entered the locker room with a stern demeanor and delivered a sharp remark that the teammates finally dispersed. As Yufan was about to return to his seat to rest for a moment, he was called by Kobe. With a serious expression, he said, "Do not underestimate the game. Do not forget they still have KD." After speaking, Kobe turned and returned to his locker, closing his eyes and sitting quietly. Yufan nodded slightly and returned to his seat, beginning to recharge and recuperate. He understood that the second half would undoubtedly be a fierce battle, making every precious moment of rest invaluable. After ensuring that Old Base had fallen asleep, Ginny Base could not resist pulling out her phone. Upon seeing the match updates that popped up on her screen, a faint smile of satisfaction graced her face. Chapter 92, The Balance. Counterattack? Who will triumph in tonight's match? Charles, Shaq, what are your thoughts? In response to Kenny Smith's inquiry, Barkley, unusually silent for a moment, soon found his voice. It's difficult to say. Russell's performance in the second quarter was abysmal. Yet, they still have Kevin Durant. I maintain my belief that the Thunder will secure victory. As Barkley spoke, his confidence wavered, lacking the certitude he had exuded prior to the game. Shaquille O'Neal shook his head repeatedly, slowly picking up a piece of paper from the table, on which the number 8 was written in bold marker. 8 turnovers. Charles, have you ever seen a player commit 8 turnovers in a single quarter? What I'm saying is, Russell has no answer for you, fan. He is the core of the Thunder, and in this state, they cannot win. Seeing the paper raised by O'Neal, Barkley chuckled despite himself, unable to counter the argument regarding Westbrook's dreadful performance. All right, you have a point, Shaq. But let us not forget, the Lakers are in worse shape. Their stamina is nearly depleted, and they cannot win. Then let us wait and see. Barkley and O'Neal each held steadfast to their positions, unable to sway one another. As the third quarter of the game commenced, Yufan gradually ascended onto the court, observing that the once frantic Westbrook had transformed into a visage of tranquility. Yet, Yufan remained uncertain whether this calmness mirrored the turmoil within Westbrook's heart. With a sharp whistle from the referee, Westbrook received the baseline pass from his teammate and began to advance with measured steps towards the front court. Yufan followed closely behind Westbrook, acutely aware of the potential volatility of the man, who seemed to be laden with explosives. The answer to his unvoiced apprehension would soon be revealed, within a mere 3 seconds. It was unclear whether Westbrook's pride had been wounded or if Brooks' words had ignited a flicker of encouragement within him. But Westbrook disregarded Durant's request and began to call for Adams' screen. As Westbrook gestured towards Adams, Brooks, seated on the sidelines, felt a sharp twitch in his right eyelid, a sinking feeling enveloping him. It appeared that Lady Luck had chosen not to favor them this evening. Without hesitation, Brooks rose from the bench and slowly made his way to the sidelines. Witnessing Westbrook's intent to continue his isolation play, Yufan felt a surge of joy. He was no longer afraid of Westbrook charging towards the basket with the explosive potential of a bomb. His greater fear lay in Westbrook's inability to ignite. Clearly, Westbrook was oblivious to Yufan's silent concerns and failed to grasp the implications of Coach Brooks' words. In an instant, just as Adams began his ascent, before reaching the designated position, Westbrook initiated his move. As Yufan observed, Westbrook's offensive momentum was even more ferocious this time. He tensed every muscle in his body, channeling all his strength into his legs, to the extent that the soles of his shoes began to deform. However, it was all in vain. Westbrook's dribbling remained lackluster. To Yufan, the ball he struck against the floor seemed no different from being handed directly into his own embrace. Without the slightest hesitation, Yufan swiftly intercepted the ball. As Westbrook lost possession, inertia propelled him forward for another step. This solitary advance, devoid of the ball, rendered his movement rather comical. However, Yufan paid no heed, for he had already positioned himself beneath the opposite hoop, effortlessly securing 2 points. The score now stood at 53-56. Yufan raised the corners of his mouth, sprinting back to the backcourt with a sense of triumph. To Westbrook, his demeanor was nothing short of blatant mockery. Westbrook's eyelids drooped, and with great reluctance, he too returned to the backcourt. In the brief moment of that play, it seemed as though his momentum had diminished considerably. Ufan's deft interception was akin to a splash of cold water dousing Westbrook's blazing fury, momentarily calming the storm within his eyes. Could it be? Just as Ufan had surmised, Westbrook, upon advancing the ball to the frontcourt, opted to abandon his aggressive approach. He scanned the court, searching for Durant, who, understanding the unspoken cue, swiftly maneuvered from behind two defenders to position himself beyond the three-point line. Catching a glimpse of Ufan from the corner of his eye, Westbrook deliberately pulled the ball back towards his body, now wary of Ufan's potential for another interception. Once Durant was in place, Westbrook made no hesitation. He used his body to create a slight resistance against Ufan before releasing the ball. This tactical maneuver not only increased the distance between him and Ufan, but also crafted an excellent passing lane. The ball found its way into Durant's hands, who, upon receiving it, executed a probing move to the right. Kobe, who had switched onto him, began to shift his body in response to the trajectory of the ball. Kobe's defensive prowess was undeniably formidable. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely been deceived by Durant's long reach and sweeping fakes. Yet, Kobe merely leaned slightly to the side before regaining his stance. Observing that his feints had failed to shake Kobe, Durant resolved to take a jump shot. However, just as he lifted his hand to shoot, a hand forcefully swiped at the ball at his waist. Kobe? A shock coursed through Durant's mind as he immediately recognized the source of the interference. Yet he wasted no time pondering and instinctively sought the dislodged ball. After Kobe's deft swipe, the ball slipped through Durant's legs, soaring upwards before landing at Westbrook's feet. Without a moment's hesitation, Westbrook dove forward, securing the ball firmly in his grasp. As he saw both Ufan and Kobe's hands reaching toward him, he exhibited no sign of hesitation. A ball was thrown, landing softly into Durant's embrace. The sphere shifted once more, drawing the gaze of all towards Durant, whose earlier display of skill had thrown the formation into disarray. With the ball secured at his waist, Durant scanned the court, seeking an opportunity to strike. Simultaneously, Westbrook sprang to his feet, executing a swift maneuver. Without hesitation, he cut towards the basket, while Ufan, distracted by Durant, inadvertently overlooked Westbrook's advance, allowing him to slip through unnoticed. Like an unshackled eagle, Westbrook surged towards the hoop, extending his arms wide before leaping into the air. From beyond the three-point line, Durant instantly recognized Westbrook's movement. He launched the ball over Arteis' head, sending it soaring towards the basket. Thud! Westbrook's iron grip seized the ball midair, and with a forceful slam, he sent it crashing through the hoop. 55-56. His emphatic dunk seemed to release a pent-up frustration, as if he were expelling all his previous turmoil in one powerful motion. The arena erupted in a chorus of astonished gasps, the crowd igniting with fervent cheers. Upon landing, Westbrook clenched his fists and roared towards the heavens. This moment, initially a beacon of morale, caused Brooks to feel a renewed sense of anxiety. Chapter 93. Westbrook is still delivering. Durant could no longer remain passive. Brooks' greatest fear had materialized. Russell, using a screen, attempted to penetrate, but faltered. Ufan, now in possession, counterattacked. Russell passed the ball. It was intercepted. Ufan seized it and passed to Kobe. Russell attempted a layup. Alas, it missed. The rebound. Ufan claimed it. Counterattack. Russell pushed for a fast break. Oh no, another blunder. The ball was deflected off Russell's leg and went out of bounds. Time is running out. Russell takes the shot. Bang. What? How could it hit the shot clock? Perhaps that recent dunk had ignited the smoldering frustration within Westbrook, prompting him to repeatedly attempt to force his way through. Yet with each effort, victory seemed to drift further away. As the clock dwindled to 7 minutes in the third quarter, Durant stood in the backcourt, awaiting the Lakers' advance. Hands on his hips, glancing up at the score. 69-59. A sigh escaped Durant's lips, though his expression remained unchanged as he turned to Westbrook, who stood beside him. Hands on hips, panting heavily. Let me take over. After Durant's silent grumbling, he followed Arteis as they gradually moved beyond the three-point line. With a comfortable lead, the Lakers played with remarkable ease. In the third quarter, the Thunder committed numerous errors, particularly Westbrook, allowing the Lakers to capitalize with fast break scores. Surprisingly, their energy seemed to rejuvenate, as any previous fatigue vanished. Kobe received the ball beyond the arc and faced with Cephalosha's defense. He executed a simple hesitation dribble that sent Cephalosha flying. As Cephalosha soared through the air, he realized the impending disaster. Kobe cleverly leaned against him midair, contorting his body to release the ball. Astonishingly, it swished through the net. A three-point play. The shot was made, and he would also receive a free throw. Cephalosha stood frozen with his arms raised, his expression deflated. He knew he had been deceived and was left utterly speechless. After making the shot, Kobe didn't even glance at Cephalosha. He simply shook his head slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, his demeanor remarkably relaxed. In truth, this shot was not merely a stroke of luck. The Lakers' current offensive strategy relied heavily on fast breaks, a method that was both straightforward and effective. As the score widened, the pressure on the players began to dissipate. With the removal of psychological burdens, their movements became more fluid, and the effectiveness of their gameplay naturally surged. In previous games, when trailing, Kobe would never have attempted such a deceptive maneuver to draw a foul, as it was not a guaranteed scoring method. If the referee did not blow the whistle, it would squander a scoring opportunity. However, the situation was different now. The momentum was entirely in favor of the Lakers. And with the score gradually widening, even Kobe's steadfast resolve began to soften. With a relaxed mindset, his actions became audacious, and being a master of his craft. This playful trick on Cephalosha was more a reflection of the game's dynamics than a mere display of skill disparity. The score stood at 72-59 as Kobe stepped to the free throw line and confidently sank the shot. 73-59. The Thunder now trailed by 14 points. As the score continued to grow, a subtle shift occurred in the hearts of the fans and players alike. The once exuberant crowd began to adopt a more despondent demeanor. You fan observed that the players of the Thunder wore expressions of solemnity, a stark contrast to the ease they exhibited in the first half. Coach Brooks stood on the sidelines, one hand tucked under his arm while the other stroked his chin. His eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze intently on the court. The pressure had now shifted entirely to the Thunder. Durant, unable to contain himself any longer, strode confidently beyond the three-point line, positioning himself with his back against the defender. Artist. Before Westbrook had even crossed half-court, Durant had already assumed an offensive stance, slightly bending his knees and leaning against Artist. His left hand curved to brace against the defender while his right hand rose high, signaling for the ball from Westbrook. If there were but one individual on the Thunder bold enough to challenge Westbrook's authority, it would undoubtedly be Durant. Selected a year prior to Westbrook, the now 24-year-old Durant had already made 3 All-NBA first teams and secured 3 scoring titles. He was unequivocally the leader of the Thunder and one of the foremost superstars in the league. Faced with a dire situation, Durant was determined to salvage the team in his own way. Westbrook, witnessing Durant's resolute demand for the ball, could no longer dismiss it. Upon crossing midcourt and finding the opportune moment, he swiftly passed the ball to Durant. Whether inspired by Kobe or simply motivated by the deficit, Durant, upon receiving the pass, hesitated not for a moment. He leaned back against Artist, creating a brief opening, pivoted on his left foot, and executed a rapid 180-degree turn to face the basket. Once squared up, Durant did not pause. He pulled the ball left, then quickly darted to the right, his body moving in sync with the ball. Artist's aging footwork could not keep pace with Durant, leaving him disoriented and nearly off balance. With the ball in hand, Durant surged into the paint, maintaining a relentless rhythm as he barreled towards the hoop. At that moment, Jordan Hill, tasked with guarding the rim, had already been drawn to the opposite side by Adams. By the time he realized Durant was charging in, it was far too late. Durant soared into the air like a majestic bird, one talon grasping the basketball, effortlessly slamming it through the hoop. 73-61. A swift 2 points secured. The commentators noticed the transformation in Kevin Durant. Come on, KD is about to unleash his power. Did you see that change in his expression? Indeed, Charles, his team is trailing significantly. He must rise to the occasion. I must say, KD is truly remarkable. His scoring ability is astonishing. The outcome of this game is still uncertain. In the commentary booth, everyone nodded in agreement, as both Barkley and O'Neal astonishingly shared the same perspective. The ensuing moments transformed into a fierce scoring duel between Kobe and Durant. Kobe sank a jumper, only for Durant to immediately respond with a three-pointer, each player trading blows in a thrilling exchange. This time, Westbrook was relegated to the role of a mere supporting character. With 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, when Mike Brown called for a substitution timeout, the score stood at 81-77, with the Thunder trailing by a mere 4 points. Chapter 94. Young Master, hold steady. The fourth quarter was truly the decisive moment. In the hospital room, Jeannie Buss, glancing at the time, opened her phone once more. The match had now entered its final quarter, with the Lakers maintaining a slender lead. A wave of relief washed over Jeannie's face, as she recognized the team's resilience in not falling significantly behind under such challenging circumstances. After watching for a moment, she turned off her phone. Lakers head coach Mike Brown remained firmly seated on the bench, having never intended to leave the arena with a victory today. As the head coach, he bore the weight of numerous considerations, beyond just the outcome of a single game. He also had to contemplate the upcoming schedule and the players' stamina. When the team was trailing in the first half, Brown had contemplated conceding the game and substituting in the reserves. However, to his astonishment, the team began to find their rhythm, even taking a lead of over 10 points by the third quarter. As the head coach, he could not let this seemingly attainable victory slip away. Thus, he adhered to his usual game plan. "Mike, we need to make substitutions," his lead assistant urged. Gesturing towards the timer, Brown glanced at the score and nodded. Just a moment. Now, with 8.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, traditionally, Brown would have already brought in all his starters. However, considering this was the third game in 4 days, he opted to reduce the playing time of his starters due to the players' fatigue. Russell charged into the paint. Wow, what a slam dunk. The Thunder's roster was relatively young, and Brooks had long since put Westbrook back on the court. Unfettered by fans' constraints, Westbrook was thriving once more. Now, the Thunder had taken the lead, while fans sat on the sidelines, anxiously watching the score dwindle away. He glanced repeatedly at Mike Brown, who appeared utterly indifferent, as if in a deep slumber. Time ticked away, with 6 minutes remaining in the game, and the score now reading 87-92. In a mere half-quarter, Westbrook spearheaded the bench players to reclaim a 5-point lead. Mike Brown, with a pouting expression, glanced once more at the timer, rose leisurely to his feet, and called for a substitution timeout, vocally challenging the referee. During the intermission, the TNT commentators erupted in yet another debate regarding Brown's personnel decisions. Foolish. Utterly foolish. Mike Brown squandered the opportunity for victory. He benched the starters, watching as his team plummeted from a 4-point lead to a 5-point deficit. Such coaching is nothing short of absurd. Shaquille O'Neal, with a scowl, unleashed a torrent of criticism towards Brown, expressing his discontent with such management. Charles Barkley, however, wore a relaxed expression, turning to O'Neal with a grin. "Shaq, this is the home court advantage. You must accept it. Brown's strategy is quite reasonable, given that the Lakers are nearly out of steam. They lost Howard in the previous game, and his injury is closely tied to the exhausting road trip. I believe Mike Brown's actions were justified. You should just concede." "Ha." O'Neal rolled his eyes and retorted, "I will not concede, nor will the Lakers." Barkley replied, "Just watch. KD will carry this game away." Westbrook, alongside the bench players, dominated the court, and upon his exit, he exuberantly exchanged high-fives with Ibaka and Durant. "Russell, now that's the way to play. This is the real you, buddy," Durant remarked, shaking his head slightly, echoing his sentiments towards Westbrook. As the team celebrated Westbrook's performance, Ibaka, seated in front of him, unexpectedly interjected with a rather jarring comment. Instantly, Westbrook grasped the implication, his expression darkening, yet a fierce resolve surged within him. He slowly approached Ibaka, leaning in close, pointing towards the Lakers bench, and menacingly declared, "Surge. Keep your eyes peeled. I'll crush that kid in no time." Ibaka averted his gaze, biting his lip in discomfort, before raising his voice and turning to Westbrook. "Russell, there's no need to engage with that kid. We need to focus on winning the game, okay?" As Ibaka spoke, Durant, Brooks, and the other teammates silently observed, none intervening, for they shared the same sentiment. They awaited Westbrook's desired response. Standing tall, fists clenched, Westbrook confidently proclaimed to Ibaka, "I want it all." Head coach Brooks, momentarily overwhelmed, averted his gaze and ran his hand across his forehead. As the fourth quarter was about to commence, Westbrook stormed onto the court, his demeanor reflecting a fierce determination. If the previous 3 quarters had been a battle against his own frustrations, now he was poised to contend with his teammates for superiority. This was undoubtedly a fight for honor. He would not allow anyone to trample upon his pride. Westbrook resembled a furiously ruffled cat, his anger palpable to even the spectators on the sidelines. Fan naturally noticed this, yet he remained unfazed, secretly reveling in the moment. "Master, just like that. Maintain your composure. Amidst the tension, Fan could not help but jest about Westbrook in his mind. Beep, the timeout concluded, and the decisive battle officially commenced. As Fan advanced with the ball, he suddenly realized that Westbrook had closed in on him after receiving the pass. Was he the primary defender on the court? In an instant, Fan realized that Westbrook intended to exert pressure on him defensively. Sensing the shift in defense, Fan prepared to pass the ball to his teammates, unwilling to engage in a futile contest of pride in such trivial matters. However, Westbrook was evidently disinclined to accept such an outcome, intensifying his physical pressure on Fan. It must be acknowledged that Westbrook possessed considerable physical strength. Each of his confrontations caused Fan to stagger slightly. Nevertheless, from Fan's perspective, Westbrook's defensive approach was rather crude. His movements merely appeared intimidating but lacked substance. After maneuvering left and right a couple of times, Fan discerned that Westbrook's defense relied solely on physical confrontation, neglecting to obstruct the attacker's trajectory. With newfound confidence, Fan suddenly accelerated to the right, and Westbrook, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, pursued him eagerly. Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He deftly controlled the rhythm, swiftly veering to the left, causing Westbrook to be left in his wake, stumbling 2 meters behind. Without waiting for his pursuers, Fan swiftly seized the opportunity to charge towards the court. After crossing the midline, he deftly lobbed the ball to Pau Gasol, who was stationed near the free throw line. The court was now in a 5-on-4 situation, and Fan faced no defenders. He took advantage of the opening, gliding toward the basket, and in a moment of unnoticed brilliance, he launched into the air. Gasol's gentle touch delivered the ball directly into the hands of the airborne Fan. B00M. The silence was shattered by a thunderous eruption. Chapter 95. Westbrook's grand gesture. Fan gratefully accepts. Score, 89-92. There are still 5 minutes and 41 seconds remaining. After Fan executed a successful dunk, the Thunder swiftly initiated a baseline play. Westbrook received a pass from a teammate and surged towards the basket. Just moments prior, he had been outmaneuvered by Fan. And as he crossed the midcourt line, he noticed Fan was no longer in proximity, emboldening him. With the agility of a whirlwind, he took 3 steps, converging into 2, and charged towards the rim, defying Kobe's defense. He resembled a frenzied beast, fixated solely on the hoop, entirely dismissing the defender. Westbrook accelerated with fervor, and as he reached the free throw line, he exerted all his strength, forcefully shoving Kobe aside before soaring for a layup. Beep, beep. The abrupt sound of the whistle interrupted the game, and the players were acutely aware of its significance. Offensive foul. Westbrook turned, palms upturned, gazing at the referee with a face etched in despair. The fiery enthusiasm that had ignited moments ago was instantly extinguished, leaving his momentum deflated. After seizing a rare opportunity to evade Fan's defense, he was thwarted by Kobe's draw of an offensive foul. Frustrated, Westbrook dismissed the air with a flick of his arm and reluctantly retreated to the backcourt. Fan hastened to Kobe's side and assisted him to his feet. It is indeed rare to find a superstar willing to engage in such arduous and grueling tasks. One must understand that drawing such offensive fouls not only involves being struck and falling to the ground, but also carries the risk of injury. Once Kobe stood up, there was an air of nonchalance upon his face. He did not perceive this as an extraordinary feat. The Lakers continued their offensive, and following Howard's departure, the primary focus of their half-court attack revolved around Kobe and Pau Gasol. With the score tightening and nearing the crucial end of the fourth quarter, nearly every play culminated in Kobe's isolation. Kobe received the ball at the left three-point line, signaling his teammates to spread out. He intended to take on Sefolosha one-on-one. The Thunder appeared to be prepared. As the moment Kobe secured the ball, Durant stepped forward to double-team him. Here. Pau Gasol called out from the opposite free throw line, extending his arms toward Kobe. Ignoring the plea, Kobe initiated his dribble, launching his drive before the encirclement by Sefolosha and Durant could fully materialize. Facing the Thunder alone, he deftly maneuvered amidst the 2 defenders, evoking an even deeper admiration from Fan. Just as Fan pondered this moment, he noticed Westbrook suddenly darting forward to assist in the double team. More help? Is this not a generous gift for me? Fan could scarcely believe that Westbrook had also charged forward. Just Kobe alone had drawn the attention of 3 defenders from the Thunder. This time, Kobe found himself cornered in the left baseline, a perilous position indeed. With the baseline behind him and the sideline beside him, the defenders merely needed to block the remaining 2 sides to completely confine Kobe. Coaches invariably instruct players to avoid holding the ball in such dangerous areas, let alone confront a double team there. Of course, Kobe was not foolish. Upon seeing Westbrook approaching, he immediately realized that the ball needed to be passed out. In that fleeting moment as Westbrook lunged, he found an appropriate angle and deftly passed the ball to Pau Gasol, who stood at the free throw line, with Ibaka right beside him. Now, with Westbrook and Durant drawn to Kobe, Ron Artest and Fan were left unguarded on the Lakers' side. Perkins patrolled the paint, keenly observing the defensive situation on the court. He quickly spotted Artest standing beyond the three-point line. Once he saw Pau Gasol receive the ball, he instinctively understood that it was destined for Artest. It was an open shot, and considering Artest's three-point shooting ability, it presented an excellent scoring opportunity for the Lakers. Just as Perkins anticipated, the moment Gasol caught the ball, he noticed Artest's open position. Without hesitation, he swiftly passed the ball. There was a 2-meter gap in front of Artest. After receiving the ball, he paused momentarily at his waist before leaping to shoot. As Perkins saw Artest take off, he quickly turned to face the basket, ready to contest for the defensive rebound. The ball soared through the air, tracing an arc toward the hoop, and Artest, upon release, sensed its power. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, bouncing high. Perkins and Jordan Hill grappled beneath the basket. He had secured his position but lacked the energy to leap. Just as Perkins expected the ball to fall effortlessly into his grasp, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Perkins suddenly felt as though the arena lights had dimmed. When he lifted his gaze, he was astonished to see a figure soaring above him. Then, with a resounding thud, the ball descended from the basket above his head. Fan executed a putback. Wow! 91-92. Pau Gasol had observed everything clearly. He had long noted Fan slipping into the paint. He had two passing options at that moment, one for Artest and the other for Fan. He chose not to pass to Fan because there were still other defenders in the paint, while Artest stood in absolute isolation beyond the arc. Fan seemed to have defied the very force of gravity, soaring above Perkins to deftly dunk the ball. After the exhilarating feat, he hung from the rim, his legs inadvertently draping over Perkins, inciting the latter's fury. With a forceful shove, Perkins pushed Fan's legs away, and as the momentum shifted beneath him, Fan quickly regained his balance and landed gracefully on the court. Rather than feeling angered by Perkins's ire, he reveled in the moment, delighting in the fact that his rival's frustration only heightened his own joy. As he turned to retreat on defense, he couldn't resist making a playful grimace at Perkins, whose stoic expression belied the anger evident in his wide, glaring eyes. Westbrook, meanwhile, continued to falter on the court. Had he not recklessly attempted to double-team Kobe, he would not have inadvertently created an open opportunity for Fan. Yet, it was too late to lament. His mistakes were indelibly etched in the game's unfolding. Realizing his misstep, Westbrook slammed the ball in frustration after receiving Perkins's pass, his dejected demeanor apparent. On the sidelines, Coach Brooks pinched the bridge of his nose, gnawing on his lip in anxiety, fearing not only a reversal of the score, but also Westbrook's dismal performance. His gaze drifted toward Fan, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him. Where on earth had this player emerged from? Chapter 96. Domination over Westbrook. A turnaround. Russell charged forward, the ball in his grasp, braving Fan's defense. What was he planning? Did he not fear a turnover? Charles Barkley, seated at the commentary desk, could hardly contain his excitement as he observed Westbrook's advance. The tension was palpable, with the four commentators fixated on Westbrook's every move. This could spell trouble. It appeared Russell was attempting a layup. O'Neal anxiously tapped Barkley's arm, his voice laced with panic. Barkley shook his head slightly, internally pleading, "No, no. This is not a wise opportunity, Russell." In the very next moment, as Westbrook launched for the layup, both Barkley and O'Neal instinctively covered their faces. Thud! Fan executed a magnificent block, sending the ball soaring out of bounds. Barkley and O'Neal slowly released their grip, exhaling in disbelief, as they had anticipated this very moment. "Well, I had predicted this outcome," Barkley exclaimed. "What a dreadful shot selection." He couldn't resist taking a jab at Westbrook, yet his words held a semblance of truth. As no one around dared to oppose him any longer, Fan's remarkable block momentarily diminished Russell Westbrook's fighting spirit. He trudged to the sidelines to inbound the ball, his lips pressed tightly together, his eyes devoid of light. "Russell, I'm here. Pass it to me." After Westbrook released the ball, Durant shouted at him, immediately receiving the pass. Without hesitation or pretense, Durant surged forward, directly attacking Artest. His towering height and long reach, combined with his swift footwork, allowed him to leave Artest behind in a flash. Durant took 2 decisive steps, positioning himself near the left baseline, and executed a clean jump shot. Jordan Hill, the nearest defender, stood just an arm's length away, providing no interference as Durant's mid-range shot found its mark with unwavering precision. The score was now 91-94, as the Thunder reclaimed a 3-point lead. As Durant retreated on defense, he patted his chest and pointed at Westbrook. Their eyes met in a brief exchange, a subtle nod affirming their connection. This play by Durant instantly shifted the momentum back in their favor, reigniting the fervor of the Thunder's home crowd. UFan advanced the ball into the front court, and Kobe swiftly maneuvered beside him to receive the pass. After relinquishing the ball, UFan immediately darted aside to create space. Beside him, Westbrook instinctively prepared to double-team Kobe upon seeing him in possession. Yet he quickly recalled the previous play where his hasty approach had allowed UFan to slip through unnoticed. Hesitating, he ultimately retreated. Kobe, positioned at the arc facing Cephalosha, refrained from rushing into an attack. Observing the absence of defenders closing in, he began to execute probing movements. He made a sudden, sharp drive to the right, prompting Cephalosha to shift his weight accordingly. Then, unexpectedly, Kobe halted, leaping for a jump shot. Cephalosha, recognizing the play, sprang into action to contest the shot, but soon realized it might be yet another of Kobe's feints. His prepared leap ceased, and his outstretched hands retracted. Little did he anticipate, this time Kobe was entirely sincere. He performed no deceptive maneuvers, opting instead for a clean jump shot, and with Cephalosha offering no resistance. The ball sailed smoothly through the air. Swish! The ball passed through the net. 94-94. The score was tied. Following this shot, a fierce expression returned to Kobe's visage, while Cephalosha gazed at him in frustration, feeling once again the sting of being outwitted. Masters of the game often exploit every vulnerability, including psychological ones. Durant clearly understood this nuance. Rather than admonishing Cephalosha, he offered words of encouragement, affirming that he had defended admirably. With 3 minutes remaining, the tension heightened, and the pace of the game slowed, making each possession critical. The arena fell silent as the Thunder prepared to attack, the anticipation palpable among the fans. Westbrook too felt the weight of this pressure. His dribbling became increasingly deliberate. Positioned at the top of the arc with his back to UFan, he dared not be overly ambitious this time. Westbrook continuously surveyed Durant's position, who was nearby. He attempted several movements to pass the ball, but each time he felt the looming threat of UFan intercepting the pass. As the shot clock dwindled, only 5 seconds remained, and he had to make a decision swiftly. He could no longer afford hesitation. In the final moments, Westbrook resolved not to pass. He intended to take the shot himself. With his right hand dribbling, he collided forcefully with UFan using his left shoulder, and seizing the opening created by the contact, Westbrook launched his attack. "Come at me if you dare." A surge of joy welled up within UFan as he realized that for this play, Westbrook had no alternative. Just as UFan leaned back slightly, Westbrook surged forth from the right, barreling towards the basket. His speed was formidable. In just 2 strides, he reached the rim and prepared to leap. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of UFan closing in. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He decelerated his movements, cradling the ball protectively at his waist, awaiting UFan's arrival with a hint of a cold smirk. "Aren't you quite the jumper? Let's see if you still have that bravado." Westbrook resolved to bait UFan into a foul as he leapt. However, he overlooked one crucial element: time. Just as UFan leaped to block, Westbrook ascended alongside him. Almost simultaneously, a long whistle echoed throughout the arena. 24-second shot clock violation. Westbrook was jolted back to reality, feeling as though he had plunged into an ice cavern, followed by a wave of overwhelming disappointment. Damn it! He could no longer contain his frustration and slammed the ball onto the floor, causing it to bounce high into the air. This impulsive action was immediately noticed by the referee, and the whistle blew once more. Beep! The referee called a technical foul against Westbrook. He cast a glance, dismissively waved his hand, and strutted towards the front court. Kobe approached the free throw line to execute the technical free throw. During the brief intermission, Brooks hurried over to Westbrook and whispered, "Russell, stay calm. We still have time." With a smile in his eyes, he nodded repeatedly. Though Brooks was unsure if his words had resonated, Kobe successfully converted the technical free throw, bringing the score to 95-94. The Lakers had edged ahead by a single point, and they still retained possession of the ball. Meanwhile, Jeannie Buss sat by her father, Jim Buss, who was peacefully slumbering in bed. She pulled out her phone and accessed the live broadcast of the game. Things looked promising. A smile graced Jeannie's lips as the Lakers held a slender lead, presenting them with a chance to triumph over last season's Western Conference champions, the Thunder. Just as she reveled in this moment, a sudden bout of coughing erupted from the hospital bed, and she turned to see her father convulsing. Alarmed, she quickly set down her phone and pressed the alert button at the bedside. Within moments, several doctors rushed in, busily attending to the situation. Chapter 97, The Fierce Battle. UFan breaks through. The game continued, with 2.5 minutes remaining. The Lakers led by 1 point and still held possession of the ball. The pressure now shifted to the Thunder. They had to capitalize on this offensive opportunity. If they allowed the Lakers to score again, the situation would become dire. The crowd of fans spontaneously united in a chant, "Different, different, different." The fervent cheers of the fans, accompanied by the pulsating rhythm of the live music, instantaneously elevated the atmosphere of hostility to a crescendo. In that moment, UFan felt as though he were pitted against the entire world. He advanced the ball into the front court, keenly observing that alongside Kobe, Durant was poised to launch a double team. UFan surmised that if the ball were passed to Kobe, he would undoubtedly find himself immediately surrounded by defenders. Such a pass must not be made. UFan began to seek alternative passing opportunities. He noticed that Pau Gasol had established an advantageous position in the low post and was signaling for the ball. Defending against Pau Gasol was Serge Ibaka, a player of remarkable physicality, possessing both speed and strength. He is renowned as an exceptional defender. In UFan's mind, thoughts raced as Kobe had already taken several shots, his stamina waning, and facing tight defense. It was evidently not an opportune moment for a pass. Perhaps it was best to allow Kobe a moment of respite. After much contemplation, UFan ultimately decided to pass the ball to Pau Gasol. Gasol received the ball and began to assess the defenders surrounding him. Behind him stood Ibaka, with Durant and Perkins flanking him, yet they lingered a couple of steps away. Their attention diverted. Gasol placed the ball on the ground, initiating a back-to-basket dribble. He noticed that Durant showed no intention of providing help defense, so he resolved to take on the challenge alone. Although Pau Gasol may not possess explosive scoring ability, his low-post skills are exceptionally refined, particularly after enduring the trials with the Celtics, making him a player of great maturity. Gasol dribbled persistently, his back colliding with Ibaka's frame, and after a few decisive moves, he pivoted and released a jump shot. Despite Ibaka's robust physique and formidable shot-blocking prowess, he still stood half a head shorter than Gasol, allowing the ball to sail over his outstretched hand and towards the basket. The ball danced around the rim for a moment before finally succumbing to gravity and dropping through the hoop. 97-94. Pau Gasol had secured these crucial 2 points, pumping his fist in triumph as he retreated confidently to defend. Westbrook received the inbounds pass, dribbling while casting a glance toward the sidelines at Brooks, inquiring whether a timeout should be called. Brooks raised his right index finger and made a circular motion across his chest, signaling Westbrook to continue the offensive. With just over 2 minutes remaining, though trailing by 3 points, the situation was far from irretrievable. Brooks had faith in his players. This time, as Westbrook crossed half-court, he adopted a more subdued demeanor. He leaned back against UFan, dribbling with his right hand, while his left hand waved frantically at Durant, a scene that struck UFan as utterly ludicrous. Here was a point guard, failing to actively seek out his teammates, instead standing still and beckoning them to come to him. This moment drew disapproving shakes of the head from Barkley and O'Neal on the sidelines. Russell had retreated. His confidence had completely vanished. Indeed, Charles. He was even hesitant to face UFan while dribbling. My goodness. It was hard to believe. Charles, Shaq. You may speak so easily, but you would be just as bewildered if you were in his shoes. Durant also sensed Westbrook's unusual behavior, and he hastily moved to receive the ball, sprinting from the free throw line to the three-point arc to finally secure it. His extensive run not only increased the distance for initiating the offense, but also elevated the difficulty of the play. Nevertheless, this challenge did not daunt Durant. He boldly drove past the three-point line with the ball in hand. Standing at an imposing height of 2.10 meters, his dribbling movements were surprisingly fluid, reminiscent of a guard's finesse. With a sudden burst of speed, he maneuvered past his defender, Artest. Just as he surged toward the three-point line, Kobe's defensive assistants arrived. Kobe positioned himself strategically in Durant's path, compelling him to retreat, halting his advance. At this moment, they found themselves matched up against each other, inciting a wave of excitement among the fans, many of whom rose to their feet in anticipation of this rare confrontation between two superstars. Kobe lowered his center of gravity, placing himself in front of Durant, subtly shadowing his every move with quick footwork. In the realm of skilled athletes, victory is often determined in an instant. So Durant remained vigilant, continuously dribbling while keenly analyzing Kobe's defensive stance. After a brief moment, he abruptly dashed to the right and then swiftly pivoted back. Just as the crowd anticipated a jump shot, Durant executed another rapid change of direction to the right. His swift and light-footed movements completely drew Kobe into the fray. The magnitude of Durant's directional shifts was such that, while Kobe managed to keep pace with the first maneuver, he faltered on the second. Durant seamlessly slipped past Kobe's right side, leveraging his height and wingspan to launch a jump shot. In that fleeting moment as he ascended, a shadow suddenly loomed toward him. What? A surge of alarm coursed through Durant. He had not anticipated another threat to his shot. Yet, in the next instant, clarity struck him. No one could block my shot. No one. Possessing the stature of a center and an expansive wingspan, Durant had long cultivated a confidence rooted in countless successful attempts. No opponent had ever been able to thwart his release. However, to his astonishment, just as the ball slipped from his fingertips, that shadow lunged toward the airborne sphere. What? As he watched a hand reach for the ball in midair, the terror in Durant's heart peaked, for he realized that the hand could indeed make contact. Moments later, his fears were confirmed. The fingertips of that hand grazed the ball, not enough to deflect it, but sufficient to disrupt its trajectory. The ball began its descent. Unbelievable. Wow. It was simply astonishing. Barkley could not help but exclaim loudly. Ufan's block soared to an impressive height of at least 4 feet. It was undeniably remarkable. Charles. O'Neal responded with a sense of awe. The audience collectively gasped, many voicing their astonishment with exclamations of wonder. Ufan's leap was astonishingly high, as he soared through the air to block the shot. He resembled a figure gliding through the clouds, defying the very laws of gravity in that fleeting moment. Thunder's head coach, Brooks, who had been casually touching his nose, couldn't help but cover his mouth in astonishment as he witnessed Ufan's remarkable jump. Is this typical of Asians? No, that cannot be. He was acutely aware that even Westbrook did not possess such rapid verticality, and his gaze instinctively shifted to Westbrook on the court, neglecting the basketball that was descending. Chapter 98. The Yu family is doomed. Ufan's fingertips grazed the basketball, causing it to plummet swiftly from the heavens, landing within the paint area. Pau Gasol was the first to react, extending his hand to seize it. However, his movements were sluggish. Just as he managed to grasp the ball, Serge Ibaka darted in from behind, snatching it away. The ball flew from Gasol's grasp, crashing onto the floor, at which point Kobe and Westbrook also responded, their hands all reaching for the basketball, plunging the scene into chaos. Soon after, Durant and Ufan joined the fray, yet no one could secure possession. The ball slipped past the baseline amidst the continuous collisions and contact. The baseline referee, Joe Crawford, blew his whistle, though he refrained from making an immediate call, opting instead to consult the sideline referee, Foster, who shook his head, indicating he too had not seen clearly. Following a brief conference, Crawford proceeded to the scorer's table to review the footage. Seizing the opportunity while the referees examined the replay, Brooks and Mike Brown engaged in brief discussions with their players. Clearly more anxious was Brooks, who wielded a tactical board, gesturing animatedly while frequently glancing at Westbrook and Durant, muttering instructions. Russell, pass the ball to KD. We need a three-pointer right now. You know what to do. Westbrook, absorbed in his thoughts, remained motionless as Durant nodded gently. Turning to Brooks, he assured, don't worry. Coach, leave it to me. Before long, the referees concluded their review, and Crawford approached the center of the court, gesturing towards the Thunder's home crowd. The arena erupted in jubilant cheers as the fans celebrated. Kobe, seemingly indifferent, strolled over to Ufan, his gaze fixed on the court as he urged, rookie, don't let up. Defend this play. He assumed Ufan might feel disheartened by the call, so he offered encouragement. No one is scoring over me. I promise. Without a moment's hesitation, Ufan resolutely proclaimed a sharp remark, eliciting a light chuckle from Kobe, who then turned and walked away. With 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining, the Thunder had possession in the front court. Ibaka began to inbound the ball, decisively delivering it into Durant's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Durant's teammates swiftly cleared space for him. He was poised to take on his opponent one-on-one. As Durant secured the ball, Kobe's defensive double team immediately descended upon him, forcing him to execute several dribbles between his legs before being pushed towards the sideline. In a moment of desperation, he was compelled to pass the ball. Unfortunately, it found its way to Westbrook. Upon receiving the ball, Westbrook launched into an offensive maneuver, eager to shake off Ufan while his footing was still unsteady. "You cannot escape." In Ufan's heart, a cold laugh echoed as he relentlessly shadowed Westbrook. Upon noticing Ufan's tight defense drawing near, Westbrook hesitated in his footwork. This back and forth continued until only 3 seconds remained on the shot clock. With determination, Westbrook braced himself against Ufan and swiftly launched a jump shot. Clang! In his attempt to evade Ufan's block, Westbrook released the ball with an urgency that exceeded his usual pace, compounded by the dwindling time and his mounting anxiety, rendering his shot exceedingly hasty. The ball thudded against the front of the rim, while Perkins and Jordan Hill jostled beneath the basket for the rebound, joined by Paul, Gasol, and Ibaka. After a fierce struggle for possession, Perkins secured the basketball, spinning his body and forcefully swinging his elbow, toppling Jordan Hill to the ground. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air, and when Perkins glanced over, Foster decisively pointed towards the opposing side. Offensive foul. Clutching the ball, Perkins glared in disbelief, his mouth agape. But the referee ignored his astonishment and continued forward. "Res F, you suck. Res F, you suck." A commotion erupted among the home crowd as fans berated the officials, while the Thunder reluctantly retreated to their half. With 58 seconds remaining and the Lakers holding a 3-point lead, Ufan received an inbounds pass and gradually advanced the ball. With both time and score favoring them, the Lakers aimed to minimize their offensive time before taking a shot, leaving no opportunity for the Thunder. Ufan passed the ball to Kobe, who held it beyond the 3-point line, cradling it at his waist, unhurried in his approach. This time, the Thunder dared not to double-team prematurely, for the consequence of leaving an opponent unguarded could lead to a devastating shot, sealing their fate. As Kobe surveyed the clock, his teammates instinctively created space for him, and all eyes in the arena were fixated on his every move. This shot was pivotal. Should it succeed, the Lakers would be on the brink of victory. With 6 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Kobe initiated his attack, foregoing any feints and driving left. After a swift step to the left, he halted, using his body to shield himself from Cephalosha, pivoting from face-up to back-to-basket. Suddenly, with a burst of strength, he transferred the ball to his right hand and executed a lean-back jumper. The difficulty of this shot was immense. As Kobe deftly transitioned between facing the basket and turning his back, intricately maneuvering, yet his final release was remarkably steady. All gazes followed the ball's arc, hearts racing with anticipation. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the front of the rim, careening away. Rebound! Rebound! Brooks cupped his hands around his mouth, fervently shouting, for the Thunder. Securing the rebound was paramount. A mistake was unacceptable. Perkins, stationed under the basket, was engaged in a battle with Jordan Hill, his eyes locked on the ball's trajectory. As it soared high, he sprang off the ground, ready to seize the rebound. Yet, at that moment, a shadow darted past him. A familiar sensation sending a chill down Perkins' spine. You again? The memory of being dunked on by Ufan ignited a fire within him, and now, facing a similar predicament, a surge of anger welled up inside. Without hesitation, he reached skyward. At this moment, Ufan had just seized the basketball midair when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen as a powerful arm struck him forcefully. With a resounding thud, he lost his balance and plummeted to the ground. Ufan felt as though a bomb had detonated within his abdomen, the pain causing his entire body to convulse. A wave of regret washed over him. It was over. The Yu family was destined to become extinct. Chapter 99. The Lakers and Old Bus Jim Bus received a call from his sister and hastily made his way to the hospital. While driving, his phone pinged with a text message. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from General Manager Kupchak. W.N. This terse message elicited a strained smile from Jim Bus. He set his phone down, gripped the steering wheel tightly, and pressed the accelerator. Kupchak stood by the window of his office, silently smoking a cigarette, the wisps of smoke curling up from the tip, accentuating his melancholy. It was already 11 p.m. The staff had long since returned home, yet he remained restless. The team's condition was dire. Howard had just been injured, and now Ufan was also sidelined. With 2 key players lost, Kupchak sensed that the upcoming away games would be fraught with difficulties. The ringing of the office phone interrupted Kupchak's reverie. He tossed the half-burnt cigarette onto the floor and crushed it beneath his foot. Slowly, he approached his desk and answered the call. "Mike, what's the situation?" Mike Brown's voice came through the line. "Richie has a groin strain. The situation isn't too dire yet." Kupchak paused momentarily, attempting to recall how long such an injury might keep a player off the court. His memory faltered, and he immediately inquired, "How long will he be out?" Mike Brown hesitated in his response. The doctor said it could be as little as 2 weeks, but if recovery is slow, it might extend to 36 weeks. A wave of frustration surged through Kupchak, and he shouted at Mike Brown, "How long is it, Mike? I'm already overwhelmed. Don't make me guess." His voice grew increasingly hoarse, revealing his agitation. Mike Brown quickly responded, "For weeks. I assure you, in 4 weeks he'll be back and ready to play." Kupchak exhaled through his nostrils, desperately trying to suppress his rising ire. He said gravely to Mike Brown, "Dwight is out for a month. Fan is also out for a month. Mike, tell me, what are we going to do about the upcoming games?" Silence enveloped the line for a moment, and after a brief pause, a voice emerged. "I think it's time to initiate a trade. I've been saying we need younger players, with so many injuries. This is no coincidence." "Mike," Kupchak mused for a moment before uttering a cryptic statement, "we'll have to see how the upcoming games unfold." As Mike Brown was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted and ultimately reminded, "Please ensure that Kobe does not sustain any further injuries, all right?" In the final 35 seconds of the game, Fan was maliciously fouled by Perkins, prompting the referee to immediately call the foul. Enduring excruciating pain, Fan successfully sank both free throws before retreating to the locker room for a medical examination. At that moment, the Lakers held a 5-point lead and retained possession of the ball. Following an intense free throw showdown, the Lakers ultimately secured victory. Meanwhile, Fan was transported to a local hospital, and the team arranged for a private jet to fly him back to Los Angeles for treatment. As the Lakers were set to embark on their next away game, such is the nature of the NBA, regardless of injuries, the game must go on. 2 weeks later, on December 22nd, in a hospital room in Los Angeles, the elder Bus had narrowly escaped the clutches of death and had now passed through the acute danger phase. He sat partially upright in his hospital bed, staring blankly at the television screen before him. "Dad, you seem to be in good spirits. What are you watching?" Jim Bus emerged from the nearby restroom, noticing that his father appeared somewhat better, his face radiating happiness. Approaching his father's bedside, he followed his gaze to the screen, which was broadcasting a special NBA program on TNT featuring Barkley and O'Neal, who were engaged in a lively discussion. "Dad, you shouldn't watch this. They merely talk nonsense." As Jim Bus reached to turn off the television, his father abruptly called out, "Assistant." Jim's hand froze mid-motion. He slowly withdrew, observing his father's eyes narrowing as he focused intently on the screen. Reluctantly, Jim remained by his father's side, watching alongside him. The Lakers are currently the worst team in the league. Since December 7th, they have not won a single game in half a month. They cannot even triumph over the worst teams. Barkley articulated passionately from the broadcast booth, his words cutting sharply as he laid bare the Lakers' shortcomings. Following Barkley's remarks, O'Neal interjected, "Charles, you are correct. The Lakers' recent performance has indeed been dismal. However, there are reasons for this. They are without the beast, Howard, without Fan. And even Pau Gasol is injured. They've faced a grueling stretch of 9 consecutive away games, and Mike Brown has limited Kobe to just 32 minutes per game. Such an injury crisis and challenging schedule would be difficult for any team to withstand, and the Lakers are no exception." O'Neal clearly sought to defend the Lakers, unwilling to hear Barkley demean the team so openly. Yet Barkley was unfazed, turning to O'Neal with a challenge. "Shaq, all of these are merely excuses. Which team in the league has not faced a brutal road trip? One cannot use the schedule and injuries as an excuse. This is fundamentally a problem of the team. The owner, general manager, coach, and players all bear responsibility. One cannot attribute failure to mere circumstance." Old Bus slowly closed his eyes, leaning back for some time without uttering a word. Jim Bus sat at the bedside, observing the despondent expression on his father's face, feeling a deep sense of unease within. He understood that the Lakers had always been a cherished part of his existence. When he forsook family and business to acquire the team, he effectively risked his entire fortune. Every ounce of his dedication in the latter half of his life had been devoted to the team, yet now, as his life waned, The Lakers found themselves at an equally low point. Even the hardest of hearts would inevitably feel a profound sorrow at such a moment, akin to witnessing the imminent extinguishment of life while one's own crafted dynasty crumbles. Old Bus said nothing, yet Jim comprehended everything. He could no longer bear to watch his father in such a state of despondency, nor permit the Lakers to languish any further. He promptly exited the hospital room and dialed General Manager Kupchak's number. Mitch, I am determined to win. At any cost. Chapter 100. Trade Targets. Morris, P.J. Tucker. Mike. Share your thoughts. Who are our trade targets? Kupchak motioned for Mike Brown to take a seat on the sofa in his office, inquiring earnestly. As I previously mentioned, we require youthful and dynamic players, particularly on the front line. Ron Artest is aging, and his mobility has diminished greatly. There is little to utilize on the bench. Kupchak lit a cigarette, tilting his head to ask Mike Brown, "Are you suggesting a trade for Ron?" "No, absolutely not." Mike Brown quickly refuted. "Ron is a seasoned veteran. He still provides value to us. What I mean is that we need to reinforce that position. Since joining the Lakers in 2009, Artest had been diligent and dedicated, playing a crucial role in their championship victory a decade ago. Although he is now older, he can still contribute significantly to the team." Kupchak nodded slightly before asking, "Then who do you wish to acquire? Provide me with a list." Mike Brown hesitated, his expression becoming troubled. He already had potential recruits in mind, but found it difficult to voice them. Observing his reluctance, Kupchak did not press, but instead exhaled a cloud of smoke, casually holding the cigarette between his fingers. "Mike, there is no need for hesitation. Just speak freely. Jim has granted full authority, as long as we can win. We could even trade for LeBron James if necessary. Of course, that would depend on the Heat's willingness as well." Kupchak's words provided a jolt of motivation for Mike Brown. He did not respond immediately, instead stating, "We require 12 forwards, each possessing defensive prowess and three-point shooting ability, and they must be youthful." Kupchak nodded in agreement, prompting the question, "So, who do you have in mind?" Brown thoughtfully stroked his chin and cautiously replied, "The Phoenix Suns. The player I desire is there." Upon hearing this, Kupchak removed the cigarette from his mouth, leaning forward with a puzzled expression fixed on Brown. "Mike, are you jesting? You realize the centerpiece of this trade is Steve Nash." Brown nodded, affirming the truth of that statement. Just this summer, they had acquired Nash from the Suns, sacrificing several draft picks in the process. Now, merely a month later, to consider trading him back seemed utterly ludicrous. Kupchak shook his head vehemently. He deemed such a notion intolerable. "No, no, no. I cannot entertain that. It would be sheer folly." Brown averted his gaze. The atmosphere in the room grew tense and silent. He understood that such a demand was indeed excessive. Should it come to fruition, it would be tantamount to announcing to the entire league that Kupchak was a fool. Securing Nash had come at a considerable cost. Now, attempting to return him would likely result in an even steeper price. Even disregarding his own dignity, Kupchak would struggle to muster such an exorbitant offer. Brown turned his head back, fixing a serious gaze upon Kupchak. "Mitch, if we are to trade Steve Nash, with whom should we conduct this transaction? Just hear me out regarding my preferred choice." Kupchak tilted his head, remaining silent. In Brown's eyes, a lack of rejection signified tacit approval, so he continued, "I have my sights set on the Morris twins from Phoenix." "The Morris brothers?" Kupchak abruptly turned to inquire. "Indeed." Brown's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he spoke. "They are tall, capable defenders with solid three-point shooting skills, and can adeptly play the 3 and 4 positions. Their acquisition would significantly bolster our team. With the addition of the twins, alongside Ron, the height of our forwards would undoubtedly elevate, and the team's vigor would experience remarkable improvement." Kupchak took a drag from his cigarette and shook his head. "That is unrealistic, Mike. Even if we offer draft picks, I doubt that Lance would part with both of them." Upon hearing Kupchak's words, Brown felt a surge of hope. "So, does that mean you are in agreement?" Kupchak raised an eyebrow, responding leisurely, "Do not celebrate prematurely. I suggest you contemplate which one you wish to select. Brother Marcus. If possible, I also want Jay Tucker." Mike Brown exclaimed. Kupchak immediately rose from his seat, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, and turned to Mike Brown. "Let us commence." 10 minutes later, Kupchak dialed the number of the Phoenix Suns general manager, Lance Blanks. "Hey, Lance. How are you, old friend?" A robust middle-aged voice resonated from the other end. "Oh, Mitch. Let me guess what you're after. You must be eyeing one of my players. Who could it be? Goran Dragic? Your team is in dire need of a point guard. Marcin Gortat. With Dwight injured, You must be quite anxious. Speak up, my friend. I'm all ears for your offer. Kupchak couldn't help but smirk. Lance Blanks truly perceived him as a fool. Lance, I wish to trade for Steve Nash. A cacophony of incredulous exclamations erupted on the line. What? Are you jesting? Come on. We just parted ways with Steve Nash. The team is in rebuilding mode. And there's no way we can bring him back. Ignoring the complaints, Kupchak calmly inquired, Lance, I merely wish to know what you would require in return. Lance Blanks, having grasped the implication of Kupchak's words, realized that he was willing to part with Nash at any cost, presenting an opportune moment to demand a steep price. Rather than let someone else benefit, he thought it better to seize the moment for himself. Well, my friend, that is not entirely out of the question. If you're willing to part with a player, any of my roster is at your disposal. Kupchak promptly declined, absolutely not. Dwight is someone we recently invested a substantial amount in. He is integral to our future plans. I cannot do that. No, I believe you misunderstood. I'm not referring to Dwight. Who then? Lance Blanks chuckled inwardly, coyly suggesting, you fawn. That Asian lad on your team. If you're willing to include him in the trade, you may select any player from my roster. This time, it was Kupchak's turn to protest vehemently. Lance, please. Don't jest with me. Everyone knows Yufan is a rising star. We cannot trade him. At that moment, Lance Blanks lost all interest. Ready to hang up when Kupchak's words reignited his intrigue. I can offer a first-round draft pick. Chapter 101. The trade is secured. The Miami Heat are coming. A first-round draft pick? Lance Blankenship was immediately intrigued. The Suns had completely embarked on a rebuilding phase, with the primary objective of amassing a plethora of draft picks to cultivate talent. First-round draft selections were undeniably invaluable. They offered the opportunity to select young players with immense potential or to be packaged in trades for targeted athletes. To Blankenship, the urgency exhibited by Kupchak seemed like a fortuitous opportunity presented on a silver platter. All right, Mitch, tell me who you desire. Kupchak refrained from further pleasantries. Acutely aware of his passive position, additional haggling would serve little purpose. The Morris brothers. Blankenship's mind raced as he swiftly assessed the trade value of the Morris siblings. Before long, he responded, I believe you have misunderstood, Mitch. The Morris brothers are highly regarded prospects in our estimation. Kupchak scoffed, having seen through Blankenship's ruse. The other party's current stance was clearly an attempt to inflate their perceived worth. Come on, Lance, how much potential do rookies outside the lottery really possess? Trading the Morris brothers would free up $8 million in salary cap space and grant us an unprotected first-round pick in 2015. This deal is undeniably advantageous. Blankenship quickly began to calculate in his mind. It wasn't long before a smile crept upon his lips. This first-round pick was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. All right, Mitch, I agree to the trade. However, you can only select one of the two brothers. This was a necessary negotiation tactic. One should never fully acquiesce to the demands of the other party. It was a matter of principle. Kupchak's complaints echoed from the other end of the line. Come on, buddy. That is simply unacceptable. If we can only acquire one, our concessions would be too significant, and the owner would never sanction such a move. Blankenship was well aware that Kupchak would not readily acquiesce, so he promptly made some concessions. Hold on, Mitch. I know you are currently seeking a reliable defender, and coincidentally, I have such a player on my roster, Jay Tucker. I believe you would find him appealing. I can include him in this trade. Blankenship proactively suggested a player that Mike Brown desired, which delighted Kupchak, yet he understood that he must not reveal his elation. Should the other party discern his excitement, they would undoubtedly retract their offer. Who is this Jay Tucker? Is he a soldier retired from some army? Let me think. Blankenship quickly interjected, Mitch. It's Jay Tucker, not Tank. But that is not the crux of the matter. This trade is mutually beneficial. I trust you shouldn't reject it. Kupchak feigned difficulty in deliberation, remaining silent for a moment before letting out a sigh. All right, let us discuss salary cap adjustments. The trade was finalized. Jim and Ginny remained by their father's bedside, while the general manager busied himself in the office, orchestrating trades to bolster the team's roster. Mike Brown was diligently training the squad for their upcoming matches. In contrast, Yufan found himself confined to a hotel room, languishing in solitude. Half a month had passed, and though the pain in his lower abdomen had considerably diminished, the doctor sternly advised him against any form of physical exertion, even abstaining from training. Observing the team suffer consecutive defeats, Their standing had plummeted from first to sixth in the Western Conference. Should they lose 3 more games, they risked falling out of the playoff contention entirely. Fast forward to January 17, 2012, a fortnight later. After a month of treatment and recuperation, Yufan's health had returned to its former state. Just 2 days prior, he had participated for a few minutes in a game against the Lakers and the Bucks, merely acclimatizing himself to the pace of the match before being substituted. Today, another game awaited at the Staples Center where they would face the Miami Heat. The Miami Heat, last season's reigning champions, boasted the formidable trio of LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh. They currently held the top position in the Eastern Conference and were widely acknowledged as the most powerful team in the league. If the Lakers were to advance to the finals, their likely adversary would be none other than the Miami Heat. The matchup, scheduled for the 23rd and 24th, had captured national attention, and even though it was merely midday, the arena was already thronged with eager fans anticipating the evening's showdown. Yufan was just about to descend the stairs for a meal when, at that moment, a call from soccer came in. "Brother, hurry down. A new restaurant has opened nearby. Shall we go and give it a try?" "All right, I shall be there shortly." Yufan put away his phone and accompanied Sacre to a restaurant situated near the stadium. It was merely a kilometer away, easily accessible within a 10-minute stroll, making it quite convenient for both Yufan and Sacre. After finding a suitable table at the entrance, they sat down to place their orders. Sacre picked up the menu and, while perusing it, inquired of Yufan, "Have you encountered the 2 new players? They have been performing quite well lately." "Robert, are you referring to Marcus Morris and Jay Tucker?" Sacre nodded and continued. "Marcus has already supplanted Ron as the Lakers starter. It's remarkable, considering he is only 22 years old. Moreover, Jay Tucker's defensive skills are exceptional. Mike Brown holds him in high regard." Yufan's lips curled into a smile. Ever since the team acquired Marcus Morris and Jay Tucker, they have been riding a wave of triumph under the guidance of Kobe and Gasol, achieving a remarkable 3 consecutive victories. Yufan felt a surge of joy in his heart. "How's Dwight doing? Will he play tonight?" he inquired. Saker took a platter from the waiter, multitasking as he spoke to Yufan. "I heard he has fully recovered, but Mike Brown doesn't want him to play tonight. However, Dwight insists on joining, just like you," Saker added with a grin. Mike Brown had conveyed a similar sentiment to Yufan, expressing concerns over his recent recovery and the potential risks of participating in a high-intensity game that could adversely affect his health and performance. Nevertheless, Yufan firmly rejected such caution. He was determined to take the court tonight. With the Heat riding high and their trio shining brightly, Yufan not only aspired to aid his team in securing victory, but also to face off against LeBron. "Tonight, I wish to guard LeBron. I wonder if the coach will agree." Yufan's words astonished Saker, who abruptly lifted his head and looked at Yufan with a puzzled expression. "Brother, you must be joking, right? LeBron stands at 6 feet 8 inches, while you are merely 6 feet 4 inches tall. The disparity in your physiques is quite significant, isn't it? Moreover, he plays as a small forward, whereas you're a point guard. What competition do you have with him?" Saker's remarks held merit. James, at 2.04 meters, towered over Yufan, who stood at only 1.95 meters, with a weight difference of 20 to 30 pounds, creating a clear mismatch. However, Yufan held a differing perspective, calmly responding, "Who said he is not the primary ball handler?" Chapter 102. Please guard LeBron James. At that moment, a few tall figures suddenly entered the restaurant. 3 in total, laughing and conversing as they walked straight in, eventually finding a seat to settle down. Yufan glanced over and was astonished to find none other than James, Wade, and Bosh. Yufan and Saker were seated discreetly in a corner, clearly unnoticed by the trio nearby, their gazes never drifting in their direction. Saker tugged at Yufan's sleeve and whispered, "Let us leave. It will be awkward if we run into them later." "What are you afraid of? Just enjoy your meal," replied Yufan, resuming his dinner with indifference to James and his companions, prompting Saker to follow suit. The restaurant's seating was not enclosed, but separated by low partitions, allowing Yufan to hear their boisterous chatter with clarity. "LeBron, after today's game, why don't we stay here for the night and meet up with the team tomorrow? It's been ages since we visited Los Angeles," exclaimed Chris. "Wow, of course, I'm all for it. I doubt Wade will object either," he continued, laughter resonating. "Indeed, Chris, but let us not let Pat Riley catch wind of this. He'd make you empty 4 trash bins." "All right, forget I said anything. But have you heard? Tonight's game will feature Dwight and that Asian kid. It's bound to be a tough match." Wait, Chris, is that for real?" Absolutely. SPO told me. It's the truth. The trio's discussion paused momentarily, and soon, Wade resumed. Dwight is manageable. While we may struggle in one-on-one situations, we can still double-team him. But that Asian kid, he has another story. Who do you think he'll guard? Mario Chalmers? Me? Or LeBron? Wade and Bosch turned their gaze toward James, who remained unfazed, calmly enjoying his salad. What's there to worry about? Are you really intimidated by a yellow-skinned Asian kid? That Jeremy Lin from the Rockets was just as ordinary, wasn't he? Upon hearing this, Fan tightened his grip on his knife and fork, reflecting. Haven T, I performed decently this month. I never expected James to dismiss me so easily. Saker patted Fan's hand, urging him to relax. At that moment, the voices from across the way resumed. LeBron, don't underestimate him. The last time he faced the Thunder, he completely overwhelmed Russell. It took Russell a week to recover. And even now, his performance is still inconsistent. Indeed, I've watched that kid's footage. He is quite adept at defending ball handlers. LeBron, he might just be guarding you tonight. Wow. I'm absolutely terrified. Come on, you two, stop hyping him up. He should be the one praying to God tonight. I want to go easy on him. I'll wipe the floor with him. Enough dawdling. Let us eat. Afterward, we need to prepare for the game. Fan sat in his seat, listening intently to the conversation among the three, particularly to the fierce words uttered by James, which ignited a flame of fury in his eyes. Yet, in an instant, he managed to suppress that anger. There was no need to engage in a contest of bravado here. The true reckoning would take place on the court tonight. Robert, let us depart. Fan pulled Soccer and headed outside, so infuriated that he nearly forgot to settle the bill. All he desired was to rush onto the field. Unwilling to linger for even a moment longer, Fan strode directly into the gymnasium and located the conference room. He was well aware that at this hour, Mike Brown would undoubtedly be inside conducting pre-game analyses with his coaching staff. Ignoring Saker's counsel, Fan boldly pushed the door open. Coach, I wish to defend against LeBron. Fan suddenly burst through the door and uttered those words. Mike Brown and several assistant coaches simultaneously turned their heads towards Fan at the entrance. After a brief pause of 2 to 3 seconds, Mike Brown slowly rose to his feet and guided Fan to a chair at the conference table, urging him to take a seat. Did you just say you intend to defend against LeBron? Are you referring to LeBron James? Fan nodded resolutely. Mike Brown bit his lip, then rubbed his chin vigorously and earnestly addressed Fan. I truly admire your courage. But you are not on the same level as LeBron James. He stands at 6 feet 8 inches and weighs 250 pounds, whereas you are merely 6 feet 5 inches and 200 pounds. Do you comprehend the disparity between you two? Indeed, as Mike Brown articulated, on the grand stage of the NBA, James towers over Fan, both in height and strength, creating a significant gap in power. Basketball, being a sport that heavily relies on physical prowess, sees James employing a bulldozer-like approach in his gameplay. In Mike Brown's perspective, this is a clear mismatch, rendering any notion of defense virtually obsolete. As Fan was about to defend himself, he was gently halted by Mike Brown, who affectionately placed his hands on Fan's shoulders and spoke in a solemn tone. I understand your competitive spirit, but this is merely a regular season game, and we have a long season ahead of us. In the future, should we face Miami in the finals, there will be ample opportunities for you to defend. After a brief pause, Mike Brown lightly patted Fan's shoulder and added, Now, go prepare for the game. Although I cannot promise you the chance to guard LeBron, I can assign you to defend Miami's second star, Dwayne Wade. That too is a significant challenge. Though Mike Brown declined Fan's request, he offered a compromise. Wade's physique was quite similar to Fan's, with only a slight difference in weight, making it a reasonable matchup. In truth, when it comes to defensive difficulty, Wade is not much easier to handle than James. Despite being 32 years old this year, Wade remains at the tail end of his career peak, with explosive agility and speed that still set him apart in the league. Following the loss to the Dallas Mavericks in the 2011 playoffs, Wade relinquished his core position on the team, yet in the subsequent season, he averaged an impressive 1 points, 4, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists in just 33 minutes of playtime. He is certainly no easy opponent. Although Fan felt dissatisfied, he recognized that Mike Brown had made his decision clear, and he could not press further. He merely hoped to have a chance to measure himself against James during certain moments of the game. Coach, I will prove you wrong with my actions. I can defend LeBron. Mike Brown nodded with a smile, and as Fan finished speaking, he stormed out in frustration. After Fan departed, Mike Brown turned to the assistant coaches, shrugging his shoulders with a smile and exclaiming, "This kid truly resembles Kobe." The assistants nodded in agreement, chuckling. Chapter 103. Rihanna. With merely 1 hour remaining before the match commenced, Fan had already begun his preparations in the locker room. Before long, a melodic humming echoed from the entrance of the locker room. "Just gonna stand there and watch me burn." Upon turning his head, Fan discovered that it was Sacre and Darius Morris, their bodies entwined like twisted pretzels, ceaselessly flailing their arms and heads, humming a melody with expressions of utmost delight. Fan turned his head, choosing to disregard them. It had become customary for these foreigners to don headphones and listen to music as part of their pre-competition ritual. Sacre and Darius Morris approached Fan, their shoulders linked, exuberantly singing and dancing. "Hey, brother, what do you think of our moves? Come on, give it a listen. It's absolutely fantastic." With that, Sacre placed his wireless headphones over Fan's ears, a surge of rhythmic Western female vocals flooding his auditory senses. Fan swayed his body to the rhythm for a moment, and after a while, he returned the headphones to Sacre. "Not bad. Who is the artist?" Sacre and Darius Morris exchanged astonished glances, as if taken aback. "Wow, my friend, you don't recognize him? You're unaware of her? It's Rihanna. Oh my goodness. You truly don't know her?" After a moment of contemplation, Fan nodded slightly. The name felt somewhat unfamiliar to him, yet the song was quite familiar. Now it dawned on him. Sacre and Darius Morris, visibly disappointed, settled beside Fan. Suddenly, Sacre produced several records from behind him, speaking to Fan with an air of mystery. "He will undoubtedly be attending the game tonight, I assure you." Before Fan could inquire further, he continued. "Rihanna is a devoted fan of LeBron James. There is no doubt he will be present at the game this evening. How about Darius and I approach him for an autograph with our photos?" Darius Morris nodded in agreement, clearly pleased with their plan. Fan shook his head, expressing disinterest in such matters, yet he addressed Sacre, saying, "Robert, Darius, I strongly advise against it. Tonight's match is of utmost importance. Should the coach catch you, you would surely regret it. Moreover, if Kobe sees you, he will undoubtedly give you a stern reprimand." After contemplating Fan's words for a brief moment, Sacre and Darius Morris exchanged glances, seemingly conceding that there was some merit in his advice. However, from the look of confusion in their eyes, Fan discerned that they had not entirely relinquished their plan. Indeed, not long after, Sacre turned to Fan and remarked, "It should be fine, just 2 minutes." Quick as a flash, "I bet Kobe is a fan of Rihanna too, don't you think, Darius?" "Robert, it seems Kobe prefers Taylor." Sacre waved his hand dismissively. "Liking Taylor surely means he would appreciate Rihanna as well. Darius, we have nothing to fear." With a resolute nod, Sacre and Darius cheerfully returned to their lockers, leaving Fan speechless. The match was set to commence in half an hour, and the arena was nearly filled with eager fans. While both the Lakers and Miami players were engaged in their pre-game warm-ups on the court, Fan cast a glance towards Sacre, who, along with Darius Morris, was watching Rihanna at the sidelines with an air of palpable tension. Fan let out a soft chuckle and turned his gaze in her direction as well. Rihanna, donning a backward baseball cap, had her long, dark hair cascading down her cheeks. She wore a vibrant red Miami Heat jersey emblazoned with the number 6, complemented by a pair of leather shorts, exuding an undeniable allure. At that moment, she stood at the edge of the court, engaged in hushed conversation with LeBron James. The smiles gracing their lips suggested a delightful exchange between the two. Fan cast another glance at Sacre, unable to suppress a quiet chuckle. Sacre's right hand remained tucked behind his back, and Fan understood that he was concealing a record. Before long, James departed to warm up on the court, and Fan knew that Sacre was poised to make his move. Sure enough, Sacre gingerly retrieved the item from behind his back, then rose and approached Rihanna with his head lowered. Fan sat on the floor, stretching while observing Sakurai. He noticed Sakurai extending an object towards Rihanna, who looked utterly perplexed. Sakurai tugged at his Los Angeles Lakers training jersey, muttering to himself. He was evidently attempting to assert his identity as a Lakers player. However, Rihanna was clearly unimpressed, tilting her head to one side and repeatedly waving her hands in dismissal. Sakurai lingered in front of her for a few seconds, hesitantly glancing back at the bench before retreating in dejection. It was evident that his attempt to engage with his idol had ended in failure. Fan rose from the ground with a smile, and slowly walked over to sit beside Sacre. "How's it going? I saw everything just now." At that moment, Darius Morris, who was warming up on the court, ran over and eagerly leaned his head close to Sacre, asking, "Robert, what's the update? Did you get the autograph?" Sacre hung his head in silence, unwilling to speak. Observing this, Fan turned to Darius Morris and remarked, "Isn't it obvious? He doesn't even know the guy." Darius, clutching the basketball, felt dejected and began to sigh heavily. "If you ask me, we should seek out Kobe and have him help us get the signature," Sacre responded. "Come on, Darius, I think we should consider other options." Just as the two were bowing their heads in distress, a single phrase from Fan prompted them to look up. "Leave it to me," Sacre and Darius Morris, taken aback, exclaimed in unison. "You have a plan?" Fan, with an air of pride, lifted his head and confidently declared, "Of course. How many do you wish to sign?" Suddenly, Sacre sprang from his seat, grasping Morris's hand in a fit of exhilaration, gazing at Fan as if he had encountered a deity. "Just 2 will suffice, 1 for each of us." Darius Morris nodded in agreement, but inquired, Do you have a plan?" With a mysterious smile, Fan chose not to respond directly, instead remarking, "Contemplate how you might express your gratitude towards me." Having uttered these words, he proceeded towards Rihanna, under the watchful gaze of Sacre and Darius Morris. Fan strode confidently towards Rihanna, catching her off guard. He clearly had not anticipated the arrival of such an unexpected guest. "Who are you?" Fan did not introduce himself, for he understood that even a fool could discern his affiliation with the Lakers. He gestured towards LeBron James at the other end of the court and said to Rihanna, "I know you are good friends with him. Do you believe that tonight I shall gift him 3 hot pots?" Upon hearing this, Rihanna tilted her neck and widened her eyes in astonishment. Before long, she could no longer contain her laughter, covering her mouth in delight. "You? Really?" Chapter 104. Wade let out a sigh. Shortly thereafter, Fan returned to the bench to share the news with Sacre. "It's done." Sacre exchanged a perplexed glance with Darius Morris, their brows furrowed in confusion. "Brother, what have you accomplished? You haven't even handed over the record." Fan wrapped his arms around the shoulders of Sacre and Darius Morris. Their 3 heads huddled together as he whispered, "I've made a pact with Rihanna. If I block LeBron's shot, he will sign a jersey for me. It's that simple." Upon hearing this, Sacre and Darius nodded in contemplation. Suddenly, a realization struck them, and they stared at Fan in horror. "Oh, good heavens. Block LeBron? Brother, I must have misheard you. He is LeBron James. How could you possibly block him?" They sighed in resignation, feeling deflated like a punctured ball, and slumped back onto the bench. Just wait and see the spectacle unfold. Fan remained unfazed, chuckling softly as he picked up the ball from the ground and resumed his warm-up. As time progressed, the venue became a sea of spectators, with Hollywood's elite filling the sidelines. Following the player introductions, the match was set to commence in mere minutes. This was undoubtedly a game broadcasted live across the nation, with TNT dispatching their finest commentary team, featuring the legendary former Bulls star, Scottie Pippen. Kenny Smith was the first to greet Pippen, igniting the pre-game excitement. "Welcome, Scottie. It is truly fantastic to have you here to commentate this match." Pippen smiled gently and nodded politely. "It is my honor, Kenny," Kenny Smith continued. "Tonight promises to be a thrilling showdown, 23 versus 24. It sounds exhilarating, doesn't it?" Barkley, O'Neal, and Pippen nodded in agreement. "All right, let us analyze tonight's matchup. Since their trade half a month ago, the Lakers have seen an upturn in their performance, and both Howard and Fan, who were sidelined for a month, will take the court tonight. With their roster fully healthy, they truly represent a formidable force. As for the Heat, it goes without saying, they are the reigning champions from last season, boasting LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh, currently sitting atop the Eastern Conference. Tonight is destined to be a clash of titans." Kenny Smith shifted the conversation, inquiring of the trio, "What are your thoughts on tonight's game? Who will emerge victorious?" Barkley and O'Neal turned to Pippen, encouraging the guest to share his insights first. Pippen nodded slightly before speaking deliberately. "Well, although I have never been particularly fond of LeBron, I must admit that the Miami Heat are presently the superior team. Their roster has gelled over 2 seasons, showcasing excellent chemistry, excelling in both offense and defense. James is at his peak, Wade still has fuel in the tank, and with Bosh's support, no team can defeat them." Wait, Scottie. We are only discussing tonight's game, just one match." Barkley interjected. Pippen lazily blinked and continued to nod. "Yes, Charles, even for just one game, the Heat can prevail." "Charles, It appears you hold a differing opinion. Kenny Smith observed Barkley shaking his head repeatedly, thus handing the floor over to him. Barkley pointed at the statistical data on the table, methodically stating, "Do not forget, that Asian kid is back." Prior to his injury, he averaged 12.5 steals per game. "Scotty, you have been selected multiple times for the all-defensive first team. You must understand the significance of that statistic." Pippen sat silently, seemingly unperturbed, while Barkley continued, "Let me find his name. Yes, you fan. This fellow is truly a nightmare for ball handlers. He has bested every point guard in the Western Conference." Barkley began to count on his fingers: Stephen Curry, Chris Paul, James Harden, Tony Parker, Russell Westbrook. Surely you ought to listen to the tales of these unfortunate souls. Yet they are merely point guards. LeBron is a small forward. Pippen suddenly interjected. LeBron's physique utterly dwarfs that young man. Shaquille observed Barkley taking a deep breath, ready to engage in another debate, and he reached out to restrain him. In his deep, resonant voice, Shaquille slowly remarked, "It seems you have all forgotten that the Lakers boast Dwight, whose size and stature no player on the Heat can contend with. The interior is the Achilles heel of the Heat. They are utterly helpless against such a giant." Before the game commenced, the large screen at the venue continuously showcased the array of luminaries present that evening. You fans suddenly noticed Pat Riley, the president of the Heat, seated courtside across from him. Pat Riley, once a celebrated coach for the Lakers, had led Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar to create the illustrious Showtime era. Later, he transitioned to the Miami Heat, where under his guidance, Wade and Shaquille successfully lifted a championship trophy. Now, he has orchestrated the alliance of James, Wade, and Bosh. And this team stands a formidable chance of adding another championship to the Heat's legacy. Pat Riley, with his slicked-back hair, now graying at the temples, was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man beside him, unbeknownst to you fan, who was the current owner of Miami, Mickey Arison. Beep a Longhorn echoed through the arena as the starting players of both teams began to saunter onto the court, exchanging greetings. You fan observed LeBron greeting each member of the Lakers, yet he himself was overlooked. You fan couldn't help but ponder, was this a deliberate display of intimidation? Before he could delve further into his thoughts, a familiar figure approached him, Dwayne Wade. Wade greeted him with a smile, extending a fist towards you fan, who promptly reciprocated with a fist bump. Wade then continued, "What's up, man? I know you. Who are you guarding tonight?" You fan instantly broke into a smile, and with an air of mystery, he said to Wade, "Guess." Wade, interpreting the sinister glint in you fan's eyes, slightly furrowed his brow in response, "It can't be me, can it?" Upon receiving a confirming nod from you fan, Wade's expression instantly wilted, and he let out a sigh. Their brief exchange was soon interrupted as the referee blew the whistle, signaling the start of the match, with Howard and Chris Bosh jumping for the ball at center court. The game had officially commenced. Chapter 105, The Connection Between James and Wade. Howard seized the initiative, swatting the ball down from atop Bosh's head. Unexpectedly, the ball slipped past Marcus Morris's grasp, only to be miraculously caught by James. Dribbling the ball, James surveyed the unfolding scenario on the court. Although the Heat had a legitimate point guard in Mario Chalmers, the true orchestrators of the game were predominantly James and Wade, with James taking the lead. As James advanced, crossing half court, he suddenly unleashed his strength, driving past Marcus Morris directly into the paint. James's physique was imposing, rendering Morris utterly incapable of blocking him. He resembled an ornament dangling from James, swaying helplessly without any capacity to impede the play. The Lakers were in the process of retreating, their defensive formation not yet fully established, leaving only Pau Gasol stationed beneath the basket to contend with James's advance. Seeing James barreling towards the paint, a chill ran down Gasol's spine. He disregarded all else and charged straight at James. Despite noticing Gasol's approach, James did not slow his momentum. Instead, he surged forward with even greater intensity. Like a small truck, he barreled towards Gasol, but in a surprising twist, just moments before their impending collision, James deftly sidestepped to Gasol's right. With seamless grace, James halted, lowered his body, and with both hands gripping the ball, he lunged upward, using his shoulder to crash into Pau Gasol. Standing at an imposing 2.13 meters, Gasol was surprisingly pushed back by James's forceful contact, leaving a vast opening before him. It seemed James had anticipated this very moment. He calmly placed the ball before him and gently laid it into the basket. 2 points scored, 2-0. The Heat took the lead. James's play was nothing short of commanding, He combined both strength and speed, skillfully adjusting his path mid-attack while showcasing his physical prowess. Following his successful basket, the Lakers' home crowd erupted with murmurs of support, indicating that LeBron James indeed had a legion of admirers. "Easy. So easy," James shouted as he retreated on defense, his confidence palpable. Fan advanced the ball across the front court, adhering to the predetermined strategy, and lofted the ball to the interior for Howard. The most glaring vulnerability of the Miami Heat lies in their fragile interior defense. Their center, Chris Bosh, has predominantly played the power forward position throughout his career. Now, thrust into the center role against a formidable player like Howard, his physical disadvantage is starkly evident. Howard is substantially larger than Bosh, and upon receiving the ball, he eschewed any feints, opting instead to overpower Bosh in the low post. After a brief tussle, he shoved Bosh aside and ascended for a thunderous dunk. The score was tied at 2-2. In terms of physical confrontation, Bosh was indeed unable to withstand Howard's might, yet he was not entirely devoid of resistance. However, given that this was merely the first quarter, accruing early fouls would severely fragment his subsequent playing time, prompting Bosh to temper his defensive efforts. The Heat's offensive tempo was brisk. They swiftly executed a baseline inbound, with Chalmers advancing the ball and promptly delivering it to LeBron, who was demanding the ball in the low post. LeBron, backing down against Morris, found the second-year rookie utterly incapable of countering his offensive prowess. With his robust physique, LeBron shouldered through a couple of challenges before driving in for a layup, effortlessly converting yet again. The score now stood at 4-2. Following this basket, Fan chose not to immediately inbound the ball, instead opting for a brief pause. Fan understood that the fast-paced game was favored by the Heat. With towering centers like Howard and Gasol on his side, he could not afford to engage in a relentless back-and-forth sprint with them. Fan gradually advanced the ball across the half-court, and after several passes, he handed it over to Howard in the paint. Strike while the iron is hot. This is an unchanging truth in the NBA. The Lakers' current strategy is to leverage the formidable duo of Howard and Gasol in the paint to create opportunities. If the Heat choose not to double-team, they will inevitably witness the Twin Towers scoring effortlessly. However, should the Heat opt for a double-team, it will open up opportunities for outside shooters. The question now is how much patience the Heat possess. Upon receiving the ball, Howard executed his usual tactics, but this time he was keenly observant of his opponent's defensive shifts. To his surprise, the Heat showed no intention of double-teaming him, prompting Howard to decisively take on Bosh. This time, Bosh did not yield. He gritted his teeth and braced himself against Howard. Unfortunately, the disparity in their strength was insurmountable. Despite Bosh exerting all his might, he was unable to withstand the force and was pushed back. As Howard overpowered Bosh and was about to